When the fantastical realm descends upon reality, the earth is turned upside down. Throughout his life, Zhao Jing has been haunted by a remarkable dream, one that vividly portrays an enchanting world filled with countless deities and demons, where the strong abound, capable of obliterating stars at a mere flick of a finger and shattering galaxies. This realm, known as the domain of humanity, claims that one day, its immense powers would transcend time and space to arrive on Earth, proclaiming that they would impart opportunities to the world and open the path to divinity for all. I have arrived in the realm of humanity, where all beings can become immortals, where everyone can attain godhood. The resonant call from this fantastical world reverberates across the planet, leaving humanity in bewilderment, while Zhao Jing is filled with unrestrained joy, for he possesses an intimate understanding of this world. The time for his ascendance has arrived. With a mere thought, stars may flicker out of existence with a breath, the cosmos may rise and fall. In the vastness of eternity, I alone stand invincible. Where in life is there no torment? Standing on the bustling streets of Yingbao City in June, the 18-year-old Zhao Jing suddenly reflected upon these 7 words. School life had been no easy feat. He had been relentlessly tested through various exams, then besieged by the countless admonitions of parents and teachers. Finally stepping into society, he found himself ensnared in the grind of a busy job, striving toward an uncertain future. As the years passed, just when he thought he might find some respite, he would be burdened by concerns for children and elders, not to mention the incessant ailments and trivial matters that plagued him. By the time he managed to settle everything, he realized he was already aging. If one were to speak of more leisurely days, they do exist. For instance, the few days following the college entrance examination. With nothing to ponder and no considerations to bear, he felt as free as a bird, unencumbered by constraints. He could spend the night in an internet CAF if he wished, or embark on a spontaneous trip. Life could not be more exhilarating. However, that was the experience of others after their examinations. For Zhao Jing, post-exams meant one thing: scouring the streets for employment. Without money, what can one enjoy? Beneath the scorching sun, Zhao Jing wore a solemn expression, uttering this bitter truth. What could he do? His family was of modest means. Born into an ordinary household meant that often, one could not do as they pleased. To survive, sacrifices were inevitable. Yet, one must wonder in this world, who truly has the freedom to act as they wish? Oh, how I long to enter the fantastical realm from my dreams, to roam freely, to attain immortality, and to experience true liberation. He murmured softly, recalling the dream from the previous night, his pupils shimmering with longing. In truth, no one knew that Zhao Jing had been experiencing this extraordinary dream since childhood. It was a dream unlike any other, depicting a wondrous realm of fantasy. In that place, humanity wielded extraordinary power, having ascended to a level beyond comprehension, able to begin their journey as mere mortals and cultivate the supreme powers of immortals and gods. There, humanity's influence was vast, gazing down upon the world, where ordinary deities were as numerous as the stars, while the so-called immortal emperors possessed boundless might, capable of overturning heaven and earth with a mere thought, commanding the universe with a breath. These supreme beings united under the banner of the domain of humanity, reigning in the expansive cosmos, immortal for millennia, invincible for eons, constantly exploring the universe in search of new planets to expand their dominion. It was a grand and magnificent super fantasy world where everyone had the chance to become an immortal and wield boundless divine power. Yet, a dream remains a dream. Wake up, stop daydreaming. It's time to earn a living. He slapped his face, jarring himself from reverie. In the realm of reality, all vividly colored fantasies ultimately dissolve into mere illusions, turning to dust. What use is there in dreaming, after all? With a soft sigh, he rose and resumed his quest for work. It was mid-June, and though the season suggested the onset of early summer, the weather had already grown unbearably hot. After merely a few minutes walking under the relentless sun, Zhao Jing found himself drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued. Just as he felt himself nearing heat stroke, a brilliant flash of light suddenly illuminated the sky. Is it a meteor shower? He murmured, instinctively pondering. However, in the next moment, Zhao Jing sensed something amiss. It was broad daylight. With the sun blazing and the sky clear, not a single star was visible. Where could a meteor shower possibly come from? With a jolt, he quickly looked up towards the heavens. What greeted his eyes was a profoundly shocking sight. In the azure expanse above, thousands of radiant streams of light crisscrossed the sky. These luminous trails appeared almost tangible, resembling meteors, yet distinctly not. They coalesced into a massive torrent of brilliance, shining like fire, sparkling like stars. Their scale, so immense it nearly obscured the heavens, blotting out the sun and moon. Gazing at the myriad of dazzling lights, Zhao Jing's heart raced, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? After a few seconds of shock, his body jolted. He suddenly recalled a similar scene from his dreams over the past decade. Could it be? At that moment, pedestrians on the street also noticed the celestial spectacle above, halting in their tracks, gasping in disbelief. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Is the world coming to an end? Oh my God! Are aliens invading? My phone! Where's my phone? Quick, let me take a picture for posterity. Listening to the panicked cries surrounding him, Zhao Jing could not help but twitch his lips, a fervent flame igniting within him, burning with intensity. This is not the end of the world, nor is it an alien invasion. It is highly likely that the fantastical realm from his dreams has descended. As this thought crossed his mind, an unusual phenomenon occurred within the divine radiance cascading from the sky. Several brilliant threads of light detached and began to descend upon the city, their glow blinding, illuminating the urban landscape with a grandeur that seemed capable of reducing the city to dust. Yet, when the divine light touched a particular point in the city, it fell into complete silence, not triggering a single sound. As the celestial brilliance scattered in all directions, a voice, tinged with gravitas, resonated. I have arrived in the realm of humanity, where all beings can become immortals. I have arrived in the realm of humanity, where all beings can attain godhood. The domain of humanity, the ancient nation of longevity, has descended upon this star, wishing to illuminate the path of cultivation for all. We have left behind opportunities and destinies, you need only seek them out. This voice was magnificent and solemn, echoing endlessly, as if it possessed boundless divine power, like thunder rolling across the planet, heard by nearly everyone. Regardless of race or nationality, all could comprehend the meaning of these words. At that moment, the inhabitants of the world were left in a daze. What is happening? Across the vast expanse of the planet, countless souls found themselves entranced, confused about what had transpired. What on earth is going on? What does it mean that everyone can become an immortal, that everyone can attain godhood? Who is speaking? Is this an alien conspiracy? The ancient nation of longevity? What does that mean? Why have I never heard of it before? The world was thrown into chaos, engulfed in confusion. Amidst this unknown desolation, only Zhao Jing remained enlightened, grasping the full picture. Indeed, it is that world. In his dreams, the great powers of that fantastical realm revered humanity, honoring the path of mankind, perpetually exploring the vast cosmos, offering goodwill and assistance when encountering planets inhabited by humans. Yet, due to various unique circumstances, they initially did not descend in person or intervene directly. Instead, they would bestow opportunities to help humanity embark on the path of cultivation, shedding their mortal forms to attain extraordinary strength. The current scene perfectly corroborated that the domain of humanity had indeed discovered Earth. As for the ancient nation of longevity, he had also heard of it in his dreams. It was a colossal force belonging to the domain of humanity, with divine power that could traverse the vast cosmos, and everything happening now closely mirrored the scenes from his dreams. Save for the names of the stars, the remainder was almost identical. I once thought that the world in my dreams was mere fantasy, impossible to exist, yet I never anticipated that it would truly manifest in reality. This means that the extraordinary powers from my dreams are indeed real. Humanity can transcend the mundane and become deities. That too is true. With these thoughts, Zhao Jing could not suppress his rapid breathing, his heart racing. Who does not wish to gaze upon the river of time, to attain immortality, to become indestructible? Who does not yearn for supreme divine power, capable of grasping the sun and moon, suppressing the void, and standing invincible in the world? He harbored an intense aversion to his current mundane existence, despising even more this involuntary life of ordinariness. He yearned for freedom, for leisure, for uninhibitedness, and for a life imbued with exuberance and grace. Yet, had the moment for such an opportunity truly arrived? The mere thought of this caused his throat to grow dry. His blood surged like a raging inferno, and his heart thumped with an exhilarating fervor, its rhythm quickening to an almost frantic pace. Taking a series of deep breaths, Zhao Jing endeavored to quell the excitement swelling within him. Stay calm, stay composed. Reflect carefully on what actions to take next. With this thought, he steadied his mind, regained his focus, and then he took off running. The direction of his flight was precisely toward where the radiant beams of the rainbow descended from the heavens. In dreams, he had heard tales that each ray of rainbow light falling from the sky was extraordinarily remarkable, a gift bestowed by the ancient realm of longevity, offering the chance to transcend the mundane and wield unimaginable power. However, such opportunities are not equal, they vary in quality. From what I understand, the most superior opportunities are exceedingly rare. Should one lag, even slightly, and allow another to seize the better chance, it would indeed be a profound tragedy of mortal existence. With this in mind, his pace quickened yet again. As he hurried along, Zhao Jing glanced back to observe the reactions of passers-by. The people on the street stood frozen in place, their faces etched with confusion, exchanging bewildered glances, evidently unaware of the unfolding events. Catching sight of their reactions, a subtle smile crept across Zhao Jing's lips, forming a delicate arc. This was the essence of seizing the initiative. In the face of such a sudden and astonishing upheaval, many were left in a state of perplexity, uncertain of their next steps. Yet, due to his years of dreaming, he possessed a considerable understanding of that fantastical realm, enabling him to take the lead and grasp this extraordinary opportunity before others. Wait, do not rush to rejoice just yet. First, ascertain whether everything truly unfolds as seen in my dreams. Chapter 2. The endless divine light and the ancient palaces. At this moment, Yingbao City could only be described in 4 words: utter chaos. The streets were filled with panicked pedestrians, rushing to and fro, engulfed in an unprecedented state of alarm, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The cacophony of voices echoed around, brimming with confusion and dismay. Why heavens, did you see that light? Could it be that we are truly destined to cultivate immortality? Yet Zhao Jing paid no heed to these concerns and boldly navigated through the throng. I refuse to live a life devoid of autonomy. I do not desire a mundane existence. What I seek is the unrestrained freedom of boundless joy. His heart surged with fervent whispers, dismissing the surrounding turmoil as he sprinted towards the source of the radiant light. What lay before him was a mysterious ancient hall, towering several dozen meters high. Akin to a majestic mountain, standing resolutely amidst modern architecture, grand and imposing. Its surface bore the aged patina of bronze, as if it had existed for countless millennia, emanating wisps of divine light that coalesced into a colossal pillar, piercing the heavens with a dazzling brilliance. Evidently, this ancient hall had materialized from that very divine light. The magnificent pillar of divine light was so immense that it could be seen clearly from dozens of kilometers away. Within the radiant column, mysterious characters danced up and down, twisting like serpents, ancient and enigmatic, not of Eastern origin, yet inexplicably comprehensible to him. The meaning of these characters was clear: the Hall of Cultivation. In the realm of humanity's divine domain, which brimmed with formidable power, the script was extraordinarily magical. Even beings who had never encountered it before could grasp its meaning. He had seen the Hall of Cultivation from afar and had come for it. Gazing intently at the ancient edifice, Zhao Jing felt a surge of excitement. In this cascade of divine light, each beam could transform into an ancient palace, each possessing extraordinary effects and wondrous creations. Among the myriad of divine light palaces, the most significant was undoubtedly the Hall of Cultivation, for its purpose was to impart extraordinary cultivation techniques. What are extraordinary cultivation techniques? As the name suggests, they are methods to transcend the mundane. From his understanding, the cultivation techniques of the human divine domain were profoundly mysterious and exceptional, allowing individuals to unlock their inner potential, such as controlling thunder and lightning, breathing fire and ice, possessing indomitable strength, and shattering steel with their fists, among countless others. Should he acquire a superior cultivation technique, it would propel him to unimaginable heights, transforming him into a dragon. Surrounding him, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their eyes wide with astonishment, discussing the sudden emergence of this ancient hall. And why heavens, why is there an additional building here? It seems to have materialized from that light just moments ago, and its surface is still glowing. I've lived for decades and never witnessed such an eerie scene. It appears to be a remnant of the ancient Longxing kingdom. Do you think we should venture inside? Why act so recklessly? Who knows if this ancient hall is a trap set by extraterrestrials? Let's observe first. In the face of this unknown anomaly, many were filled with curiosity yet dared not approach. This was understandable. The inexplicable arrival of a radiant pillar and a hall born of divine light was too sudden, steeped in mysteries beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, instilling a sense of caution and restraint. However, Seeing others hesitate, Zhao Jing felt a surge of triumph within and stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he advanced swiftly, taking 2 steps for everyone. Ascending the ancient bronze steps of the hall, and pushed open the grand doors. Instantly, a powerful gust of warm wind rushed forth, revealing a scene that resembled a sea of blades and flames. Beneath his feet lay countless razor-sharp blades, scattered across half of the ancient hall, their edges pointing upward, glinting menacingly. Beyond that, a sea of crimson flames roared, swirling with fervor, as if capable of melting everything in its path. At the terminus of this fiery landscape stood a colossal bronze tablet, its surface gleaming with an ancient luster, inscribed with the words, "To obtain the cultivation technique, cross the sea of blades. Traverse the sea of flames and touch the tablet." Upon reading the inscription, Zhao Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. The scene before him mirrored that which he had witnessed in his dreams. Without a single discrepancy, without hesitation, he placed a foot upon the sea of blades. Though protected by athletic shoes, the sharp edges seemed to vanish underfoot, and a piercing pain surged forth, overwhelming and intolerable. While an ordinary person would surely recoil at such a sensation, Zhao Jing did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Like a fearless tiger or a rampaging elephant, he surged forward. Navigating through the sea of blades until he plunged into the boundless flames, his dark eyes fixated solely on the glowing tablet. A miracle unfolded. The searing flames did not unleash their fury upon him, reducing him to ashes, nor did the menacing blades sever his legs or shatter his bones. The terrifying phenomenon and the excruciating pain were mere illusions. This was a trial lie in the eyes of the human divine domain. Only those possessed of courage and valor could qualify to obtain the finest cultivation techniques and creations. Thus, this trial was set. Only by crossing the sea of blades and flames could one procure the cultivation method. Moreover, the sooner one entered, the better the cultivation technique they would receive. Those who arrived later would receive inferior methods. Should one hesitate even slightly, or attempt to take shortcuts, their rewards would diminish significantly. Under such constraints, few could attain the pinnacle of cultivation techniques. However, I had already glimpsed this in my dreams. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind as Zhao Jing dashed through the flames, reaching the side of the tablet and swiftly made contact with it. Instantly, the tablet erupted in a blinding radiance. The brilliance shone like the sun, surging forth in torrents, dense like the flow of a river, enveloping him entirely. At the same time, a wealth of information flooded into his mind, imprinting a cultivation technique deep within his consciousness, accessible at the slightest mental prompting. After observing for a while, Zhao Jing's heart raced. The cultivation technique was named Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Technique, an extraordinary method of divine cultivation. Within the human divine domain, cultivation techniques were as numerous as the stars, categorized into 3 tiers: inferior, intermediate, and superior. The higher the level of the technique, the more pronounced its effects, leading to greater enhancements for the body. Above these 3 tiers lay a singularly terrifying cultivation method, gazing down upon the cosmos, surpassing all others, with effects so miraculous that they defied imagination. This method was the divine cultivation technique. The so-called divine cultivation technique referred to the methods left behind by supreme deities. Such techniques were rare even within the human divine domain. Yet thanks to my foresight, I had effortlessly acquired this treasure, and my life was destined to change from this moment onward. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Jing felt a surge of excitement, a smile creeping onto his lips. His dreams, though wondrous, allowed him to observe the human divine domain from afar, but that did not imply he could learn everything. Though he knew how to obtain this divine-level technique, its specific practice methods remained a mystery to him, granting him only a modest advantage. However, that slight edge was enough to place him ahead of the masses. Divine cultivation techniques were exceedingly rare, encountered only by chance, and did not persist indefinitely. They would vanish if no one approached the tablet within a short time. This was also a principle upheld by the human divine domain. Though the world is vast, opportunities are scarce. They cannot linger indefinitely, awaiting discovery. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart, Zhao Jing suppressed his surging emotions, turned, and traversed back through the sea of blades and flames. Departing from this place, as he stepped out of the entrance, the gazes of the onlookers converged upon him, from all directions, street corners, sidewalks, and besides small shops. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon him, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Then, a wave of murmurs erupted. "Goodness, That person actually went in alone and came out again. What audacity! Should we call him reckless or simply youthful? How could he dare to approach without knowing anything? What if it were a trap? What if he had perished? It's a miracle he survived. Listening to the cacophony of opinions, Zhao Jing could not help but smirk. Reckless? Youthful exuberance. These onlookers had no idea that within the brief span of his entry into the ancient hall, the incredible benefits had already slipped into his grasp. Yet he would not allow pride to swell within him, nor would he explain his fortune to others. Instead, he merely cast a fleeting glance before concealing his smile. Blending seamlessly into the crowd, he had no desire to linger further. Having confirmed the efficacy of his dreams, he needed to seize this opportunity and maximize his gains. However, before that, there is a significant matter that demands attention. Chapter 3: Rebirth and Transformation. This important task is to inform his family of certain opportunities. After painstakingly raising him for over a decade, his parents deserve to know, and he sincerely hopes for their improved well-being. Previously, due to a lack of verification, Zhao Jing had exercised caution and refrained from sharing with his family. Now that he truly holds the benefits in his hands, he intends to communicate this, urging them to swiftly seek the ancient temple of cultivation in order to seize the greatest opportunity. Taking out his phone, Zhao Jing contemplated briefly before succinctly conveying some information to his parents. To maintain secrecy and avoid attracting the attention of passers-by, he merely instructed them to enter the ancient temple of cultivation as soon as possible and to boldly touch the stone tablet. Their initial reaction was to suspect that he had suffered from heat stroke. Zhao Jing, you haven't gotten heat stroke, have you? Is it just that you're exhausted from job hunting outside? If so, perhaps you should take a break at home. We don't need money at the moment. Clearly, the matters he described seemed too fantastical, bordering on the absurd in the eyes of ordinary people. Hearing this, Zhao Jing felt a blend of exasperation and warmth in his heart. After much effort, he finally persuaded his parents to act swiftly. He then steadied his mind, recalling the memories from his dream. In doing so, he couldn't help but sigh. The divine cultivation method was indeed exceedingly difficult to obtain. Countless divine lights would manifest numerous ancient temples of cultivation, standing across the world in various cities. However, the top-tier cultivation methods were exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. Moreover, his parents were out on business and not in the same city as him. Even though he had communicated with them as quickly as possible, the chances of them obtaining it remained slim. That divine cultivation method is different from ordinary ones. It can only be practiced by one individual and cannot be shared with others. All that could be said has been articulated. Success lies in human endeavor, while the outcome is in the hands of fate. He could only hope they would manage to acquire it. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and prepared to return home. For the time being, among the myriad ancient temples of divine light, only the ancient temple of cultivation offered benefits. Other types of temples, while also possessing opportunities for transformation, would yield no rewards without sufficient strength. Thus, they could be set aside for now. His sole focus now was to diligently practice the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon technique, to enhance himself and attain extraordinary power. As for the job he had yet to find, now that he could practice cultivation and pursue the path of immortals and deities, he had little interest in earning pocket money. With this thought, Zhao Jing began to sprint. Driven by his urgency, his speed was astonishing, nearly akin to flight. As he swiftly navigated through the throngs of people, in mere moments, he returned to his residence, a modest two-bedroom apartment. The space was exceedingly cramped, with decor that bore the marks of time. The white walls were tinged with a faint yellow hue, clearly having endured years of neglect. The furniture was of a style from over a decade ago, with some pieces faded and peeling, exuding an air of bygone eras. This was his home. Ordinary and somewhat shabby, in fact. The family had long desired to renovate, but as his parents were part of the working class with modest incomes, they hesitated to spend, prioritizing saving for Zhao Jing to buy a house instead. Consequently, this place had remained unchanged for over a decade. However, from this day forth, all the helplessness and discontent would become a thing of the past. Everything would be transformed by my own hands, Zhao Jing silently resolved, clenching his fists and speaking softly to himself. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and began to study the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon technique. In this world, each cultivation method possessed its unique effects. Some could amplify strength, granting power akin to an ox, while others could enhance speed, making one as swift as lightning. There were methods that bestowed the power of fire, capable of incinerating all, and others that conferred control over icy energies, freezing all around. The Great Sun Heavenly Dragon technique, however, offered two effects. Point one was akin to the great sun, while the other was comparable to the heavenly dragon. The great sun signifies the ability to wield divine energy akin to that of the blazing sun, vast and intensely radiant, while the heavenly dragon refers to an internal strength as boundless as that of a celestial dragon, capable of moving mountains and altering the cosmos. Contemplating this, his heart ignited with fervor, and he focused intently on the cultivation method. Upon sensing that he had grasped it, he wasted no time in commencing his practice. Following the guidance of the technique, Zhao Jing spread his legs apart, slightly bent his body into a peculiar stance, and formed seals with his hands, closing his eyes to concentrate, envisioning a stream of energy emerging within him. This energy flowed from the crown of his head, cascading down through his heart, penetrating his organs, and traversing his meridians, reaching the tips of his fingers and toes. The trajectory of this flow was immensely intricate, forming a mysterious pattern. During the first cycle, the energy pattern radiated a gentle warmth, akin to boiling water circulating throughout his body. In the second cycle, a subtle heat began to manifest within him, a warm current flowing through his blood. By the third cycle, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The wondrous pattern quaked violently, unleashing a mysterious energy that surged through his body, akin to bubbling magma or a scorching sun. His blood suddenly became searingly hot, as if it were molten oil racing through his veins, reaching every corner of his body. His muscles began to convulse wildly, transmitting vibrations throughout his being at a remarkably high frequency, causing his skin to tremble, fascia to pulsate, and internal organs to oscillate rapidly, even his bones quaking in response. Amidst this upheaval, his internal organs subtly adjusted their positions, muscles tightened, and the veins beneath his skin resembled coiling dragons, agile and varied. Simultaneously, the impurities within his body were expelled, coalescing with his exhalation into a pale gray mist that dissipated into the air. At this moment, his body resembled a furnace, intensely heated, with sweat continuously oozing from his skin. But due to the high temperature, it transformed into wisps of white steam that billowed into the air, an embodiment of life undergoing metamorphosis and evolution. This transformation persisted for nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding. After a moment of silent contemplation, Zhao Jing opened his eyes and suddenly took a step forward with his left leg. Crack! The sound of his joints erupting echoed suddenly from the point where his left leg moved. A series of bone-cracking sounds resonated, akin to the distant rumble of thunder, reverberating throughout his entire being with a series of resounding booms. He extended his hand, grasping lightly, and instantly felt a surge of vitality within him, an inexhaustible force flowing through him. The once vague contours of his muscles began to sharpen, and even the skin on his body underwent a transformation, shedding layers of dead skin to reveal a new radiance. Simultaneously, he sensed a clarity in his vision, a heightened sensitivity in his sense of smell, and even an improvement in his hearing, invigorated and radiant. As he keenly perceived these changes, Zhao Jing murmured to himself, "Is this the miraculous nature of cultivation methods?" At this moment, his spirit surged like a raging river, tumultuous and fervent. While he understood that this was the extraordinary nature of this fantastical world, where a singular cultivation method could allow one to shed their mortal coil and gradually transcend the ordinary, when he truly grasped this power, he couldn't help but quicken his breath. After reveling in his joy for a moment, he suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow. However, the issue lay in his uncertainty regarding the extent of his improvement. In the realm of humanity and divinity, there exist levels of realms that categorize the strength of beings. Currently, he, along with billions of beings on Earth, was at the level of a mere mortal, or rather, ordinary entities. Yet, this designation was quite vague and lacked specificity, leaving him without any clear concept of his progress, and he was still unaware of the precise disparity between divine cultivation methods and other cultivation techniques. After pondering for a moment, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Perhaps he could ascertain his strength and the specific effects of the divine cultivation method through personal experimentation. Chapter 4. Have you heard of Nicholas Zhao C cultivating immortality? With this thought in mind, he hurriedly descended the stairs and sought out a secluded spot within the community to begin his tests. The first step was to measure his speed over 100 paces. Standing firm on the ground, Zhao Jing unleashed his power, his body darting forward like a swift cheetah, covering 100 meters in merely about 10 seconds. The second step was weightlifting. He surveyed his surroundings and found a massive gray rock weighing 150 pounds. Grasping it with his arms, his skin tautened with prominent veins, resembling a coiling dragon. Then he exerted a tremendous force. To his astonishment, he lifted the enormous stone overhead. Under the immense pressure, Zhao Jing felt remarkably at ease. Possessing ample strength as he jogged around while holding the gray rock, nearly completing a full circuit before he felt satisfied. This series of movements unfolded like a tempest, without pause, and he accomplished it all in one breath. Yet still felt invigorated, his vitality brimming, and his muscles exhibited little fatigue. Is this the miraculous nature of cultivation methods? Zhao Jing exhaled deeply, softly murmuring to himself, yet his spirit could not help but surge with excitement. While he had often exercised during his leisure time, in the past, completing 100 meters would take over 12 seconds, and moving heavy stones was arduous. Yet this surge and enhancement had propelled his physical capabilities to an entirely new level. With a subtle twist of his body, he delved deeper into his sensations, feeling that beneath that tremor, his physical form had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His muscles and bones fused into a harmonious perfection, enabling him to exert force with greater efficacy while retaining resilience. As he pinched the muscles of his arm, he sat upright on the ground and attempted a seated forward bend. To his astonishment, an extraordinary scene unfolded before him. His body seemed to coil like a spring, bending effortlessly, even reaching an extreme. Was this truly the same man, once dubbed a stubborn block of wood? His jaw moved silently as he contemplated. Zhao Jing gathered his thoughts and exhaled softly. He had now thoroughly unraveled the changes within his corporeal being and could articulate this realm of existence from an earthly perspective. In this realm of mundane existence, the efficacy of cultivation techniques lies in awakening the latent potential of the body, fortifying one's strength, evolving to the pinnacle of mortal beings, and bestowing certain extraordinary abilities upon the awakened. Leaving aside the more elusive aspects such as vision, hearing, skin, bones, and vitality, elements difficult to compare. The most straightforward changes to assess are strength and speed. Of course, this method of comparison is neither detailed nor precise, and is quite crude, yet it remains the most straightforward. By practicing low-tier cultivation techniques, one can develop their physical body to the utmost limits of humanity, allowing them to lift nearly 900 kilograms and achieve a speed of 6 seconds per 100 meters. Engaging in mid-tier cultivation techniques enables one to move approximately 3 to 4 tons of weight and attain a speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters. Mastering high-tier cultivation techniques allows for the manipulation of around 7 to 8 tons, with an astonishing speed of 1 second per 100 meters. Meanwhile, the effects of divine-level foundational cultivation techniques surpass the previous three. Without delving into their future, miraculous effects, it suffices to compare physical strength. Once cultivated to the utmost limits of humanity, a person can effortlessly bear 15 tons and move with such swiftness that their speed could exceed half the speed of sound, even approaching the speed of sound itself. As he contemplated his current state, a faint smile crept upon Zhao Jing's lips. By this calculation, he could now wander about while bearing 80 kilograms, with an enhancement of approximately 30 kilograms of strength. In practical terms, a large household gas canister weighs merely 15 kilograms, and a large bottled water container is only 18 kilograms. This single instance of cultivation had augmented his power so remarkably, equivalent to 2 gas canisters or 1.5 bottled waters. And this was merely the result of one session of cultivation. The Great Sun Dragon technique could be practiced daily, strengthening the body and amplifying potential. At this rate, it seemed that in just over a month, he would possess a ton of strength. Upon reaching this thought, his heart trembled slightly. It is worth noting that on this earth, the weight of a car is only about a ton. With his current growth rate, in a month, he would be able to toss a car around like a shot put. If he were to rely on other cultivation methods, the effects would likely not be as pronounced. By my calculations, practicing a low-tier method might yield an increase of about 2 kilograms of strength, a mid-tier method around 6 to 7 kilograms, and a high-tier method might result in a gain of over 10 kilograms of power, which pales in comparison to divine cultivation techniques. In addition, there are disparities in aspects such as vision, hearing, and smell, among others, but the specifics of these differences elude precise calculation. The one certainty is that the efficacy of divine cultivation methods is undoubtedly superior to ordinary techniques. With this in mind, Zhao Jing reflected on the timing of the ancient temple's emergence and exhaled lightly. The era of divine-level cultivation methods had long since passed. Enough of these thoughts. It is time to assess the current situation outside. With that, Zhao Jing swiftly returned to his residence, powered on his computer, and checked the developments online. At that moment, The entire world was in disarray in the eastern regions, across the western continents, in remote wastelands, and boundless seas. Divine lights illuminated every corner of the planet. The emergence of ancient temples stirred unrest among all nations, causing tremors throughout the world. Amidst this sudden upheaval, all ethnicities appeared bewildered, uncertain of their next course of action. Major news websites clamored to report, depicting the situation from various perspectives, a world in turmoil. Is this an alien conspiracy? Or a divine gift? We have observed that the government has initiated emergency measures, dispatching numerous military forces for reconnaissance. As of now, there has been no response, with the only warning being to maintain a distance from those peculiar ancient temples for the sake of life and safety. Today, our worldview will be shattered. Let us now invite our experts to elucidate what changes have transpired. Breaking news. The terrorist organization Shield of Truth has claimed responsibility for this world-changing event. Underneath these news reports, the comments from netizens were equally captivating. Becoming a deity? Nonsense. Just go wash up and sleep. I feel it's highly likely this is true. The existence of immortals could very well be possible. So why not the ascension to divinity? Haha, the person above must have watched too many fantasy shows. Instead of seeking immortality, they might as well find a place to commit suicide and transcend. Dante even talk about becoming a deity. Since the founding of the nation, not even achieving spirit status is permitted. What kind of joke is that? You might as well practice some membrane magic. Are you all discussing immortality? I'm in the midst of cultivating right now. I've been awake for over 20 hours and am about to achieve ascension and attain the great path. The person above has clearly gone off the deep end. No need to pay them any mind. The path of the unorthodox cannot compare to our orthodox sections. Hey, friend, have you heard of immortality? Some firmly believe, others scoff, some eagerly anticipate, while others vehemently reject. A multitude of people held diverse opinions, passionately engaged in discussions online, essentially erupting into chaos. Just as Zhao Jing was sifting through this torrent of information, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his parents. Chapter 5. Zhao Rishan's Invincible in the Universe. Boundless Magical Power. Jinger, it's quite chaotic outside. We've been delayed on the road and have just entered that temple of techniques. Acquiring a high-tier wand upon hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Ultimately, he had missed the opportunity. The duration for which the divine cultivation method remained was indeed too brief, and the conditions to obtain it were excessively stringent. Even though he had notified his parents with utmost urgency, they still found themselves at odds with that technique. Nonetheless, this was still commendable in that temple. The sooner one entered, the stronger the cultivation technique acquired. Even if his parents did not obtain the most favorable opportunity, the technique they acquired was still of exceptional quality, if they were to cultivate diligently. Regardless of future ascension to divinity, at the very least, they could achieve longevity and boundless vitality. Regaining his composure, Zhao Jing reminded them to keep the matter confidential before ending the call. This was a significant issue. Should the secret leak, it could invite unforeseen complications. He currently wished to avoid unnecessary troubles and simply focus on quietly cultivating, solidifying his foundation. Just as he put away his phone, his gaze wandered to the computer screen, only to find that the QQ group for his high school classmates had erupted in a frenzy, with messages flooding in like a torrent. Lin Tianming. Wow, did everyone see those mysterious ancient temples glowing with divine light? Su Ziyang. I saw it. I just woke up from a nap and noticed the news was completely blowing up. Even Central One is broadcasting this event urgently. By Mingyun. Do you think this is the genuine appearance of deities? Or is it some alien conspiracy? Miaohu, not too sure. I feel it's an alien plot. Sunjingbai. No way. I believe it's the divine descending upon us. While perusing these comments, Zhao Jing suddenly spotted a message that stirred his emotions. Causing his lips to twitch slightly, Lu Huaqiang. No. You're all mistaken. This isn't an alien conspiracy, nor is it deities descending. This is the work of our classmate Zhao Jing, Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe. With boundless magical power, Zhao Jing, Zhao Ritian, it's your time to shine. This comment was initially intended as a light-hearted jest to lighten the mood, yet it resulted in an outpouring of followers and continuous exclamations. Indeed, haha, it's Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe, with boundless magical power. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe, with boundless magical power 1. Zhao Ritian is invincible in the universe, with boundless magical power 2. As he observed the barrage of trend-following comments, Zhao Jing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh heartily. This lively group was truly adept at stirring up excitement. he maintained a decent rapport within his class, albeit lacking any close friends or confidants. However, bantering and sharing witty remarks was never an issue. With his peers enjoying themselves so thoroughly, he felt compelled to join in. After a moment of contemplation, he typed out a line of text and sent it. Dear friends, you flatter me. In the future, I shall achieve greatness, transforming into a deity, traversing the heavens and reveling in the cosmos. Once this message was sent, the class group fell silent for a brief second before the comments erupted like a wild volcano, shaking with fervor. Lu Huaqiang. Zhao Ritian has emerged. We, the mere mortals, pay our respects. Su Ziang. Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up. When Zhao Ritian speaks, who dares to defy? Sun Jingbai. Zhao Ritian is here, and all gods and demons must kneel before him. In the class group chat, laughter and joy abound. The atmosphere is exceedingly cheerful. Everyone is in high spirits, united in the belief that Zhao Jing's words are merely idle banter, not to be taken seriously. But was it truly a jest? A certain someone smiled silently in response. As the laughter continued, the topic gradually shifted to their greatest concern: what they would do after the Gaokao. These young individuals remained oblivious to the monumental changes the future would bring, still viewing reality through the lens of the past while dreaming of what lies ahead. Sun Jingbai. My Gaokao score is decent. I'm planning to enroll in a second-tier university and perhaps flirt with some older female students. Miao Hu. Ha, flirting with older students? You should say they will be the ones flirting with you. Sun Jingbai. Well, that works too. The outcome is the same. Zhou Yefeng. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Lu Huqiang. Sigh. Zhengbai's score is not bad, but mine is too low. I've decided not to pursue college and will just work instead, living life as it comes. His words, though nonchalant, carried an unmistakable hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing fell silent for a few seconds before replying. One must not underestimate the unpredictability of life. Perhaps you will meet a benefactor after venturing out, and in a couple of years, you'll become a millionaire, attracting the affections of a beautiful and wealthy woman, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. Please take good care of me in the future, Boss Lu Huqiang. Haha, you speak beautifully. I like it, Sun Jingbai. Indeed, Zhao Jing is right. The most fascinating aspect of life is that no one knows what will happen next. Miao Hu. Exactly. Who knows, Lu Huqiang might become a big boss in the future. Most of the classmates echoed in agreement, offering some comforting words, but at that moment, someone interjected. Zhou Yefeng. Heh, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would all these benefactors come from? Where's the beautiful wealthy woman? Are you dreaming? As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the group chat grew tense. Zhou Yefeng, from a well-off family, had always been arrogant and sharp-tongued, relishing in exposing others' vulnerabilities. Although his earlier remarks had gone unnoticed, this comment elicited frowns and discontent. The group chat fell silent for a moment, and someone attempted to ease the tension by asking, Hey, Zhao Jing, what about you? What are your plans? Gazing at the computer screen, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation shining in his deep, dark eyes. Me? He shook his head and smiled, replying in the chat, Naturally, I shall sweep the world and claim my place on Earth. With this statement, the mood in the group chat brightened once more. Haha, truly worthy of Zhao Ritian. With such lofty aspirations, Zhao Ritian remains carefree. We are all humbled in comparison. Zhao Ritian is indeed extraordinary, destined to be unmatched in the mortal realm. Amidst the jovial banter, Zhou Yefeng suddenly chimed in. Sweep the world? Claim your place on Earth? Do you really think you are Zhao Ritian? Are you being cute or just foolish? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's gaze narrowed. Does this fool speak without thinking? Does he believe the world must revolve around him, that everyone should tolerate him and elevate him to a pedestal, out of respect for their status as classmates? He had previously endured his arrogance, but now that graduation had come and gone, how could he continue to tolerate such disdainful sarcasm? Fueled by youthful indignation, Zhao Jing's fingers flew across the keyboard in rapid response. Zhou Yefeng, before you criticize others, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings. Do you think you are a sage, capable of pointing fingers at others? Ridiculous. He directly called Zhou Yefeng out, rebutting him boldly. The screen fell silent for a moment, and then Zhou Yefeng retorted. What are you, that you dare to insult me? Seeing this reply, Zhao Jing chuckled. The foolish are unaware of the vastness of the world, yet they remain self-righteous. As these words were typed, the group chat abruptly closed, and a notification appeared on his screen. He had been kicked out of the class group. Chapter 6. The era of universal cultivation. Fixated on the notification, Zhao Jing's expression hardened for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. How amusing that it is indeed amusing. Simply because he refused to endure being needled by words, he had been swiftly expelled. Oh, now it dawns on me. It seems this fellow is the group admin, wielding the power to remove anyone at will. Zhao Jing smirked slightly but shook his head. That moment. Another private message popped up on his screen. Zhou Yefeng, Zhao Jing, apologize to me. If you don't, you can forget about ever returning to the class group. Upon reading this, Zhao Jing's lips curled into a smile, finding it increasingly laughable. Apologize? Zhou Yefeng is far too self-important. First, he spoke disrespectfully and now demands that I bow my head and submit, claiming I will never return to the group. Does he truly believe being the group admin makes him someone of great significance? Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Jing decided not to engage further, simply replying with a heh before logging off. Having recently acquired the Sunday Dragon technique, Zhao Jing was in the midst of intense training, seeking to enhance his own abilities. How could he waste time on such mundane matters? He sought immortality and the status of a true deity, unwilling to let trivial setbacks disturb his peace of mind. The opportunity to strengthen himself was paramount. As for Zhou Yefeng, he was merely well off. Once Zhao Jing possessed supreme power, there would be ample ways to subdue him. With this thought, Zhao Jing settled his mind, his gaze flickering as he began his exercises. Squats, 50%. Push-ups, 100%. Sit-ups, 100%. He aimed to train vigorously, familiarizing himself with the newfound strength and solidifying his foundation, paving a path to greatness. And thus, the first day of the arrival of the human Dao divine realm came to a close. Throughout this day, all nations mobilized their resources to explore the ancient divine palaces. Furthermore, they warned the public to maintain a safe distance from these ancient structures, advising against any reckless attempts. However, there were simply too many ancient divine palaces. The number of palaces was comparable to the countless stars in the sky, impossible to quantify and scattered across the globe. Even with the might of nations, they could not control them all, leading to some individuals disregarding the prohibitions and stepping into the palaces, as for whether they gained fortune or opportunity within. That remained unknown. Soon, the second day of anomalies arrived. Amidst the tense and exhilarating explorations, the secrets of the martial arts palaces began to surface like fish leaping from the water. And why heavens, that mountain of knives and sea of flames was merely a vivid illusion. How could that be? And that stone tablet, how does it exist? It can store vast amounts of information and transmit it to others. What is this cultivation method, and why does it feel so miraculous? The explorers were shaken, gasping in astonishment. Such phenomena were too extraordinary, akin to a multitude of meteors crashing down upon their hearts. The powers exhibited by these ancient palaces were shrouded in mystery, far surpassing the boundaries of earthly technology. Recognizing this phenomenon, many nations issued orders, summoning scientists to form research teams to uncover the mysteries of these palaces. Simultaneously, to proceed with caution, the government refrained from publicizing information about the cultivation methods. However, there are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. With such a vast number of ancient divine palaces and their widespread presence, how could all information be kept under wraps? By evening, rumors regarding the martial arts palaces began to spread rapidly online, echoing in the real world. What? Cultivation methods? How could that be? Do you think this is a fantasy world where such things exist? My heavens, could it be that real-life cultivation is indeed possible? This is hard to say. After all, the palaces have already appeared, and wasn't it said that anyone could become an immortal, anyone could become a deity? Perhaps it is indeed possible. Well, let's observe the situation before making any conclusions. Regarding these rumors, some were entirely skeptical, some shook their heads in disbelief, others scoffed, and a few quietly questioned. Most remained cautious, teetering between belief and disbelief, with only a small fraction taking action by entering the martial arts palaces. This choice marked them as the first to venture into the unknown. A storm of excitement erupted. An increasing number of individuals tasted the sweetness of success, calling friends to join them in exploring the martial arts palaces. This momentum surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the land. Even the government could not restrain the will of the people, ultimately allowing it to unfold freely in the following 3 to 5 days. Countless martial arts palaces were entered, countless mountains of knives and seas of flames were traversed, and countless glowing stone tablets were touched. This phenomenon heralded the official dawn of the era of universal cultivation. Ha ha ha, this is truly real. There are indeed cultivation methods. Could it be that the proclamations of the human Dao divine realm are genuine? Are they truly bestowing opportunities upon us? Ha ha ha, hasten thy cultivation. Once I possess extraordinary powers, I shall do as I please and acquire whatever my heart desires, never again burdened by the toil of labor. In the face of this epical upheaval, many have begun to sense the end of their past fates. As a brand new life has already commenced, the hearts and minds of the populace are ablaze with fervor and unrestrained joy. They yearn for the future, envisioning what their lives might hold and the powers they might wield. Yet, unbeknownst to them, some have already discerned the truth and seized the tide, standing at the forefront of this era. The world outside is rife with tumultuous change, yet Zhao Jing remains unfazed. He immerses himself wholeheartedly in his daily practice, almost to the point of madness, fervently strengthening his physique. On the second day, his body continues to undergo intense transformation under the influence of the great sun dragon technique. His muscles tighten, joints shift, veins twist, and organs realign. The third day mirrors the second, albeit with a slight reduction in intensity. By the fourth day, the drastic alterations to his skeletal structure gradually cease, with only minor adjustments still occurring in a few joints. On the fifth day, his organs seem to find a harmonious arrangement, brimming with vitality and vigor. By the sixth day, the fluctuations in his muscles also come to a halt, their contours solidifying, and the veins cease their movement. As if reaching a state of perfect equilibrium, amidst this palpable transformation, his physical form grows increasingly sublime, with strength surging like a mighty river through his being, accompanied by a wondrous anomaly rising within him. Chapter 7. The most dazzling ethnic style of cultivation. 7 days later, in that same dilapidated apartment, at 6 in the morning, the alarm clock suddenly blares, akin to a thunderclap, rousing Zhao Jing from his slumber. In the past, he would have impatiently silenced the alarm and rolled over to sleep again, but now he rises without hesitation. The path to divinity lies before him. How could he afford to be lazy? He brushes his teeth and washes his face with brisk efficiency, and once he has tidied himself, he immediately begins to practice the great sun dragon technique. That extraordinary sensation of trembling surges forth once more. Yet beyond the tremors, he distinctly perceives a subtle current of energy newly circulating within him. This current is exceedingly fine, fierce as a dragon and searing as fire, automatically following the patterns of his practice, visibly growing stronger with each cycle. Finally, the essence of my blood and energy has coalesced. Zhao Jing murmurs to himself, his gaze intense. The so-called essence of blood and energy refers to the vital force within the human body, the quintessence of life. This vital force sustains bodily functions, while the essence of blood forms the foundation of the corporeal form. The divine cultivation techniques can condense these two elements into a potent force, unleashing terrifying power. Different cultivation techniques yield varying effects from the condensed essence. Some techniques harness the power of fire, allowing one to unleash flames when using their essence, while others channel lightning, bestowing thunderous might. My technique, however, possesses dual effects. As he contemplates this, Zhao Jing's spirit stirs, drawing upon the warm current of energy and directing it to his hands. He then extends his palm to seize a fruit knife. Gripping it tightly, instantly, the steel blade begins to warp slightly under his immense strength, altering its shape. This is the first divine effect of the great sun dragon technique, the might of the heavenly dragon. The term heavenly dragon refers to an immensely powerful dragon species, its physical strength boundless, capable of shaking the cosmos and subduing the universe. By cultivating this technique, one gains the power of the heavenly dragon, able to tremble the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this, Zhao Jing's expression remains calm, as if he anticipated it. He sets down the fruit knife and picks up a raw egg, gripping it tightly. Within mere seconds, white vapor begins to emanate from the surface of the egg, and its shell cracks open, revealing the delicate albumin. In a remarkably short time, it has fully cooked. This is the second divine effect of the great sun dragon technique, the power of the great sun. The great sun refers to the sun suspended in the cosmos, possessing boundless divine energy, illuminating the void with its brilliance and enveloping the stars in warmth, capable of melting all things to nothingness and incinerating everything. Though this is but a fragment of energy, its demonstration is sufficient to prove the terrifying power that could be unleashed if this technique were cultivated to its pinnacle, as the essence of blood and energy wanes. The warm current within him also diminishes slightly. The essence is consumable, and my current realm is too low. I must exercise caution in its use. As these thoughts flit through Zhao Jing's mind, a sudden horn blares from outside. The most dazzling ethnic style of cultivation has been established. Come join us and dance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing stands frozen in place. The most dazzling ethnic style? Cultivation sect? How could these two disparate concepts intertwine? Following the sound, he approaches the window and gazes down, only to find a group of women enthusiastically rallying their friends for a square dance. Nearby, others, unwilling to be outdone, begin to shout in unison, their voices resonating loudly despite the absence of a horn. The Little Apple Divine Sect has been founded. Sisters, come join us in movement, Little Apple, Divine Sect. At this, Zhao Jing clears his throat a couple of times, his lips twitching involuntarily. It must be said, the creativity of the populace is truly remarkable, devising such novel and unconventional slogans. Clearly, this shift in reality stems from the widespread dissemination of cultivation techniques. Tempted by the allure of immortality and the thrill of transcending the mundane, society has undergone a dramatic transformation, rendering it inscrutable. Raising an eyebrow, he ponders for a moment before opening his computer, intending to explore the societal trends and the government's stance on these changes. Upon logging onto the internet, he encounters familiar online advertisements, prompting a slight raise of his brow. Dear friend, do you wish to cultivate and attain enlightenment? Join our company. After merely a cursory glance, Zhao Jing could still contain himself, but upon looking again, he finds his heart racing. The once familiar ads have vanished, replaced by a plethora of recruitment advertisements from various conglomerates. Flooding the screen. Do you wish to amass wealth overnight? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Our company offers a 10 million annual salary to attract individuals possessing superior cultivation techniques. If you feel tempted, act swiftly. Our company is willing to offer $1 million annual salary to recruit residents with intermediate cultivation techniques. Those with superior techniques will be offered 10 million in shares. What are you waiting for? For those possessing superior cultivation techniques who wish to join our company, we offer a villa and a luxury car. After observing for a while, Zhao Jing's fingers gently rub his chin. His eyes glinting. It seems that the world has come to appreciate the rarity of cultivation techniques. Within the realm of human deities, only a few tens of thousands can obtain superior techniques. While around 1 million possess intermediate techniques, the remainder are all inferior techniques. Viewed from this perspective, it might seem that superior techniques are plentiful, but how does it look when examined closely? With a global population of 7 to 8 billion, only a handful of individuals can access such techniques, meaning that, broken down, only one in every several dozen thousand possesses a superior technique. The populace understands the significance of such numbers. Consequently, corporations and conglomerates are eager to offer lucrative incentives to recruit potential future talents. Clearly, this era is undergoing monumental change. The actions of these conglomerates also seem to validate the government's stance. Reflecting on this, Zhao Jing scans the news regarding the government's position, only to be taken aback. Those possessing intermediate cultivation techniques who join the state can secure civil service positions with excellent benefits, including housing. Those with superior techniques receive even greater perks. The government has opened its doors to recruitment. Chapter 8. The Trial Ancient Hall, Dancing in the Light. It is worth noting that previously, the government had taken a conservative stance due to a lack of understanding, refraining from any promotion. Yet now it has begun to advocate openly. Clearly, a decisive consensus has formed internally. I never expected the government to act so swiftly. Zhao Jing murmurs to himself, somewhat astonished. Yet, upon further contemplation, it is indeed within reason. Since time immemorial, the dream of eternal youth and immortality has been humanity's ultimate aspiration. Now that it has come to fruition, how many can resist the temptation to refuse? However, this shift has ignited a spark within Zhao Jing. If the government's attitude were one of resistance, blocking access to the ancient halls of divine light, it would pose a dilemma. But now, with the gates flung open, it has granted him the freedom to act. 7 days of cultivation have dramatically increased my strength, consolidating my essence, and having done so, it signifies that I am now strong enough to enter other ancient halls of divine light. The time is ripe, the power is sufficient, and it is now time to take action. With this thought in mind, he sets off at once. Departing from his residence, he secured the doors and windows before sprinting down the street, arriving at his destination in a mere half-hour. Before him stood an enigmatic ancient temple, its towering structure reminiscent of majestic mountains, adorned with flickering divine lights and auspicious vapors. Within the celestial radiance, wondrous symbols danced and drifted. The meaning of these symbols was none other than the trial hall. The trial hall is, in essence, a venue for individuals to initially harness their physical prowess and practice martial arts. Within its confines, challenges await. Those who can overcome these trials shall be rewarded with extraordinary fortunes. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Zhao Jing scrutinized his surroundings. To his surprise, a considerable number of people had gathered. A glance revealed several police officers stationed nearby, maintaining order as throngs of individuals entered and exited the ancient hall. Those entering bore expressions of sheer exhilaration, seemingly anticipating something monumental, while those departing appeared despondent and defeated. Occasionally, whispers of discontent could be heard. Outside of the martial arts hall, this trial hall was the only ancient structure accessible to them. Yet, what sort of trials could possibly exist here? Was there some mistake? What kind of absurd challenges are these? It was unheard of for such a place to impose trials. The thought of it was genuinely perplexing. Could these trials even be surmountable by mere mortals? Why was it that the martial arts hall seemed to bestow benefits so effortlessly, while the trial hall appeared so daunting? Listening to the chorus of complaints, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, yet remained silently amused. The realm of humanity and the divine was hardly a charitable institution. It was implausible that fortunes would be granted to all. Talents, rare treasures, and opportunities have always favored the capable. This understanding was precisely why he was not in haste, despite being aware of the chances that lay within the trial hall. After observing for a while, Zhao Jing chose not to rush in. Instead, he purchased a black mask nearby and donned it before merging with the flow of people, stepping foot into the ancient hall. The spectacle within the trial hall was nothing short of miraculous. Before him lay an expansive space, its walls etched with mysterious patterns that slithered like serpents, covering every surface. These patterns shimmered brilliantly, casting forth countless beams of light that interwove into a complex tapestry of luminous rain. Dazzling and radiant, to the end of this light rain stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with an inscription. To attain fortune, one must first endure trials. Evade all rays of light and touch the stone tablet. Failure awaits those who encounter 3 beams of light. Gazing intently at the stone tablet, Zhao Jing shifted his focus to the individuals around him. Many were eager to attempt the challenge, charging forward in a frenzy to breach the web of light. However, the sheer volume of rays was overwhelming, akin to an unceasing deluge or an impenetrable curtain of pearls, with beams darting across in a chaotic ballet. Despite their frantic efforts to evade, they were simply unable to escape the onslaught of erratic light. In mere moments, most were struck 3 times by the radiant deluge and retreated. Even those who managed to endure longer found themselves repelled by an inexplicable force as they approached the stone tablet, only to be struck by the light and subsequently expelled from the hall. Witnessing this spectacle, bystanders could not help but murmur among themselves. What kind of impossible trial is this? My heavens, this is sheer torment. With thousands of beams of light darting about, how can anyone avoid 3 of them? This bizarre trial is insurmountable for any ordinary individual. Their words were laden with despair. Yet, amidst the rising tide of grievances, Zhao Jing remained unmoved. The so-called trial hall merely tested the fundamental qualities of the human body. Without sufficient speed, one could not evade the rays. Without adequate reflexes, one could not react in time. Moreover, as one drew closer, an intriguing repulsive force would manifest. Without enough strength, one would be unable to overcome this force. In essence, speed, strength, and reflexes were all indispensable. Fortunately, through his recent training, he possessed all 3. With this realization, he exhaled deeply and took a step forward. This action immediately captured the attention of those nearby. The person in the black mask seems poised to give it a try. Perhaps they are still clinging to hope, wanting to make an attempt. But what good is hope? They too would ultimately fail the trial. With so many beams of light, it was inconceivable for any human to break through. The crowd shook their heads, murmuring in disbelief. The cacophony of voices surged, creating a tumultuous wave that engulfed the entire ancient hall. Yet Zhao Jing's resolve remained steadfast. He crouched down, his toes poised, as a surge of energy coursed through his muscles. His gaze was locked onto the myriad of erratic beams, his mind as tranquil as a still pond. He inhaled deeply as his breath filled his chest. His bones quivered slightly, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power that surged through his thighs. Without hesitation, he launched forth, the sound of a low rumble echoing as he tore through the air, charging ahead with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains, crashing into the light rain. Run, run, run! He weaved left and right, ducked and sidestepped, his feet pivoting, his body shifting, surging forward with unparalleled speed. The thousands of beams crisscrossed in a chaotic display, filling the space around him, yet none touched his attire. Nor could they keep pace with his strides. In that moment, Zhao Jing seemed to dance amidst the light, the beams serving as his stage. Instantaneously, the ancient hall fell into silence. All eyes were glued to the figure gliding through the radiant rain. their expressions a mix of disbelief and a W and why heavens. What are we witnessing? The beams of light scattered chaotically, nearly enveloping the entire hall. Yet not a single ray could touch Zhao Jing. What astonishing speed! What incredible reflexes! After a brief moment of stunned silence, an uproar erupted, akin to a surging tide. My goodness, that masked individual is extraordinary. Is this person's speed not unreal? It feels as though even an Olympic sprinter could not match him. Certainly not. Forget sprinters. I dare say even a cheetah would struggle to keep up. This individual's physical prowess is simply inhuman. Is this a mere illusion? How could a human possibly attain such velocity? The crowd buzzed with excitement and disbelief. Moments ago, they had all concluded that no one could traverse the myriad beams of light to touch the stone tablet, and yet, at this very moment, someone was on the verge of achieving just that. How could they remain calm? The murmurs of astonishment faded into the background as Zhao Jing pressed onward, fixated on the stone tablet, with his heightened reflexes. He adeptly navigated the beams, maintaining his speed as he charged forward in no time. He approached the stone tablet, only to be met by an invisible repulsive force, as if an unseen wall of air sought to impede his progress. Undeterred, Zhao Jing pressed on with unwavering determination, his robust muscles surging with newfound strength, propelling him past the overwhelming resistance and into the vicinity of the stone tablet. Fixating on the imposing stone tablet, Zhao Jing's gaze sharpened as thoughts raced through his mind. Based on his knowledge, the rewards of this trial hall were not fixed. They could manifest as martial arts techniques or elixirs. While the specifics of the reward remained uncertain, the method of reward distribution was consistent. If one encountered 2 beams of light and touched the stone tablet, the reward would be singular. If one encountered a single beam and touched the stone tablet, 2 rewards would be granted. However, if one navigated without encountering any beams, the tablet would yield 3 rewards, with the quality elevated to the highest tier, far surpassing the previous 2. As he approached, having evaded all beams, it was evident that his rewards would be maximized. With anticipation coursing through him, Zhao Jing extended his hand to touch the stone tablet. Instantly, divine light erupted. From the surface of the tablet, 2 streams of complex information surged forth, vast as the ocean and tumultuous in its intricacy, inscribing themselves into his consciousness. This was Point 2 martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques refer to extraordinary skills, unique methods of harnessing energy that enable the body to unleash incredible divine power. Unlike cultivation methods, which gradually elevate one's being onto the path of enlightenment, martial arts techniques are purely offensive, capable of inflicting harm upon others and vanquishing foes. Ha ha, what splendid fortune! Zhao Jing reveled in the influx of knowledge. But he refrained from hastily learning. Instead, he prepared to receive his final reward. After the transmission of the 2 martial arts techniques concluded, the stone tablet shimmered, radiating brilliantly, coalescing into a jade vial that landed in his hand. The vial, pure as jade and roughly the size of a palm, bore intricate inscriptions that seemed to provide some introduction. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Jing's heart raced with excitement. The final reward was an elite elixir, essence consolidating pill. This elixir possessed astonishing effects, capable of amplifying one's internal energy, enhancing vitality and essence, and facilitating a smoother process of energy consolidation, accelerating his cultivation. The essence of vitality in the human body is meticulously woven from the quintessence of life and blood. Through the practice of cultivation techniques, as one condenses this vital energy, there inevitably occurs a depletion of the intrinsic life force within the body. If this depletion becomes excessive, it may harm one's very foundation and, in dire cases, threaten one's lifespan. However, this wondrous elixir possesses the remarkable ability to bestow upon individuals an abundance of vitality. Upon contemplating this, he could not help but feel a surge of secret delight. Although the divine cultivation techniques are formidable, they impose exceedingly high demands on the human body. Once one has perfected the vital essence, the cravings for life force will become immense, capable of utterly draining a person. Yet, with this vial of elixir in hand, he could pursue his cultivation without apprehension. Just as Zhao Jing's mind began to waver, the voices at the entrance of the ancient hall crescendoed, resembling the bubbling of boiling water. "Look over there! The stone tablet seems to have bestowed something upon him. I see it. It's a small jade vial. Could it be some miraculous elixir? Hey, buddy, let me have a look. I am willing to pay handsomely for it." These exclamations pierced Zhao Jing's ears, jolting him back to reality. He cast a fleeting glance at the fervent crowd in the distance, tucked the jade vial into his pocket, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, dashed through the myriad beams of light. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient hall, he did not halt his stride, plunging directly into the throng of people. Like a nimble fish, he navigated through the sea of humanity, weaving effortlessly, while the gazes of others could scarcely keep pace with his speed. In mere moments, he vanished entirely from their sight. The onlookers surveyed the scene for quite some time but could not locate that figure. And a sense of urgency began to brew. Where did he go? This cannot be. He is the only one so far who has passed the trial and reaped its rewards. Many began to voice their inquiries into the surrounding crowd. Hey, what happened to the man wearing the mask? Why has he vanished? My friend, have you seen the man in the black mask? Quickly, search for him. That person has just passed the trial and acquired a small jade vial, which might contain an elixir of divine properties. The news of the miraculous elixir spread rapidly, cascading from one person to another, quickly sweeping across the city. While others widened their eyes in search of the masked man, Zhao Jing quietly emerged in an obscure corner. Having removed his mask, he surveyed the chaotic surroundings with a silent smile before turning to leave. With his head bowed, he sprinted back to his residence. Once there, he collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. I succeeded after all. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, plunging into the crowd and evading detection. Had he been surrounded by those spectators, who could predict what might have transpired? After all, that was an elixir that had emerged from the ancient hall. One must always guard against potential threats. Although he was currently a step ahead of others, with extraordinary strength, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of invincibility. Until he possessed overwhelming power, he wished to remain inconspicuous and avoid unnecessary troubles. With this thought, he steadied his mind and took a deep breath. All right, now that I have a moment to spare, it is time to explore the two martial arts techniques and discern their true nature. Chapter 10. Wielding wind as a blade, shaping water into a sword. Calming his mind, Zhao Jing meticulously examined the two martial arts techniques, and his heart stirred with excitement. It turned out that these two techniques were indeed of superior grade. One was an offensive technique, while the other was a method of acceleration. Martial arts techniques are generally categorized into three tiers: inferior, intermediate, and superior. The higher the tier, the more potent the effects. Initially, he had presumed they might be two intermediate techniques, but he was astonished to find that the trial hall was so generous. He pondered this. He continued to study. The first offensive technique, named the condensation of arms, was extraordinarily marvelous. It harnessed the power of vital essence to condense external gases or liquids into weapons, wielding immense might capable of effortlessly severing flesh and annihilating foes. The second technique, known as the instant shadow step, allowed the practitioner to unleash a sudden burst of speed, enabling the body to operate at an overload, doubling its usual velocity for a brief moment. For Zhao Jing, his peak speed was approximately 8 seconds for 100 meters. However, if he employed this technique, he could achieve a staggering 4 seconds for the same distance, moving like a bolt of lightning. With the condensation of arms and the instant shadow step, my physical prowess can finally be perfectly unleashed. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Jing could not suppress his exhilaration, his breath quickening. After reveling in his joy for a moment, he reined in his excitement, steeling himself and clenched his fist. It was time to begin his studies. While Zhao Jing immersed himself in learning martial arts, the entire city trembled in response to his actions. Passers-by on the streets, vendors hawking their wares, office workers in high-rise buildings, all, regardless of status or age, were engrossed in discussions about the strange occurrences at the trial hall. Hey, have you heard? Someone passed through that trial hall, of course, I know. I heard they even obtained a small jade vial, which might contain a life-extending elixir. Who could possibly have such prowess to conquer such a formidable trial? I believe that person may have had prior martial training, perhaps an athlete or even a soldier, who acquired a commendable cultivation technique and thus succeeded in overcoming the trial. This final conjecture garnered considerable agreement. In comparison to ordinary individuals, practitioners, athletes, and soldiers, due to their rigorous training and robust physiques, possess a slight edge in combat effectiveness even when practicing techniques of the same tier. Amidst the speculations, people also debated what cultivation method the masked man had studied to enhance his physical form so dramatically in such a short time. And what kind of elixir was contained within that jade vial? Was it one that invigorates the spirit and transcends the mundane? Or one that leads to bodily metamorphosis, preserving youth and vitality? The clamor of discussion persisted ceaselessly. Amidst this fervent uproar, some executives from major corporations suddenly emerged, proclaiming loudly, I am willing to offer $1 million in annual salary to recruit the masked man who passed through the trial hall. This is a sincere invitation. I implore the masked individual to reveal himself. Though my company is not a large one, our assets exceed $100 million. I too wish to invite the masked man to make an appearance. I am interested in acquiring that small jade vial and would like to offer him a position with an annual salary set above $1 million. That gentleman in the black mask, please do show yourself. We extend a heartfelt invitation. The audacity of numerous company leaders to offer such exorbitant salaries in hopes of enticing Zhao Jing to reveal himself captured the attention of countless individuals, sending ripples of excitement throughout the city, akin to a surging tide, churning and swelling. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing remained oblivious to the commotion he had incited. Within the confines of his abode, he remained singularly focused, diligently absorbing and mastering the martial arts techniques. Ultimately, martial arts techniques boil down to the manipulation of vital essence and bodily strength. Having previously observed the principles and nuances of the human Tao divine realm in his dreams, he quickly discerned the key insights necessary for mastery. After sitting in silence for a while, Zhao Jing suddenly opened his eyes. With a mental command, the vital energy within him surged forth, transforming into a torrent that coursed through specific meridians and muscles in his arms. Flowing directly into his hands, he then extended his palm. Grasping at the air, a thunderous crack resounded, akin to a clap of thunder, as the air coalesced into a chaotic flow, surging and swirling, and then, astonishingly, it condensed into an ethereal blade. This blade, entirely composed of air currents, appeared almost tangible, exuding a chilling sharpness that left no doubt as to its lethal potential. This is wind wielded as a blade. After a careful examination of the wind blade, Zhao Jing casually dispersed it, then turned on the faucet, allowing the water to flow freely. As his fingers grazed the liquid, he suddenly clenched his fist. The once tranquil water transformed dramatically as countless droplets converged toward his palm, morphing into a chilling and formidable water sword. This is water shaped into a sword. With a mental command, he increased the flow of vital essence within him, and the water sword lengthened to an impressive 2 meters. With a swift motion, he swung his hand, and the nearby aluminum can was effortlessly sliced in two, the cut remarkably smooth, as if it had been manufactured that way. Ah, this is indeed the condensation of arms, capable of shaping gases or liquids into weapons. Seems I have grasped the basics. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Jing felt a surge of elation. Having tested the condensation of arms, it was time to experiment with the instant shadow step. With this in mind, Zhao Jing promptly left his residence, seeking an uninhabited area to practice the technique. In an instant, his speed erupted. His body darted like a fleeting shadow across the ground, traversing a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, completing the journey in a mere 4 seconds. Such is the extraordinary nature of martial arts techniques. Their effects are profoundly miraculous and unfathomable, only truly understood through first-hand experience. After testing the prowess of both techniques, Zhao Jing nodded in satisfaction, but soon felt a subtle wave of fatigue wash over him. This is indeed the side effect of utilizing martial arts divine techniques. Undoubtedly, this secret method possesses extraordinary power and astonishing lethality. However, its use simultaneously imposes a burden on the body, significantly depleting energy and vitality. Zhao Jing, having only recently embarked on his training, finds his physique insufficiently robust, leading to a sense of fatigue. Yet, with continued practice, these side effects will gradually dissipate, and upon reaching a certain pinnacle, he may even utilize these techniques without restraint. As it stands, this degree of exhaustion is negligible, especially since I still have elixirs to support me. Contemplating this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but chuckle, returning to his residence to retrieve a small jade vial. He poured out a condensed essence pill, took one, and swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. The pill transformed into a torrent of vital energy, flowing within him and merging into his being, swiftly alleviating his fatigue and replacing it with a surge of vibrant life force. Sensing his energy gradually restoring, Zhao Jing exhaled softly. After a brief moment of silence, he opened his computer, intending to observe the changes in the outside world. Upon doing so, Zhao Jing was struck with astonishment. Chapter 11. I shall purchase a mask. He had unexpectedly made it to the city news. The local news website was inundated with reports of the anomalies within the trial hall, dominating the entire page. Shockingly, someone had passed the trial hall's examination in Yingbao City. Who could the enigmatic masked figure be? What miraculous elixir lay within the vial of the trial hall? Various speculations abounded. each word in the extensive article questioning his identity and expressing curiosity about his appearance. Glancing over the content, Zhao Jing smiled faintly and continued to scroll down. Most of the remaining news consisted of invitations from prominent figures in various companies directed at him. The coveted black-masked figure? Some were even willing to offer $1 million in annual salary to recruit him. It was astonishing that numerous corporate magnates were eager to extend an olive branch to the black-masked man. It was estimated that around 20 major organizations had sent invitations to the masked figure. After skimming through the news, a slight smirk graced Zhao Jing's lips. In the past, he had merely been an ordinary high school graduate. Utterly unremarkable among the masses, $1 million in annual salary had seemed like a distant fantasy, utterly unattainable. Yet now, several influential figures were sincerely inviting him to join them. What a remarkable transformation life had wrought. Such generous offers would surely bring joy to countless individuals, prompting them to accept with alacrity. However, Zhao Jing merely smiled faintly. Join a company? How could that be possible, with this array of secret techniques? He could diligently train, eventually possessing near-divine power, transcending the mundane and navigating the world unrestrained. How could he bow his head for mere monetary gain, becoming a tool for others? He harbored wild ambitions and a fierce spirit, yearning to soar high above the 9 heavens, unwilling to be governed by earthly powers. These solicitations were of no consequence. What I need to focus on now is earnest cultivation, strengthening my body, and awaiting tomorrow's return to the trial hall. With this thought, a slight curve appeared at the corners of Zhao Jing's mouth. The trial hall differed from the Hall of Techniques. It could be entered multiple times. Each day, one could enter once, acquiring opportunities and rewards within, until all the fortunes were claimed. The benefits within the trial hall were not perpetual. The truly valuable items were scarce. I must seize this opportunity while I hold the advantage. To extract all the benefits from the trial hall and then venture to other ancient halls to reap further rewards. With this resolve, his eyes sparkled with determination, and he clenched his fists. Once his energy was revitalized, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and resumed his focus training. Another day swiftly passed. As the sun rose the following day, casting its radiant glow, Zhao Jing immediately rose and made his way to the trial hall once more. This time, he deliberately donned an entirely new outfit, purchasing a white mask to wear upon his face as he approached. Today, the area was still teeming with people. Clearly, the previous day's events had stirred many hearts, prompting a surge of individuals eager to claim the rewards of the trial hall. The attendance had even surpassed previous days. As he surveyed the crowd, Zhao Jing's lips twitched in surprise. To his astonishment, many around him were also wearing masks. Some donned adorable pig heads, others sported furry monkey faces, while a few wore masks resembling ambiguous substances, various oddities that were quite amusing. Were they following a trend? Observing the masks on the faces of the crowd, Zhao Jing initially paused in disbelief, then shook his head with a light chuckle as he stepped into the ancient hall. Upon entering, the surrounding individuals noticed his arrival and began to chatter. Ah, another masked one has arrived. Ha ha ha, how amusing are today's youth. After someone succeeded yesterday while wearing a mask, it seems many have come today masked as well. They likely believe that perhaps the mask was the key to passing the trials. If others could succeed while masked, so could they. Such remarks were quite humorous, and soon someone expressed their skepticism. Oh, this is all nonsense. A middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, standing tall and exuding an air of confidence. Do they think wearing a mask will suffice? That's absurd. This trial clearly tests one's reflexes and speed. If you lack those, wearing any mask is futile. As if to garner agreement, he pointed at someone in the crowd. Look, that young man is also wearing a mask, yet he won't pass. His finger fortuitously pointed directly at Zhao Jing. Observing the middle-aged man's gesture, Zhao Jing merely shrugged, unconcerned. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze to the myriad of lights swirling around him. Channeling his energy and exerting force through his feet, boom. His body shot forth with explosive speed. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he surged forward with unbelievable swiftness, resembling a fleeting shadow darting past the onlookers. Compared to yesterday, his speed had increased. His reflexes were sharper. The countless beams of light could not touch him, and the invisible repulsion could not hinder him. In merely a few seconds, Zhao Jing found himself at the end of the ancient hall, beside the stone tablet. Suddenly, the air fell silent. The multitude of spectators stood in stunned silence. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier widened his eyes, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He really made it through. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jing reached out to touch the stone tablet, and instantly, divine light erupted, materializing 3 small jade vials that fell into his palm. After stowing the vials, Zhao Jing swiftly moved, racing back through the crowd, weaving through the throngs of spectators. Oh my God, that person actually passed the trial, and now he's running away. And I clearly saw that he obtained 3 small jade vials. Brother, don't run, don't hurry away. I wish to purchase those jade vials from you for a hefty price. Can we negotiate? Oh no, he runs too fast. The crowd gasped in amazement, yet found themselves unable to catch sight of Zhao Jing once more. Their frustration palpable. How could this happen again? Some immediately began scanning the area, hoping someone might have captured his image with a phone, but the crowd shook their heads, expressing their inability to assist. There were simply too many people in such a vast sea of humanity. Capturing a single individual's image was no easy feat amidst the collective regret. The earlier middle-aged man suddenly trembled. It seemed he had an epiphany. Abruptly standing up, rubbing his hands together as he rushed out. Those nearby quickly inquired, "Friend, where are you going?" The middle-aged man glanced back, resolutely stating, "I'm off to buy a mask." Chapter 12. Today, the intent to kill transforms into a demonic blade, severing the discontent within my heart. The incident surrounding the trial hall surged anew. Everyone was abuzz, discussing how yet another individual had passed the trial within the ancient hall, receiving rewards, and their minds were abuzz with speculation regarding the nature of those rewards. Adding to the absurdity, the nearby mask shops experienced a frenzy of sales. Before Zhao Jing entered the trial, the mask shop had been desolate, devoid of even a single passerby. Yet at that moment, throngs of people surged into the nearby mask shops, clearing the shelves in an instant. To be fair, many understood that the mask was merely a tool to conceal one's identity, with no direct correlation to passing the trial. However, there lingered a flicker of hope. What if there was some connection? Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Jing retrieved the 3 small jade vials, examining them closely, and couldn't he help but smile faintly. More elixirs to replenish vital energy and enhance blood vitality. For him, these elixirs were of utmost importance. Now, as he sought to cultivate further and strengthen himself, he required an immense amount of vital energy, and these elixirs perfectly compensated for that need. After organizing the elixirs, Zhao Jing took a few and swallowed them, feeling the overwhelming potency of the medicine spreading within him, prompting him to begin his training anew. The wondrous sensation of vibrations surged once more. Amidst the tremors, the wondrous pattern of the great sun dragon once again emerged, as the essence derived from the medicinal effects surged forth, transforming into delicate streams that flowed into the emblem. With the quaking and shifting of his body, it morphed into a torrent of searing vitality. After a brief period of cultivation, Zhao Jing opened his eyes and flexed his muscles. He could feel that. Following this session of training, his vitality had indeed increased, his sinews and bones had grown even sturdier, and his strength had surged once more. Feeling this newfound power, Zhao Jing's gaze sharpened, and he murmured softly to himself, "Transcendence is just within reach." In the days that followed, apart from his cultivation and martial training, he relentlessly challenged the trial hall. What was an arduous test for ordinary individuals was, for him, simplicity incarnate. After a frenzied dash and a tumultuous charge, he effortlessly broke through, and then, in the gaze of the onlookers, he departed with grace. On the 3rd day of entering the trial hall, he received yet another 3 vials of essence pills. On the 4th day, still 3 vials. On the 5th day, once more, 3 vials. Though they were merely pills, lacking in divine martial techniques, Zhao Jing remained unfazed, investing all these essence pills into his cultivation, enabling his physical prowess to break through yet again. At this moment, he could lift half a ton with ease, walk normally, and his speed had approached a remarkable 7 seconds for 100 meters. Furthermore, his senses had become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to perceive the gazes of others upon him. This was a remarkable spiritual awareness, a result of his bodily evolution. If he continued to cultivate, he could sense changes around him, becoming aware of movements in his vicinity, achieving the effect of perceiving the wind before the cicada stirred. On the 6th day, another cool morning dawned. Zhao Jing rose and proceeded as usual. This time, he too donned a mask and made his way to the ancient trial hall. The crowd remained as dense as ever. A multitude so vast that it was incalculable, with countless individuals wearing masks. Nearby, several reporters held cameras, capturing interviews, while some live streamers engaged in casual banter, introducing the venue to others. Fellow cultivators, This is the trial hall. It is rumored that various extraordinary techniques and divine pills can be found here. Amidst the bustling throng, Zhao Jing walked calmly through. Stepping into the ancient hall, he exerted force, charged, evaded light, and touched the stone tablet, executing all actions in a seamless flow. After acquiring 3 more vials of essence pills, he thundered forth and exited the hall. This time, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, yet the reaction was far less pronounced than in previous days. After all, time had elapsed, and the populace had matured. Individuals from all corners of the globe had gradually succeeded in overcoming the trials, and even in Yingbao City, a few had emerged victorious. Thus, Zhao Jing's actions no longer seemed particularly extraordinary. As he stormed through the crowd with the swiftness of the wind, just as he was about to depart, an icy chill suddenly enveloped him. He distinctly felt a cold, murderous intent directed at him from the crowd, and it was already in motion. In that instant, Zhao Jing, without a moment's hesitation, felt his vitality surge, flooding into his legs. Divine martial technique, instant shadow step. Having diligently practiced, he had mastered this secret method, unleashing it in an instant, doubling his speed as he lunged forward, covering 10 meters in a heartbeat. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet shot forth from a short distance away, slicing through the air, accompanied by a deafening crack. Sweeping past him with a tumultuous sound wave, someone was indeed firing a weapon. Zhao Jing's heart trembled, his gaze darting around, and he caught sight of a young man wearing a ghostly mask, holding a handgun, aiming directly at him. This person's target was undeniably him. Why? Zhao Jing's expression hardened, thoughts swirling, his mind a tempest. On the surface, he bore no grudge against anyone, nor had he caused any trouble. He had been exceptionally low-key these past few days. Why would someone target him with gunfire? Could it be due to those pills? At this realization, his mind erupted in a cacophony. Indeed, it must be for that very reason. With the divine light shining forth and the ancient hall descending into the world, everyone understood that within this hall lay unparalleled opportunities for cultivation, a chance to transcend the mundane. In such a context, having acquired numerous pills, it was only natural that envy would breed malice, prompting some to resort to violence to seize them. In the past, individuals committed murder for wealth. Now, the allure of extraordinary opportunities incited murderous thoughts. And such motivations were entirely expected. In that fleeting moment of clarity, a chilling wave of murderous intent surged within Zhao Jing. He was not the kind of person to be easily bullied. Young and impetuous, he refused to be humiliated. Faced with this situation, his first instinct was to kill. If he were a nefarious villain or a blood-soaked scoundrel being pursued, that would be understandable. It would not speak of any wrongdoing. But now, he had done nothing but strive quietly in his cultivation, aspiring to ascend the path of immortality, only to be shot at. Such gross injustice was intolerable. Whoever sought to kill me shall meet their end. With that thought solidified, Zhao Jing's vitality surged fiercely, his muscles tensing as he leaped forward. At this moment, the gunshot had already sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. The nearby police were bewildered, attempting to maintain order, while some fearless reporters and streamers scanned the area, searching for the source of the gunfire. Soon, they located the young man wielding the firearm as they trained their cameras on him. Zhao Jing had already charged forth. His speed was like the howling wind and thunder, his momentum akin to a raging tiger by the river. He was like a startled phoenix, traversing the distance of several meters. With heated vitality boiling in his palms, it seemed to exult in his actions. Divine martial technique, weapon manifestation, transforming the wind into a blade. The surrounding air erupted violently, shockwaves rippling, as an invisible blade of air materialized. The gunman, clearly taken aback by Zhao Jing's astonishing speed, faltered momentarily, his finger hesitating on the trigger. But at that instant, Zhao Jing had already swung down his blade. Today, the murderous intent shall become a demonic blade, severing all grievances within my heart. A faint sound echoed as the air blade sliced through the gun, the clothing, and the flesh, rendering all asunder, effortlessly passing through the young man. The shooter stood frozen in place. While Zhao Jing had already released his grip, the terrifying air blade dissipated, merging into the atmosphere. He cast a brief glance at the young man, now immobilized, and uttered a single phrase before departing. "You are already dead." Chapter 13. The Blade Brother. As he departed, Zhao Jing remained vigilant, scanning for any lingering hostility in the vicinity. This time, no one dared to make another move. His gaze swept the area, All were in a state of panic due to the gunfire, fleeing in chaos. Many failed to notice that the shooter had become a statue. Once he confirmed that the threat had vanished completely, Zhao Jing retracted his presence, blending seamlessly into the throng, swiftly disappearing from sight. A few seconds later, a gentle breeze swept through. The gunman, previously frozen, suddenly trembled. With a resounding crack, he split apart, along with his weapon and clothing. All reduced to halves. After navigating through the crowd for a while, Zhao Jing carefully scanned his surroundings to ensure no one had taken notice of him. Only then did he step aside and exhale deeply. Having encountered a life-threatening crisis, his spirit had been taut as a string, intensely focused. It was only now that he began to relax, his mind gradually calming. Simultaneously, a thought surged from his heart, crystallizing into 4 words: I have killed. Initially, when he acted, Zhao Jing had not felt the weight of his actions. Only now did the aftershock wash over him, causing his body to tremble and his hands to quiver, his blood surging within. It is often said that after taking a life, one may feel nauseous, dizzy, or even retch, yet he felt none of that. Only a slight discomfort as for guilt over the act of killing. Not in the slightest. This incident arose from the gunman's ill intentions and his own defensive actions. If he hadn't killed the assailant, he would have been the one to die. Had he not acted decisively, unleashing all his strength to deliver that fatal blow, the consequences would have been dire, with the gunman firing mercilessly. Even with his swift speed, he could not outpace a bullet. If struck, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Therefore, the gunman had to die. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Jing exhaled deeply, his resolve stabilizing. Dismissing the sensations of killing from his mind, he centered himself, contemplating the nature of such unforeseen events. In broad daylight, someone had brazenly fired a gun to rob. This was the first time, but certainly not the last. The temptation of immortality was simply too great. Watching others acquire pills, seizing opportunities, and enhancing themselves, how many could bear to remain silent? Ultimately, the path of cultivation is not one of peace. Even within the realm of humanity and divinity, supremacy is not innate. It is achieved through countless battles against formidable foes over eons, resulting in the fall of numerous deities, thus carving out a position of dominance. Nevertheless, let no one dare to set their sights upon me. Zhao Jing inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze. The next time anyone dares to extend a hand towards me, they shall meet their demise without exception. With his thoughts resolved, he slowly straightened his posture, preparing to return. Just as Zhao Jing set his feet in motion toward his dwelling, a tempestuous wave surged across the internet. Though the skirmish before the trial hall was brief, the multitude of spectators, along with the presence of reporters and broadcasters, ensured that the confrontation was recorded. Some eager individuals hastily uploaded the footage online, titling it, "Terrifying. Firearms prove inferior to human strength. The shooter severed in 2." This sensational headline immediately captivated countless viewers, and upon clicking the link to watch the video, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What speed do these individuals possess? It's as if they are flying. Is this an illusion? I think I just saw that person wield a gaseous blade, striking down the shooter in one swift motion. This must be special effects, right? How could a real person accomplish such a feat? That strike seemed to take mere seconds, yet the attacker was split apart. Is the gunman a fool? Why didn't he shoot? Skepticism, amazement, and disbelief swept through the audience. Despite the prevalence of ancient temples and the widespread accessibility of cultivation techniques, the vast majority remained at the rudimentary stages of training, making it difficult to comprehend that someone could possess such extraordinary power. Amidst the fervent discussions, a user named Hua emerged, commenting beneath the video, "I have scrutinized this footage closely, and based on the scene and video quality, this is no mere special effect or stage performance. It appears to be genuine. Such videos are indeed rare, hence my desire for a thorough analysis. I hope you all will indulge me." The unarmed individual was approximately 25 meters from the shooter. Yet he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, merely 1 second, indicating a speed of 25 meters per second. This velocity was astounding. A normal human would struggle to react, resulting in just a single shot being fired. Moreover, the speed at which he swung his blade was extraordinary, nearly instantaneous at 0.1 seconds, suggesting an equally formidable strength, potentially reaching several hundred kilograms in one hand. The gaseous blade remained unclear to me. It could possibly be the legendary martial arts divine technique, which manifests from the cultivation of vital energy. As we know, advanced cultivation allows individuals to harness this energy, but the number of those who can achieve such mastery is exceedingly rare. The masked man had clearly manifested this vital energy. In summary, this individual's might transcended the realm of ordinary imagination, rendering mere handguns inadequate to restrain him. This analysis sent ripples of unease through countless netizens, causing a subtle tremor of apprehension. Could this truly be real? A velocity of 25 meters per second, the terrifying strength of several hundred kilograms in one hand, and the nearly unattainable vital energy, all stemming from a legendary martial arts technique. Who is this person, and how can he be so far ahead of the rest of humanity? This question echoed not only in the minds of the public, but also lingered among the higher echelons of Yingbao City's leadership. Upon witnessing the video, city officials immediately issued orders for local police to intensify their investigations into the identity of this enigmatic figure. However, the police found nothing in a sea of thousands. Locating an individual proved nearly as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack, especially with the mask concealing his features, leaving no trace. Even if the legendary detective Di Renjia were resurrected, he would struggle to uncover Zhao Jing's whereabouts after surveying the scene of the crime. The government officials waved their hands dismissively, indicating there was no hope of discovery. Faced with this response, the leadership of Yingbao City had no choice but to relent, temporarily setting the matter aside. To prevent the incident from escalating, they even mobilized official resources to delete the videos. Their intentions were noble. However, in the vast expanse of the internet, it is not as simple as wishing away all traces of information. In some obscure corners, the battle footage continued to circulate, becoming well known among netizens, with some even bestowing upon Zhao Jing the moniker Brother One Blade, implying that with a single strike, he could slay all adversaries. Chapter 14. Social turmoil simultaneously. From this singular video, people glimpsed a glimmer of the future, in just a short span of cultivation. There were those who could reach such heights, capable of severing a person with a single strike and possessing speeds that far exceeded the norm. If one could achieve this in such a brief time, one could only wonder how much further their abilities might grow with additional training. Could they withstand bullets? Would they become impervious to firearms? Contemplating this, the hearts of the masses surged with fervor, igniting an unquenchable passion for the path of cultivation. The government also took note of this shift, sensing that matters were spiraling beyond their control, and promptly began to take action. The day following the video's release, the government issued 2 decrees. The first established a martial arts cultivation association, allowing residents who had acquired noteworthy cultivation techniques to join, with the state promising benefits and resources. The second decree mandated that anyone entering the ancient halls must not wear masks or any peculiar attire. The purpose of these 2 edicts was to maintain order and promote social harmony, thereby preventing unrest. However, upon reading these decrees, Zhao Jing could not suppress a sigh. Such was the authority of the government, their methods were undeniably effective. The first decree mattered little to him, having minimal impact on his situation, but the second decree directly thwarted his intentions to remain inconspicuous. Entering the ancient halls without a mask would undoubtedly expose him. Yet, not attending was not an option. He required a substantial quantity of vital energy elixirs for his cultivation, which were only available within the trial hall. This created a vicious cycle. Was he to reveal his powers now? With this thought, Zhao Jing felt an undeniable sense of reluctance. He understood that in this modern society, he could not remain hidden indefinitely. Eventually, he would have to reveal himself to the world. However, he wished to delay that moment, for his current strength was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of challenges that lay ahead. Nevertheless, to be fair, this decree was ultimately beneficial for the populace. The existence of masks implied that the powerful could act without restraint, committing acts of violence without fear of exposure, by eliminating masks. The safety of the majority could be preserved, instilling a sense of caution in the strong, preventing them from acting recklessly. Yet, while the public was safeguarded, he found himself cornered. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jing rose and counted the vital energy elixirs he had acquired, letting out a sigh of relief. These elixirs would sustain him for 10 days of cultivation. That would suffice. 10 days was ample time for him to avoid returning to the trial hall. Afterward, he would reassess the situation in the outside world. He was not the only one wishing to conceal his identity, and whether this decree could be effectively enforced remained uncertain. Furthermore, without sufficient strength, he was unwilling to face another gunshot. Once his thoughts were cleared, Zhao Jing focused his mind on training. His confrontation with the gun-wielding youth had imparted valuable lessons, prompting him to deliberately enhance his speed and cultivate the extraordinary instincts that arose from the transformation of his physical body. For now, firearms posed the greatest threat to him. If he could achieve sufficient speed, he might evade bullets, and those extraordinary instincts seemed capable of countering firearms. Thus, the first day passed quietly. Society experienced no upheaval, nor any signs of turmoil. The second day remained equally tranquil. Yet beneath this calm surface, an inexplicable undercurrent surged, pulsating with anticipation, as if something was about to unfold. The third and fourth days passed similarly, devoid of significant incidents aside from minor public disturbances. Then came the fifth day. On this day, the storm finally broke. A masked youth arrived at the trial hall, and the attending police officers demanded he remove his mask. He refused, defiantly stating, "What I choose to wear is none of your business." The two sides clashed, resulting in a violent confrontation. It is known that after engaging in cultivation, an individual's physical prowess undergoes a significant transformation. Once a fight ensues, the destructive potential is immense. The youth's willingness to confront the police indicated he possessed considerable confidence. Amidst the chaos, two officers were gravely injured. The police exerted great effort to apprehend the individual, confining him in a detention center under strict supervision. However, that very night, a group of assailants brazenly stormed the facility, killing several officers and liberating the youth. In the aftermath, the liberated individual scrawled a message on the ground. The era has changed. Indeed, the era had transformed. An age where cultivation was accessible to all could no longer maintain the same semblance of harmony as before. Once extraordinary power is acquired, who would willingly continue to be constrained and oppressed? In the preceding days, as people had just begun to cultivate, enhancing their own strength, none had harbored intentions of rebellion. But now that cultivation had borne fruit, they could no longer restrain themselves. Following the prison break, law enforcement immediately mobilized to capture the two criminals. Through extensive searches, they pinpointed the escapee's location and devised a capture plan. However, the outcome was the police suffered 6 casualties and achieved nothing. The criminals remained at large, reveling in their freedom. As the official forces faced utter failure, the entire city descended into chaos. Seeing this unfolding scenario, those with nefarious intentions rejoiced, stirred into action. In a matter of moments, incidents of robbery, gunfire, extortion, and murder surged, overwhelming the police and presenting a formidable challenge. This wave of unrest was not confined to a single city. It spread like wildfire. The crime rates across nations, in the Eastern world, and indeed throughout the entire globe have begun to surge alarmingly. Beneath the tumult of rampant desires, the very fabric of human society is experiencing profound upheaval. Upon witnessing such a scene, Zhao Jing initially furrowed his brow, and then promptly called his parents, urging them to refrain from venturing outside and to engage in quiet cultivation, while he himself continued his arduous training, immersing himself in the pursuit of enlightenment. As time progressed to the 10th day, within his humble abode, Zhao Jing was engrossed in his cultivation of profound skills. With legs spread apart and fingers interlaced, he stood in a tranquil stance, his skin emanating a peculiar vibration akin to ripples cascading throughout his body. This tremor persisted for a brief moment before it ceased abruptly. In that instant of stillness, Zhao Jing refrained from hastily opening his eyes, instead taking a moment to contemplate. Although he did not gaze upon his surroundings, he could distinctly sense subtle shifts in the wind and minute variations in temperature. All changes in his vicinity were within his grasp. Under the influence of his cultivation, his perceptive abilities had vastly heightened, enabling him to keenly sense all directions around him. With such awareness, the threat of an ambush with firearms no longer instilled fear within him. A faint smile graced Zhao Jing's lips, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Though his speed could not rival that of a bullet, this newfound perception allowed him to anticipate the trajectory of any incoming projectile, thus enabling him to evade it in advance. Consequently, the menace of firearms against him had significantly diminished. Having tested his sensory acuity, it was time to assess the strength of his physical form. With that thought in mind, he opened his eyes and regarded his body. Through relentless training, he had inexplicably grown 2 centimeters taller, his physique more robust, muscles resembling steel forged in fire, impervious and flawless. The surface of his skin was remarkably smooth, exuding a resilience surpassing that of leather. After scrutinizing himself for a few moments, Zhao Jing seized a fruit knife and made a decisive slash across his skin. Astonishingly, no injury whatsoever marred his flesh. A faint white mark appeared on the surface of his resilient skin, but it vanished with a mere touch. Although he had not exerted his full strength, employing only 30% of his power, sufficient to lift heavy boulders with ease, it had proven inadequate to pierce his skin. As he concentrated more force, increasing it to 40%, his skin remained unbroken. Merely reddening slightly, pushing further, he escalated his might to 50%, and finally, a hint of sharp pain registered, teetering on the edge of endurance. Imprinting this sensation in his mind, Zhao Jing gripped the fruit knife and unleashed his strength in a sudden surge. The air erupted with a thunderous crack as the blade sliced through the atmosphere, cleaving toward a sheet of metal. With a resounding clang of metal against metal, sparks erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the surroundings as the steel was cleaved open, the blade embedding deeply within. Gazing at the severed metal, Zhao Jing was first taken aback, then elated. The force behind this strike was formidable, yet it had only managed to slightly mar the surface of his skin, failing to penetrate the depths of his muscle, thus indicating that his physical resilience had reached a level capable of withstanding steel. With such a body, even if bullets were to be fired at him, they would likely only breach the surface of his skin before being halted by his solid musculature, unable to delve deeper. With this realization, he turned his focus inward, attuning to the flow of energy within him. The vital essence coursed through his body like a mighty river, evolving into intricate patterns that permeated his being, radiating wild and fervent energy. With a mere thought, this surging vitality coalesced in his palm, amplifying his strength immeasurably, while the ambient temperature around him fluctuated wildly, the air seeming to boil with intensity. This was the fruit of his 10 days of relentless training. Stretching his body, Zhao Jing burst into laughter, experiencing a sense of inexplicable exhilaration. Having been preoccupied with the threat of gunfire over the past days, his spirit had felt heavy. Now, with his power having surged to unprecedented heights, he found himself unfazed by the menace of bullets. With his strength now established, there was no reason to linger any longer. It was time to ascertain the situation. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Jing stepped outside. The weather beyond was still bright and fair. It was now July, and the heat had intensified to an unbearable degree, akin to a furnace, the sweltering temperatures enveloping the earth, rendering the pedestrians on the streets visibly uncomfortable, each bowing their heads in discomfort. Yet, Zhao Jing wore a smile, feeling invigorated, even taking the time to listen to the conversations of passers. He overheard that just last night on East Street, yet another robbery had occurred. Robbery is still preferable. One voice lamented, but do you know what transpired in the South last night? A young girl, only 18, was tragically violated. In recent days, numerous incidents had unfolded, leaving society feeling increasingly unsafe. Only the major cities seem somewhat secure, with a substantial military presence to maintain order. Here in our small locale, we are woefully understaffed. As he listened, Zhao Jing's expression darkened. Clearly, the security situation in the city was deteriorating, and in the days to come, countless troubles were likely to arise. With this thought, his gaze swept around, only to discover that all the surveillance cameras on the streets had been dismantled, leaving no trace behind. Observing quietly for a while, Zhao Jing's countenance grew more somber. Anxiously, he continued onward, and before long, he arrived at the ancient Hall of Trials. Surrounding the hall, the guards were conspicuously absent, having seemingly vanished, likely due to the overwhelming number of incidents the authorities were grappling with, necessitating the withdrawal of personnel from this area. However, before he could fully revel in this absence of oversight, Zhao Jing's expression faltered slightly. Through his heightened senses, he could distinctly detect that within the crowd, some individuals were watching him intently. There were approximately a dozen of them, their eyes narrowed, expressions languid, exuding a sinister aura that was unmistakably menacing. Their demeanor and appearance clearly indicated they were not law enforcement. Who were these people? Zhao Jing pondered, yet remained nonchalant. Observing them discreetly, it was evident that these individuals were not mere bystanders. They were fixated on the throng entering the trial hall, seemingly searching for something. After a brief wait, an unusual commotion erupted from within the hall. Someone had successfully completed the trial. Amidst the crowd's cheers, a young man emerged. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, exuding youthful exuberance. And notably, he wore no mask for concealment, brazenly stepping into the crowd to bask in their astonished admiration. My goodness, this brother only encountered 2 beams of light and passed the trial, truly a hero among men. One exclaimed, in this world, few possess the ability to pass the trial. He must be a figure of great renown. Another added, I saw him receive a small jade vial. There's no doubt about it. He is exceptional. Amidst the jubilant uproar, the young man laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Observing this scene, the group of a dozen exchanged knowing glances, and 2 of them discreetly separated from the others, stealthily trailing behind the young man. their movements fluid and silent, with a noticeable bulge at their waists, a clear indication of firearms. Witnessing this unfold, Zhao Jing's gaze turned icy. Without a doubt, these individuals were anything but benevolent. It was evident that their intent was to seize the rewards of the elixirs. They were not ordinary petty thieves. They had likely engaged in such schemes numerous times before, executing their plots with precision, choosing to follow their targets rather than confront them directly, biding their time to strike after assessing the situation. With the street cameras dismantled and the police overwhelmed, there was no one left to challenge them. He could not deny that these individuals had now become an obstruction in his path. A torrent of thoughts surged through Zhao Jing's mind as he narrowed his eyes, his pupils flickering with intensity. Faced with this group, what course of action should he take? To evade? To confront head-on? These two options caused him but a moment of indecision before he arrived at a resolution. Kill. Eliminate them all. Only the foolish would believe they could evade the grasp of fate. If he chose to hide, it would be an act of passivity, a surrender he could not abide. Moreover, only the weak would resort to evasion. A true warrior must possess the resolve and spirit befitting their strength. He was undeniably superior to these individuals, capable of overwhelming them with ease, and in such circumstances, retreating would serve no purpose. Besides, these people were clearly malevolent. Even if he were to slay them, he would bear no burden. Those who obstruct his path must perish. Casting a final glance at the dozen individuals, Zhao Jing's expression hardened as he stepped back. Merging into the crowd, it was broad daylight, an unsuitable time for murder, and he needed a mask to conceal his identity. Once he had prepared everything, he would strike. After returning home to retrieve a mask, Zhao Jing made his way back to the vicinity of the ancient hall, seeking a secluded corner to observe with a watchful eye. As the ancient saying goes, even a lion must exert full force when hunting a rabbit. Though filled with confidence that he could eradicate these individuals, prudence dictated caution. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. After observing for a while and confirming their precise numbers, Zhao Jing felt assured, biding his time until the moment for action arrived. Time flowed on, night descended. The sky adorned with a multitude of stars. A waning moon rose, while below, the city was ablaze with countless lights, radiant and resplendent. By evening, the crowd around the ancient hall had significantly thinned, with many returning to their homes to attend to their affairs. Yet the dozen individuals remained, steadfast and unmoving. During the course of several hours, some among the group had taken moments to rest, while others had ventured outside, yet they ultimately reconvened at this very spot. Time had progressed to 8 o'clock at that moment. A series of gunshots suddenly erupted from the eastern street. Before long, two men who had previously stepped out returned, their faces brimming with delight. The duo hastened their steps to join the group of about 10 individuals, and promptly produced a small jade vial, handing it to the leader, who was addressed as Brother Qi, and whispered, "Brother Qi, it's done." Upon seeing the jade vial, Brother Qi's lips curled slightly, and he cleared his throat softly, cautioning, "Sure, keep it down. We need to be discreet. Do you understand?" The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, hastily affirming, I understand. Observing the group's obedient demeanor, Brother Qi inclined his head slightly, his hand brushing against the bulge at his waist, and he sighed, "Today's man is truly foolish. Doesn't he know that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot? Even with formidable cultivation and a robust physique, what does it matter? In the face of firearms, ultimately, nothing holds any weight." One of the younger members quickly chimed in, "What Brother Qi says is true. No matter how strong a person is, they cannot surpass firearms. Moreover, Brother Qi has managed to procure over a dozen handguns, which is certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. Of course, ordinary folks cannot lay their hands on firearms. Someone like me with connections has no such troubles," Brother Qi boasted, waving his hand dismissively. Then he recalled something. A look of regret crossing his face. What a pity that Brother Dao has not shown up. Brother Dao? Was he referring to that renowned individual from over 10 days ago? Who else could possibly be worthy of such a title? Brother Qi snorted coldly, then shook his head. That fellow possesses 3 vials of elixirs. If only I could encounter him and train a dozen handguns on him, he would still meet his end. Alas, it seems we shall not lay our hands on this windfall. After expressing his regret, Brother Qi surveyed the group and whispered, "Well, everyone is here. I'll make a call to have the car brought over. A few of you stay here to keep watch." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and began to make arrangements. At that very moment, Zhao Jing donned a mask and emerged from the shadows at the street corner. He had been concealed in a secluded spot, unnoticed, but as he stepped into the dim glow of a streetlight, He slightly raised his head and took a deep breath, suddenly erupting into action. In an instant, his previously measured pace transformed into lightning speed, his body surging forward with ferocity, so swift that even the light seemed to quiver in its wake. Simultaneously, the energy of his blood surged into his palms, causing the surrounding air to condense rapidly into a chilling, dim yellow blade of light, unleashing a cacophony of sound, roaring incessantly. The wave of energy surged. The sound waves resonated. The momentum of his advance was terrifying. Instantly capturing the attention of the group of 10, Brother Qi quickly reacted, shouting, "Who goes there?" To this, Zhao Jing's response was, "I have no interest in conversing with the dead." His voice echoed. He surged forward like a wild dragon, piercing through dozens of meters, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and floating debris. At this moment, the group of 10 finally caught sight of him. Some, slow to react, stood there in a daze, while the more astute among them reached for their waists, preparing to draw their weapons. Each individual moved differently, their thoughts scattered, their reactions varied, but in the next second, all their actions became utterly meaningless. For Zhao Jing had already closed in. With a swift slash, a chilling blade of light swept through, seemingly coalescing into a blinding radiance, brilliant and dazzling. The surrounding air parted abruptly, cleaved by this strike, unleashing an invisible tempest that surged outward in all directions. The group of 10 froze, their movements halted in place. Brother Qi struggled to blink, lowering his gaze to scan the energy blade in the hands of his assailant. And a single thought flickered in his mind. So, this is adulthood. The next moment, his consciousness faded, plunging him into darkness. With a single stroke, he had felled them all. Zhao Jing surveyed the scene, preparing to retract his energy blade and depart, when suddenly, a van roared into view, crashing through the night towards him. Clearly, this vehicle was allied with Brother Qi, and seeing his companion in peril ignited a murderous intent within, aiming to run him down. Zhao Jing narrowed his eyes, yet remained entirely unfazed. The energy within him surged violently, like a torrent of a mighty river, flowing into his palms and intensifying the brilliance of his energy blade. Radiating a piercing cold light, he fixed his gaze upon the oncoming van, his mind as tranquil as still water, undisturbed. As the vehicle charged forth, he sidestepped 2 paces to evade its front, then pivoted his body and unleashed a strike. A thunderous explosion ensued. The energy blade elongated, transforming into a 2-meter length, slicing through the front of the vehicle. The seemingly impenetrable steel shell was cleaved apart, shards of glass shattered and scattered, and sparks flew like fireworks in a dazzling display. Just days prior, Zhao Jing had been able to sever a soda can and penetrate firearms. Today, this strike was even more ferocious, akin to slicing through tofu or trimming white paper, cleaving the entire vehicle in half. While the occupants met their end without uttering a single word, as the rear section of the vehicle sped forward, the front half crashed to the ground. Zhao Jing exhaled deeply, releasing his grip. The energy blade dissipated in an instant. He scanned the surroundings to ensure no enemies remained, casually grabbed a piece of cloth to use as a glove, and searched Brother Qi's body. Discovering 2 small jade vials, elated, he chuckled softly and, like a flash of lightning, raced towards the trial ancient hall. Moments later, Zhao Jing emerged once more, having acquired merely 2 vials of elixirs. Ha, what good fortune today. I have unexpectedly obtained a martial arts divine technique. He laughed heartily in his mind, then surged forward at breakneck speed, vanishing from sight in the winding streets. A few minutes later, some brave passers-by approached, curious to ascertain the situation. Upon their arrival, they gasped in shock. On the ground lay over a dozen men, lifeless, devoid of any signs of life, while nearby, a van had been forcibly cleaved in 2. Its upper and lower halves separated. Chapter 17. Hammer fist, a punch to burst the air. Upon returning home, Zhao Jing removed his mask, his expression calm. Compared to his first kill, his demeanor was much steadier, no longer experiencing the same fervor and emotional upheaval. Clearly, he had matured somewhat. He retrieved the small jade vials he had found and poured out the elixirs within, counting approximately 40 to 50 essence pills. This quantity was sufficient for 2 to 3 days of cultivating his techniques. This divine cultivation method was extraordinary. With each advancement, the demand for essence surged dramatically. Just a few days ago, this number of elixirs would have sustained me for 5 to 6 days. But now, it barely suffices for 2 to 3. Zhao Jing shook his head, exhaling softly, and stored them away. He'll aspire to immortality and divinity, to remain unyielding and eternal while overlooking the river of time. One must consume the spiritual essences of the universe and absorb the resources of existence. He had long been mentally prepared for this. After securing the elixirs, Zhao Jing suddenly recalled that he had also acquired a martial arts divine technique during his time in the Trial Ancient Hall. Focusing his mind, the secret method materialized in his thoughts. Oh, it turns out to be another superior martial arts divine technique. This technique was called hammer fist, allowing one to condense their energy into their fists, unleashing a tremendous explosive force that manifested extreme destructive power, emphasizing sheer brutality. From a superficial glance, the learning curve did not appear overly steep. However, there was no immediate need to study it further. Although today's battle was brief, it had drained a considerable amount of my energy, leaving my body somewhat fatigued. Rest was in order before learning it tomorrow. Resolute in his thoughts, Zhao Jing promptly ascended to his small bed and fell asleep in no time. Meanwhile, in the city, wail of sirens pierced the air as a police car sped past. Inside, Officer Qiao Luoxin, gazing out the window at the night scenery, wore a furrowed brow, lost in contemplation, in his 40s. He was a seasoned detective, having witnessed numerous heinous events and malevolent criminals. He was no stranger to the dark underbelly of society. However, he had never encountered such rampant chaos as today. Major crimes were rampant, and villains ran rampant. Even the surveillance cameras on the streets had been dismantled. The moral decay had reached such depths that the police found themselves increasingly helpless. At this juncture, it seemed imperative to call in the armed police to sweep through the city and crush the criminals. But the issue was that unrest was spreading nationwide. Even if the military intervened, there were limits to their effectiveness. Rumor had it that directives from above suggested the establishment of martial arts associations across regions, recruiting civilian martial artists to aid in maintaining public order, though it remained to be seen how effective this would be. Qiao Luoxin rubbed his temples and sighed softly. Soon after, he shook his head, deciding to set aside these thoughts and focus on driving. Today, his destination was the trial hall, where reports indicated several individuals had been found dead, and the scene was particularly gruesome. He needed to investigate. Driving at breakneck speed, Qiao Luoxin arrived at the location, disembarking and following the directions of onlookers to the scene. In an instant, he was struck by a wave of shock, nearly believing he was hallucinating. My heavens! What on earth is happening? How could a van be severed in two? As he cautiously approached, taking a closer look at the bodies, his expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment. The appearance of those individuals' wounds seemed oddly familiar. A few days prior, he had the fortunate opportunity to examine the injuries of that gun-wielding youth, and now it was evident that these two types of wounds were strikingly identical. Could it be that it was Yi Dao Ge? Qiao Luoxin's mind was in turmoil. Upon glimpsing the deceased's face, his fingers quivered with an indescribable trepidation. He recognized all of these people. In the span of just over 10 days, at least 2 murders, 3 cases of robbery and assault were linked to this group, which the police had long been monitoring, yet they were vexed by a lack of manpower to apprehend them. Little did they expect that all these individuals had perished right here. Turning his gaze back to the van, Qiao Luoxin's heart raced as a terrifying thought emerged. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Yi Dao Ge? As time slipped away, dawn broke. When the gentle morning light of Anning filtered through the window and caressed his face, Zhao Jing sprang up suddenly, brushing his teeth, washing his face, having breakfast, and practicing his martial techniques. He completed a series of tasks before settling his mind to study the hammer fist. Moments later, Zhao Jing opened his eyes, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. The scorching energy flowed vigorously through his arms, traversing specific meridians and muscle lines, culminating in his palms, generating an explosive force. He clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Instantly, the wind from his punch howled, a shockwave erupting forth. The air reverberated with a thunderous crack, rolling forward like a tumultuous tide, the intangible energy transforming into a gale that stirred the very atmosphere of the room. Unleashing a resounding wave of force, with a single punch, he shattered the air. After savoring the might of his strike, Zhao Jing chuckled heartily. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he could lift weights of 800 or 900 kilograms. A testament to his immense power. This martial art was purely for unleashing force, enhanced further by the daylight dragon technique's formidable effects, culminating in this terrifying spectacle. Though having executed the hammer fist, he did not cease his practice. Instead, he sought to master it. After a while, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from his classmate Sun Jingbai. Soon as he picked up, a teasing voice came through. Hey, Zhao Ritian. What have you been up to lately? Clearly, this was a reference to their previous chat in the class group, and Sun Jingbai had not forgotten. Hearing this, Zhao Jing laughed heartily and replied half-jokingly, I've been contemplating the Tao of Heaven, studying supreme martial arts. Oh, I haven't even had time to step outside. Sun Jingbai chuckled, Wow, that's impressive. It seems you've already entered the realm of martial arts. So, what level of cultivation technique did you acquire? I arrived too late and didn't manage to obtain a first-rate cultivation technique. Zhao Jing replied casually, shifting the topic to be by the way. What is the reason for your call? Oh, well, it's like this. The city has become quite chaotic lately with numerous murders surfacing, so I was thinking of gathering a few classmates to head to a martial arts gym and practice some martial arts. Just to have a means of defense, I remembered you, Zhao Ritian, and thought I'd give you a call. Practicing martial arts? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, preparing to decline, but the words caught in his throat. In that instant, he recalled the battle from yesterday. While it appeared effortless, a blade cutting through all, it was actually due to the martial arts techniques he employed, which were akin to hidden trump cards, extremely taxing on vitality and energy. Sustainable only for a brief period, not meant for prolonged combat. Although powerful, their consumption was severe. He needed to learn to fight using his physical strength, without always relying on explosive energy. If he were to face a drawn-out battle and lacked sufficient vitality, it would not bode well. With this thought in mind, he changed his tune and said, All right, I'll accompany you. Suddenly, Zhao Jing recalled something and quickly added, Wait, Zhou Yefeng won't he be joining us, will he? If he is, I'd rather go alone. Of course, he won't he be with us. That guy is too arrogant. Going with him would be a verbal slaughter. None of us like him, so we intentionally didn't invite him. Then I'm at ease. Let us set a time. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, City Center, at the Martial Arts Gym, Chapter 18. Martial Arts Genius, Extraordinary Physique. Having agreed on a time, Zhao Jing noticed there was still some time left and chose not to rest, but to continue practicing martial arts techniques and strengthening his body. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. Should he become complacent due to feeling powerful, over time, his physical condition would inevitably deteriorate. When the time was right, Zhao Jing took some coins and set off directly to the martial arts gym. This establishment served as a place for the common folk to enhance their physical fitness. Located in the heart of Yingbao City, boasting a prime location and expansive grounds, numerous martial arts schools were established here, recruiting apprentices. The architectural style was simple and clear, surrounded by a circle of dining and entertainment options to cater to visitors' needs. As he approached, someone waved at him, calling out loudly, Over here, over here. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Jing turned and instantly recognized a familiar figure, a smile gracing his lips as he greeted, Hello, Zhangbai? Hello, Daishan? Sun Zhangbai pointed and made a joke. As Zhao Jing's classmate, Sun Zhangbai was tall, fair-skinned, and from a well-off family. He was quite charming and had a knack for engaging conversation, a type that particularly attracted female attention. At this moment, a few girls, whom he did not recognize, were chatting casually beside him, their demeanor relaxed. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Zhangbai scrutinized him closely and exclaimed, Wow, I didn't recognize you at first glance. What have you been eating lately? You've grown so much, and you look even more handsome. Really? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, smiling noncommittally. After nearly a month of rigorous training, the divine cultivation technique had not only increased his height but also perfected his physique, altering his facial contours and enhancing his handsomeness. Coupled with his robust build, he exuded an impressive presence. Do you think I'm joking? Sun Zhangbai laughed heartily before suddenly adopting a mysterious tone. Hey bro, be honest, what level of cultivation technique did you get? Everyone knows that cultivation techniques can improve one's appearance and physique, but I've never seen someone change so dramatically. Oh, it's just an ordinary cultivation technique? Only with effects geared towards enhancing the physical body, Zhao Jing replied with a casual smile, diverting the topic. By the way, are you the only classmate here? Don't mention it. I've called for ages, and only a few people showed up. You re the only one willing to come. Enough chit-chat. Let us head into the martial arts gym. After a brief exchange, the two entered the martial arts gym together. Meanwhile, the girls who had been following them suddenly shifted from their casual demeanor to one of decorum, their beautiful eyes sparkling as they stole glances at Zhao Jing's face. After all, Zhao Jing indeed appeared rather handsome at this moment. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, walking forward with an inherent extraordinary aura, distinctly standing out in the crowd, making him particularly noticeable. A typical woman, upon seeing him, would inevitably feel an attraction. Beauty is a universal desire, and women are no exception. As they walked, several passers-by whispered among themselves, "Hey, look over there. That man looks quite handsome. Indeed, he has an impressive presence. Wow, he gives off a bit of a star vibe." Ignoring the murmurs, Zhao Jing pressed onward. Surveying his surroundings, in his line of sight were at least 20 or 30 martial arts gyms, each adorned with various signs, and within the dojos, practitioners were engaged in training and sparring. He could distinctly sense that these individuals moved like the wind. Their punches powerful and kicks swift, each employing unique techniques to unleash their force. Seeing this, Zhao Jing felt his mind stir, instantly focusing his attention, eager to learn and observe. However, upon closer inspection, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The martial techniques these individuals practiced seemed remarkably easy to learn. Zhao Jing's lips curled into a smirk as he questioned his own perception. Yet, the feeling only intensified. It appeared that if he concentrated, he could effortlessly master them. Could it really be? He murmured softly, his gaze honing in on a young man in one of the gyms. The young man was engaged in a sparring session and clearly demonstrated a profound understanding of leg techniques. His footwork akin to a butterfly's dance, swiftly darting left and right before his opponent, captivating the eye. Gazing intently for a moment, Zhao Jing felt a shift in his thoughts. His toes relaxed slightly, muscles tensing, and he realized he had already memorized that footwork. With a flicker of a smile, he tentatively attempted the leg technique. Instantly, his body surged forward, replicating the butterfly steps, fluid and enchanting, and the sensation was even smoother and quicker than that of the young man. After testing it out, Zhao Jing withdrew his movements and shifted his gaze to another individual nearby. This person executed their punches with remarkable finesse, exuding tremendous energy. Each punch flowed like a boundless river, an unending cascade of force. After observing for a while, Zhao Jing's lips quirked up again. He had learned it as well. How could this be possible? With just a mere glance, one could effortlessly grasp the martial prowess of these individuals. How extraordinary indeed. Could it be that he is the legendary martial genius, a rare prodigy blessed with an unparalleled physique, who has simply remained undiscovered until now? Stopping in his tracks, Zhao Jing came to a halt. This sudden pause caused Sun Jingbai to momentarily stutter, inquiring, "What's wrong, Zhao Jing? Have you decided which dojo to join for your training?" No rush, I shall observe a bit longer." Zhao Jing waved his hand, his gaze once again drifting toward those engaged in their martial training, his mind suddenly enlightened. Now I understand. The reason I can learn so easily must be due to the Diri Tianlong Gong. This divine cultivation method possesses the miraculous ability to transform one's very essence and enhance one's innate talents. It is precisely this effect that has altered my physical constitution, endowing me with an extraordinary capacity for learning. After all, martial arts fundamentally rely on methods of exertion and patterned routines. As long as I can mimic their movements, my body will effortlessly master them. After a careful observation, Zhao Jing added in his thoughts, "Of course, this only pertains to the more rudimentary martial skills. As for the more intricate techniques, I have yet to encounter them, so I dare not speak recklessly. However, even so, this is already sufficient. If I fully harness this learning ability and acquire some martial skills, paired with my formidable physique, I could unleash tremendous power even without drawing upon my vital energy, overwhelming all in my path." As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile crept upon Zhao Jing's lips. Just as he reveled in his quiet joy, a melodious female voice interrupted him. "Excuse me, handsome?" Turning his head, Zhao Jing discovered a young woman addressing him. She was tall, with flowing hair, lips as red as fire, her skin fair as snow, and a figure both voluptuous and enchanting. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, and upon noticing Zhao Jing's gaze, a hint of nervousness colored her cheeks as she spoke. Are you interested in joining our dojo?" Chapter 19. A unique gift, the body of a dragon and tiger. Gazing at the striking beauty, Zhao Jing instinctively raised an eyebrow and asked, "And who might you be?" The young woman gently bit her lip, her eyes downcast, and replied, "I am Su Xian'er, a disciple at the Bayou Dojo, and we are currently recruiting new members. I noticed you seemed interested in finding a dojo, so I thought I'd introduce myself." As she finished speaking, her lips curled into a subtle smile, further accentuating her extraordinary beauty and remarkable grace. The art of cultivation can indeed transform one's appearance, allowing even those of modest looks to blossom into stunning beauty. It was clear that Su Xian'er was already quite lovely, and now she had become breathtakingly radiant. Observing Su Xian'er's allure, Sun Jingbai's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly stepped forward, murmuring, "Zhao Jing, why don't we choose this dojo? She came all the way to invite us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged, merely smiling as he replied, I'm sorry, but there's no rush. We'll look around a bit more." The moment those words left his mouth, Sun Jingbai was left dumbfounded at a refusal. Was he mistaken? The invitation from such a beautiful girl was clear, yet he chose to deliberate. Was he an unwavering sage or a monk devoid of desire? Su Xian'er, too, seemed taken aback by the rejection. After a brief pause, she said, "That's all right, my dojo is just over there. If you're interested, feel free to come find me." Zhao Jing nodded, and Su Xian'er pressed her lips together lightly before turning to leave. Once she had departed, Sun Jingbai exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother, you can't possibly be gay, can you? A stunning girl like that invites you, and you just let it slip away? If it were me, I would have jumped at the chance." Zhao Jing shot him a sidelong glance and replied casually, "Oh, no rush, no rush. What do you mean by that? You don't have a girlfriend, so why act so heartlessly?" Sun Jingbai's eyes widened with incredulity, displaying an expression of profound regret. "Even if you think she is not suitable, you could have passed her my way. Don't let good fortune slip through your fingers." At his remark, several nearby girls couldn't help but chime in. "Sun Jingbai, why are you in such a hurry?" One asked. "Yeah, she wasn't inviting you. So why are you so worked up?" Another added. "Could it be that you are the infamous eunuch who is more anxious than the emperor himself?" They teased, laughing. Seeing Su Xian'er's stunning beauty, the girls felt a twinge of inadequacy. Realizing they could not measure up, however, with the sight of her departing, they felt a sense of relief, only for Sun Jingbai's comments to spark their irritation. Naturally, Sun Jingbai was unwilling to back down, and he quickly retorted with sharp words. While they exchanged barbs, Zhao Jing took a deep breath, shaking his head. Joining a dojo? Had he not discovered his martial talent? He might have considered it, however, now that he had realized it. What purpose would joining serve? With merely his keen observation, he could absorb various martial arts, mastering their techniques. Thus, joining a dojo would only result in a waste of time and money. As for the beauty, it was indeed the first time in his life that a lovely girl had approached him so openly, which was somewhat thrilling. Yet, in pursuit of the path of cultivation, he deemed it better to let it go. Resolving to suppress his thoughts, he shifted his gaze to observe the surroundings once more. As he looked on, he continued to witness the martial techniques of others. Each time he saw someone executing punches or kicks, he focused intently, studying them closely. Once he was certain he had mastered a technique, he would shift his gaze to the next point 1, 2, 3, with his eyes flitting about. In what appeared to be casual observations, he comprehended and etched numerous martial techniques into his mind. At the same time, he sensed a subtle gaze piercing through the air, observing him from a distance. It was Su Xian'er's gaze. Could it be she had taken an interest in him? Zhao Jing's heart raced at the thought, but he quickly shook his head, no more fanciful notions. He needed to calm his mind and focus on his learning. At the Bayou Dojo, Su Xian'er leaned against the railing, her soft, watery autumn eyes fixed on Zhao Jing, her cherry lips slightly bitten as if lost in thought. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man stepped out of the dojo. He was robust in stature, sporting a slight belly, and bore a resemblance to Su Xian'er. With a smile, he asked, "Daughter, what are you looking at? Have you found someone special?" At his words, Su Xian'er's body trembled slightly. She gestured toward Zhao Jing in the distance, saying, "Father, take a look at that person." The middle-aged man glanced down and chuckled. "Oh, he seems like quite the handsome young man. Daughter, are you smitten?" As he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze sharpening. This person, father, do you also sense that he is somewhat different?" Su Xian'er whispered, lightly touching her father's arm. The middle-aged man fell silent, his smile fading as his eyes grew increasingly intense and inscrutable. Those who have achieved martial prowess often possess keen insight. With just a glance, one can discern another's mental and physical state. After examining Zhao Jing, the middle-aged man felt a stirring within him. After studying him for a while, he let out a soft breath, marveling, what a remarkable physique he possesses. At his words, Su Xian'er's eyes widened. The middle-aged man narrowed his gaze further, continuing, "This young man has a well-proportioned physique, firm muscles, sloping shoulders, a tightened waist, arms as strong as a dragon or serpent, and feet planted firmly like a mighty mountain. Each step he takes exudes the spirit of a dragon and tiger. He is undoubtedly a natural talent for martial arts. Once he embarks on his training, his rate of progress will astound all, and he may soon surpass both you and me." Upon hearing this, Su Xian'er's eyes went round as emotions surged within her like a tidal wave. Initially, she had sensed something unique about Zhao Jing, but she never imagined his uniqueness would reach such heights. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she quickly spoke. "Father, you're exaggerating. I've trained for several years. And you, being a renowned martial artist who has diligently practiced for 30 years and is soon to become a leader in the Martial Arts Association, how can you hold such a high opinion of him?" The middle-aged man chuckled at her words. "Xian'er, you must understand. Some individuals are simply born with innate talent. Those gifted individuals possess extraordinary qualities, making them inherently superior in martial arts. Consider us martial artists. When we engage in combat, we primarily measure speed and strength. With speed comes power. One punch can knock someone unconscious, while a slow, weak blow is ineffective, regardless of martial technique. In my view, this young man's physical foundation is incredibly solid, likely possessing hundreds of pounds of strength. Even if he were to swing his fists recklessly, he could easily topple 9 out of 10 disciples in this dojo." The certainty in his tone instantly instilled a degree of belief in Su Xian'er. She was aware that her father had always possessed keen insight. Whatever he declared was essentially the truth, for he would never stoop to lying about such matters. As she parted her lips, preparing to inquire further, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Who is it? Who can topple 9/10 of the disciples in the boxing gym? Does that include me, Zhou Yefeng? Master Su, I truly refuse to accept this. Whoever you speak of, I wish to see who can merely swing a few clumsy punches and prevail over me." The speaker was a young man of considerable stature and striking appearance, clad in a white martial arts uniform. Standing there, his face was a mask of arrogance and defiance. "I, Zhou Yefeng, have practiced martial arts for a year. While I do not claim to be invincible, I can certainly hold my own against 3 or 5 opponents. Master Su, do enlighten me about who could possibly defeat me with such ease." His voice boomed, reverberating through the ears of the disciples within the Baiyue boxing gym, prompting slight smirks and muted laughter among them. The middle-aged man, referred to as Master Su, merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, choosing not to respond before turning away, leaving Su Xian'er standing there, her gaze lowered to the ground. Noticing her silence, Zhou Yefeng hesitated to press further and instead directed his question to Su Xian'er. "Xian'er, who did Master Su refer to?" "The 9/10 of disciples he mentioned. Am I included?" "Of course. You are included," Su Xian'er thought to herself, though outwardly she remained silent. After a brief pause, Zhou Yefeng, clearly unsettled, continued. "Why doesn't Master Su acknowledge me? Could it be that he truly believes I am inferior to the person he mentioned?" "What a fool," Su Xian'er scoffed inwardly, but after a moment of contemplation, she gently replied. My father has his own thoughts on the matter." "Oh, isn't that essentially the same?" Zhou Yefeng dismissed her response with a wave, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "So, Xian'er, who is this person Master Su speaks of?" Upon hearing this address, Su Xian'er maintained her composure, though inwardly she was irked. "Xian'er, how dare he address me so intimately? Just because he paid a bit of money to learn martial arts here for a year. He feels entitled to such familiarity?" Frustrated, she retorted, "Don't ask me. That person is not from the Martial Arts Academy." "Not from the academy? Then who are they?" Zhou Yefeng pressed, clearly vexing Su Xian'er. She nonchalantly gestured toward Zhao Jing, saying, "It's him." Following her gesture, Zhou Yefeng looked down, initially taken aback, but then a surge of fury ignited within him. "It's him. That former classmate who once insulted me in our group chat. How could it possibly be him?" The mere thought of Zhao Jing filled Zhou Yefeng with an uncontrollable rage, his emotions swelling within him like a tempest. He had always been self-important, and after being publicly confronted by Zhao Jing, he felt his pride had been severely wounded. Now, with the added insult of Master Su deeming Zhao Jing unworthy of comparison, old grievances flared anew, igniting this young man's fury to a boiling point. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yefeng dashed forward, directly confronting Zhao Jing with a mocking smile. Well, what a coincidence. Is that not Zhao Jing?" Upon hearing his name, Zhao Jing paused momentarily. Indeed, he sighed lightly, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he turned to face Zhou Yefeng. "I didn't expect to see you here." At that moment, Zhao Jing was overwhelmed with a sense of frustration, akin to facing a muck pit with no means of escape. Despite his meticulous calculations, he found himself unexpectedly in the same place as Zhou Yefeng. "Seeing me here is quite normal," he thought. Zhou Yefeng feigned a smile, saying, "I am an official disciple of this boxing gym, having trained here for some time. Your presence piques my curiosity. Are you here to learn martial arts? And what if I am?" Sun Jingbai stepped forward, furrowing his brow in response. What's the matter, Zhou Yefeng? Are we not allowed to learn? Learning is fine and no one is stopping you, Zhou Yefeng chuckled, raising an eyebrow. But not everyone can master martial arts. For someone like me, it's quite normal, while for someone like Zhao Jing, it might prove a tad challenging. Oh? Zhao Jing's lips curled slightly as he retorted. What makes it challenging? Practicing martial arts requires talent and a certain fighting spirit, Zhou Yefeng said, his gaze flickering as his anger swelled further. Though his tone grew more composed, in this current era, anyone can access training methods and embark on a path of cultivation, but that does not mean everyone can step into the martial world. Without the courage to fight, one cannot hope to achieve anything, even in training. At these words, Sun Zhengbai erupted in laughter. Zhou Yefeng, I always sensed your sense of superiority, but now I realize it's not just that, it's pure narcissism. Do you think you're a deity who can so casually determine someone else's fate? I'm merely expressing my thoughts. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Yefeng waved his hand dismissively, of course. If you don't believe me, how about we have a little spar, Zhao Jing? Seeing as you've grown taller, I assume you've practiced some cultivation methods. Your strength must have increased. Care to give it a try? As his words hung in the air, Zhou Yefeng's eyes fixated on Zhao Jing, flames of fervor igniting in his pupils. Or is it that you lack the courage to even engage me? His voice was low yet brimming with bravado, prompting a slight smirk from Zhao Jing. Lack of fighting spirit? Afraid to engage? While Zhou Yefeng is comfortably asleep at home, dreaming away, I'm out here facing life and death. Zhao Jing understood that Zhou Yefeng was attempting to provoke him with rather crude and immature tactics, yet he was prepared to accept the challenge. The reason was simple. He had long harbored disdain for Zhou Yefeng. Though he had said little after being kicked out of the class group, a lingering resentment had accumulated within him, and now was the perfect moment to release it. If Zhou Yefeng had chosen to remain silent and keep to himself, Zhao Jing would have had no interest in him, as the path of cultivation was of utmost importance. However, since Zhou Yefeng had taken the initiative to provoke him, he could not be blamed for seeking retribution and relieving his pent-up frustration. As for whether revealing his identity was a concern, defeating a minor Zhou Yefeng certainly wouldn't expose anything. With his resolve firm, Zhao Jing suppressed his smile and replied, All right, you pick the place. Great. Let us do it at the Baiyu boxing gym. Zhou Yefeng grinned widely, adding with enthusiasm, Rest assured. I'll hold back a bit. 3 minutes later, within the Baiyu boxing gym, a space deliberately cleared of shallow yellow wooden flooring served as the arena. Zhao Jing and Zhou Yefeng stood 5 meters apart, each poised in their stance. Nearby, Master Su and a group of spectators observed in silence, while Sun Zhengbai and others wore expressions of concern. Oh no, we should have dissuaded Zhao Jing earlier, Sun Zhengbai thought regretfully, shaking his head. He knew Zhou Yefeng had martial arts experience and realized it was unwise to provoke him in his moment of anger. He had allowed the situation to escalate, inadvertently granting Zhou Yefeng the upper hand. He sighed inwardly, fully aware of the precariousness of the situation. Upon hearing his thoughts, Su Xian'er smirked slightly, saying, That's not necessarily true. Sun Zhengbai paused, turning to her. Su Xian'er offered no further explanation, but Master Su smiled and added, Indeed, it's quite uncertain. The foundational strength of their physiques may not even be on the same level. Hence the outcome is truly unpredictable. Sun Zhengbai's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, Zhou Yefeng had already made his move. He crouched slightly, advancing forward with rapid steps that resonated rhythmically. Akin to the beat of a drum as he closed the distance, he momentarily halted his left leg, twisting his waist and unleashing a powerful high kick. Wham! The air erupted with a tearing sound, as though fabric were being violently ripped apart. His right leg sliced through the air like a blade, aiming directly at Zhao Jing's face with the intent to finish the spar swiftly. Facing this sweeping kick, Zhao Jing's expression turned serious. He remained calm and collected, extending his left hand in a swift, electrifying motion. In an instant, he grasped Zhou Yefeng's ankle midair, halting its trajectory. Zhou Yefeng's expression froze, surprise etched on his face as he hadn't anticipated his kick would be caught. Before he could react, Zhao Jing's arm bulged with sinewy strength, surging with immense power. In a heartbeat, Zhou Yefeng found himself lifted off the ground. Like a weightless leaf upon a gentle stream, or perhaps akin to a delicate feather, he was effortlessly yanked by Zhao Jing, his body twisting a full 180 degrees in a graceful arc, before crashing down with a resounding thud upon the wooden floor, unleashing a deep, muffled roar. The force of gravity bore down upon him, and the sensation was indescribably excruciating yet exhilarating. Zhou Yefeng immediately felt his entire being turn to jelly, soft, numb, and pained. While his mind spiraled into a void, every thought shattered into oblivion by that single impact. Consciousness faded. The world spun. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as Zhou Yefeng was plunged into this bewildering state of unawareness, a faint voice echoed around him, penetrating his ears. It was Zhao Jing's voice. Zhou Yefeng, are you satisfied? Chapter 21. The Chivalrous Blade Brother. As the tone resonated, the surrounding crowd fell silent at first. Astonished, shocked, confused, and bewildered, a torrent of emotions surged in their eyes, churning and roiling, before erupting into a cacophony of exclamations that reverberated far and wide. Goodness, what strength is this? With just a grab and a toss, Zhou Yefeng was lifted. Is this a resurrection of a tyrant? In his grasp, a person weighing over 100 pounds felt as light as a feather. Most of the onlookers were martial arts enthusiasts, having trained for years and honed their physiques through diligent practice, confident in their abilities. Yet, in this moment, all were left in awe, gripped by an indescribable shudder. This was their first encounter with such a scene. No fists or feet required, merely a hand's pull, and the adversary was swept aside with sheer brute force. How astonishingly simple, how shockingly brutal. Putting themselves in Zhou Yefeng's shoes, the majority of the martial artists present felt utterly dwarfed by Zhao Jing, for the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast, far beyond what skill could compensate. The saying one's strength shatters 1,000 techniques was epitomized in this moment. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Sun Zhengbai's lips twitched slightly. He clearly had not anticipated that his classmate would possess such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly overpowering Zhou Yefeng. Both Master Su and Su Xian'er exhibited subtle shifts in expression, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Although they had suspected that Zhou Yefeng might not fare well in this duel, they had not foreseen Zhao Jing's strength being so overwhelmingly dominant, able to lift and toss a person at will. The crowd's emotions surged like a tempest. Zhao Jing, however, remained composed amidst the tumult. He cast a glance at Zhou Yefeng, who trembled slightly, his consciousness hazy and unresponsive, while Zhao Jing felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. What a delight! Truly, what a delight with that throw. The pent-up frustration he had harbored for days had dissipated entirely. All his grievances and discontent, now swept away by this newfound strength. He murmured to himself, gazing at his hands, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he turned to leave. Though he had exerted effort moments ago, Zhao Jing was aware that he hadn't used excessive force. At most, he had merely left Zhou Yefeng dazed for a while. He would soon regain his senses. In such a public setting, killing was ultimately inadvisable, especially since their conflict was merely a minor dispute, not a matter of life and death. A lesson was sufficient. As Zhao Jing stepped aside, the onlookers quickly regained their senses, and several rushed forward to check on Zhou Yefeng. Sun Zhengbei approached, exclaiming, "Well done, brother. You were hiding your strength all along. That power. My goodness, can you wrestle with a bull?" His astonishment was mirrored by the nearby girls, who gushed, "Wow, he's so handsome." That explosive throw was simply breathtaking. In response to the flood of compliments, Zhao Jing merely offered a nonchalant acknowledgement, preparing to depart and observe other martial arts practitioners. Just then, a robust voice rang in his ear, "Brother, what incredible strength you possess. Would you be interested in joining our dojo to formally learn martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's interest was piqued. He looked down to see a middle-aged man speaking to him, a gentle smile gracing his face, evoking a sense of warmth. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Su Zhenghu, the owner of the Baiyue Martial Arts School and one of the main authorities here. Seeing your physique, I believe you would be an excellent fit for martial arts training. How about joining our school?" Pausing briefly, Su Zhenghu continued, "Of course, regarding tuition, while our Baiyue Martial Arts School has a relatively high fee, around 6,000 for each term, you need not worry about that. If you are willing to join, we can even waive the fees. What do you think?" As soon as these words left his lips, the surrounding disciples gasped in disbelief. Waiving tuition? Such treatment was unprecedented. It was well known that martial arts schools were established for profit, and recruiting disciples naturally required charging fees. Among the myriad martial arts schools, Baiyue was one of the most prestigious, with fees significantly higher than average. Yet here was the dojo owner offering to waive tuition. He was genuinely eager to take on disciples. Despite such a generous offer, Zhao Jing's resolve remained unchanged. He smiled apologetically and replied, "I'm sorry, but I do not intend to join a dojo at this time. I prefer to observe for now." Hearing this, Su Zhenghu felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly masked it with a smile. "Oh, that's perfectly fine. Take your time to decide. I imagine you are new here and unfamiliar with the situation. How about I have my daughter accompany you and provide a brief introduction? This was the cunning nature of an old hand in the game. He did not press too hard, merely suggesting that his daughter assist, a gesture of goodwill that was difficult to refuse. Before Zhao Jing could respond, Sun Zhengbai eagerly interjected, voicing his agreement. Observing this exchange, Zhao Jing hesitated for a second and ultimately acquiesced. Yet even after agreeing, during the subsequent observations, he paid little attention to Su Xian'er, focusing solely on mastering martial arts techniques. Hook punches, swinging punches, straight punches, collapsing punches, side kicks, high kicks, horizontal kicks, whip kicks. Like a machine capable of replication, he etched the various power techniques into his mind, committing them to memory. While Zhao Jing immersed himself in learning, Su Xian'er felt as if she had collided with a stone wall. No matter how she spoke or introduced herself, he remained utterly unfazed, responding only with 3 phrases. Oh, and that's nice. What kind of response was that? Though she was not a vain beauty, she had never encountered such cold indifference, brushed off in such an unremarkable manner. With a slight scowl, she contemplated her next move and decided to let slip a piece of intriguing gossip. Hey, have you heard of Blade Brother? At her words, Sun Zhengbai's eyes widened in surprise. Even the girls who had harbored a hint of jealousy towards Su Xian'er perked up, leaning in closer and asking, "Oh, yes, what happened? Did something occur?" "Well, I have a little inside scoop. Something released by the police that hasn't hit the news yet. The city folks are still unaware." Su Xian'er lowered her voice, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Jing. "Just last night, at the trial hall, over a dozen people were sliced in half by a single blade, and the scene was utterly horrific. Furthermore, a van was also cleaved in two. Based on the evidence, the police suspect that both the victims and the severed van are connected to Blade Brother." At this revelation, Sun Zhengbai and the others gasped in astonishment. "In a way, is that for real? A van cut in half? What kind of swordsmanship is that? That's terrifying. Is there truly a mythical figure like that in our society?" Seeing the crowd react so fervently, Su Xian'er quickly urged them to lower their voices, continuing, "Later, according to police investigations, all the deceased were involved in recent heinous crimes, multiple murder and robbery cases. They were the culprits. Yet Blade Brother took them down single-handedly." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengbai and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "So, Blade Brother is ridding the world of evildoers? What a hero! In ancient times, he would be a true knight-errant. With his blade, upholding justice, this Blade Brother is indeed impressive. Since time immemorial, the path of the knight-errant has been the envy of many, and now a living embodiment of such a figure graced the world. How could the people not be in awe?" Listening to the rampant praise from others, Zhao Jing felt increasingly uncomfortable. This was genuinely a bit embarrassing. Standing by, hearing others extol his virtues, made his cheeks flush with heat. After a brief pause, Zhao Jing took a step forward, wishing to evade the limelight, when Su Xian'er suddenly asked, "Zhao Jing, what do you think of Blade Brother?" "Ah, me?" Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding. "Oh, he seems good." After saying this, he quickly added that he needed to use the restroom and promptly lowered his head, making a hasty retreat. Upon hearing this, Su Xian'er initially pursed her lips, displeased with his response. But upon seeing Zhao Jing's intent to leave, she couldn't help but laugh. It is to be expected that, in the wake of the illustrious deeds of Yidioj, some may find it difficult to resist. Perhaps, she mused quietly to herself, her pair of enchanting eyes shimmering like water, rippling with emotions and radiating brilliance. In contemporary society, individuals like Yidioj, who embody such chivalry, are indeed a rarity. Even Zhao Jing pales in comparison to him, and ordinary men cannot even hope to match his prowess. How delightful it would be if I could meet Yidioj in reality. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Su Xian'er's delicate face. Chapter 22. Extraordinary talent. When Zhao Jing returned from the restroom, it was unsurprising that Sun Zhengbai and the others had shifted their discussion to the country's latest decree, which entailed the establishment of a martial arts practitioners association. In these tumultuous times, with nightly reports of murders and rampant unrest, it was said that the formation of this association aimed to mitigate such chaos. Indeed, my family has also remarked that the presence of a martial arts association would likely improve societal conditions. However, to gain entry into this association, one must possess martial skills or exceptional physical strength, or alternatively, have a moderate level of cultivation. Otherwise, admission is impossible. I can attest to this. Just a few days ago, my father was approached by government officials who expressed their desire for him to assume a leadership role within the Martial Arts Association. Su Xian'er spoke up, a hint of pride evident on her face. Upon hearing this, Sun Jingbai and the others exclaimed, "Is that true? A leader of the Martial Arts Association? It is indeed true. With my father's martial prowess, there would be no doubt about his capability to lead the association." At this juncture, Su Xian'er noticed Zhao Jing's arrival and, perhaps inadvertently, remarked, "As the Martial Arts Association is newly established, it naturally requires personnel, and my father intends to recruit some individuals from among his disciples to assume responsibilities, offering them government employee benefits, and in addition, they will have the opportunity to network with numerous billionaires." Zhao Jing listened with a faint smile, yet did not respond. Previously, when advertisements flooded the news, offering millions in annual salaries to recruit residents with formidable martial skills, he had remained discreet. How could the modest offer of a government position sway him? Calming his mind, he practiced martial arts for a while longer, calculating that it was nearly time to take his leave. He bid farewell to Sun Jingbai, and they parted ways to return home. Once back, he did not rest but sought out a secluded spot to practice his martial techniques. Learning was one thing. Being able to apply it effectively was another. Zhao Jing aspired to become a master of martial arts and practical combat, rather than merely a theoretical practitioner. In the following days, his life remained tranquil. He trained, dined, trained again and dined again, occasionally taking brief trips to the trial hall for resources or sneaking into the martial arts academy to learn, before resuming his training. This monotonous routine, devoid of any excitement, would seem quite tedious to an ordinary person. Yet, he found joy in it. Even with the divine cultivation methods at his disposal, it did not grant him the luxury of complacency. I once witnessed the realm of the divine in my dreams, where prodigies were as numerous as the stars and anomalies abounded. Many individuals gained significant fortunes and opportunities early on, yet due to laxity, they missed the path to divinity. History has shown that even in that mythic age, when deities were less revered, not everyone could attain immortality. Nothing is predestined. Perseverance, effort, and diligence are the true foundations of cultivation. As this thought coursed through his mind, Zhao Jing's resolve solidified, becoming as unyielding as iron. Furthermore, my time practicing the divine cultivation method is nearing 1 month. According to my recollections, after a month of cultivation, a qualitative change occurs, leaving no room for complacency. With this in mind, Zhao Jing's spirit ignited with fervor, and he immersed himself in rigorous training. As time passed, his physical strength surged, and his martial arts skills became second nature. Even the techniques of punches and kicks became increasingly fluid and instinctual. Meanwhile, society experienced a dramatic transformation as well. Firstly, the Martial Arts Practitioners Association was officially established. The inaugural members consisted largely of martial artists, retired military personnel, and law enforcement officers, all united by a common goal: to uphold public safety and protect the citizens. Following its establishment, the association swiftly mobilized to patrol the city, addressing the unrest. Undeniably, this approach proved effective initially. Within 2 days, societal conditions improved, and the crime rate significantly decreased. However, by the 3rd day, the crime rate surged anew. This was because the criminals were not fools. They banded together, abandoning their previously scattered tactics to engage in collective actions. Suddenly, various criminal organizations ran rampant, notorious for their deeds, among which the most infamous was the Brotherhood of Heaven and Earth. Rumor had it that the leaders were the 2 individuals who had caused a ruckus in the detention center days prior, and they had established themselves as the most formidable force among the many organizations. Faced with this organized crime wave, the Martial Arts Practitioners Association found itself in a predicament. A few days later, within a small room, Zhao Jing took a deep breath, a gleam of cold light flashing in his eyes. Finally, a month of cultivation had passed. In this time, he had enhanced his physical strength to approximately 1 ton, capable of lifting a small car with ease, and his speed had approached 6 seconds for 100 meters. Reaching the pinnacle of human capability, even more gratifying was that, according to his recollections, after a month of practicing the divine cultivation method, his physique would undergo wondrous changes. This miraculous transformation was known as the change of vital energy. As he contemplated this, his heart surged, bubbling like a tempestuous sea, roiling with excitement. The so-called change of vital energy refers to the metamorphosis of the physical form. The method of vital energy is extraordinary. Once it accumulates to a certain degree, it will trigger a transformation, resulting in special talents based on the cultivation method, such as the powers of thunder and lightning or fire and ice, activated by mere thought. This unique talent is known as extraordinary talent. Generally speaking, this extraordinary talent should not manifest at this stage. It is typically attained after transcending the mundane realm and reaching a higher extraordinary level. However, the divine cultivation method differs from ordinary methods, allowing me to access this power prematurely. Currently, my physical condition is adequate. What remains is merely a bit of vital energy elixir. With this thought, he glanced at the small jade vials beside him. A multitude of small vials lay stacked at his side, the majority already exhausted in his cultivation efforts. I require 2 more elixirs. I hope tonight's endeavor will lead to my successful transformation. With this in mind, Zhao Jing donned a black mask and rushed out the door. Tonight is a night of rain. Before him, the downpour was torrential, cascading from the heavens, the stars obscured and the moonlight absent. On the ground, streetlights and windows flickered with warmth, casting a gentle glow upon the world. Ignoring these, Zhao Jing gazed into the distance, fixated on the resplendent glow of the ancient hall. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he let out a hearty laugh, and with a swift movement, he plunged into the rain. Chapter 23. To rule or not to rule? Under the deluge, Zhao Jing raced forth, and in mere minutes, he approached the trial hall. Yet, just as he drew near, he was suddenly startled by the piercing sound of gunfire amidst the rain. Bang, bang, bang. The searing bullets whizzed through the darkness, slicing through the curtain of rain, dazzling and blinding, while the sound of gunfire resonated like thunder, echoing across the land. Upon closer inspection, the gunfire was not limited to handguns. The furious roar of assault rifles could also be heard. Who is it? Who is engaged in a gunfight here? Zhao Jing's expression shifted as he quickly calmed his mind, scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, he unleashed his extraordinary senses to perceive the commotion around him. With this heightened awareness, his brow furrowed slightly. He had unexpectedly encountered acquaintances. In the adjacent building of the trial hall, Su Zhenghu and his daughter were observing with solemn expressions, flanked by several police officers and martial practitioners. The latter of whom Zhao Jing recognized as members of the Martial Arts Academy. At this juncture, those individuals were firing back while shouting commands. Where did this group of criminals acquire such firepower? They even have rifles, who knows? We initially received accurate intelligence that this group of criminals was heading to the trial hall to seek rewards, so we came to intercept them, but we never anticipated their firepower would be so overwhelming. It's a dire situation. Thankfully, they didn't bring grenades, or we would have been in real trouble. As he listened, Zhao Jing understood the situation. It appeared that the police and the Martial Arts Association were attempting to thwart the criminal organization. Indeed, the city of Yingbao has been quite unstable lately, with crime rates surging, prompting the government to take action, yet they were caught off guard. In that moment of clarity, the gunfire suddenly ceased from the other side of the trial hall. Almost immediately, a figure surged forth. He was tall and imposing, emanating a fierce aura, charging through the dim, uncertain night towards Su Zhenghu and the others at a breakneck speed. His velocity was astonishing, almost ethereal, catching the gunmen off guard, while only the martial practitioners managed to react, roaring as they advanced to meet him. Then, the sounds of combat erupted violently. In an instant, shadows entwined, and a powerful energy surged forth, creating a tempest of fierce winds that howled in all directions, causing the puddles on the ground to splash and the raindrops to scatter. Upon witnessing a martial artist stepping forward, the eyes of the police and others brightened with intrigue. But wait, was it just one person? One could not help but wonder if this individual had lost their senses, charging in alone as if having acquired a modicum of martial arts knowledge would suffice to contend with seasoned warriors. These practitioners were the elite of the Martial Arts Academy, having trained for an extended period and under equivalent cultivation methods. They were nearly invincible. In their last confrontation, these martial artists had effortlessly subdued their adversaries. And this time would be no different. The crowd held steadfast confidence in the Martial Arts Association's members, convinced they could easily suppress their opponent. However, in the next heartbeat, several martial artists from the association were swept aside, their bodies retreating like broken strings, coughing up blood. A dozen members of the Martial Arts Association were being overwhelmed by a single individual. Witnessing this scene, the police and others widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? How could our side be at such a disadvantage? These were elite disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. How could they lose to this madman? He was but one person. How could he withstand so many? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the rogue spoke coldly. How foolish, in an era where one can cultivate to become a deity, to think that the mere fists and feet of mortals could reign supreme. What a naive and ignorant notion. What you practice is but inferior cultivation, utterly mundane. while I have mastered an intermediate cultivation method sufficient to crush you." His voice was deep and resonant, exuding an overwhelming presence that caused the surrounding raindrops to veer off course. Scattering in all directions, the sound of his voice, the faces of the police and others turned ashen, and Su Zhenghu's expression darkened. It was well known that there existed a hierarchy among cultivation methods. Inferior methods paled in comparison to intermediate ones, with a chasm between the two that was nearly insurmountable. Initially, the disparity in martial arts might not have been apparent, allowing for some semblance of competition. But after a month of cultivation, the gap in power had widened to an unbridgeable extent. Typically, those who practiced intermediate methods were exceedingly rare. Even within the Martial Arts Association, none could be found. Who would have thought such an individual would emerge from this criminal organization? After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhenghu spoke gravely. "Since you possess an intermediate cultivation method, why resort to being a criminal?" This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Indeed, possessing an intermediate cultivation method was akin to holding a gold mine. The state would be eager to recruit you at a handsome price. And corporate conglomerates could offer million-dollar salaries. In such circumstances, what could possibly compel one to choose the path of a criminal? How could a fool grasp my intentions? The man's face was shrouded in darkness, rendering him unrecognizable, as his voice emerged low and menacing. "Now that I possess power, how could I allow you weaklings to dictate my actions? I intend to establish my own dark empire, reigning supreme in this city. When that time comes, whatever I desire shall be mine. Anything I wish to seize will be rightfully taken. Why would I need you to provide for me?" As he spoke, he casually unleashed a punch, as heavy as a tempestuous hammer, sending another individual reeling and spitting blood. With that single strike, the sheer might was nothing short of invincible. Observing this, Su Zhenghu narrowed his eyes and could not help but surge forward. He gathered his momentum, lunging forth like a tiger descending from a mountain, delivering a punch imbued with unparalleled ferocity. The technique he practiced was known as the tiger's roar fist. With one punch, his energy surged forth like a tiger leaping down a mountain, pressuring his opponent. It was evident that where his fist struck, the surrounding raindrops dispersed, and the air converged. This demonstrated that he had indeed mastered this technique to its pinnacle. In the past, such a strike would have easily rendered an opponent unconscious, with few among humanity capable of countering it. Yet before the man possessing the intermediate cultivation method, it was utterly ineffective. The man merely brushed it aside with a casual punch. Bang! The head of the Martial Arts Academy, having trained for decades, could not withstand the force and coughed blood, staggering backward. He had been decisively defeated. "Too weak," the man muttered disdainfully, shaking his head. His words struck terror into the hearts of all present, instilling a profound sense of despair, leaving Su Xian'er's lips slightly parted, her expression frozen in shock. She had never anticipated that her father, whom she believed to be invincible in his martial arts, would falter so easily before another. Someone immediately opened fire, only to realize that their eyes could not keep pace with the man's speed. The bullets rained down, yet not a single one found its mark. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the man snorted coldly and advanced, still daring to shoot. "You shall all perish." He lunged forward, his demeanor exuding an unmatched ferocity. As the divine light of the trial hall enveloped him, casting a vast shadow that seemed poised to engulf everyone in that moment, the police's eyes widened, their expressions grim. At that moment, Su Zhenghu gritted his teeth. As if preparing to rise once more, that moment, Su Xian'er closed her beautiful eyes, ready to accept her fate. Just as the man was about to charge forward, a low voice echoed from not far away. "Since when did this city allow an unknown brat to claim kingship?" Chapter 24. The rain falls. The voice resonated, reverberating through the vicinity. The condescension in the tone caused the man to momentarily halt. But he soon pressed onward with unwavering determination. His heart was filled with rage and murderous intent, solely focused on annihilating those before him, intending to deal with the speaker afterward. "Did you think a mere utterance could compel me to halt my actions? Such a crude delay tactic is beneath my notice." A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind as he breathed heavily, his killing intent palpable. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an explosive sound erupted. A slender white beam tore through the air, hurtling toward him, generating a resounding shockwave. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning or a meteor streaking across the sky. The object approached with alarming velocity, aimed directly at the man, who instinctively sensed the danger and swiftly evaded the oncoming white beam. In that fleeting moment, The white beam collided with a wall, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated around them, splitting the wall apart and leaving a fissure extending over 10 meters. The man focused intently, his emotions surging. The white beam that had come hurtling toward him was none other than a steel railing from the road. Upon closer inspection, he noted that a significant portion of the railing had embedded itself in the wall, leaving only a small segment exposed. Undoubtedly, someone had hurled the railing with tremendous force, but who could possess such strength to launch a seemingly ordinary railing with such destructive power? As this thought crossed his mind, the man instinctively clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward the source of the railing's trajectory. Nearby, the police and martial artists reacted, their eyes drawn to where the railing had originated. Simultaneously, the man's accomplices shifted their attention, all eyes converging on the approaching figure. Zhao Jing, he wore a mask, gripping a railing that had evidently been torn from the roadside barrier, the breakage still fresh. Without hesitation, Zhao Jing stepped forward through the rain, moving as if on a leisurely stroll, his fingers brushing the end of the railing. Though be fair, he had not intended to kill. However, circumstances had compelled him to intervene. After all, the Martial Arts Association and the police were striving to protect public safety, and witnessing them on the brink of annihilation at the hands of these criminals left him unable to remain indifferent. This was the first reason. The second reason was that he owed those martial artists a debt. Within the Martial Arts Academy, he had learned numerous techniques, from punches to kicks, without offering any form of compensation, leaving him with a sense of indebtedness. Now that those individuals were in peril, stepping in to assist would serve as a way to repay that debt of gratitude. With this in mind, Zhao Jing infused tremendous force into his palm. Crack, crack, crack. The low-carbon steel railing began to twist under his grip. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the end of the railing emitted a piercing sound, as if bowing in submission. Within mere moments, it morphed into a spiraled, sharp point, glinting coldly beneath the divine light. This sturdy steel was being forcibly reshaped in his hands, witnessing such a remarkable spectacle. The man's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he spoke. Brother, we harbor no enmity. There is no need for conflict. I am Zhao Longxian, the leader of the Tianhu gang, and my friend. Please don't. Realizing that the newcomer could contort steel with sheer strength made him wary. He had no desire to escalate the situation. However, before he could finish his plea, another terrifying white beam surged forth. Zhao Longxian's heart quaked, and he hastily evaded, narrowly escaping the lethal strike of the railing, his fury igniting. He had approached with goodwill, attempting to converse, yet the other party showed no inclination for reason and insisted on confrontation. Very well, then. You, brash youth, are far too presumptuous. Do you truly believe I, Zhao Longxian, am afraid of you? Let me make it clear. Not only do I possess an intermediate cultivation method, but I have also mastered the legendary martial arts divine technique. To challenge me is to overestimate your own capabilities, Zhao Longxian roared, the vitality and blood within him surging forth, flooding into his arms and unleashing unfathomable divine energy. Around his arms, the air surged like a tidal wave, producing a gurgling sound reminiscent of rippling water. Suddenly, the airflow coalesced, materializing into the illusory forms of two serpentine dragons. This inferior martial art technique, the dragon transformation, was a skill acquired by Zhao Longxian upon touching two beams of light in the trial hall. It allowed him to condense his vital energy into the shape of dragons, gathering unmatched power to suppress his foes. Originally his trump card, witnessing Zhao Jing's ability to twist steel with sheer force made him feel a sense of urgency, prompting him to unleash it without hesitation as he conjured the dragon forms. Zhao Longxian's body moved like lightning, charging forward while sneering, "Kid, to perish under a martial arts technique is a privilege." With those words, his vital energy surged, and the two dragons let out a faint roar, echoing the sound of mountains and tsunamis, unleashing a torrential downpour and stirring up fierce winds. Such overwhelming might was truly terrifying. In the distance, Su Zhenghu and his daughter displayed expressions of deep concern, their anxiety palpable. Although they had previously witnessed the masked man's extraordinary strength, capable of bending steel with brute force, it paled in comparison to the mystical martial arts techniques derived from the trial hall, which possessed unfathomable divine powers. That kind of strength far surpassed the capabilities of mere brute force. How could it be matched? Meanwhile, the criminals erupted in cheers, whispering to one another, "Ha ha, brothers has unleashed his martial arts technique. That man is doomed. I have seen our leader practice this technique privately." When the two dragon forms emerged, A wall crumbled effortlessly, and no one could withstand such power. That man can only manipulate steel at best. Can flesh withstand a wall? Undoubtedly, in Yingbao City, no one could rival Brother Zhao. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Jing remained rooted in place. He gazed at Zhuo Longxian charging towards him, observing the roaring dragon phantoms conjuring storms. His expression unchanging, save for a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. Is this what you call a martial arts technique? Judging by this display, it's clear that these dragons are merely a low-grade technique with limited power. Hardly a true secret method. Very well, let me show you what a true martial arts technique looks like. With that thought, Zhao Jing's vital energy surged, and he extended his palm, grasping the void while commanding, "Rain, come forth!" In an instant, the air erupted, the currents swirling violently, transforming the atmosphere. As if the rain god had issued a decree, countless raindrops within a radius of over 10 meters were drawn in a tumultuous rush, converging into Zhao Jing's hand, forming a sword of rain. Martial arts technique, the weapon formation, shaping water into a blade. As Zhuo Longxian approached, Zhao Jing's gaze darkened. He remained silent, merely unleashing the sword. When he swung this blade, it was as if a celestial being had descended, like a demonic ancestor displaying his might, causing shockwaves to ripple through the air, fracturing the solid earth. The power of the rain sword was utterly overwhelming. The air exploded with a deafening roar. Sound waves surged like tidal waves compressing space, sending ripples of force cascading outward, stirring up fierce winds. Even before it struck a target, a violent sword aura surged forth, akin to an entire mountain range collapsing downward, the terrifying pressure causing Zhuo Longxian's garments to strain and tear, blood seeping from his skin under the weight of such overwhelming force. What kind of sword is this? How can it be so terrifying? Zhuo Longxian's eyes widened in shock, sensing a deadly danger. He instinctively felt that if he were to take this strike, his demise was inevitable. To save his life, he thought little and retreated hastily. However, even with his moderate cultivation level, capable of sweeping away foes and dominating his domain, evading this unparalleled sword was utterly impossible. The moment he stepped back, the rain sword descended, obliterating all in its path, and the fear etched on Zhuo Longxian's face barely had time to register before it froze, the light in his eyes dimming as the terrifying aura dissipated instantly. The two dragons, formed from his vital energy, let out a mournful cry, akin to balloons bursting, vanishing in an instant. Time seemed to pause momentarily before resuming its flow. The sky wept torrentially, drenching the space that had previously been dry. A line of blood appeared on Zhuo Longxian's face, extending across his entire body as he crashed to the ground, leaving a massive crater in the concrete, stones scattered about, measuring a full 10 meters in length. Such was the lethal power of a superior martial arts technique. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fell into silence, stunned. As if carved from wood, their expressions blank, while their minds churned with tumultuous waves, utterly overwhelmed. Zhuo Longxian, just like that, had perished? Moments ago, this man had been supremely powerful, nearly sweeping aside all martial artists. Even Su Zhenghu, the martial arts hall leader, had been unable to withstand a single punch from him, let alone firearms. His might was renowned as unparalleled, yet this formidable figure had fallen before Zhao Jing in an instant. Who was this masked man? Shock, confusion, and astonishment swirled within the crowd, emotions intertwining in complexity. In the midst of this silent stillness, Su Xian'er suddenly had a revelation, her lips parting slightly. He is the Blade Brother. At her utterance, the expressions of those nearby shifted, realization dawning upon them. Indeed, it was the Blade Brother. In this city, among the thousands of cultivators, only the Blade Brother could unleash such terrifying power, crushing his enemies and cleaving a trench into the concrete. Exhaling deeply, Su Xian'er felt ripples of emotion in her eyes. Murmuring, "I knew it. The Blade Brother is a true hero. With him around, Yingbao City will remain safe." The police and onlookers gasped in astonishment, while the criminals trembled in fear. They had spent so much time with Zhuo Longxian, well aware of his strength, convinced he was invincible in Yingbao City. Yet this scene shattered their illusions. Brother Zhuo, how could he just die like this? Is this a hallucination? How could someone as powerful as Brother Zhuo fall so easily? How could this be the outcome? Panic ensued among them as they cried out in disbelief, unable to fathom that the invincible figure in their minds had been slain without a trace of resistance. Amidst their turmoil, Zhao Jing surged forward once more, his body in motion, targeting the group still in shock. If he was to kill, he would leave no survivors. Having already taken a life, there was no room for mercy or morality. Those who wielded firearms and clashed with official forces were not virtuous souls. Allowing them to live would only lead to chaos. It was better to eradicate them entirely. This sudden action jolted the criminals awake, revealing their true viciousness. Stunned for a brief moment, they swiftly pressed the triggers, roaring as they opened fire. The gunfire erupted like flames, bullets whirling through the air. Beneath the dark curtain of rain, an overwhelming barrage of firepower formed a terrifying hail of bullets, shining fiercely like a raging waterfall cascading toward Zhao Jing. Yet, faced with the onslaught of bullets, Zhao Jing remained unfazed, relying on his extraordinary perception to navigate through the downpour of bullets, swiftly weaving through unscathed. Stepping into the shadows where the criminals hid, and unleashing his fists to crush all in his path. The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of anguished screams. "Friend, please, don't kill me, you." The voices dwindled to just 2 or 3 before fading into silence. All the wrongdoers lay vanquished. Mere seconds later, Zhao Jing emerged from the darkness, not a speck of blood upon him, his face obscured by the mask, rendering his visage unrecognizable. Standing there, half of his body cloaked in darkness, the other half illuminated by radiant light, he paused in silence, turning his head to survey the police and martial artists. That single glance struck terror into the hearts of all present. Even though Zhao Jing had not directly attacked anyone, the previously unleashed force was too terrifying, akin to a demonic deity descending upon the world, instilling fear in all. Some even lowered their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze. Yet Zhao Jing did not advance. After that glance, he turned and dashed into the trial hall before swiftly re-emerging, his figure soaring away, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Once he vanished, the crowd collectively exhaled, relieved to have survived this ordeal. Amidst their relief, they couldn't help but recall the moment the Blade Brother had unleashed his sword, their thoughts swirling like a boiling tide. After a moment of silence, Su Zhenghu sighed deeply, finally speaking. "Let's call for reinforcements to handle this." Speeding back to his abode, Zhao Jing removed his mask and retrieved 3 vials of elixirs, scrutinizing them closely. The earlier act of slaying foes to save lives was but a trivial matter, not worthy of his focus. Breaking through was of utmost importance. "Excellent, these 3 vials of elixirs are flawless. Today marks the beginning of my extraordinary talent." With that thought, Zhao Jing wasted no time, swallowing 2 vials of elixirs in quick succession, then channeling his cultivation method. The 2 vials contained dozens of essence elixirs, a staggering reservoir of energy. Moments later, the medicinal power erupted, transforming into a torrent of vitality, akin to a raging wave, merging into the mysterious patterns, morphing into searing vital energy. Under the diligent cultivation of January, the once tenuous flow of vital energy had transformed into a rather abundant and viscous essence, akin to liquid and seemingly substantial. Evolving into intricate patterns, with the infusion of this immense vitality, the energy began to tremble, undergoing unprecedented changes. After a brief pause, Zhao Jing's mind resonated with a thunderous upheaval, reminiscent of an ancient bell tolling. Astonishingly, the flow of energy gradually morphed into a golden hue. Chapter 26. Mythical physique. Vital energy, in its essence, is devoid of colored. It is comprised of the body's essence and vitality, colorless and formless. Once coalesced, it manifests as an invisible flow, imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet at this moment, the energy astonishingly evolved into a pale golden color. This hue was pure and flawless, viscous like water, and remarkably brilliant, seemingly imbued with supreme divine power. Accompanying this transformation, the previously robust flow of energy rapidly contracted, as if power was condensing into fine golden threads, intricate and twisted, coalescing into the patterns of cultivation. At the very instant of this condensation, strands of mysterious energy began to disperse, permeating every bone and sinew, causing the body to resonate and tremble. This was the vital energy replenishing the physical form, allowing the mortal shell to transcend, awakening a certain extraordinary gift. Moments later, the upheaval ceased. Within him, the energy had completely transformed into pure gold, flowing with a faint divine light, akin to an unending river. Compared to before, although the scale of the energy had diminished significantly, its potency was incomparably greater. Feeling the subtle changes within himself, Zhao Jing smiled. With a mere thought, the golden energy surged within him, generating mysterious power that swiftly coursed throughout his body. In an instant, his muscles bulged, and he seemed to expand slightly. Within every inch of muscle, a tremendous force surged like a tsunami, tumultuous and overwhelming, while a boiling warmth emanated from his skin, radiating outward. This power was unprecedented and utterly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he felt his bones shift slightly, and with a casual slap of his hand, he unleashed a force that stirred the air around him, whipping up a violent gust. Within this tempest, a searing torrent howled, its temperature so high it seemed capable of melting steel and incinerating all. This was the manifestation of his two extraordinary gifts, the might of the heavenly dragon and the power of the sun. With the awakening of his gifts, he could now activate these extraordinary abilities with a mere focus of his mind. Infusing each of his strikes with the terrifying might of these celestial powers, twisting his hand, Zhao Jing's gaze deepened as he activated the condensed weapon technique within him, reaching out to grasp the void. Instantly, pale white energy surged and swelled, rapidly coalescing into a blade of energy, yet this time, the blade radiated strands of golden light, dazzling and resplendent, accompanied by waves of intense heat, in the absence of his extraordinary gifts. Although his physical form had benefited from the enhancement of vital energy, the amplification was not particularly strong. However, now that he had awakened his extraordinary gifts, the potency of his martial arts techniques had surged dramatically. It was indeed overwhelming. Even he felt it was somewhat excessive. Zhao Jing murmured to himself, shaking his head in disbelief, even though he was already aware of the effects of the divine cultivation method. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but waver. The so-called extraordinary gifts were powers that could only be attained by transcending the limits of the mundane, belonging to the realm of the extraordinary, not to the ordinary. Yet, due to the heavenly dragon technique, he had leaped over a realm, gaining this power ahead of time. This was the hidden secret of the divine cultivation method. He took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Moreover, this was not the ultimate secret of the divine cultivation method. Its ultimate mystery lay in the realm of the extraordinary. In the extraordinary realm, a typical cultivator would awaken extraordinary gifts, transforming their physique into something extraordinary, possessing unimaginable abilities. However, I am different from them. The essence of the divine cultivation method lies in the term divine. When I reach the pinnacle of the mundane and step into the extraordinary realm, the awakened extraordinary gifts will undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into a mythical physique. Upon this realization, Zhao Jing's breath quickened. The mythical physique, in simple terms, is an ultimate divine power that transcends extraordinary gifts. It is an invincible constitution, also known as the divine body or celestial body, possessing unparalleled strength that surpasses imagination, akin to a portion of divine power manifested. Just by the name of this physique, one can infer its might. The mythical physique signifies that this constitution has become legendary, capable of sweeping away all foes, transcending time. If I truly awaken this physique, at that juncture, no one on this planet would be able to contend with me. Not even nuclear weapons. According to the effects of the cultivation method, my mythical physique should be referred to as the heavenly dragon body, and its effects. As he pondered, Zhao Jing suddenly noticed a burnt odor wafting through his nostrils. Looking down, he was astonished to see his clothes curling and gradually charring. It turned out that due to the activation of his extraordinary gifts, his physical form was constantly emitting high temperatures, incinerating the air, causing his clothing to succumb to the heat and burn away. Zhao Jing quickly quelled the flow of energy, his muscles retracting abruptly, returning to their normal state, and the room immediately returned to a comfortable temperature. Yet, even so, his garments were utterly ruined, now a patchwork of black and yellow, quite unsightly. Observing this situation, Zhao Jing shook his head, changing out of his clothes, while inwardly contemplating. It seems that in the future, I must not recklessly activate my extraordinary gifts during a fight. Otherwise, I would find myself running naked in calamity. Imagining himself bare in the streets, Zhao Jing couldn't help but twitch his lips and swiftly shook his head to dispel the thought. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was still early and not yet time to rest. Since it was raining outside, unsuitable for outdoor exercise, he had no choice but to turn on the television to observe the changes in society. Upon watching, his expression suddenly turned peculiar. The advertisements on the television had dramatically transformed. In the center of the screen, a Taoist priest clad in a robe sat amidst a vast grassland, holding a box of milk, his expression serious as he proclaimed, "This milk is the essence of premium cows from beneath Tianshan, boasting a delightful new flavor, pure and fragrant, lingering in the palate in this new era of cultivation. One should use the finest immortal milk, Tianshan immortal milk, which you truly deserve. Well, they have even introduced immortal milk now. I am genuinely impressed. He casually switched channels, and another advertisement played. Discussing heroes over wine? Cultivate to conquer the world. Jinba menswear, making you unique among the myriad of cultivators. Zhao Jing's lips twitched as he pressed a button to change the channel again. Drink exquisite Maodai. Become an unparalleled immortal. Maodai liquor is your best choice. Switching once more. This time he landed on a public service announcement. Smoking harms the lungs. Drinking damages the stomach. Sauna is too expensive. High consumption at karaoke bars. Gambling disrupts society. So let us all cultivate together. Everyone cultivates, creating a beautiful new era. As he watched, Zhao Jing couldn't help but chuckle after holding back for a long time. In this world, there truly are many talented individuals. Everyone was keenly following the trends of the times, racing forward on the waves of the era. Even the advertisements had taken on a cultivation flair. After watching for a while, he changed the channel again, and suddenly, Zhao Jing's brow furrowed. Chapter 27. The arrival of another divine and demonic force? On the television screen appeared a headline. Is the cultivation method truly as beneficial as we imagine? Or does it harbor certain hidden dangers? In the center of the screen, a female host, elegantly made up, appeared quite beautiful as she smiled and stated, "We all know that a month ago, numerous beams of light streaked across the sky, transforming into many ancient palaces on the ground, where anyone could access cultivation methods to enhance their bodies. But are these cultivation methods really as good as they seem? Can everyone truly become a deity or an immortal as the voice claimed?" Let us hear what the expert, Qian Ruofei, has to say. At this point, the camera shifted to a middle-aged man who spoke eloquently and passionately. In my view, the matter of cultivation methods is not as simple as we imagine. There are no free lunches in this world. It is impossible for a passerby to hand you $1 billion for no reason. It is equally impossible for your boss to suddenly tell you he has entrusted you with a company. In this world, there are no free benefits, and certainly no free lunches. Such occurrences must be the schemes of some mysterious existence. Everyone should keep their distance from them and not be deceived. At this, the female host smiled and said, "So, Mr. Qian holds a contrary view on the cultivation methods?" "Of course," the middle-aged man declared with righteous indignation. "I have never believed in any supernatural phenomena. I keep my distance from those cultivation methods, as there is no such thing as cultivating or becoming divine. My focus is solely on academia. Only academia matters." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. This expert, Qian Ruofei, spoke with such fervor and conviction, yet in reality, his words were one thing, but his actions told another tale. From the complexion of Qian Ruofei, it is readily apparent that he possesses a rosy visage and an invigorated spirit, clearly indicating that he has diligently engaged in a rigorous practice of cultivation. In stark contrast to his earlier assertions, where he professed a distant reverence for the path of cultivation, claiming he would refrain from it, such statements now appear to be nothing short of fabrications. Nevertheless, he did utter a truth. In this world, there indeed exists no such thing as a free lunch. With this thought, Zhao Jing's smile gradually faded. It is true that the human Tao divine realm teaches beings the methods of cultivation, not merely out of benevolence, but also with personal motives. The first reason is their need for assistance in the vast cosmos. The human Tao divine realm is not the sole dominant force. Numerous formidable divine and demonic powers also wield immense strength. Their capabilities are exceedingly robust, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with the human Tao divine realm. To combat these adversarial forces, the human Tao divine realm continuously seeks to expand its reach across the stars in search of new allies. And the human race, undoubtedly, presents a reliable source of support. The second reason lies in their insatiable thirst for resources. Although the human Tao divine realm stands immortal in the universe, possessing extensive life-bearing planets, this does not imply that they no longer require such celestial bodies. In the boundless universe, countless stars exist, each life-bearing planet harboring secrets and resources beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, resources that the mundane planet Earth simply cannot provide. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Zhao Jing's mouth, as a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. According to his memories from dreams, the divine radiance of the human Tao divine realm does not merely impart cultivation techniques to humanity, but also subtly facilitates the awakening of planets. In the past, Earth was merely a mundane planet, devoid of spiritual herbs, miraculous medicines, divine springs, or extraordinary beings. Yet, under the illumination of divine radiance, the world is poised for transformation. Spiritual energy will coalesce, regions will undergo mutations, and the beings of the world will evolve. This awakening of planets resembles the extraordinary awakening of humanity from the mundane, an ineffable phenomenon that requires time, at least half a year, before it can manifest any influence on the realities of society. Furthermore, among the myriad stars, the nature of awakening varies. Even divine beings cannot predict what a planet may give birth to. It could nurture an unparalleled divine herb that grants immortality, or it may produce extraordinary creatures, born as mythic beings. There is even the possibility of birthing some extreme weapon of unparalleled power or concealing extraordinary martial arts that harbor astonishing secrets. For these two reasons, the human Tao divine realm willingly provides cultivation techniques, guiding humanity on Earth towards the path of cultivation. Of course, such intricate secrets are known only to me. Others would likely remain oblivious to the underlying reasons. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing lightly raised an eyebrow. From his perspective, while the human Tao divine realm may possess some ulterior motives, the overall benefits far outweigh the drawbacks, warranting no excessive concern. Reclining on the sofa, Zhao Jing languidly relaxed for a while, watching some experts spout their nonsense, growing increasingly irritated. Just as he prepared to turn off the television and retire for the night, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. The human Tao divine realm harbors no malice towards Earth. But what of the forces opposed to it? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill enveloped Zhao Jing, as though doused with a bucket of icy water. It must be noted that if the human Tao divine realm can traverse the stars and descend upon Earth, the opposing forces are equally capable of doing so. The arrival of the human Tao divine realm represents fortune and opportunity for the human race on Earth. However, should adversarial forces arrive, it would spell utter catastrophe. Due to the inherent conflict between races and factions, if those forces were to descend, they would undoubtedly eliminate future threats and unleash a massacre, leading to the annihilation of humanity on Earth, extinguishing billions of lives. Could it be that such a coincidence exists? Zhao Jing murmured to himself, then focused his mind, fervently recalling the memories from his dreams. The more he recalled, the graver his expression became. In those dreams, there were vague accounts stating that several major stars were found by opposing forces before the human Tao divine realm's arrival, leading to the complete slaughter of their inhabitants, leaving not a soul behind. Among these stars, some were akin to the current Earth, having already embraced the guidance of cultivation methods, yet were unfortunate enough to be discovered by adversarial forces, resulting in an early descent and ruthless obliteration. In that mythic world teeming with gods and demons, the strength of humanity on Earth is exceedingly feeble, nearly akin to that of ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. After rummaging through his memories for a while, Zhao Jing fell into a contemplative silence. The room grew quiet, save for the television still broadcasting, with the experts continuing their fervent proclamations of opinion. Silence. Stillness. After a considerable time, he quietly shook his head and softly told himself, "I dare not be overly optimistic, firmly believing that the opposing forces will not descend, but I cannot be excessively pessimistic either, convinced that our luck is so fortuitous as to keep them at bay. The only course of action I can take is to remain diligent and continue my cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, at the very least, I still have tomorrow." Chapter 28. All will be erased. At this juncture, what more could he do? Blame the heavens? Fall into despair? Or perhaps indulge in the fleeting pleasures of the moment, ignoring tomorrow as troubles? Such thoughts of evasion or despondency never once crossed his mind. Zhao Jing's singular focus was on relentless cultivation. He resolved to exhaust all his energy, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the arduous path of cultivation. Day after day, in this fervent pursuit, the transformation of his golden blood essence became increasingly pronounced. Initially, that golden blood was exceedingly frail, as thin as a strand of silk, lacking in robustness. Yet, through relentless training, its volume surged at an astonishing rate, tripling in mere 2 or 3 days, accompanying the increase in blood essence. A mysterious energy grew ever more formidable, permeating throughout his body, extending to his limbs. He even sensed some wondrous divine power manifesting on his forehead, causing it to feel intensely heated, as if a sun resided there. In addition, Zhao Jing also perceived a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess. When he first began his cultivation, a single session of practicing the divine methods yielded an increase of approximately 30 to 40 kilograms in strength. However, as of today, a single session now grants him a colossal boost of nearly 50 kilograms, with his overall capabilities enhanced across the board. This remarkable progress filled him with immense joy and further ignited his fervor for the path of cultivation. Naturally, this journey was not devoid of interruptions. The incessant ringing of phones would often disrupt his focus. For instance, "Hello, Daetion, it's Zhao Jing. When shall we return to the martial arts gym? We never finalized what martial art to learn last time. By the way, that Susiener is truly beautiful, brother. Should we go see her together?" Upon receiving this call, Zhao Jing promptly replied, "You can go by yourself. I have my own matters to attend to." "Come on, I want to hear Susiener talk about Yi Dao Gu." I heard Yi Dao Gu pulled off a major feat on a rainy night, annihilating a criminal organization in one fell swoop. "Do you know which organization he took down? Aren't you even a little curious?" "I'm not. Thank you." With a dismissive gesture, he ended the call, chuckling nonchalantly that a criminal organization that had already been eradicated was merely a group of the deceased. Why bother with it? He had no intention of going. Just as he hung up, another call came through almost immediately. "Hello, Zhao Jing, it's Zhou Yefeng. About that last battle at the martial arts gym." "Not interested." Without hesitation, Zhao Jing hung up the phone once more. Even without hearing the rest of Zhou Yefeng's words, he could easily guess what the other party wanted to say. Merely a desire to settle an unresolved score. He had no inclination to waste any more time and promptly terminated the call. Ignoring soon enough, a third call came from his classmate Lu Huqiang. "Hello, Zhao Jing, it's Lu Huqiang. A while back, weren't you looking for a job? Have you found one? I've secured a summer position at a barbecue restaurant, helping out for 2,000 a month. They're looking for people. Do you want to join?" "Huh. Now that I have a cultivation method, why would I still be in a rush to find a job?" "Hey, let us not talk about that. Even with a cultivation method, life must go on, right? What will you eat if you have no money? Not everyone can soar to immortality in a single leap. Work is still necessary." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but nod in agreement. What he said made sense. While there are myriad cultivation methods circulating among the masses, the vast majority are inferior techniques that do not warrant abandoning one's job entirely. The social order must continue as usual. "Zhao Jing, are you actually going to look for a job or not?" "Oh, let us just leave it at that. Thank you for your kindness. I have other plans. Should have said so earlier. I'll look for someone else." After ending the call, Zhao Jing exhaled deeply, thinking that the world should now be quiet. However, it was not long before yet another call came in. He picked it up, only to realize it was his parents calling. "Zhao Jing, how are you at home? Nothing has happened, right?" "No, nothing is wrong with me." "Good to hear. The hometown hasn't been very peaceful lately, has it?" Well." Zhao Jing's lips moved slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he reconsidered and said, "It's nothing. What could possibly be the matter? Everything is fine." "What a pretense. How could I be unaware of the troubles back home? This is a modern society." He suddenly raised his voice, saying, "This society is too chaotic. The big cities are manageable, with the military stationed there, and no one dares to cause trouble. Yet, the smaller places are rife with conflicts. I've heard that in the past few days, there have been quite a few disturbances in Yingbao City. It's unsafe for you there. We cannot stay any longer." "Just in time. Work is nearly done. We shall return the day after tomorrow." "No, Dad. I can't take care of myself. The place you're on business is a big city. It's safe. What if something happens on the way back? What could occur on the road? It's a high-speed train all the way to in this day and age. Who would be foolish enough to rob a high-speed train? Moreover, your mother and I have trained in superior cultivation techniques. What do we have to fear?" "It's settled then." With that, the phone call ended abruptly. Zhao Jing's lips twitched slightly. He intended to call back and dissuade him. But considering his father's resolute demeanor, he ultimately relented. Alas, this is going to be troublesome. His brow furrowed, his gaze darkened. He understood his parents' good intentions. They were worried about him, which is why they chose to return. But that did not imply that it was a good thing. Nowadays, Yingbao City is far too chaotic, with criminal organizations running rampant, acting with impunity. Not to mention the battle on that rainy night a few days ago. Those people could even obtain assault rifles. If this continues unchecked, who knows what could happen? In this context, his parents' decision to return could spark even more trouble. Although they practiced superior cultivation techniques with remarkable effects, without diligent training, they could not withstand the force of bullets. Furthermore, they were both getting on in years and were not suited for life and death struggles. If they encountered any unscrupulous criminals, what if something were to happen to this thought? Zhao Jing's fists clenched tightly. He would never allow things to escalate to that dire point. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted upward, landing on the left wall of the room. There hung a large national map, prominently featuring the name Yingbao City. Amidst the vast and desolate map, the three characters representing the city seemed rather inconspicuous, exceptionally ordinary. After a brief silence, he extended his hand, pressing his finger onto Yingbao City on the map. His parents raised me. Their kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I shall not allow any potential harm to exist in this city. Very well, I have learned considerable martial arts and should put them to the test. Let this city be my proving ground. Before they return home, I will eliminate all the unstable elements in this city. With firm resolve, he pressed down once more, with a snap, when he lifted his finger. The name Yingbao City vanished from the national map. Those who dare to commit crime shall be eradicated. Chapter 29. Killing, as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Once the thought took root in his mind, there was no need for further delay. It was time to take action. Glancing at the outside world, he saw the sun had already set. The time was ripe. Zhao Jing promptly donned a mask, slipped on gloves, and stepped out of his residence. This outing would likely result in countless bloodshed. Under the night sky of Yingbao City, sporadic gunfire frequently erupted. During the day, society remained relatively calm, without any major issues. But as night fell, the torrent of desires surged violently, giving rise to chaos. This very moment, near a gold shop. Rat-a-tat-tat, a dazzling barrage of bullets rained down, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force, compelling the police and martial artists to take cover behind nearby buildings, trembling in fear. Is this for real? A police officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Their firepower is stronger than ours. Where did they get this from?" Hearing this, the seasoned detective Qiao Luoxin merely scoffed, saying nothing. His expression was grim as he squinted at the figures of the robbers incessantly moving in front of the gold shop, then turned to glance at the martial artists beside him, his nerves taut to the utmost. They had received a report from the public about a robbery at the gold shop and rushed over immediately. To be cautious, they had even brought martial artists from the dojo along, but they never expected the robbers' firepower to be this formidable, rendering an entire squad of police powerless to resist and preventing the martial artists from advancing. As an experienced detective, he felt an indescribable frustration and deep concern for the future. If this situation continued to deteriorate, who knew how badly the city's security would collapse? Just as Qiao Luoxin was frowning in silence, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the dimly lit streetlight. It was Zhao Jing, walking slowly towards them. Wearing a mask, he seemed oblivious to the deafening gunfire and the chaotic flashes of bullets, moving with a leisurely gait straight toward the gold shop. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Luoxin's heart raced, and he shouted, "Get away from there. That's a danger zone." Under the threat of gunfire, a human body could hardly withstand it. The police were struggling to cope, and this person dared to walk in unarmed. Was he seeking death? The old detective's warning echoed, but Zhao Jing remained undeterred. He continued forward, his gaze steady as he surveyed the direction of the incoming bullets, then infused power into his legs. With a whoosh, the air was instantly torn apart. Like a fleeting light or a darting shadow, he moved with lightning speed, covering dozens of meters in an instant, darting through the interplay of light and darkness beneath the streetlights. Within just a few breaths, he reached the vicinity of the robbers. The old detective was momentarily taken aback. Is this human? How can his speed be so incredible? The robbers were equally astonished by his velocity, hastily shifting their aim to target the incoming figure. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Zhao Jing also sprang into action. His steps transformed, dancing like a butterfly, weaving through the crowd with mesmerizing agility. Amidst this movement, the robbers became increasingly disoriented, their eyes unable to keep up, unsure of where to aim their guns. Among the observing martial artists, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, that's the butterfly step of my butterfly sect. How did he learn it? And he's even faster than me." Realizing the collective bewilderment, Zhao Jing clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful punch. The force behind his strike was akin to an avalanche, sweeping away everything in its wake, and the sound of the impact roared like a tempest. What terrifying power is this? Now, Zhao Jing could easily lift a small car with sheer strength, and this punch equated to a steel vehicle barreling forward with reckless abandon. With a resounding bang, his fist struck one robber's chest, the force penetrating deep, collapsing the upper half of his body, shattering bones, organs, blood vessels, and muscles, the man's shirt exploding apart. Witnessing this, the distant martial artist murmured in disbelief. "Is that my crushing fist? But my punches could never achieve such destructive power." After delivering that punch, Zhao Jing's body flowed like a dragon, reaching out to grasp. His grip was instantaneous, akin to lightning, leaving no room for reaction. One robber's neck was seized, like a feeble chick, and with a slight exertion, the cervical vertebrae shattered. At this moment, the observing martial artist gasped, whispering, That is my locking throat technique. But mine can only choke a neck, not crush it. At this juncture, the multitude of martial artists were left astounded. They had never anticipated that various techniques from their schools would manifest simultaneously in one individual, and in terms of power. This person's methods were even more brutal and ruthless than theirs. The robbers were trembling in fear, sensing an unprecedented terror. They had believed that with firearms in hand, they could roam the city freely and commit robberies at will, never expecting that such a ferocious individual could treat them like mere pigs and dogs, slaughtering them at will. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Jing descended upon them like a vengeful deity, reaping lives as the robbers fell one by one. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground echoing in the span of mere seconds. Only one remained. That final robber stared wide-eyed at Zhao Jing's continuously shifting figure, panic and terror flooding his senses. Though he clutched a firearm, he felt utterly unsafe, trembling in fear. Ultimately, he could no longer bear it, preparing to pull the trigger just as Zhao Jing closed the distance, extending his hand. Crack! The gun was snatched from him. With a powerful grip, Zhao Jing crushed the seemingly formidable weapon into a crumpled mass and tossed it aside. He then unleashed another punch. The robber's spirit shattered, and he screamed in agony, "Who the hell are you? Why did you kill so many of my brothers?" Hearing this, Zhao Jing remained indifferent, his silent fist descending with unrelenting force, piercing through the robber's body. Thus, this band of criminals was entirely obliterated. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, struggling to believe their own eyes. The formidable strength of a single individual, how could it be so terrifying? After the carnage, Zhao Jing exhaled a breath of stale air. With his prowess, taking a life was as effortless as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Scattered around him lay numerous pieces of gold and silver jewelry, glimmering enticingly under the streetlights, yet Zhao Jing refrained from collecting them, instead striding purposefully towards the police. Instantly, the officers, recovering from their shock, assumed a defensive posture. Ignoring their reactions, Zhao Jing approached Qiao Luoxin and spoke in a deep voice. "Are there any other places where bandits are causing chaos?" Qiao Luoxin's face twitched slightly, clearly still reeling from the sudden eradication of the criminals. He responded somewhat dazedly, "There are robbers on Baishu Street and Huangyue Road." As his words faded, Zhao Jing nodded and turned to leave. It was only then that Qiao Luoxin realized what he had said and shouted, "Who are you?" Without turning back, Zhao Jing called out from a distance, "I am merely a cleaner of the city." Upon hearing this, Qiao Luoxin shouted again, "What are you going to do now?" "Teach some fools to learn silence." With that, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. This statement sent a shiver through everyone present. Learn silence. These 4 words seemed innocuous, yet upon reflection, the murderous intent behind them was truly terrifying. It was clear that this man intended to eliminate all who dared to disrupt the peace. Chapter 30. The winds of change stirred by me, unrestrained and merciless. Where gunfire echoed was precisely where Zhao Jing aimed to tread. As soon as he arrived, it would herald a silent slaughter. He needed no fervent bloodlust nor martial techniques. Relying solely on his formidable physical prowess, he effortlessly unleashed a variety of martial arts, overpowering all with his invincible might. What firearms, what firepower, what gangs! Before Zhao Jing, they were but fleeting clouds, easily obliterated, reduced to mere dust. As he crushed his foes, Zhao Jing also gleaned insights into combat. The path of cultivation, after all, is one of conflict. Without experiencing struggle and bloodshed, one can never truly comprehend how to confront an enemy. Through these encounters, he gradually identified his own shortcomings, continuously correcting them, refining his offensive techniques to perfection. Indeed, it seems I must practice my striking techniques more diligently. They are undeniably beneficial. Moreover, having awakened extraordinary talents and undergone a transformation of vitality, unleashing his energy could easily tear his clothing, exposing his true identity. To be prudent, starting today, he would refrain from utilizing martial techniques unless absolutely necessary. With this resolution, Zhao Jing further restrained the fluctuations of his vitality, wielding only his fists and feet to dispatch his enemies under the cloak of night. At 9 p.m., he eliminated 8 armed robbers on Baishu Street. By 9:20 p.m., he eradicated a criminal organization on Huangyue Road, leaving no survivors among the 7. At 9:30 p.m., he encountered several men attempting to assault a woman by the roadside and dispatched them with ease. This night was destined to be drenched in crimson. The following day, the news media heralded a story akin to a seismic shock, reverberating throughout the city. Last night, a masked man had been seen prowling the darkness. wreaking havoc, engaging in fierce blood battles with criminals across various locales, exterminating numerous foes. Reports indicated that 8 criminal organizations had been obliterated, with the death toll exceeding 100 in a single night. 100 lives were claimed. In this modern society, where people lived in tranquility, almost devoid of turmoil, it was rare even to hear of 10 being killed, let alone 100, especially when the deceased were all notorious criminals, armed and fearsome, whom ordinary citizens dared not even glance at. Yet, one individual had single-handedly annihilated so many. What a terrifying feat! Throughout this ordeal, the masked man remained largely silent, uttering only a few definitive phrases. I am merely a cleaner of the city. Teach some fools to learn silence. These words ignited a fervor among the populace, stirring their spirits. It was as if he was warning the criminals. If you cannot learn to conceal your actions and live modestly, I shall ensure that you will never speak again. Without a doubt, this masked man intended to use his solitary strength to intimidate the entire underbelly of the city. Who was he? Who could undertake such a reckless act? Daring to suppress an entire city alone? The public was consumed with curiosity, journalists clamored for interviews, while the police sought elusive clues to uncover his identity. The one making the swiftest progress was the veteran detective Zhao Jing. With decades of experience, his keen observation allowed him to trace origins from minute details, and through extensive investigation and comparison, he ultimately concluded that the one behind these words was none other than the fabled Knife Brother. The masked man bore a similar physique and employed remarkably similar tactics to Knife Brother. Both were reticent, decisive in their killings, leading to a strong presumption that they were one and the same. Upon the revelation of this news, a tempest of excitement ensued. When I saw the news, I suspected it was Knife Brother. The chivalrous Knife Brother, without a doubt. Only he would dare challenge countless criminals. Personally, I believe Knife Brother should be renamed Knife Hero. Such a heroic figure seemed only to exist in ancient tales, yet here he is in the present, a true powerhouse. I, Yilangshan, am thoroughly impressed. The world buzzed with fervent discussions, elated by the emergence of a formidable protector in these tumultuous times. What a delightful surprise! What an inspiring upliftment! Many began to regard Knife Brother as a civilian hero, elevating him to a pedestal. Countless young women found their hearts fluttering, secretly imagining what visage might lie beneath that enigmatic mask. Was it one of resilience and fortitude, or one of handsome charm? Was he strikingly handsome or possessing a grace reminiscent of a classical poet? Thanks to Knife Brother, the city was abuzz with excitement, and public morale stabilized. Witnessing this positive shift, the beleaguered local government felt a surge of relief and ultimately decided to inform the media, disseminating news of the rain-soaked battle far and wide. The media, ecstatic at this fresh scoop, engaged in fervent discussions and ultimately adopted the following headline. Though possessing only moderate martial prowess, villains cannot withstand the righteous blade. Once published, the populace erupted with joy, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, many criminals trembled in secret, curtailing their nefarious designs. Knowing that even those with moderate martial abilities had fallen, how could they dare to act? For if captured by the police, they faced mere imprisonment and a glimmer of hope. Yet crossing paths with Knife Brother meant certain death, with no chance of escape, of course. While some criminals recoiled in fear, others grew increasingly defiant. Those who dared to create chaos were inherently unruly. How could they be intimidated by a mere announcement? Upon hearing the news, some laughed heartily, mocking the audacity of Knife Brother. He dares to challenge us? Who does he think he is, a hero? The embodiment of justice? How ludicrous! The public is truly foolish to believe the reports. Do they not understand what false reporting means? Moreover, even if the news were true, it ultimately depends on the individual. True strength lies with those wielding martial arts. Otherwise, they are merely strong brutes. The individual's Knife Brother can slay certainly do not possess martial techniques. Otherwise, they would never fall so easily. This world, after all, is one governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Might makes right, and history attests to this. Knife Brother cannot alter this reality. It seems that Knife Brother is destined to become our enemy? Very well, let us band together and eliminate him. His presence is ultimately a nuisance to us. He cannot be allowed to continue growing stronger. The city cannot harbor one who is fated to oppose us. In the shadows of the city, many eyes gleamed with intent, plotting in secrecy. Some bigwigs began to stir, forming alliances, striving to unite their greatest strengths to eliminate Knife Brother before the public eye. Chapter 31. An assassination from the dark side. Amidst the external tumult, Zhao Jing paid little heed. He glanced briefly at the television to grasp the general situation before setting it aside to count his own supply of vitality elixirs. The admiration and astonishment of others were but fleeting distractions, lacking substantial value. These elixirs were the essence of cultivation. After tallying them, Zhao Jing smacked his lips and shook his head in dismay. Alas, my supply of vitality elixirs is once again insufficient. As his cultivation progressed and his physical form grew ever more robust, the demands for vitality became increasingly immense. Even with his daily visits to the trial hall for elixirs, he still felt a persistent sense of inadequacy. Recalling that he had yet to visit the trial hall today, Zhao Jing felt a wave of ease wash over him as he mentally calculated. The benefits provided by the trial hall had nearly reached their limit. It was time to prepare for an assault on the higher echelons of the ancient halls. The divine light stretches across myriad paths, transforming into countless ancient halls. Among these innumerable structures, the halls of techniques and trials serve to enlighten the world in their cultivation and solidify their foundations. Beyond these, there exists a third type of ancient hall, known as the Hall of Immortals and Deities. What, then, is the Hall of Immortals and Deities? It signifies the abode left behind by celestial beings. These ancient halls are forged by supreme deities, possessing unparalleled might and concealing astonishing treasures, such as celestial elixirs, extraordinary weapons, and unparalleled artifacts, along with esoteric techniques, among countless others, their abundance rivaling the vastness of the starry sky, impossible to quantify. Acquiring even a fragment from within would suffice to propel one's path of cultivation forward, paving a clear way ahead. Naturally, like the other two types of ancient halls, entry into the Hall of Immortals and Deities requires passing through trials that are bizarre and exceedingly challenging. Even Zhao Jing, who bears the divine methods of cultivation, would not dare to claim an easy victory. Only now, feeling that his strength is nearly adequate, has he begun to contemplate the endeavor in just a few days. He shall venture forth to explore the Hall of Immortals and Deities. As this thought flowed through his mind, Zhao Jing cast a glance out the window. The sky had turned dim. He promptly donned a mask and stepped out of his home. After walking a few paces, a sudden pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to pause and survey his surroundings in search of a place to procure some sustenance. However, as he looked around, his brows furrowed in dismay. Before him lay a scene of utter darkness. The eateries on the streets were all shuttered, with signs of closure hanging on the supermarkets. Even the usual roadside stalls had vanished, leaving the area desolate and devoid of life. The once vibrant night market was now a ghost of its former self, and the enticing aroma of food was nowhere to be found. Clearly, this was the grim consequence of societal chaos. In light of the recent turmoil and rampant villainy, people had retreated into their homes at night, too fearful to emerge. Indeed, cleansing the city was the right course of action. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Jing clenched his fist, his murderous intent intensifying. Without purging the city of its pests, he would be unable to satisfy even the most basic of desires. The populace requires stability to thrive, just as he needs it to fulfill his personal aspirations. This is a shared goal among all beings. Anyone attempting to disrupt this tranquility should be eradicated without mercy. As his murderous intent surged, Zhao Jing continued toward the Hall of Trials. Yet, as he drew near, his steps abruptly halted. He sensed something amiss. Through his extraordinary spiritual perception and keen observational skills, he discerned that numerous individuals were lurking around the Hall of Trials. On rooftops, beside the streets, and around the squares, beneath the shadows of the ancient hall's divine light, many concealed figures lay in wait, silent and still, their whispers barely audible, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. These individuals must be lying in ambush. Who would orchestrate such a grand scheme to ensnare another? And for whom would so many conspire to set a trap? As he pondered deeply, Zhao Jing arrived at a conclusion. His gaze growing stern. Bandits. Only those entrenched in the city's dark underbelly would resort to such tactics. Earlier, he had issued threats to instill silence among the city's rogues. Those ne'er-do-wells, unwilling to acquiesce, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. How cunning they are! These individuals must realize that the Hall of Trials can be accessed daily and are aware of his dedicated pursuit of elixirs, thus lying in wait to seize the opportunity. Yet, fearing his strength, they had gathered significant manpower to set this ambush, a commendable strategy, but alas, they have overestimated themselves. With this thought, Zhao Jing advanced without hesitation. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters. If oblivious to the presence of these individuals, Zhao Jing moved at a steady pace, calm and composed, stepping into the ancient hall, just as he obtained his rewards and emerged. An unexpected turn of events transpired. The sound of footsteps erupted thunderously. From all directions, hidden figures surged forth like a torrential wave, surrounding the ancient hall. Each one brandished firearms, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Zhao Jing. While in the distance, several heavy trucks roared toward him, sealing off the area around the hall. As the trucks reached their positions, their bright headlights blazed to life, illuminating the surroundings and casting a stark white glow on his mask. The myriad gun barrels locked onto his form, and hundreds of eyes scrutinized him intently. Faced with such a sudden transformation, a common person would likely have succumbed to panic, but Zhao Jing displayed no sign of distress. In fact, he contemplated raising his hand to secure the 3 vials of elixirs he had just acquired. Once the crowd filled the space around him, a voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, Brother One Blade. You have indeed fallen into my trap." Upon hearing this proclamation, Zhao Jing turned his neck to glance in the direction of the speaker. The man, clad in a black suit and donning sunglasses, stood to the east, his imposing stature akin to a robust bull, exuding a formidable presence. Leaning casually against a truck, he coldly remarked, "Just as I predicted, you would come here for the elixirs at this?" Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow slightly but remained silent, instead surveying his surroundings. His continued silence unsettled some, prompting a burly man from the crowd to step forward and coldly challenge, "Zhao Laosan, could you be mistaken? How can you be so certain this is Brother One Blade and not someone else? Humph, Lin Si, can you not use your brain? The situation is so chaotic right now. At night, even passers-by are scarce. Who else would dare come to the Hall of Trials at this hour? Only Brother One Blade possesses such audacity." The man in sunglasses scoffed disdainfully, continuing, "Moreover, look at his demeanor, surrounded by so many of us. He remains so composed. Can an ordinary person maintain such calm in this city?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After responding to the man's low murmur, the individual in sunglasses immediately issued a sharp command. "We must act without delay. Brother One Blade possesses martial prowess. Everyone, exercise caution. Do not engage in close combat. Fire at will. Those on the trucks, rush forward and crush him." His actions were decisive and devoid of hesitation. Upon confirming Brother One Blade's presence, he immediately commanded an assault, permitting no room for error. As soon as his words fell, gunfire erupted, and the trucks surged forward. An unending barrage of bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, sweeping through the air with ferocious intensity. The roar of the approaching trucks thundered like the wails of the damned, filling the atmosphere with chaos. In the moment of issuing commands, the man in sunglasses exhaled softly. He understood the terrifying strength of Brother One Blade, whose speed surpassed human limits, something ordinary individuals could never hope to match. He was aware that Brother One Blade wielded martial arts capable of severing steel and demolishing concrete. Yet, even so, what could that accomplish? Could Brother One Blade evade this deluge of bullets? Could he withstand the crushing force of the heavy trucks? It was utterly impossible. Brother One Blade, you may be formidable, but alas, under my machinations, no matter your strength, you shall perish here." The man in sunglasses muttered to himself, clenching his fist with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, surrounded by peril, Zhao Jing's lips curled into a smile. How delightful that he softly uttered these 3 words, his body slightly shifting as the joints cracked, producing sounds reminiscent of popping beans, incessantly echoing. As he beheld the oncoming bullets and trucks, Zhao Jing's pupil sharpened, his gaze as piercing as a fierce blade. "Gathered together, they have unwittingly saved me time. There is no need to seek them out individually. Insects, prepare to meet your demise." A roar erupted forth, reverberating like a dragon's roar. Shaking the very air, he surged forward with the might of a descended deity. In an instant, amidst a hail of bullets, he danced like a butterfly, evading left and right, moving with an ethereal grace, weaving through the seemingly impenetrable metallic onslaught. Ultimately, these men were mere bandits, lacking rigorous firearms training. Their aim was woeful. Even with dozens firing simultaneously, they could not achieve complete coverage, rendering them a negligible threat. Just as he evaded a barrage of bullets, the roar of trucks followed suit. The brilliance of their headlights cast a chilling glow upon the scene, as the massive trucks, akin to towering mountains, advanced with relentless force. The drivers, with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent, pressed the accelerator with fervor, fully aware that if Brother One Blade survived today, their fates would be sealed. As the trucks charged closer, The blinding lights danced wildly in the face of this imminent danger. Zhao Jing's body sank, his thigh muscles tensing as he prepared to leap. The concrete beneath him erupted. A tremendous force surged through the ground, causing it to crack and debris to scatter as a cloud of dust billowed forth. With this veil of dust, Zhao Jing leaped, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air, propelled by the gusts of wind. His legs aimed directly at the approaching trucks. With a resounding crash, the truck windows shattered. Thousands of shards of glass exploded outward, while hundreds of iron fragments whirled through the air. The front of the truck was penetrated by him alone, his legs resembling 2 massive and weighty stone pillars, crashing down upon the truck driver, shattering his bones and extinguishing his life in an instant. With another surge of force, a torrent of power erupted forth, reducing the driver and the interior of the truck to a mere pulp. Harnessing the rebound from this impact, Zhao Jing's body soared like a celestial dragon, bursting forth from the top of the truck. The force of his kick was akin to that of a mighty dragon striking down, causing the monstrous steel vehicle to lurch forward, its tires lifting nearly half a meter off the ground, while the rear section of the cargo area flipped upward. Zhao Jing landed another kick precisely at that moment, vaulting over the front of the truck. As his feet met the ground, his jeans were tattered and his shoes were already torn, yet his body remained unscathed, intact and whole. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty akin to the vast ocean. This scene, witnessed by all present, sent shockwaves through their hearts. What on earth did I just see? So many bullets were evaded by this man, and even the truck was overturned with a single kick. My heavens, is this man still human? They found it unimaginable, utterly beyond comprehension, that someone could accomplish such astounding feats with a mere human form. The man in sunglasses issuing commands was equally taken aback, his throat dry and his heart racing like a drum. He had believed that with this twofold setup, they could easily eliminate this man and avert future troubles. Yet he never anticipated such overwhelming strength from his opponent, who shattered the ambush with just a few moves. However, a leader is always a leader. This man was no ordinary individual. After hesitating for merely a second, he regained his composure and bellowed, "Lin Ruhu, Li Feijian, what are you waiting for? Strike now. Today is our only chance." No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures erupted from the remaining heavy trucks. These 2 individuals moved with incredible speed, landing and charging toward Zhao Jing, their internal energies surging like a tidal wave, transforming into some mysterious technique that emanated a terrifying aura. As they approached, a furious shout erupted. "Yi Dao Gu, today marks your demise." The man on the left sneered coldly, leaping into the air and stepping forward with a powerful kick. A mid-tier martial arts technique, the void step. Although it was merely a kick, it caused the surrounding air to undergo dramatic changes, creating a tempestuous wind pressure that roared fiercely. Should this kick land, it would easily crush steel and shatter walls. "Yi Dao Gu, we are not the weaklings you dispatched earlier. With our combined strength, you shall surely perish today," the other man shouted, his left hand slicing through the air. A mid-tier martial arts technique, the phantom blade. Near his palm, one could clearly see a torrent of energy coalescing into a terrifying blade shadow, layered upon itself, seemingly dozens of times, as he swung forward. The sound of metal slicing through the air ringing sharply, akin to numerous real blades descending upon him. Both of these men possessed mid-tier cultivation methods and wielded martial arts techniques, intent on launching a sudden assault to annihilate Zhao Jing. Upon witnessing their attack, the man in sunglasses let out a sigh of relief. This was the final trap he had set. Even if Yi Dao Gu was immensely powerful, capable of dodging bullets and disregarding trucks, and even overwhelming mid-tier cultivators, there were still 2 formidable opponents here, both wielding mid-tier cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, and no matter how formidable Yi Dao Gu was, he surely could not withstand this encirclement. The man in sunglasses thought to himself, his gaze steadying somewhat as he observed the 2 men charging with lethal intent. Zhao Jing merely shook his head. Insects will always remain insects, even when gathered together. They cannot alter their fundamentally feeble nature. With that, he unleashed a tremendous force from his arms, veins bulging, and hurled 2 fists forward. The moment those fists were thrown, the air erupted. A terrifying power exceeding a ton detonated within a confined space, unleashing a series of shockwaves that surged outward in all directions, the overwhelming might coalescing into a vast fist force that swept through the vicinity. The sound waves screamed, the air roared, and those 2 fists were precisely aimed at the 2 assailants charging toward him. Before they could even make contact, The winds whipped around them, tearing at their clothing, which soon shredded, creating tiny fissures, while their hair was blown back, swirling wildly as the violent gusts made it impossible for them to keep their eyes open. In that instant, the two of them simultaneously thought 3 words. I am dead. The moment that thought crossed their minds, the fists descended with unfathomable force, shaking their bodies, shattering their organs, and pulverizing their bones, sending them directly into the abyss of death. Their proud martial arts techniques never even had the chance to unleash their power, extinguished along with their lives. This exemplified the disparity of physical strength. When the foundation of physical prowess differs so greatly, even the use of martial arts techniques cannot alter the outcome. With but a single punch, Zhao Jing could annihilate them all. As the two fell lifelessly, the atmosphere fell silent. The man in sunglasses uttered not a word, turning to flee, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. This was terrifying, truly terrifying. How could such a monstrous figure exist in this world? These were individuals with mid-tier cultivation methods. And not just one, but two, wielding martial arts techniques of mid-tier caliber, their destructive capacity far surpassing that of firearms. Yet such powerful beings were slain by Yi Dao Gu with just 2 punches. What misfortune had I, Xia Yinliang, endured in my past life to encounter such a monster? Could it be that Yi Dao Gu possesses superior cultivation methods? With this thought, the man in sunglasses felt a sudden clarity. Indeed, it must be superior cultivation methods. Only with such methods could one possess such terrifying suppression, easily dispatching those two. I once believed that in this city, only the brothers of the Tiandi Brotherhood possessed superior cultivation methods. Yet I never expected there to be another here. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the man in sunglasses hurriedly made his way to a concealed 4-wheeled vehicle, climbed inside, and pressed the accelerator. At this moment, he no longer wished to confront Yi Dao Gu, nor did he care about the stunned thugs frozen in place. He simply yearned to escape and preserve his own life. However, just as the vehicle roared to life, a masked visage suddenly appeared outside the window. It was Yi Dao Ji's mask. The man in sunglasses gaped, his eyes wide with terror, about to utter a word when the vehicle jolted violently. For Zhao Jing had already placed his hands upon the car. Grasping the vehicle's frame, he bellowed, and a tremendous force surged forth, his fingers indenting the solid metal surface. In an instant, the entire vehicle was lifted into the air. Then he hurled the car as if it were a shot put. The vehicle, with the man in sunglasses inside, traced a parabolic arc through the dark night sky before plummeting down, crashing through the ranks of thugs, rolling chaotically, igniting a shower of sparks, before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Amidst the seething cacophony of the explosion, within the fervent blaze, Zhao Jing's expression remained composed. He adjusted his shoulders, clenched his fists, and charged into the crowd, softly murmuring, "From this day forth, you should learn to be quiet." Chapter 33. Brothers. Minutes later, Qiao Luoxin arrived in a police car, albeit belatedly. Before his eyes lay a scene of utter horror. Several heavy trucks lay in disarray, resembling a twisted and lifeless serpent, their bodies marred and debris strewn across the ground. The area was littered with corpses, at least 100, while countless bullet casings lay scattered about, glinting in the surrounding light. Who could have caused such a ghastly spectacle? Even as a seasoned detective, having witnessed numerous perilous situations, standing here, Qiao Luoxin felt an unsettling chill, as if it were his first day on the job. Instinctively holding his breath, he stepped forward, attempting to discern the identities of the deceased. At first glance, he was taken aback. Was this Lin Ruhu? Lin Ruhu, male, 28 years old, notorious and infamous, linked to at least 13 assault cases. With a minimum of 8 innocent lives lost at his hands, reputed to be a top figure in the dark underbelly of Yingbao City, a true bigwig whom the government could not touch. Yet here he lay, half his body reduced to a pulp. As he peered further, his expression shifted once more. This corpse belonged to Li Feixian? Li Feixian, male, 27 years old, known for his violent temperament, implicated in 7 robbery homicide cases. His hands stained with at least 6 lives, similarly renowned as a leading figure in Yingbao City's dark forces, and yet he too had met his end here. The further he looked, the more horrified he became. Each corpse along the roadside, those whose faces he could recognize, were all recent notorious criminals in the city, prominent figures in the underworld, individuals who would normally command respect, yet in this moment, they lay lifeless like worthless cabbages. Who had purged these dark marauders, quelling the true darkness of the city? As this thought crossed his mind, Qiao Luoxin recalled a name, Yi Dao Gu. He whispered those 3 words, surveying the surroundings and quickly piecing together the outline of the event. It was likely that these criminals had banded together, utilizing trucks and firearms to attempt to ambush Yi Daogu, only to be met with his counterattack, resulting in a complete rout. After observing in silence for a while, Xiaoluo Xian pressed her lips together, her emotions swirling within her, complex and difficult to articulate. That night, the news media in Yingbao City surged into action, working tirelessly to produce countless articles that flooded the internet. In a single night, the dark side has been vanquished, brother Yi Dao. I have taught some fools the art of silence. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. When the sword of justice is drawn, all rogues shall bow their heads. In this new era of positivity, our idol and hero, brother Yi Dao. In an instant, flowers and applause poured in from all directions. Any rational person could discern that brother Yi Dao's actions had indeed cultivated a peaceful environment in the city, ensuring the safety of its inhabitants. Without his presence, one could only speculate how many more would have suffered harm. This is an undeniable truth, of course. The media stoked the flames further, filling the airwaves with fervent praise and not a hint of disparagement. After all, no one wishes to live in the depths of despair. In this era where order is gradually unraveling, finding someone willing to stand up for the public is a rare treasure sought by countless souls. Furthermore, with hundreds of corpses piled up in plain sight, who would dare to speak carelessly? Even the government could not remain silent, as on the very day the news broke, an official spokesperson addressed the media, expressing their delight at the emergence of such a heroic figure in our city. He bears no name, remains anonymous, yet tirelessly fights against the shadows of society. Through news broadcasts, this speech reached countless households, stirring hearts across the city. Yingbao City, Sunset Grand Hotel. This is a 4-star establishment situated in the heart of the city, adorned with opulence and grandeur, frequented only by the affluent. However, in a concealed underground chamber of the hotel, 2 young men were intently watching the government address on television. They appeared to be around 25 years old, strikingly similar in appearance, clad in sleek black attire, though one was slightly taller than the other. The taller one wore a cold expression, his demeanor indifferent, while the shorter one exuded a more sinister aura, radiating a restless energy. In modern society, many cities have experienced turmoil, darkness breeding, and evil rampant. In some places, the situation is even more dire than in our own city. We owe a debt of gratitude to this nameless hero for improving our public safety. As they watched, the shorter young man could no longer contain himself. Brother Yi Dao is too arrogant. Who does he think he is, to single-handedly eradicate the shadows of an entire city? What audacity! Do you think brother Yi Dao sees us as part of that equation? Upon hearing the question, the taller man remained impassive, fingers interlaced, fixated on the television. Not receiving a response, the shorter young man fell silent for a few moments before speaking again. Brother, don't just sit there in silence. Up until now, brother Yi Dao has killed quite a few people, you know? Zhuo Longxian, Li Feijian, Lin Ruhu. While they may not have been particularly powerful, they were all criminals, slain by brother Yi Dao's hand. By any normal classification? We are also criminals, indeed. We are among the most notorious. Since you rescued me from the detention center, we have already killed numerous police officers, at least 15 by my count. The taller man still did not respond. Remaining motionless, the shorter man, growing increasingly agitated from the lack of answer, clapped his hands and declared, "If this continues, brother Yi Dao will inevitably come for us. If we don't strike first, we could face dire consequences." Given brother Yi Dao's current performance, he might possess top-tier martial arts skills just like us. If he continues to grow stronger, we will have a formidable foe on our hands. After a lengthy monologue, the taller man finally made a move. He cast a sidelong glance at the shorter young man and coldly uttered 5 words. "Shut up, watch the television." With that, the shorter young man immediately closed his mouth and took a seat. After watching for a considerable time, the news report finally concluded. The taller man stood up and turned his body. Suddenly, the air around them swirled violently, coalescing into an invisible, howling white vortex that spiraled around him like dozens of white serpents. He twisted his neck and coldly remarked, "Wanlong, you've tasted defeat before. How can you still be so frivolous? Over a month ago, I sent you to the trial hall just to assess the situation, specifically instructing you not to engage with the police. Yet, you recklessly acted on impulse, forcing me to kill in the detention center to save you, which led to a warrant being issued against me. Reluctantly, I had to establish the Tiandi Brotherhood and seek out the owner of Sunset Grand Hotel to secure a foothold here, hoping you would learn from your mistakes. Why do you still show no progress?" Upon hearing this, the shorter young man lowered his head, feeling somewhat defiant as he replied, "Brother, I already possess top-tier martial arts skills. I am destined to rise above all. Why should I endure the police's condescension? You may have top-tier martial arts, but you lack sufficient strength." The taller man furrowed his brow, his gaze stern. "We obtained our top-tier martial arts with the expectation of dedicating time to cultivate them. Only when we are strong enough should we emerge into the fray. Your impatience has completely disrupted our plans, leading us to confront the government directly without adequate power. What? Do you still wish to instruct me on what to do?" His tone was cold, devoid of inflection, causing the shorter young man's head to droop even lower as he muttered, "I dare not." "Good. As long as you understand that," the taller man said in a low voice. His expression tranquil, "Brother Edao is to be eliminated, but not today. This individual is no weakling. He undoubtedly harbors secrets. Without certainty of victory, we must refrain from making a move. Call our subordinates and instruct the Tiandi Brotherhood to remain dormant for a few days. You should focus on perfecting your martial arts. Once you are ready, the combined strength of the two of us will surely be able to defeat him. Until you have mastered your skills, you are not permitted to venture out unless you wish to experience my fist." With that, his gaze suddenly shifted, and he thrust out a punch. The force of the strike sent a tempestuous gale roaring into motion. The air surged like a raging river, converging at the edge of his fist, transforming into a domineering wave of energy that shot forth, obliterating the television into shards from a distance of several meters. Witnessing this spectacle, the shorter young man trembled all over, obediently murmuring, "Yes, brother." Chapter 34. The tide of the times as Zhao Jing gazed through the television at the myriad of glowing accolades. He merely smiled faintly and set it aside. He regarded these as mere ephemeral clouds in the bustling world, unworthy of his attention, and proceeded to deal with the tattered clothes from the previous night, burning them to conceal his identity and leave no trace. With meticulous care, Zhao Jing checked multiple times, reflecting on the events of the night before, ensuring there were no oversights, before finally relaxing his mind. "It is not that I fear my adversaries. Rather, I wish to spare my parents from any potential calamity. With my current strength, barring an onslaught from a formidable missile, there is no one in this vibrant city that can instill fear within me. However, should my identity be revealed, it could subject my family to unnecessary tribulations. Although my parents possess exceptional martial arts techniques, their effectiveness is extraordinary, their cultivation period remains relatively short. For their safety, it is unnecessary to take such risks. Speaking of which, my parents mentioned they would return today. It is time to go out and welcome them." Glancing at the time, Zhao Jing turned off the television and hurriedly set off. He dashed towards the train station, where a sea of people surged like a tumultuous wave. Were he an ordinary person, he might have been overwhelmed by the relentless tide of humanity, but Zhao Jing, with his increasingly superhuman physique and keen eyesight, effortlessly recognized the faces of those passing by. As he scanned the crowd, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures and rushed over, calling out, "Dad, Mom, welcome back." Upon seeing him approach, the two figures burst into laughter. "Jinger, you came to pick us up? Oh, it seems you've grown quite a bit. We almost didn't recognize you at first glance." "Oh, it's nothing significant. You both have changed quite a bit as well." Zhao Jing replied with a smile, scrutinizing his parents' features. After more than a month apart, they had undergone remarkable transformations, appearing almost unrecognizable. His father, Zhao Xing, who had once toiled tirelessly, now sported a full head of thick, black hair. His complexion rosy and vibrant, a stark contrast to the half-white hair he had previously. His mother, Su Guling, seemed to have rejuvenated, with crow's feet and age spots vanished. Despite being in her 40s, she now appeared as if she were in her 20s, her youthful beauty restored. Clearly, this was the unparalleled efficacy of martial arts, capable of enhancing one's appearance and reversing aging, allowing middle-aged individuals to reclaim their youth. "Ah, it seems my parents have been diligently practicing during this time. Otherwise, such remarkable results would not be possible." Zhao Jing observed intently, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that his parents, set in their ways, might heed the so-called experts on television and forsake their martial arts training. Seems he had been overly concerned. "Let us discuss matters upon returning home. For now, let us make our way back." With a casual chuckle, my parents hailed a taxi and boarded it together. Zhao's father, who frequently traveled for work, was quite gregarious and enjoyed engaging with others. As they sat in the cab, he incessantly conversed, striking up a friendly dialogue with the driver. Before long, their rapport blossomed, and they began to discuss the current state of the world. Driver, what do you think has changed the most in society since the advent of the cultivation method? The driver pondered. That's a tough one to pinpoint, as every aspect of society is evolving. Even the very words we use have transformed, making it difficult for anyone to provide a clear answer. If you ask me, the most significant impact has been on cosmetic surgery clinics. The driver was taken aback by this assertion. Oh? And why is that? Zhao's father responded, well, this cultivation method enhances both appearance and charisma, effectively undermining the foundation of the beauty industry. Zhao's father chuckled and continued, people visit cosmetic surgery clinics primarily because they wish to enhance their looks, who would willingly undergo surgery otherwise. Now, with such a miraculous cultivation method available, not only can one attain beauty, but the results are entirely natural, far superior to the knife. Who would still choose to go under the knife? To be honest, I just returned from out of town. And, good heavens, the cosmetic surgery clinics have been closing at an alarming rate. In just the past half-month, I suspect over half have shut down. Really? That's astonishing, indeed. In contrast, rare herbs have skyrocketed in price. Ginseng, reishi, and the like are nearly doubling in value. According to public surveys, these herbs are incredibly beneficial for nourishing the body and enhancing cultivation effects, and they are being sold like hotcakes. I am aware of this too. For instance, in our city, the price of ginseng has tripled. However, that is still manageable. I've heard the most expensive items are the essence pills from the trial hall, which can replenish yin and yang and restore vitality. Some are willing to pay $1 million for a single bottle but can't find one. Of course. Did you not hear? We are in an era where anyone can achieve immortality. How many would throw away the opportunity to ascend to divinity? Compared to the allure of eternal life, $1 million is but a trifling sum. Indeed. Listening to their exchange, Zhao Jing quietly absorbed the conversation, his heart stirred by the prevailing currents of the times. This was the tide of change. In the face of such momentum, transformation was inevitable. The once thriving cosmetic surgery industry was collapsing, clinics shuttering en masse, while the previously unremarkable herbal industry soared to prominence. Becoming exceedingly sought-after, it was likely that many more industries would soon undergo dramatic upheaval. Furthermore, the exorbitant prices of the essence pills also piqued his interest. $1 million per bottle? At this rate? Have I not consumed over 100 million in recent days? Such expenditures would have been unfathomable to my former self, yet now, I feel not a shred of concern. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Zhao Jing's lips. When one possesses extraordinary strength, how could worldly wealth or material possessions move him? Whether it be billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions, in his eyes, they were merely trivialities. As an extraordinary being, he could dwell among the clouds, looking down upon the mundane. Although his thoughts were in turmoil, he maintained a facade of calmness, continuing to listen intently. At this juncture, Zhao's father and the driver had shifted their conversation to Yingbao City. Driver, I've heard that Yingbao City has been rather chaotic lately. Chaotic? That was 2 days ago. For a while, it was truly tumultuous, with many casualties. The bandits were rampant, and then that knife bro couldn't stand it any longer and took action, nearly slashing through half the city. Aside from the so-called Tiandi Brotherhood, the underground overlords were nearly wiped out, and now hardly anyone dares to stir up trouble. Even the once boisterous Tiandi Brotherhood has fallen silent. Is Knife Bro that formidable? Absolutely. Let me tell you, Knife Bro is a true hero, far more impressive than the masked vigilantes on television. When it comes to killing, he is unequivocal. He has dispatched around 200 individuals. Now that's something. Honestly, the people in our city hold Knife Bro in high esteem. Is that so? Zhao's father smiled, neither confirming nor denying. As the wheels of the taxi rolled on, amidst the light-hearted chatter, the family soon arrived home. After closing the door and placing their luggage down, Zhao's father suddenly looked up and remarked, Jinger, Dad, is something the matter? You are Knife Bro, aren't you? Chapter 35, Target, the Divine Hall. Zhao Jing's body trembled slightly. His expression became rigid, and his pupils subtly contracted as he forced a smile, saying, Dad, are you joking? How could I possibly be Knife Bro? Upon hearing this, Zhao's father smirked knowingly, revealing a profound smile. He took his time, settling onto a wooden chair, pouring himself a glass of water, and spoke in a calm manner. Do not underestimate your father. In this day and age, secrets are hard to keep. I am not an antiquated relic. I have watched enough news to understand that the number of individuals possessing high-grade cultivation methods is exceedingly scarce, perhaps only a few thousand nationwide, and in our city, at most a handful. And you, my son, are undoubtedly among them. Zhao Jing remained silent, his fingers moving unconsciously. Zhao's father continued, furthermore, For someone like Knife Bro to kill over 200 people without sustaining any injuries, he must possess high-grade cultivation methods. Otherwise, how could he maintain control over such chaos? Moreover, I closely observed the news, and Knife Bro's large-scale slaughter coincided perfectly with the moment I called you to return. You wouldn't have the audacity to claim that mere coincidence. Would you? Besides, do not forget, I am your father. Having spent so much time together, I can sense the changes in you. Zhao Jing still did not speak, merely twitching his lips slightly. Experience indeed sharpens the mind. His father, outwardly jovial and easygoing, seemed devoid of ulterior motives, but his decades of life experience endowed him with formidable wisdom. His analysis was so logical that Zhao Jing found it hard to refute. Noticing his son's prolonged silence, Zhao's father sighed gently. At this moment, his emotions were a tumultuous mix, akin to a torrent of waves colliding and surging relentlessly. Within this emotional maelstrom were worries for his son's recent endeavors, pride in the public's admiration for Knife Bro, astonishment at Zhao Jing's exploits, and an underlying uncertainty about their future. These countless emotions coalesced into a storm, clamoring to be expressed. Yet, after much contemplation, he could only utter, "My intention in uncovering your identity is not to reprimand you. You are now grown and have your own worldview. I do not wish to lecture you excessively. I only hope you protect yourself. Do what must be done, and be a true man, standing tall and unashamed." This encapsulated a father's hopes for his progeny. A true man must stand tall and act with integrity. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jing pressed his lips together. He nodded slowly, responding earnestly, "Yes, Dad, I will remember these words." Zhao's father nodded, patting him on the shoulder, and refrained from saying another word. "All right, we've talked enough. My mouth is dry. Let us not dwell on it. The child is not doing anything wrong at this point." Zhao's mother, sensing the conversation had reached a natural conclusion, eagerly chimed in, "Come on, Lao Zhao, it's been over a month. I wonder what kind of junk food our child has been eating to make it this far. Hurry and lend a hand. Let us prepare a good meal for our son." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing promptly replied, "Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm an adult now. Even though you weren't here, I managed just fine these past months. You've just returned. So take some time to rest and don't rush into cooking. Thumph. What is there to be tired about? With the cultivation method, I wouldn't even feel tired after dancing at the square. And in front of me, don't even mention your culinary skills that only involve instant noodles." Zhao's mother dismissed him with a wave. Donning an apron and brandishing a knife with the ferocity of an unbeatable chef, "I'm going to try cooking with this newfound cultivation ability and see how it compares to before." They bantered back and forth, the atmosphere lively and joyful in the warmth of their long-awaited reunion. A sumptuous lunch was soon laid out on the table. Zhao Jing took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mom, your cooking is simply exquisite. I am in awe." Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother beamed with delight, replying, "If it's delicious, then eat more. Make sure to finish it all." "As you wish, esteemed mother." Zhao Jing nodded, jokingly adding, "By the way, Mom and Dad, how have you been faring outside? Has anyone discovered that you possess high-grade cultivation methods?" Zhao's father shot him an impatient glare, directly dispelling his concerns. "Enough of that. Do you think your father is foolish? No one knows what we are studying, but we possess a degree of vigilance regarding this matter. In order to conceal our cultivation methods, we dared not approach the trial hall until several days had passed, hiding among the crowd and being jostled by others. Reflecting on this now, it evokes a sense of discomfort." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing was rendered speechless. Well, in the presence of such cunning parents, it seems he truly has been overthinking. Given this, it appears there is no issue on their end, prompting him to consider how to navigate the path ahead. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things must first plan before taking action. If one fails to contemplate any strategy or make necessary preparations, and instead continues to blunder through life without thought, how could one possibly attain divinity and ascend to greatness? While dining, he fell into contemplation. And by the time he had consumed half his meal, 3 objectives crystallized in his mind. First, to ensure his parents could rest and cultivate in peace, diligently practicing their skills, with superior cultivation methods at their disposal. If they were to exert themselves for a few more days, they would undoubtedly acquire extraordinary abilities, rendering them impervious to any threat. Second, to continue eradicating the dark forces within the city. Why now? Many underground leaders had already fallen, and numerous factions had been dismantled, yet one dark organization remained unscathed. That organization is the Heavenly Earth Brotherhood. In this small city, the Heavenly Earth Brotherhood is notorious. wielding considerable power and daring to confront the government head-on, displaying remarkable audacity, with its core creators being the two individuals who had escaped from the detention center. According to news reports, these two are brothers, one named Wan Li and the other Wan Long. Given their demonstrated strength, and drawing upon my personal experience, it is highly likely that they possess superior cultivation methods. Possessing such methods and still daring to confront the government and slay police officers. These individuals are far from benevolent. They are exceedingly ruthless. Having killed an official yesterday, they would not hesitate to massacre civilians tomorrow, posing a significant threat to my parents. I must find an opportunity to eliminate them. With a surge of murderous intent coalescing within him, Zhao Jing lowered his gaze, his expression betraying no emotion. To others, a powerful individual with superior cultivation methods is an unparalleled force, unrestrained by mere mortals. However, in his eyes, such a powerhouse is but a slightly larger ant, easily extinguished with a flick of his hand. Better not to meet them at all. Should they cross paths, a declaration of their demise would surely lead to their end, regardless of their struggles, which would be in vain. As for his third objective, it is to step foot in the ancient hall of the immortals. By my calculations, my strength should be adequate, and it is time to seek an opportunity to visit that hall. The ancient hall of the immortals, shrouded in mysteries and profound secrets, harbors benefits that far surpass those of the trial hall. What rewards shall I gain upon entering this time? As he pondered this, his heart stirred with excitement. In the following days, Zhao Jing threw himself into his cultivation as if invigorated by a potent elixir. The enigmatic transformations of the immortals' creation lay before him, waiting to be grasped, igniting a fervor within him that burned like an unquenchable flame. Relentless cultivation, relentless cultivation. Aside from his daily practice, when night fell, Zhao Jing soared through the city, striving to eliminate all potential threats while honing his combat skills. However, this time, there were no opportunities for him to showcase his prowess. Due to the numerous foes he had eliminated in the preceding days, which had instilled fear in many, the atmosphere of the entire city shifted, and public order improved remarkably. In the dead of night, not a single soul dared to cause trouble. This was to be expected. Even the most vicious criminals are not entirely devoid of intelligence. Knowing that an invincible powerhouse is stationed in the city to deter all who would dare to emerge seeking death. After several days of fruitless searching for an opportunity, Zhao Jing could only suppress his murderous intent, continuing his rigorous training while awaiting news related to the Heavenly Earth Brotherhood. Under such intense cultivation, his strength grew exponentially, surpassing his previous capabilities day by day. The golden essence within him gradually increased, transforming from a mere trickle into a robust river, with the patterns formed by his vital energy continuously circulating, emanating waves of mysterious energy that nourished his body, making his physical strength increasingly formidable. Truly terrifying. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could now lift over 1.5 tons, while his speed reached an astonishing 5 seconds for 100 meters. Furthermore, a transformation was occurring on his forehead, radiating a faint warmth, as if a blazing sun were nestled within, poised to rise. After 3 or 4 more days, feeling that his strength was now sufficient, Zhao Jing set out for the Hall of the Immortals. In Yingbao City, on the northern side of Qingyun Road, lies a recently constructed residential area, characterized by towering buildings that create a magnificent spectacle from afar. Yet, beside this pristine cluster of structures stands a mysterious temple. Its surface is adorned with an ancient bronze hue, simple yet elegant, seemingly weathered by countless years, yet it still stands resolute, soaring to a height of over 100 meters, resembling a majestic mountain that surveys its surroundings. Even under the cover of night, when darkness envelopes the world, its silhouette remains visible from several kilometers away. Surrounding the ancient temple, resplendent rays of light bloom like fireworks, enveloping the area as brilliant divine light surges forth, illuminating the ground and enhancing the temple's ethereal presence, creating a vibrant and transcendent atmosphere. This temple is none other than the Bronze Hall of the Immortals. Under the cloak of night, Zhao Jing, masked and anonymous, arrived at this location. After observing for a moment, a slight smile graced his lips as he took a step forward, advancing directly towards it.as he walked a few paces on the ground. The moment his feet touched the illuminated area of the ancient hall, a powerful repulsive force surged forth. It felt as though a tempest of gales was crashing down, pressing against his skin, and like an invisible tide surging forth, compressing his body. The radiant light seemed to possess a consciousness, actively repelling his entry. This is the marvel of the Hall of Immortals. Unlike the Hall of Techniques and the Trial Hall, this ancient hall does not permit ordinary individuals to enter. Each beam of divine light that falls below harbors an inexplicable repulsive force. For a human to approach, they must endure this trial of resistance. If one's strength is insufficient or their physical form is not robust enough, they will be forcefully repelled by this power. For others, this repulsive force is akin to an invisible wall, resilient and unbreakable. Even with tremendous effort, one could not advance a single step. Yet for Zhao Jing, who was well prepared, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. Sensing the pressure surging towards him, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any disturbance. As he simply stepped forward, with a soft pop, the air erupted with a crisp sound. That was the sound of his body penetrating the divine light. The overwhelming resistance could not hold him back. The invisible currents could not impede him. With a surge of his formidable physical strength, Zhao Jing stepped into the divine radiance. At that moment, not far away on a balcony of a high-rise in the residential area, a child happened to witness this scene and immediately shouted, "Daddy!" Someone charged into that ancient hall. Upon hearing this, a voice lazily responded from within the room, "What ancient hall?" The child pointed at the Hall of Immortals and replied with innocence, "The ancient hall near our home. The one near our home. How could that be? No one has been able to enter and take a look for so long. Wait a moment. I'll go see." Just as he finished speaking, the previously nonchalant exclamation transformed into one of astonishment as a man abruptly dashed out of the room, his spirit ignited, his eyes wide as saucers, hastily looking towards the Hall of Immortals. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, Zhao Jing had already breached the barrier of divine light and stepped into the ancient hall. Before him lay an expansive space. The walls surrounding him were etched with mysterious patterns that intertwined, concealing wondrous fluctuations of divine light. Beside him stood an ancient stele, towering approximately 10 meters high, inscribed with a series of words: Trial of Combat, 10-person battle, Trial of Combat, 30-person battle, Trial of Combat, 100-person battle. Choose the trial you wish to undergo. Simply touch the line of text with your finger to activate the trial. After scanning the entirety of the stele's content, Zhao Jing silently nodded in approval. This was indeed identical to what he had seen in his dreams. The so-called trials of the Hall of Immortals are fundamentally tests of martial prowess. The 10, 30, and 100 refer to the number of combatants in the trials. 10, 30, and 100 among these warriors. Each possesses at least the terrifying strength of a peak mortal, with weights exceeding 8 or 900 kilograms and speeds reaching 6 seconds per 100 meters. Capable of easily shaking steel and slaying foes. This is a trial for the strong, one that only the powerful can participate in. Consider this. Even the trial with the lowest difficulty requires facing the overwhelming pressure of 10 peak mortals, highlighting the immense challenge presented by this Hall of Immortals. After all, this is an ancient hall left behind by the Immortals. The Immortals possess unparalleled divine power, looking down upon the world. Even a modest reward is extraordinarily exceptional. And it is naturally impossible for just anyone to casually claim its benefits. In the mindset of the mortal realm, only the strong are deemed worthy of receiving the finest blessings, thus the greater the difficulty of the trial, the more substantial the rewards. A torrent of thoughts surged within him as Zhao Jing contemplated for a moment and extended his hand towards the stele. I possess the cultivation methods of the Immortals. My strength is formidable, far surpassing others, and with such power and considerable mental preparation, to select a 10-person battle or even a 30-person battle would be nothing short of an insult to my cultivation. The strong must possess the spirit befitting their might. Since the aspiration is to achieve divinity, to attain immortality and invincibility, one must exhibit the requisite attitude and never relax the standards set for oneself. Thus, it is decided. 100 warriors shall engage in battle. His gaze grew profound, and with a sudden force, he pressed his palm onto the stone tablet designated for the 100-man combat. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the monument. Chapter 37. Great Gains. The obscure patterns on the surrounding walls gleamed brightly, surging with divine light. The brilliance resembled bubbling magma, rapidly undulating across the surface of the walls, extending outward and intertwining into various intricate characters, both complex and wondrous. Subsequently, it exploded into resplendent divine light, coalescing into over 100 magnificent beams that descended upon the center of the ancient hall. As the beams gradually receded, over 100 figures appeared upon the ground. Their faces remained indistinct, rendering them unrecognizable. Yet their physiques were extraordinarily robust, akin to towering trees, exuding an aura of ferocious intensity, as if a multitude of raging dragons had emerged, casting pressure in all directions. This formidable might could only be attained by the pinnacle of mortal beings. Zhao Jing cast a glance, pondering inwardly. Based on my understanding, the trial subjects within this bronze celestial hall possess limited strength, simulating the ultimate forms of inferior cultivation techniques among mortals. Thus their power peaks at around 7 to 800 kilograms, while my own strength has reached 1.5 tons, nearly double theirs. Moreover, my physical condition far surpasses theirs. As long as I am not overwhelmed and crushed by this crowd, the chances of success are exceedingly high. Just as his thoughts surged, the 100 figures roared in unison and charged forth. Their voices resonated like the roars of ancient beasts, booming with such intensity that it seemed capable of shattering gold and stone, shaking the very foundations of the hall, stirring the air into a howling tempest that swept through the entire chamber. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed fiercely, witnessing the 100 warriors rushing towards him. A tempest of battle fervor surged within Zhao Jing, and his inner strength surged like an unbridled tsunami, roaring as he lunged forward with reckless abandon. This charge was akin to a mighty dragon crashing through the skies, or a divine bird swooping down. Harnessing his unparalleled speed, he directly plunged into the throng, his arms wielding immense power as he swept through the surrounding figures. His fists descending like a torrential storm, bang, bang, bang. The sound of his fists exploded in a cacophony, resonating with waves of sonic force. The approaching figures had yet to strike, but the terrifying might of his blows had already pierced through, unleashing a torrent of sound waves that engulfed their vulnerable areas, necks, chests, and heads, all swept away by the gale of his fists. In an instant, the figures were sent flying, centered around Zhao Jing's physical form. A circle of figures erupted backward, akin to arrows released from a bow, tumbling through the throng, with several being launched into the air, creating a vacuum around him. Even amidst such overwhelming force, the remaining figures remained unperturbed. They were silent, ruthlessly striking with punches, palms, and kicks, executing a flurry of attacks that left trails in the air, stirring up a tempest, their might seemingly intent on burying the intruder in the ancient hall. Observing the onslaught that descended upon him, Zhao Jing felt a slight heaviness in his body. He floated upon his feet like a butterfly, employing martial techniques in conjunction with his extraordinary speed and acute spiritual perception, managing to evade every attack. Subsequently, he moved like a wraith amidst the crowd, weaving through the flurry of fists and legs, untouched by any adversary, while with every punch he unleashed, waves of force surged forth, ensuring that foes fell to the ground, unable to continue the fight. To be fair, these figures indeed possessed commendable strength. The pinnacle of mortal power, if unleashed in the outside world, could sweep across thousands, reigning supreme without rivals. Yet, before him, they paled in comparison. Now, Zhao Jing, endowed with superhuman strength and speed like the wind, having experienced numerous battles in reality, had consciously cultivated a sense of combat awareness and mental preparedness, rendering him capable of overwhelming these adversaries. Thus, even with over 100 formidable mortals before him, they were unable to contend with him. Of course, Zhao Jing had also employed a bit of cleverness. It is worth noting that the figures in this trial battle could wield martial arts and divine techniques, and their power was not to be underestimated. However, the Celestial Hall possesses an automatic sensing mechanism. If I refrain from using martial arts and solely rely on my physical prowess, these figures will also abstain from employing martial techniques, responding purely with their physical capabilities. This grants me ample room to maneuver. If they were to unleash their martial techniques in full, even with my extraordinary talents, I would have to retreat 3 steps in the face of so many combatants. However, relying solely on physical strength would suffice to pass the trial. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing surged forth, unleashing his full power. He resembled a tiger unleashed into a sheepfold or a weasel in a henhouse, rampaging through without opposition, rendering the 100 figures akin to powerless lambs. Unable to impede his advance, in a mere 5 or 6 minutes, the battle concluded. The last figure was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The 100-man battle was declared over. At the moment the final figure fell, all surrounding figures transformed into radiant specks of light, vanishing entirely, leaving behind something on the vast, dim bronze-colored ground. Zhao Jing lowered his gaze and was immediately struck with astonishment. On the ground lay 2 small white jade vials, their surfaces smooth as jade and delicate as porcelain, alongside a black ring, entirely dark and with a dense surface. This must be his reward. The ancient celestial hall categorizes rewards based on trial difficulty. Passing the 10-man battle grants 1 benefit, the 30-man battle yields 2, and having triumphed in the 100-man battle, he should receive 3 benefits. With quality and efficacy far exceeding the previous 2, Zhao Jing promptly approached, touching the jade vials. The moment his fingers made contact, a stream of profound information flowed into his mind. Spirit Essence Condensing Pill, a high-grade elixir. Useful for enhancing qi and blood, amplifying cultivation effects, with a total of 30 pills, each 5 times more effective than ordinary qi pills. Vital Essence Condensing Pill, a high-grade elixir, used to fortify qi and blood. Improving cultivation effects, with 30 pills in total, each 5 times more effective than ordinary qi pills. Receiving this information, Zhao Jing could not help but feel a surge of joy within. For him, while the elixirs from the trial hall had served their purpose, they were gradually becoming insufficient. Yet, these 2 vials of elixirs perfectly addressed his needs, allowing him to continue his rapid cultivation. After securing the 2 vials, Zhao Jing reached for the black ring, and another stream of information flowed into his heart. This is actually a storage ring. Within this ring lies a small space capable of holding a small room's worth of items, controllable by mere thought. Haha, at last, I have obtained something truly useful. Zhao Jing's spirit soared, filled with immense joy as he followed the guidance to don the ring. He then concentrated, placing the jade vials within it, and upon a mental command, retrieved them once more. After several iterations, he became familiar with the ring's operation, laughing heartily as he stepped out of the ancient hall. In the instant he exited the celestial hall, Zhao Jing turned back for a serious glance before resolutely turning away. Stepping forward to depart. This was his first and last visit to this bronze celestial hall, for each celestial ancient hall permits but a single entry in a lifetime. Chapter 38. The seeds of malice begin to sprout. Those who attain divinity are, after all, not of this mortal realm. Perhaps, within that grand domain of humanity, where magnificence and power coexist, divine beings are akin to countless drops of water in a vast ocean, innumerable beyond measure. Yet, even the most ordinary of divine beings possesses an extraordinary demeanor befitting an immortal. An invincible pride that is undeniable. Any ancient hall bearing the name of a divine being forbids any second entry. It offers but a singular opportunity to the world. It is precisely for this reason that I refrained from engaging in any trials that would squander such an opportunity and directly opted for the 100-man battle. Upon exiting the radiant barrier of the ancient hall, Zhao Jing's expression remained calm as he exhaled gently. Although he had but one chance to enter, he felt no sense of loss at this moment. For in this world, there exists not merely this celestial ancient hall. Looking across the vast expanse of a planet, encompassing boundless lands and vast seas, there are numerous regions where celestial halls stand tall, harboring limitless fortunes. Some of these ancient halls possess mystical benefits that far surpass those of this one. Ultimately, the bronze celestial hall I entered is merely an average ancient hall. Celestial halls are generally categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high, with increasing difficulty of trials and greater benefits hidden within. The bronze celestial hall is a low-tier ancient hall. While it undoubtedly offers considerable advantages, it pales in comparison to others, and those truly potent ancient halls of great fortune do not reside here, but elsewhere. With this thought, Zhao Jing's gaze deepened, a mysterious light flickering within his dark, profound pupils. How could he simply watch as those celestial halls remained unclaimed? That fortune must be seized. However, there is no need to act hastily. It is better to digest the rewards he has just obtained first. Contemplating the spirit essence pills stored within the ring, Zhao Jing's heart surged with excitement, akin to a raging tide, and he sprinted forward. Not far away, on a nearby platform, the man previously summoned by the child stood frozen in place, his expression vacant. His eyes were fixed intently on Zhao Jing's rapidly departing figure, as if turned to stone. Utterly still, the silence so profound one could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. After a long while, the man finally murmured, "So, there truly is someone who has succeeded." Moments later, news of this event spread swiftly. It was reported in the news that a witness claimed to have seen a mysterious figure, wearing a mask, enter the Hall of Immortals and emerge unscathed. The moment this news broke, it instantly captivated the attention of countless individuals. Could someone truly have walked into the Hall of Immortals? Good heavens! Is this some kind of jest? It is widely acknowledged that the Hall of Immortals is surrounded by an invisible force field that repels outsiders. Not even the might of a nation can penetrate it. Though catch a glimpse of its inner sanctum is a feat in itself. Yet now someone has actually entered. In an instant, a tidal wave of public opinion surged forth. My goodness, could this possibly be fake news? Reports online suggest that there seems to be no one in the world capable of entering the Hall of Immortals. Yet here we are, with someone claiming to have done just that. It could very well be a fabrication, but it might also hold some truth, considering the multitude of media coverage. It hardly seems like a hoax. I can't shake the feeling that it resembles fake news. Unless you can produce video evidence, it feels rather dubious. Could it be that some media outlets are merely seeking attention by concocting such stories? I find it hard to believe in light of this news. Many have chosen to believe, but even more are questioning its authenticity in this modern society, where rumors abound and false news emerges daily to deceive the public and pander to sensationalism without substantial evidence. No one can dare to assert that the claims made in the news are indeed true. However, the absence of video evidence is conspicuous. Zhao Jing has acted with remarkable swiftness, leaving no room for hesitation. And those who witnessed the event are exceedingly few. It is hardly surprising that no one managed to capture it on their phones, thus rendering this news a matter of contention. Did someone truly step into the Hall of Immortals? If it is indeed a fact, who then is this enigmatic figure that has entered the hall? Around these two topics, urban netizens have engaged in fervent discussions, creating an atmosphere that is nothing short of electric and ceaseless. At the Sunset Grand Hotel, in a secluded room, the founders of the Brotherhood of Heaven and Earth, the Wan brothers, Wan Li and Wan Long, are vigorously training together, their figures intertwining as they clash with incredible force. The air crackles with the intensity of their blows, transforming into gusts of wind that surge around them. Numerous punching bags lie shredded in their wake, reduced to mere remnants, while deep imprints mar the iron plates scattered nearby. Starkly visible, the solid stone floor bears countless fissures, resembling twisted serpents that coil and intertwine in a terrifying display. After a vigorous session, the two pause. Wan Long, the younger brother, exhales softly, wiping the sweat from his brow, and inquires, "Brother, what do you think? Do you feel my strength has improved?" The tall Wan Li nods, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and replies succinctly, "Indeed, it has improved." At this response, Wan Long grins, a flicker of joy crossing his face. But in the next moment, his smile vanishes. His expression turns serious, and with a hint of trepidation, he stammers, "Brother, have you seen the news? There are claims that someone has entered the Hall of Immortals. If that is true, then that person must be Brother Dao. Although we train diligently every day to strengthen ourselves, we currently lack the ability to enter the Hall of Immortals. This Brother Dao is simply too formidable." Wan Li casts a sidelong glance at him and asks, "What are you trying to say, brother?" "I mean to suggest that we should avoid drawing attention," Wan Long replies, swallowing hard, his brow furrowed with concern. Brother Dao is indeed too powerful. If he can truly enter the Hall of Immortals, his strength must surpass ours. If that is the case, perhaps we should leave Yingbao City, as long as we have the mountains. We need not worry about firewood. There is no need to confront Brother Dao directly. He is clearly apprehensive. Despite possessing superior cultivation techniques and the strength of two brothers combined, the recent notoriety of Brother Dao makes him feel a twinge of insecurity, prompting him to seek refuge from the limelight. Upon hearing this, Wan Li snorts disdainfully. "What's wrong? Scared? Just days ago, you urged me to take action, and now you are afraid. Wan Long, you are truly regressing." Without even considering whether Brother Dao has genuinely entered the Hall of Immortals. Even if he has, what difference does it make? Merely hearing such news causes you to shrink back, filled with doubts and fears. How can you aspire to become a god or an immortal, living freely and unfettered, while harboring such trepidation? As Wan Li's voice reverberates, Wan Long lowers his head, falling into silence. Observing his brother's reluctance to respond, Wan Li's gaze sharpens, and he coldly asserts, "No matter how strong Brother Dao may be, he is but one man. Even the most potent cultivation techniques are merely superior in class. Both of us possess formidable practices. We are not inferior to him. Moreover, we have always trained diligently and have mastered martial arts. With our combined strength as brothers, what is there to fear? Or do you truly believe you cannot match Brother Dao?" The barrage of words reddens Wan Long's face as he retorts, "Of course not. Then muster the courage of a man." Wan Li exhales slowly, his gaze deepening as he decisively declares, "Let us find an opportunity to surround and eliminate Brother Dao. His demise will mark the commencement of our journey towards immortality." Chapter 39. The farewell feast. While the Wan brothers engage in their hushed conversation, Zhao Jing, in his own bedroom, retrieves a recently acquired elixir, examining it closely. The pill is diminutive, only slightly larger than a grain of rice. Its exterior a rich, glossy black, utterly flawless in form. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Zhao Jing swallows it whole and begins to channel his inner power. Within seconds, the pill's medicinal potency unleashes a torrent of energy, surging through his body in a wild cascade. Under the resonance of mysterious patterns, this energy transforms into strands of golden essence, pulsating and radiating divine energy. The divine energy is fervent, scorching, untamed, and domineering, dispersing faint golden light like ripples that envelop his entire being. His bones resonate with a thunderous sound. It does not resemble the explosive crack of firecrackers, but rather the delicate chime of exquisite jade colliding softly, melodious and clear, ringing triumphantly. His body vibrates. This oscillation occurs in waves, washing over every part of his being, causing his flesh and blood to resonate and his organs to refine. The divine energy ebbs and flows, coursing through his body before converging at his forehead. Gathering energy as his vitality increases and divine energy surges, his forehead grows increasingly heated, undergoing a transformation as golden divine light bursts forth. It dazzles like morning sunbeams, ethereal like wisps of smoke. Sensing the intense fluctuations, Zhao Jing suddenly opens his eyes, and his internal energy erupts with a resounding force. Boom! The air around him detonates with a low rumble, forming billowing waves of white energy that push outward in all directions, spreading nearly 5 to 6 meters before dissipating into nothingness. His clothing disintegrates in an instant, fragments scattering into the air, and before they can reach the ground, they are incinerated by the searing heat, turning to blackened remnants. Meanwhile, the golden light continues to dance and intertwine, seemingly on the verge of morphing into some wondrous design. Half a minute later, the golden divine light finally ceases its transformation. At the center of Zhao Jing's forehead, a circular luminescent pattern has emerged, radiant as gold, blistering as fire, resembling a blazing sun, surrounded by a ring of undulating waves. Upon closer inspection, these waves take the form of a colossal dragon devouring its own tail. This mysterious pattern, known as the solar divine pattern, is a manifestation of the future prowess of his divine body. When the golden essence within him reaches a sufficient density, this miraculous pattern will appear on his forehead, granting him complete mastery over his extraordinary gifts. Feeling the transformation within his body, Zhao Jing focuses his mind. With intent, the golden divine pattern gradually submerges, vanishing from sight, while the fervent energy surrounding him begins to recede, restoring the air to its normal temperature. Clearly, he has indeed gained control over this extraordinary power. Now, I feel considerably more at ease. Otherwise, I would always worry about my clothes burning away during a confrontation. If I were to find myself running around naked, that would be utterly humiliating. Zhao Jing rolls his neck, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, a voice calls out from outside the room. "Dinner's ready, Zhao Jing." "I'm coming." Zhao Jing responds promptly, tidying up the surroundings before hastily exiting. The dining table. His father is already seated, engrossed in the television, while his mother busies herself serving rice, placing a bowl in front of him. Zhao Jing approaches, takes a seat, and begins to eat. Bored, he turns his attention to the television. After watching for a while, a smile spreads across his lips. To his surprise, the broadcast reveals that someone has officially emerged from obscurity, claiming to possess superior cultivation techniques. Breaking news. By Fachin, the possessor of superior cultivation techniques, steps into the limelight. According to our station's report, just yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Mr. Bai Fachin of Shanghai City made his official appearance, declaring his possession of the superior cultivation technique, Heavenly Dominance Qigong. He is the 17th individual nationwide to choose to reveal his identity as a civilian cultivator and has accepted a special interview with our station. Mr. Bai Fachin is 19 years old and a student at Shanghai University. As he watches, Zhao Jing can't help but chuckle. Noticing his faint smile, Zhao's father asks, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing much. Just feels like some people are unwilling to remain in obscurity and are eager for fame." Zhao Jing replies, his smile unwavering. This is, after all, quite understandable. Zhao Fu waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked, "Ah, the youthful exuberance of the young is indeed a sight to behold. They are ambitious, yearning for fame that astounds the world, desiring generous rewards, craving the spotlight, and seeking the reverence of society. Such aspirations are entirely natural. With a modicum of power, it is only fitting they wish to display it." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jing wholeheartedly concurred. Who, upon acquiring strength, does not wish to bask in glory, indulge in wealth, and live life unabashedly? With power at their disposal, who does not aspire to ascend to the pinnacle, to be gazed upon with admiration, to wield authority, and to revel in the company of beauty? In recent times, many had refrained from revealing themselves, fearing deceit and untimely demise. Yet now, after a month of cultivation, numerous individuals felt their strength sufficient, especially as the government maintained a favorable disposition, prompting them to assert themselves and seek benefits. Bifachin was neither the first nor the last to do so in the days to come. It is likely that many more cultivators will emerge, demanding their share of advantages and rewards. However, it must be noted that within the government, many likely possess superior cultivation methods. After all, the initial cohort to enter the Temple of Techniques were predominantly soldiers, daring explorers, full of vigor, willing to charge forth into danger. Under such circumstances, it is certain that numerous individuals would have acquired advanced cultivation practices. Yet, one wonders how the government will accommodate them. Zhao Jing pondered silently, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see it was a call from his classmate, Sun Jingbai. "Hello, Daetion. What have you been up to lately?" He heard the teasing tone on the other end. Zhao Jing chuckled heartily and replied in kind, "Zhangbai, I have been diligently cultivating, refining my physical form, and seeking the path to transcendence." "Ah, I see. Would you be interested in attending our high school reunion, Daetion?" Sun Jingbai continued to jest, though his tone grew slightly more serious. "This gathering serves as a farewell, as we all embark on our respective journeys after graduation. I understand you have been quite busy, but if you have time, it would be wonderful to see you. The world is changing rapidly, and who knows what the future holds. After this farewell, we may not have another chance to meet." Initially intending to decline, Zhao Jing felt a stir of emotion upon hearing the underlying melancholy in Sun Jingbai's voice. A reunion. The mere thought ignited a flicker of nostalgia within him, memories from the past decade flooding his mind, and he found himself contemplating the idea of attending the gathering. After a moment's hesitation, he responded, "All right then, when and where?" "Ha, Daetion, you truly are considerate and have not forgotten us. We have settled on the Sunset Grand Hotel for our gathering. At noon tomorrow. The Sunset Grand Hotel? Isn't that a 4-star establishment? Well, it's our last gathering. Let us have it there and conclude our high school journey with a flourish." "Agreed. It is settled then. Do not be late. I shall hang up now. Goodbye." After ending the call, Zhao Jing exhaled deeply. He set his phone down, his emotions swirling within him like a tumultuous storm, indescribable and complex. A farewell gathering? Very well, let it serve as a farewell to my past life. The next day, Zhao Jing continued his routine of rigorous cultivation until it was nearly time for departure. Before leaving, he decided to err on the side of caution and placed a mask and attire in his storage ring, readying himself for the gathering. After a brief ride on the bus, he arrived at the Sunset Grand Hotel. Upon lifting his gaze, he was struck by the opulence of the venue. The ground was adorned with a vibrant mosaic of red and white decorative tiles, while a unique fountain, featuring 16 angled pipes, spouted cascading droplets resembling a burst of fireworks, creating a misty spectacle. Behind the fountain stood a cluster of grand steel skyscrapers, their ornate architectural style gleaming under the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. "This place is rather impressive," he murmured to himself as he entered the hotel. Just as he stepped inside, Sun Jingbai approached him, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Jing's appearance. The transformation in his classmate was unmistakable. Although they had met a few days prior, Zhao Jing now exuded an enhanced aura of charm and refinement. After a brief silence, Sun Jingbai's dark pupils narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed, "Daetion, it has been a while. You've become even more handsome." Zhao Jing waved dismissively, chuckling, "Really? I don't see it myself. On the surface, perhaps not much has changed, but there is an inexplicable presence about you, a sort of restrained sharpness, akin to a sheathed sword. It's striking, so much so that it evokes a desire to bow my head in deference." Raising an eyebrow at this observation, Zhao Jing smiled and replied, "I appreciate your kind words, Jingbai, but I must confess, I am not particularly fond of compliments from men. Now, shall we head to the reunion?" "Come on, I was just joking. You think I actually enjoy praising men? My preference lies with women, particularly those with ample bosoms." As they bantered back and forth, Sun Jingbai led him through the winding corridors until they reached the door of a particular room. "Here we are. Everyone is inside." He pushed the door open, and an uproar of chatter greeted them. "Chu Chong, what have you been up to lately?" "Working, of course. Just landed a summer job to earn some pocket money. Yefeng, I heard your training at the Martial Arts Academy has been progressing well? Absolutely. I've been training for over a year now. Flower, your skin looks radiant. I'm envious. What skincare products are you using imported from abroad? I don't use any. Who still uses skincare products these days? Just a solid cultivation method is enough. The cacophony of male and female voices, laughter, and lively discussions melded into a vibrant symphony of noise. Amidst this lively atmosphere, some attendees instinctively turned towards the door upon hearing its opening. As their eyes landed on Zhao Jing, the room fell into a stunned silence. The once jubilant mood shifted to surprise and confusion, smiles frozen on faces like statues. For a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the exuberant chatter abruptly quieted, as if an unseen force had silenced the fervent sounds. All eyes gravitated towards one singular figure. Zhao Jing, in the gaze of his peers, this young man was strikingly handsome, with defined features and a blend of ruggedness and grace. His deep, dark eyes held a captivating depth, and his tall stature resembled that of a majestic pine. Standing there, he emanated an aura that commanded attention, leaving spectators in awe. Even the most discerning among them could find no flaw in his appearance. His visage, physique, and charisma coalesced into an almost flawless perfection. Who is this remarkably handsome young man? How did he come to be here? Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Zhao Jing allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. With poise and composure, he greeted them. Hello, everyone. It has been a while. The response was a chorus of bewilderment. It has been a while. Who is this stranger speaking to us? Does he know us? Amidst the confusion, one voice hesitantly inquired, Excuse me, who are you? With a serene smile. Zhao Jing replied, It seems that after such a long time apart, many have forgotten me. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Jing. Upon hearing his name, the room fell into stunned silence for a few moments before a cacophony of disbelief erupted, reverberating throughout the space. Zhao Jing? Did he just say he is Zhao Jing? How is that possible? This man cannot be the Zhao Jing I know. This is unbelievable. When he first arrived, I thought he was some movie star. I never imagined it would actually be Zhao Jing. The crowd was in an uproar, emotions running high as they struggled to reconcile the man before them with the Zhao Jing they remembered, who seemed almost like a different person entirely in the past. Zhao Jing was of average appearance and possessed mediocre academic performance, leaving his classmates with little more than a vague impression of him. While it was impossible to say he left no impression at all, it was equally unfathomable to claim he was particularly memorable. He existed as an inconspicuous presence, neither significant enough to be overlooked nor remarkable enough to be acknowledged. However, the Zhao Jing of today shines like the stars, illuminating all around him in a crowd. He is impossible to ignore. Every casual gesture he makes exudes an extraordinary charisma, a transformation so profound it can only be described as earth-shattering. Could it be the effect of cultivation techniques? Yet, as they are aware, while such techniques possess remarkable powers to enhance one's appearance and transform one's physique, such an astounding change seems to be unique to him alone. At this moment, even Zhou Yefeng, who had previously encountered Zhao Jing, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. The last time he saw Zhao Jing, he had been consumed by rage, failing to pay much attention to his features. But now, upon witnessing him, a tumultuous wave surged within him, leaving his mind in disarray. Amidst this chaos, Zhao Jing remained composed. Under the guidance of Sun Zhongbai, he casually found a chair to sit down, attempting to forget the overwhelming astonishment surrounding him, allowing his thoughts to settle. With his movement, the female classmates present felt their hearts tremble, their gazes subtly shifting. Chapter 41. Reunion with youth. Prior to today, the female classmates present had little connection with Zhao Jing. After years of schooling together, their relationships were rather distant, with some not having exchanged even a word. Aside from mutual recognition of names, they lacked any form of contact. However, following this encounter, the thoughts of many women shifted dramatically, akin to a roller coaster ride, their mindsets undergoing a radical transformation. An ancient adage states, "A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight." Throughout history, countless instances reflect this sentiment. Yet, if the roles were reversed, should an exceptional man appear in reality, it would similarly stir feelings in women. When confronted with a man of striking features and distinguished demeanor, even the youthful hearts of girls could hardly contain their excitement. "Hey, Zhao Jing looks rather handsome now, doesn't he?" whispered female classmate in Shuya, stealing a glance at Zhao Jing while engaging in hushed conversation with a nearby companion. With her elegant brows and bright eyes, complemented by a delicate nose, She wore a fitted denim dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded freely, further highlighting her fair complexion. Resembling snow, beside her, Zhou Ruajin offered a gentle smile, nodding slightly in agreement. In contrast to Enshuyua's sultry allure, her own demeanor leaned towards purity and elegance. Her dark hair was simply tied back into a ponytail, and her large, bright eyes flowed like autumn waters, with lips the color of fire, subtly moving as she spoke. He has indeed become a bit more handsome. Both were renowned beauties within their class, and after undergoing enhancements through cultivation techniques, they appeared even more striking, their grace unparalleled. Thus, their standards were set higher than the average, and their discourse carried a certain poise befitting their beauty. Upon overhearing their conversation, a nearby classmate with a more straightforward disposition pursed her lips. That really just a bit handsome. From a normal person's perspective, the current Zhao Jing is undeniably dashing and exudes an impressive aura, akin to a dream lover stepping into reality. Compared to him, even the male heartthrobs on television pale in comparison, both in looks and demeanor. Under such circumstances, the two beauties merely stating that he was a bit handsome seemed somewhat excessive. Zhou Yefeng, having caught wind of this dialogue, finally regained his composure, a surge of jealousy igniting within him as he spoke up. Well, I suppose he is somewhat handsome, but in this day and age, looks alone don't mean much. Ultimately, men are judged by their strength. He is not like the legendary figures who can easily crush the strong. His self-importance and pride had always been high. And now that Zhao Jing had overshadowed him, coupled with past grievances, he couldn't help but utter a spiteful remark. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengbai couldn't help but chuckle. Strength? What grounds does Zhou Yefeng have to discuss strength with Zhao Jing? Reflecting on their previous encounter in the martial arts arena, where Zhao Jing had effortlessly subdued Zhou Yefeng with a mere gesture, it was evident that, with the passage of time, Zhao Jing's prowess had surely only increased. Did Zhou Yefeng truly think he could now prevail? With this thought, Sun Zhengbai's amusement grew, finding Zhou Yefeng increasingly ridiculous. He chose not to confront him directly, turning away instead, wishing for the reunion to conclude without further incident. Exchanging glances, the two young women shared a sense of resignation, evidently weary of Zhou Yefeng's presence. After a fleeting glance at him and then at the serene Zhao Jing, Shuya could no longer contain herself. Smiling faintly, Ruajin, shall we switch places? Zhou Ruajin responded with a light smile and a nod. Under Zhou Yefeng's visibly displeased gaze, the pair rose and approached Zhao Jing, though they did not draw too close but rather seated themselves nearby. In their view, a true beauty ought to maintain a sense of dignity. Indeed, Zhao Jing was undeniably handsome and exuded an exceptional aura, enough to spark their interest, yet it did not compel them to approach him directly. At most, they would draw nearer, believing that any genuine connection should be initiated by him. While they maintained their aloofness, the other female classmates were less reserved. Upon witnessing the two approach, many felt their hearts race. Initially shy, they soon overcame their hesitation, with several migrating towards Zhao Jing like migratory birds. They swiftly relocated to his side, encircling him, their voices chattering excitedly. Hi, Zhao Jing, what have you been up to lately? Zhao Jing, how come you've changed so much? Oh, Zhao Jing, you remind me a bit of that celebrity now. In an instant, he became the center of attention at the entire graduation reunion. Observing this scene, Shuya and Zhou Ruajin couldn't help but clench their teeth, their minds swirling. They had initially intended to maintain some semblance of composure and pride, yet they had not anticipated the other girl's fervent enthusiasm, akin to an overwhelming blaze, surging directly towards him. What were they to do now? If it had been the previous cohort of girls, they would have felt confident in their superior looks, but now, with the prevalence of cultivation techniques enhancing beauty, the number of stunning women had surged, and others had taken the initiative, leaving the two feeling utterly awkward. Contemplating this, both young women bit their lips. Their thoughts in disarray, emotions tumultuous, their gazes filled with complexity. At this moment, surrounded by 7 or 8 attractive girls, Zhao Jing felt little joy. What a blunder! His intention in attending was to put the past behind him. Yet he never anticipated that his transformation would evoke such a dramatic shift in his female classmates' attitudes. He shook his head inwardly, responding to the girls' inquiries without much thought, his mind solely focused on contemplating his future path. Regardless of the beauty surrounding him, what did it matter? Even with lovely faces nearby, what significance did it hold? The path of cultivation is the essence. Once I claim the rewards from the immortal temple, this city's ancient sanctuaries will no longer suffice for my cultivation. I must depart the city and seek opportunities elsewhere, striving for the fortunes of the immortal temple. However, to leave the city, two conditions must be met. First, my parents must become sufficiently powerful. Second, the city must attain a level of safety. The first condition is nearly fulfilled. My parents have been diligently cultivating, rapidly increasing their strength. Enough for self-protection. Yet, the second condition presents a challenge. Over the past few days, the Brotherhood of Heaven and Earth has remained silent. Without communication, I cannot act. Unless I eradicate this organization and eliminate the Wan brothers, I cannot shake the feeling that the city is not secure. Where could those Wan brothers be? He furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening, a sense of vexation washing over him. As long as the Wan brothers remain alive, my path to cultivation will remain unfree. In the midst of his contemplation, the hotel's meals were served, and the atmosphere of the reunion gradually grew lively, igniting like a blazing fire. The spirits of the crowd soared as they began to drink and celebrate. The ambience filled with joy. Within just over half an hour, someone had become intoxicated, brandishing a phone to play melodies and singing unabashedly. The inebriated individual was classmate Lu Huaqiang, and the song he sang was Goodbye Youth. I will embark at dawn in late autumn, accompanied by the swaying of the iron carriage. The song was melancholic and poignant, its melody resonating with the sorrow of youth slipping away in this moment. It was quite fitting. Unfortunately, the rendition was rather unpleasant, akin to a wailing ghost torturing the ears. Strangely, none of the classmates chose to intervene. They listened quietly, their gazes becoming profound, their expressions gradually deepening after all. This was a time of confusion. Graduating high school represented the first fork in the road of life, filled with uncertainty and disorientation, coupled with the sweeping changes in the world and the shifting tides of time. This sense of bewilderment intensified as the song played. It captivated everyone's attention. Even Zhao Jing found it difficult to remain composed, his heart stirred. Just over a month ago, he was merely a recent high school graduate, brimming with youthful vigor yet feeling as if life were an agonizing torment from which there was no escape. Now, however, he possesses a divine cultivation technique, endowed with immense power, launching himself towards the path of immortality. The drastic shift in his circumstances evokes a subtle sense of temporal disorientation. Yet, the issue lies in the singing is undeniably atrocious. The cacophonous screeches that reached his ears felt no different than a form of punishment. After enduring a few lines, he could scarcely bear it any longer. Furrowing his brow, he stepped out of the room. The moment he exited, Zhao Jing had just intended to exhale, yet his expression suddenly darkened. Through his extraordinary spiritual perception, he discerned two colossal auras slowly moving in the distant corridor, akin to raging waves, formidable and dazzling like torches in the night. This is a ferocious energy only possessed by formidable practitioners of high-level techniques. Zhao Jing's expression grew slightly grave, maintaining his composure as he advanced a bit further, gazing in the direction from which the auras emanated. Just in time to witness two young men striding into a room, followed closely by 7 or 8 men in black, all bearing a fierce demeanor and noticeably bulging waists, clearly concealing firearms. Once they had all entered, Zhao Jing narrowed his eyes. High-level cultivation techniques, and two individuals at that. Their subordinates, unafraid to carry weapons in broad daylight. The convergence of these suspicions unmistakably indicated the identities of these individuals. Fortune favors the brave. Without much effort, I have finally located you. Zhao Jing clenched his fist suddenly, exhaling softly, instinctively brushing his fingers over the spatial ring on his hand. To be on the safe side, he had deliberately donned clothing and a mask, and it seemed fortuitously useful now. He merely needed to find a secluded spot to change into ordinary attire, and he would be free to eliminate this lingering threat. With murderous intent surging within him, Zhao Jing promptly took action, scanning his surroundings before finding an empty room where he could change into his disguise. As he stepped out, the distant, melancholic singing of his classmates wafted in, faint yet distinctly audible. Farewell, youth, farewell, the radiant sorrow. Farewell, youth, the eternal confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing felt a stirring in his heart and moved forward. Farewell, youth, farewell, the past, and no need for sorrow, no need for sadness, why life of joy begins now. As the final word brushed past his consciousness, he had already arrived at the doorway of the room the others had entered. Extending his palm and striking forcefully, bang! Outside the Sunset Grand Hotel, several police cars arrived silently, and dozens of officers swiftly disembarked, moving like the wind. Leading them was veteran detective Qiao Luoxin, He stepped down from the police vehicle, casting a deep glance at the hotel, and addressed his subordinates. Following meticulous investigation and intelligence gathering, we have confirmed that the Tiandi Brotherhood is located within this hotel, with masterminds Wan Li and Wan Long inside. This time, we must apprehend the two and bring them to justice. If the situation escalates, we are authorized to open fire and eliminate them on the spot. Upon receiving the order, the police officers immediately complied, dispersing to clear the surrounding crowds. They were the elite of the city's police force, fully armed, clad in bulletproof vests, wielding powerful shotguns capable of saturating an area with fire, effectively restricting the agility of practitioners. Observing the actions of the officers, Qiao Luoxin nodded slightly, his fingers alternating between tightening and loosening. He was a diligent veteran officer, having devoted decades to his profession without faltering, hoping to capture all criminals and safeguard the peace of the realm. Accompanying the police were not solely law enforcement personnel. Su Xiener from the Martial Arts Academy sat in a vehicle, her expression tense, fingers intertwined, revealing her anxiety. Beside her sat a handsome young man, relaxed and composed, his demeanor casual. With a tall and robust figure, brimming with vigor, he gazed at Su Xiener's anxious face and said with a gentle smile, "Xiener, there's no need to be so tense. With me here, what is there to fear? The Tiandi Brotherhood cannot rise against us." Hearing this, Su Xiener subtly shook her head and replied, "Senior brother, I can't shake this feeling of unease. I sense that the Tiandi Brotherhood is not to be underestimated. There is nothing to be anxious about." The young man waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned. "I possess a mid-tier cultivation technique and have trained in martial arts for years. In this city, no one stands a chance against me. Had I not been away recently, it would have been me sweeping through this city." Not Idao this moment. Within a room of the Sunset Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was remarkably jovial. The Wan brothers sat in the prominent seats at the table, their postures relaxed, arms crossed, as several men in black eagerly approached to pour tea for the two. "Li Gu, come have some tea." "Long Gu, allow me." Observing their subordinates vying to please them, the Wan brothers exchanged glances, a subtle smile gracing their faces. As powerful individuals, they ought to reside on high pedestals, receiving the reverence and awe of the masses. Yet, that smile vanished in mere seconds. Wan Long cleared his throat and spoke softly. "All right, everyone sit down. I contacted you all for a reason. It's been too long since the Tiandi Brotherhood has been dormant. It's time for us to emerge, and besides that, we must discuss how to locate Idao Gu and eliminate him." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those present froze. Clearly, the reputation of Idao Gu was so terrifying that merely mentioning him sent shivers down their spines. After a few seconds, one of the subordinates spoke in a low voice. "Long Gu? We will certainly obey your orders, but Idao Gu operates in secrecy, never revealing his whereabouts, and always donning a mask when he appears. How are we to kill him? You need not worry about that." Wan Long waved his hand, his tone casual, stating that luring him out is quite simple. "We can create some chaos and harm ordinary citizens, and he will inevitably reveal himself." Upon hearing this, someone could not help but retort, "Well? Long Gu, targeting ordinary people. What, do you have an objection?" Wan Long frowned and shot him a cold glance, snorting, "As practitioners, we must learn to be ruthless and unyielding in our pursuit of immortality. There is no need for sympathy. If a method proves effective, then it should be employed. Yes, yes." The questioner felt a chill at the piercing gaze and hurriedly flattered, "With you around, Idao Gu is certainly no match for you. This city ultimately belongs to you." That statement is indeed true. The previously silent Wan Li finally spoke, taking a sip of tea before rising from his chair, his expression cold and filled with confidence. "With our brothers here, no matter how powerful Idao Gu is, once we confront him directly, he shall surely perish at our hands." As his words resonated, each syllable rang with conviction. Almost half a second after his declaration, there was a sudden explosive sound at the entrance, as the sturdy wooden door burst open, splinters flying in all directions, a fierce gust of wind howling in, producing a sharp shriek that overpowered Wan Li's voice. "Who goes there?" Wan Long shouted angrily, instantly rising to a defensive stance. Standing at the doorway was a tall figure, masked, resembling a giant stone, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on the faces of the Wan brothers. He spoke in a calm tone. "The Wan brothers?" Upon seeing the mask, Wan Li's expression immediately darkened, uncertainty flooding his features. "Idao Gu?" As their voices echoed, they were drowned out by the howling sound waves. The air within the room suddenly stirred, forming invisible shockwaves that surged like tumultuous waves, compressing everything around. Without hesitation, both sides launched into combat. Zhao Jing had come solely to kill, unwilling to waste time on idle chatter, and charged forward fiercely. The Wan brothers, not to be trifled with, exhibited remarkable reflexes. Although unaware of Yi Daoge's origins, at this moment, they disregarded such considerations, their hearts filled with murderous intent, resolved to strike first. Defeating the enemy was paramount, and as for questions, they would be pondered after the deed was done. Among the brothers, Wan Li, being the strongest, reacted the quickest. While his brother Wan Long was still processing the situation, Wan Li's blood surged within him, employing his profound abilities to extend outward, causing the surrounding air to boil. Dozens, if not hundreds, of white energy streams manifested, resembling colossal serpents in motion, roaring fiercely, then all converging towards his arm, transforming into a powerful fist aimed forward. Martial arts divine technique, 100 serpent energy fist. This was a high-level martial arts divine technique, harnessing the power of blood energy to condense air currents into hundreds of massive serpents, boasting tremendous force capable of penetrating a radius of over 10 meters, obliterating all in its path. The fist was unleashed. Terrifying hissing sounds echoed in the vicinity, relentless and horrifying. The fist energy transformed into the shadows of countless serpents, intertwining and surging towards Zhao Jing, causing tables and chairs to tremble and teacups to shatter. Yi Daogu, you dare to come here seeking death? Wan Li's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace, his eyes flickering with a chilling light. He has diligently cultivated for many days, rigorously practicing his martial arts, firmly believing that under this martial divine technique, no one can easily withstand it. The aura of the python dances wildly, exuding a formidable presence. Over 100 streams of colossal energy serpents roar toward him. Yet Zhao Jing maintains a tranquil expression, unperturbed. He extends his large hand and grasps the void. Instantly, a resplendent golden light materializes, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the world. The martial divine technique, the art of weapon condensation, captures the wind and transforms it into a blade. Chapter 43. The blade's momentum tilts like a torrential flow, divine radiance falling like sunlight. In the blink of an eye, an ethereal image of a flowing energy blade condenses, its chilling light pulsating with intensity, golden divine brilliance surging forth, a terrifying aura akin to the ocean's waves. Crashing relentlessly, Wan Li's pupils constrict instantly. The pure divine light shines upon his face, carrying an intense, searing heat, as if the brilliance of the blazing sun is scorching every pore, causing him to tremble. The sharpness of the energy blade weighs heavily on his spirit, plunging him into the depths of despair. What kind of martial divine technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? To his knowledge, the 100 Python Energy Martial Fist is indeed a superior martial art, the pinnacle of such secret techniques, its power exceedingly fierce, with few methods rivaling this kind of martial divine technique. Yet this blade's technique is too horrifying. The energy blade emerges, exuding an invincible aura. Such overwhelming might, such imposing momentum, is an incomprehensible manifestation of martial spirituality, and when compared to his own 100 Python Energy Martial Fist, the difference is like that between fireflies and the bright moon. Just as he is gripped by terror, Zhao Jing clutches the energy blade, steps forward, and strikes down. Boom! The blade's momentum tilts like a torrential flow, divine radiance falling like sunlight. The vast room is instantly illuminated. Filled with golden blade light, a scorching gale erupts, producing the sound of boiling water, and the surging energy serpents are instantly shattered, melting away like snow in spring, turning into nothingness. The exquisite glass chandelier above shatters into countless sparkling fragments, dancing with the blade's wind, while the wooden table and chairs collapse and explode, the woolen carpet and tablecloth curling and charred. Everything is overturned. This single strike descends as if a deity is waging war. Like a true dragon roaring in fury. Upon seeing the blade's edge cleave down, Wan Li's hair stands on end, his heart weighed down by a sense of pressure as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. He decisively drags the still active Wan Long backward, crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 men in black remain oblivious, still reaching for their firearms. Before they can even draw their weapons, the blade light cuts through them. In the blink of an eye, they all perish. Simultaneously, Wan Li unleashes his strength, elbowing the wall, which, despite its solid construction, crumbles as if made of paper, yielding to his force and creating a large hole. He then charges forward, pulling his brother into the breach. Just as they pass through the wall, the blade wind's energy wave surges toward them. The surrounding wall trembles violently, erupting with hundreds of massive cracks. Large and small, ghastly and terrifying, as countless dust particles swirl and fall like a mist, dissipating under the intense heat. Inside the room, chaos reigns. This is the might of the energy blade awakened by extraordinary talent. Before awakening his talent, this martial divine technique, while powerful, had its limits and was not excessively terrifying. However, upon awakening his extraordinary talent, his energy and blood embody the might of the sun and the power of the celestial dragon. Each martial divine technique he unleashes carries an imperceptible divine effect, overwhelming might enveloping it. Zhao Jing has also awakened the sun god pattern, allowing him to freely control his extraordinary talent and maximize its power. To speak frankly, the weapon condensation technique and the 100 Python energy martial fist are of similar levels, with comparable power. Yet the disparity in energy and blood results in two martial divine techniques exhibiting vastly different lethality. One cannot even begin to compare. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhao Jing releases his grip, dispersing the energy blade, his gaze clear and serene. He pays no heed to the fallen men, his figure darting like lightning, directly charging through the breached wall. His extraordinary perception unfurls, capturing the surrounding sounds, the whispers of conversation, and the faint winds stirred by moving objects. Did they think they could escape? How naive! In an instant, he seizes the trajectories of two fleeing figures. A surge of murderous intent flooding his heart as he steps forward, closely pursuing. Not far away, Wan Li's expression is as solemn as still water as he charges forward recklessly. With walls obstructing his path, he crashes through them. If vases block his way, he shatters them, charging forward like a rampaging bull, heedless of consequences. This imposing momentum is powerful and dignified, as if it could break through anything. Yet beneath this seemingly invincible aura lies his deeply hidden fear. Terrifying, that one blade brother is truly fearsome. Just a single confrontation made Wan Li acutely aware of the opponent's dreadfulness, far surpassing his own imagination and expectations, like an insurmountable majestic peak. Should he dare to collide head-on? The outcome would surely be a grievous injury or death. How could this one blade brother be so powerful? Why does his martial divine technique possess such overwhelming lethality? I was utterly foolish. Thinking I could confront him without my brother's strength before the battle began, I never imagined that this one blade brother would be so extraordinarily strong. The mere thought of that fluid, luminous energy blade sends tremors through Wan Li's teeth, panic flooding his heart as he trembles inwardly. Flee, only flee. If he dares to turn back and fight, he will surely perish at the hands of one blade brother within 3 exchanges. After crashing through several walls, Wan Li's companion, Wan Long, finally regains his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, silently grateful. Earlier, in that room, he had only seen a vast expanse of divine light surging toward him like a raging sea, with no time to react. Had it not been for Wan Li, he would have perished there. Yet amidst his relief, Wan Long felt an indescribable sense of oppression. After all, he too had learned a superior cultivation method and possessed a high-level martial divine technique. In terms of combat strength, he should at least be a formidable presence, sweeping aside lesser foes. However, in the presence of that one blade brother, he had not even been given the opportunity to employ his martial divine technique. Yet in this moment, there was little time for lamentation. He hastily urged Wan Li to set him down so they could move forward together, attempting to escape as swiftly as possible. Both understood clearly that if they lingered here, they would undoubtedly be annihilated by one blade brother. Only by fleeing to the streets and blending into the crowd could they hope to evade pursuit and embrace a new life. As they shattered through the 7th wall, the two finally burst forth from the opulent building, racing toward the street. Yet just as they entered the sunlight, a figure suddenly materialized behind them. It was Zhao Jing. Pursuing them, his peak speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters made his movements extraordinarily swift, like a meteor streaking across the sky, each step generating a colossal momentum that shattered the exquisite red and white floral tiles. Debris scattering with the energy wave. Bursting forth, stones and dust erupted as he transformed into an ancient, formidable dragon, unmatched in presence, shaking the very earth. Sensing the fierce wind behind them, the two were gripped by terror. Fleeing desperately, their former imposing aura had dissipated in the long wind, and now they were like lost dogs, fleeing in a frenzy. Yet despite their frantic escape, they could not widen the gap. In fact, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as they leapt over the fountain in front of the hotel, Zhao Jing's footsteps reached the fountain's edge. At this moment, the distance between them was a mere 20 meters. Assessing the distance, Zhao Jing's pupils slightly contracted, his energy and blood surging within him as he extended his palm toward the fountain. An astonishing scene unfolded. 16 intertwined columns of water shot skyward. The misty rain in the air seemingly summoned by an unseen force, converging entirely toward his outstretched hand. He stood as a supreme deity, commanding the flow of water. Countless droplets coalesced into a singular form. Energy and blood surged, condensing into a weapon. The martial divine technique, the art of weapon condensation, shapes water into a sword. Chapter 44. Surrender without resistance. In the car, Su Xian'er and the young man's conversation continued. Hearing her senior brother's tone, seemingly unfazed by One Blade Brother, Su Xian'er could no longer contain herself in her eyes. One Blade Brother was a paragon of chivalry, eradicating evil, his image immensely tall, and on that rainy night, he had saved her and her father's lives, instilling a sense of admiration in her heart. She wished for others to hold him in high regard. Now, hearing her brother speak dismissively, she pressed her lips together and defended. Senior brother Qianjingming, I believe we should show more respect to One Blade Brother. He has saved both my and my father's lives, and from that alone, he deserves our gratitude. She deliberately addressed him by name to emphasize her stance. In response, the young man remained indifferent. Yes, Xian'er, you are correct that One Blade Brother has shown us kindness, but kindness is kindness, and strength is strength. They are distinct matters. Qianjingming stretched out his arms. A handsome face adorned with a mild smile, exuding an air of confidence and superiority. You know, the reason our master lost that day was entirely due to inferior cultivation methods. If our cultivation methods were on the same level, we martial artists would have a significant advantage. It is no exaggeration to say that under equal cultivation methods, we martial artists are the strongest. One Blade Brother is not a martial artist. If it comes to strength, he may not necessarily defeat me. Hearing this, Su Xian'er furrowed her brows slightly, unwilling to concede, and retorted, that can't be right. I have heard whispers that someone witnessed him last at the jewelry store, where he similarly employed his formidable martial prowess, astonishingly powerful, to the extent that even seasoned martial artists felt inferior in comparison. The elders are indeed elders. After all, with age comes a lack of rigorous training methods. How could they possibly rival the likes of Yi Dao Go? Qianjingming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, estimating that Yi Dao Gu possessed merely an intermediate level of cultivation. The so-called martial art skills are nothing more than superficial knowledge. An amateur level at best. As for myself, I too have mastered an intermediate cultivation method, having immersed myself in martial arts for many years and learned various divine techniques. It is only natural that I should surpass him. Brother, you seem overly confident. Su Xian'er pouted slightly, her eyes glistening like tranquil lakes. How can you be so certain that Yi Dao Gu practices an intermediate cultivation method and not an advanced one? Upon hearing this, Qianjingming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why, foolish junior sister, advanced cultivation methods are not easily attainable. Nationwide, there are only a few dozen individuals who possess such skills, an exceedingly rare occurrence. In this small city, how could such a figure possibly emerge? I understand that you idolize Yi Dao Gu, believing him to be invincible and far from ordinary, but reality is reality, do not overthink it. As the conversation continued, Su Xian'er felt increasingly speechless, yet she remained unconvinced, her cherry lips moving as if to voice her thoughts. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Grand Sunset Hotel. The sound resonated, deep and thunderous, startling the two occupants of the vehicle and causing Qiao Luoxin to immediately turn his gaze toward the commotion. Upon seeing the unfolding scene, he shouted, "Target has appeared. Target has appeared. The Wan family brothers are making a run for it. Change of plans, everyone be on guard." Wait, it seems Yi Dao Gu has also appeared, seemingly in pursuit of the Wan family brothers. Upon hearing this, Qianjingming's spirit surged. Junior sister, today you shall witness what true martial prowess looks like. Let us see if Yi Dao Gu can contend with me. With that, he stepped out of the vehicle, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, a surge of boundless bravado swelling within him, eager to demonstrate his invincible might to Su Xian'er. At that very moment, Zhao Jing was channeling his vital energy. Reaching for the fountain, the entire spray of water was violently drawn upward, coalescing into a vast, ethereal water sword, its golden light undulating like waves, sharp and fierce, as a dense mist of steam enveloped the air, distorting reality itself. Zhao Jing thrust his hand forward, and the sword's brilliance sliced through the air. A torrent of heat surged, unleashing a cacophony of explosive force as countless droplets of water, imbued with high temperatures and the power of the sword, obliterated all 16 steel pipes of the fountain. In the ensuing chaos, the tiled ground ahead shattered into countless fine particles of dust, swirling like a tempest. Under the weight of such formidable martial power, all creations of civilization appeared fragile and frail. Before the sword's brilliance even descended, Wanli was already engulfed in a paralyzing sense of dread. Feeling the impending threat of death, he dared not face it head-on. Nor did he look back at the overwhelming power of the sword. Instead, he relied on his battle instincts to evade, leaping desperately to escape. Years of rigorous training granted Wanli a slim chance of survival. Just as he narrowly evaded, the raging water sword's heat whooshed past him, almost grazing his back, igniting his clothing into ashes, leaving his skin charred and bloodied. Though he had escaped, his brother Wan Long was not so fortunate. Faced with that terrifying sword, he had no opportunity to resist and was struck directly by the torrent. Every stream of heat boiling like water, each droplet laced with lethal sword energy, instantly snuffing out his life. A powerful practitioner of an advanced cultivation method met his end thus. In his final moments, he did not even have the chance to unleash a single divine martial technique. In the instant he avoided the water sword, Wanli turned to warn his brother, but upon glancing back, his mind went blank. It was as if an ancient bell tolled, dragging his consciousness into a dark abyss, causing his spirit to tremble uncontrollably. Fear, terror, rage, sorrow, and pain. A torrent of emotions surged forth, flooding his mind, igniting his blood and nearly driving him to madness. His brother was dead. His lifelong companion was gone. A violent urge for vengeance surged within him. Like a tsunami crashing through his thoughts, his eyes blazing red with fury, yearning to retaliate. Yet this thought was fleeting, quickly suppressed. He understood he stood no chance against Dao Gu. To turn back would mean certain death. Only by fleeing could he hope to survive and bide his time for future retribution. Dao Gu, I will remember you. With each word etched into his heart, Wanli unleashed his latent potential. Sprinting forward with fervor, as he rapidly escaped, he caught sight of police officers ahead but remained undeterred, his focus solely on blending into the crowd and evading capture. Just at that moment, Qian Jingming advanced. Spotting his figure, due to the time lag, he had not perceived Zhao Jing's ferocious energy nor witnessed the unmatched might of his water sword. He only saw Wanli fleeing, seemingly fearful of Dao Gu. Seeing this, Qian Jingming felt assured of victory. If Dao Gu could pursue this individual in such disarray, then surely this man was no match for him. With this thought in mind, Qian Jingming summoned his vitality, shouting fiercely, "You little scoundrel, surrender at once." As soon as his voice fell, a torrent of energy surged forth, propelling him toward Wanli with unmatched momentum. The distance between them, already minimal, shrank to within 3 meters in an instant. Upon noticing someone charging toward him, attempting to obstruct his escape, Wanli's expression contorted in anger. Hearing the tone of the voice, malice surged within him, igniting a furious blaze. Who was this insignificant wretch to dare utter such audacious words? Demanding his surrender? While Dao Gu might pursue him with justification, this mere nobody had no right to stand in his way. "Get out of my way!" Wanli bellowed, the veins on his arms bulging like steel cables. Muscles coiling tightly as he clenched his fist and unleashed a ferocious strike toward the approaching figure. The sound of impact echoed. Qian Jingming's expression froze, as if struck by a paralysis spell. The sound of his ribs cracking rang out, blood spewing from his mouth as he soared 2 meters into the air, resembling a bird taking flight. In that fleeting moment of weightlessness, for words flashed through his mind. This defies logic. Just as this thought emerged, excruciating pain surged through him, engulfing his senses and drowning his consciousness in darkness. The once proud disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, self-assured in his strength, fell into unconsciousness with a single blow. Chapter 45. Come collect the corpse. The thunderous crash of Qian Jingming hitting the ground sent shockwaves through the crowd. The police stood in stunned silence. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Xu Xianer covered her mouth in disbelief. Xiao Luoxin halted mid-motion. What on earth had transpired? They had painstakingly invited a martial arts expert, boasting years of training in an intermediate cultivation method, renowned for his undefeated prowess, expecting him to help subdue the Wan family brothers. Yet, after merely one exchange, he was felled by a single punch. Standing rooted in place, Xiao Luoxin, holding a walkie-talkie, felt his breath catch, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Prior to this, he had conversed with Qian Jingming, who had claimed to possess considerable strength, asserting that even Yidao Gu would struggle against him. He had anticipated that he would prove invaluable, yet here they were, witnessing this farcical scene, where he had been downed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Su Xian'er's eyes widened in shock, a mixture of amusement and concern for his safety flooding her thoughts. Moments ago, this senior brother had exuded confidence, eager to showcase the might of martial arts, only to be swiftly dispatched with a single blow. The absurdity of the situation was almost too much for her to contain. Even Zhao Jing was perplexed, questioning why someone would voluntarily step forward to block Wanli's path. Was it an outburst of misplaced righteousness? However, anyone with a modicum of common sense could discern that Wanli's prowess was exceptional, far beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Had he lost his wits? Conflicting thoughts raced through his mind, only to be quelled as the golden energy within him surged, invigorating the muscles in his legs and transforming into wondrous manifestations. Martial arts divine technique, instant shadow step. Zhao Jing's body accelerated dramatically, his already terrifying speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds, now reaching an astounding 40 to 50 meters per second. Initially hesitant to employ the instant shadow step, he had intended to gauge the Wan family brothers' combat capabilities to ascertain his own strength. Yet, plans change, and with the presence of numerous police officers and the clear skies overhead, there was no time to waste. The battle must reach its conclusion. As he sped forth, the air around him thickened, becoming viscous as if it were a flowing stream. Zhao Jing moved like a specter, darting ahead, appearing to the naked eye as though he were teleporting. Not far away, Wanli, having thrown a punch, was still unsatisfied and sought to deliver another blow to end Qian Zhongming's life. Yet, sensing a fierce wind rushing toward him from behind, he dared not linger and continued his frantic escape. At his current speed, covering 100 meters took only 6 or 7 seconds, a remarkable feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, in comparison to Zhao Jing's terrifying velocity, he was moving at a snail's pace. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. The long distance had diminished to a mere 20 meters. He could even sense the breath of the one-blade brother resonating ominously behind him, the shadow of his adversary completely enveloping him. Why? Why is this happening? How could the speed of this one-blade brother be so astonishingly swift? Wanli was gripped by profound terror, his hands and feet growing faintly cold, plunging him into an abyss of despair without end. At this pace, it appeared that his chances of escape had been utterly severed. What to do? In such a dire situation, what options remained for him? With the slightest hesitation, his teeth chattered audibly, and as he stomped the ground, the cement surface shattered like a spider's web, fissures spreading across the ground, forming a network of cracks. In the very center of this broken web, he halted his body and turned to face his assailant. Since escape was no longer an option, there was no need to flee any longer. He refused to sit idly by, nor did he wish to beg for mercy to survive. Instead, he resolved to unleash the final magnificent strike with the last remnants of his vitality and essence. With his thoughts firmly set, Wanli's gaze sharpened, and he exhaled forcefully. In that instant, dust and smoke surged tumultuously. The blood and energy accumulated within him surged forth like a tempest, coursing through his body. Stirring the air into a frenzy, the white mist swirled around him, transforming into hundreds of fierce spectral serpents that twisted and sang. The moment the serpents materialized, the very winds and clouds shifted in response. He summoned all his strength, resulting in an unfathomable transformation. Invisible waves of energy radiated from him, dispersing outward, causing trees to tremble and vehicles to sway. This was no ordinary force. As the serpents coalesced into reality, unleashing a cacophony of energy waves, Zhao Jing arrived at that precise moment, confronting him head-on. Gazing upon the unadorned, simple mask, Wanli's expression morphed into one of ferocity, erupting in a thunderous roar. Receive this. One blade brother, this is my final strike. His shout resonated like the beating of war drums, and the 100 serpents surged forth, gathering all the blood and energy of a formidable practitioner, infused with a brutal, terrifying will. These spectral serpents solidified into tangible forms, akin to fearsome divine serpents emerging from the depths of a mysterious realm, poised to swallow mountains and rivers, suppressing all in their path as they barreled toward Zhao Jing. The solid ground erupted in chaos, stone fragments and dust soared and danced. In the face of this terrifying blow, Zhao Jing's expression remained stoic, devoid of joy or sorrow, his gaze as sharp as a blade. his right shoulder twitching slightly as he too launched a punch forward. Martial arts divine technique, hammer fist. The power of this punch was straightforward and brutal, devoid of any embellishment, as if he concentrated all his strength into a single point. Erupting forth with a force akin to a tsunami, the roar resonating as it met the 100 white serpents in a thunderous clash. Fist met fist. Martial arts divine technique against martial arts divine technique. In that moment of collision, it was as though stars in the heavens collided, or turbulent currents in the ocean clashed. The 100 serpents let out a faint sound, akin to the shattering of bubbles. Vanishing in an instant in the aftermath, Wan Li's arm was swept away by the punch's force, veins and muscles torn asunder, bones and skin shattered, as if his arm had simply ceased to exist. Dissolving into a mist of blood that scattered with the wind, Wan Li's body staggered and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing remained unmoved, unharmed, though his clothing had been torn to shreds by the shockwave. Casting a glance at the fallen figure, Zhao Jing retracted his fist and approached. Having expended all his energy, Wan Li's body was utterly depleted, having lost an arm, and his face turned a ghastly white, devoid of the strength to rise. Yet, despite this, he remained defiant, his triangular eyes fixed intently on Zhao Jing's advance, suddenly erupting into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. After several bouts of laughter, he weakly spoke. One blade brother. Do you believe you are upholding justice? Do you think you are safeguarding peace? Do you consider yourself a hero of modern society? Ridiculous. Truly laughable. Ha ha ha. Observing the almost deranged Wan Li, Zhao Jing slowly shook his head and softly uttered, "No, I am merely extinguishing a few bothersome insects." The raucous laughter abruptly ceased. Extinguishing? Bothersome insects? As a wielder of a superior cultivation method, he was immensely powerful, looking down upon all, destined to transcend the mundane. Yet, despite his defeat, it was merely a matter of lesser strength, and he was reduced to being viewed as insignificant, powerless insects. Wan Li's face flushed crimson, his fury surging within him, longing to retort, yet Zhao Jing denied him the opportunity. His foot descending with a crack, snap. The brotherhood of the earth was thus annihilated. With the last foe slain, he turned to survey his surroundings. In the distance, bystanders watched in stunned silence, their expressions blank, while the police, similarly astonished, were evidently shaken by the recent battle. Among the officers, Zhao Jing recognized the veteran detective Qiao Luoxin, nodding slightly before casually uttering 4 words and departing. Come collect the bodies. Chapter 46. Reputation blazing like the rising sun. With matters settled, he strode away, concealing both his accomplishments and his name. Zhao Jing's figure darted swiftly through the streets, disappearing without a trace in mere seconds. Even as passers-by gawked, they could not keep pace with his movements, helplessly watching him vanish into the throng, leaving no sign behind. Moments later, the shock within the crowd erupted into a tidal wave of excitement. Sweeping through the masses, what did I just witness? Was that a battle of deities? The ferocity of their clash was terrifying. That one blade brother's sword sent water from the fountain soaring, and though the stranger did not engage one blade brother directly, his punch unleashed hundreds of spectral serpents, shattering the very cement beneath. Is this what martial arts divine techniques are like? It's akin to the legendary powers of the gods. I wish I could witness it again. But it all happened so fast that I couldn't even pull out my phone. I didn't have time for my phone either. It's such a pity. I would love to experience one blade brother's prowess once more. The crowd erupted in fervent exclamations, their emotions spiraling. Even as the world knew that times had changed, that an era of cultivation had dawned, altering all reason, they had never witnessed such an explosive spectacle of combat. The clash of fists ignited their spirits, rendering their emotions uncontrollable. Compared to this real-life battle, the meticulously crafted special effects of films paled in significance. The unmatched sword of one blade brother and his terrifying punch were indelibly etched into the hearts of all present. Lingering long after the event, Hu Xian'er stood rooted to the spot, her bright, almond-shaped eyes reflecting disbelief and amazement, her lips slightly parted. Before this battle, she had indeed believed one blade brother to be formidable. Yet she had not anticipated his combat prowess would exceed her expectations by such a wide margin. Qian Jingming, possessing an impressive cultivation method and years of martial arts training, was considered an exceptional talent, capable of standing above others. Yet, he had been utterly crushed after just one exchange with that bandit, unable to withstand even a single punch. This demonstrated just how fierce and terrifying that bandit truly was. Yet, a being of such ferocity was effortlessly subdued by one blade brother. Who was this masked youth, his true identity shrouded in mystery, and to what heights had his strength ascended? Shock, awe, and confusion churned within Su Xian'er's mind, weighing heavily upon her thoughts, quickening her breath. After a considerable time, she recalled that her senior brother was still unconscious on the ground, hastening over to check on him. After a brief examination, she let out a sigh of relief. He had merely fractured a few ribs. It was not too serious. Confirming her senior brother was out of danger, Su Xian'er's thoughts began to whirl again, recalling the scene of the battle. Gradually, a brilliant light ignited within her glistening pupils, burning with fervor. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoxin's gaze flickered, his thoughts tumultuous, as he suddenly tightened his grip on the radio in his hand. This time, he had mobilized all his forces, not only to suppress evil and capture the two individuals, but also to avenge his colleagues. He had hoped to rely on his own strength to apprehend them. However, contrary to his expectations, it was One Blade Brother who had emerged to eliminate the two. This reality left him feeling quite embarrassed, yet somewhat relieved. For had it not been for One Blade Brother, it was uncertain how many complications would have arisen, or how many innocent lives would have been lost. Rubbing his temples, Xiao Luoxin waved his hand at his subordinates, saying, "What are you still dawdling for? Collect the bodies." As he issued the command, he silently murmured within, "One Blade Brother, thank you." At that moment, within the Sunset Grand Hotel, the disturbances from outside reverberated in, the sounds surging like a tidal wave, shaking the revelers celebrating within. What is happening outside? Some, with bleary eyes, questioned in bewilderment. Who knows? Let's go outside and take a look, Sun Zhengbai suggested, standing up, which immediately garnered agreement from the group. Everyone stepped outside, only to find a throng of people milling about, flushed faces animatedly discussing. Their emotions evidently heightened, as though something monumental had occurred. Sun Zhengbai approached, inquiring a few questions, only to receive explosive news. Just moments ago, the renowned One Blade Brother had appeared nearby, slaying several powerful foes with unmatched prowess before vanishing without a trace. This revelation ignited a frenzy among all the students present. Who was One Blade Brother? He is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, his reputation blazing like the morning sun, his combat prowess overwhelming all in its path. In this city, he is a name known to all, a figure of renown. Upon hearing that Yidioj has made an appearance, curiosity ignites within everyone, and they abandon their graduation gathering, following the directions of passers-by towards the room where Yidioj once appeared. After traversing the corridor for a while, when they arrive at the gathering of the Wanja brothers, all heads turn to take a look. Immediately, a collective gasp fills the AI. Is this the destructive force unleashed by Yidioj? The sturdy door has vanished without a trace, and the interior lies in utter disarray. The wooden tables and chairs, the carpets and furs, all shattered to pieces, exuding wisps of charred air, the remnants of intense heat, leaving no sign of the former opulence. The walls have crumbled and cracked, and a massive circular hole in the wall is particularly shocking, instilling a sense of dread. Is this the scene created by Yidioj? Goodness, it feels as though only a monster could wreak such havoc. One classmate gasps in astonishment, utterly amazed. Don't be absurd. How could Yidioj possibly be a monster? He is a modern-day hero, undoubtedly a handsome figure. A female classmate retorts, her emotions visibly stirred, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Yidioj is impressive. Such terrifying might, I wonder when I might possess it myself. Perhaps I may never catch up to him in this lifetime. Gazing at the shattered walls of that room, Zhou Yefeng's expression shifts slightly as he quietly shakes his head. Despite his own proud arrogance, in the face of Yidioj's illustrious deeds, he cannot help but feel a profound sense of humility. As if standing before an insurmountable peak or the vast expanse of the heavens, devoid of any desire for competition, only able to bow his head and sigh. Yet, the crowd around him pays little mind to his sorrowful self-doubt, excitedly discussing Yidioj instead. Hey, who do you think Yidioj came here to kill? Who else could it be? It must be a villain. Nonsense. Who doesn't he know it's a criminal? The real question is, who is the criminal he killed? What kind of criminal could create such a scene? I feel certain it's no ordinary criminal. Otherwise, the commotion wouldn't be so great. I wonder what Yidioj looks like. Could he possibly be more handsome than a star? Amidst their lively chatter, Zhao Jing, having changed back into his clothes, approaches the group of classmates quietly, listening attentively. This process is so subtle that no one notices. The assembled crowd, engrossed in their excitement over Yidioj, would never guess that the very hero they are praising and marveling at is lurking among them. Chapter 47. The world is vast. I wish to explore it. Standing among them, Zhao Jing nods slightly, feeling a surge of exhilaration. The battle earlier today has dispelled the last remnants of his concerns. From this moment forth, his parents will be completely safe, and he can venture forth without a single worry. Seeking the myriad wonders of the divine palaces, imagining the ancient temples standing amidst the mountains and plains stirs his spirit. Those are not mere temples. They are indeed the divine treasures awaiting his claim. Unfortunately, though there are many treasures, he is but one person. With so many divine palaces scattered across vast regions, it is impossible for him to explore them all alone. He must make choices upon returning home. He will need to thoroughly research the best routes to traverse the most ancient temples and obtain the greatest rewards. With a concrete plan in mind, Zhao Jing's thoughts settle, and a tranquil smile graces his lips. Shortly thereafter, the swift-moving police arrive, sealing off the area and isolating all bystanders. Having experienced such an event, the classmates present have lost interest in continuing their graduation gathering. Noting the time, which has already passed 1:30, they decide it is time to conclude the gathering and return to their respective homes. Observing this situation, Zhao Jing's heart swells with joy. He is eager to leave. However, at that moment, a soft, sweet voice calls out. Zhao Jing, are you free this afternoon? We're planning to go sing. Would you like to join us? The speaker is the enchanting beauty Shuya from their class. Standing gracefully, her slender legs long and straight, her figure exceptionally tall, with inky black hair cascading freely, paired with sparkling eyes and a face as translucent as fine jade, complemented by fiery red lips. She resembles an alluring red lotus, captivating all. Zhao Jing gazes at her, raising an eyebrow, yet before he can respond, another voice rings out nearby. Right, Zhao Jing, do you have any plans this afternoon? We're short on people to go to the arcade. Do you want to join? Turning to look, he realizes it is Zhou Ruojian who has extended the invitation. She possesses a curvaceous and graceful figure, equally stunning as Shuya, dressed in a simple white chain-style dress that reveals a glimpse of her delicate calves. As white as fine jade, her flower-like face blooming with a smile, exuding an air of fresh elegance. Almost simultaneously, these two stunning young women have made their invitations. This scene instantly stirs a wave of excitement among onlookers. What exquisite beauty these two possess. One is vibrant and alluring, radiating warmth, while the other is pure and unblemished, like a serene orchid. Each possesses her unique charm and grace, capable of capturing the admiration of countless men outside. Yet, at this moment, these two breathtaking maidens are extending invitations to the same young man. Such treatment is simply extraordinary. Many silently marvel, feelings of jealousy brewing within, while some boys in the class burn with envy. Their eyes aflame. However, Zhou Ruojian and Shuya remain oblivious to the thoughts of others, exchanging calm smiles, their gazes igniting with competitive fire. The pressure of competition is indeed immense, allowing for no hint of hesitation. Just as during the earlier gathering, if they merely hold back a moment longer, the opportunity will be seized by someone else. Thus, the two women choose to extend their invitations, yet unexpectedly, both have arrived at the same idea. Their eyes meet for a fleeting moment before they quickly retract their gazes, pursing their lips, awaiting his response. In response, Zhao Jing ponders for a second before saying, I'm sorry, I have important matters to attend to. My apologies. The lightness of his voice causes a momentary pause in the expressions of those present. He actually declined. Faced with the proactive invitations of two stunning young women, he chose to refuse without hesitation. Oh heavens, how could he disregard such beautiful women, claiming he has pressing business? This is truly a waste of opportunity, resources, and life itself. Countless boys feel a surge of indignation, silently clenching their fists, their emotions roiling like a tempest. Shuya is momentarily taken aback, her glistening eyes flickering with reluctance as she asks, What matters do you have? Could you perhaps share a bit? Oh, it's nothing much, just helping my parents with some chores at home. Zhao Jing replies, raising an eyebrow dismissively before waving goodbye and turning to leave. Playing with others? Amusing oneself? What significance do such leisurely pursuits hold? He intends to devote all his time to cultivation, strengthening his own combat abilities, as that is the only way to truly seize this magnificent opportunity and make the most of his youth. The world is vast, and he wishes to explore it. Merely a few minutes later, Zhao Jing returns home, opens his computer, and begins searching for information regarding the divine palaces. Due to the popularity of the cultivation path, news about ancient temples is abundant, nearly overwhelming in its volume, containing countless entries. While it is impossible to record every ancient temple in detail, He can ascertain the majority of their numbers and locations. After several hours of diligent research, he successfully identifies the locations of the divine palaces in the eastern lands, then retrieves a map to cross-reference. After careful consideration, he sketches out 2 routes on the map. The first route departs from his city, racing westward directly to the western snow-capped mountains. This journey spans 25,000 miles, with hundreds of lower-tier divine palaces along the way, providing ample opportunities for rewards and personal enhancement. The second route also begins in his city, heading east toward the coastal regions. This journey covers nearly 18,000 miles, featuring various mid-tier and high-tier divine palaces where he can seek benefits for himself. I will set out, starting with this first route. Running his finger along the path he has illustrated, Zhao Jing's expression grows serious as he contemplates. The locations of the ancient temples along this route are relatively remote, with some areas being desolate wilderness, making it easier for me to enter and exit without revealing my identity. As for the second route, the ancient temples are predominantly situated in bustling urban centers. Once I step into such places, my identity would be easily exposed. Therefore, I must take some time to gather strength, completing the first route before embarking on the second. Pressing his finger slightly on the map, Zhao Jing's resolve solidifies, and he turns to inform his parents of his plans. Upon hearing his intentions, his father falls silent. Sitting in the family's old chair, he smokes several cigarettes before finally nodding and responding. A man's aspirations lie in distant lands. If you wish to travel far, I will not stop you, but you must prioritize your safety. When do you plan to set out? There is no time to waste. I'll pack today and leave tomorrow. Zhao Jing replies decisively. He harbored a fervent spirit, moving with resolute speed, unwilling to squander even a single day. Yet, as he uttered these words, Zhao Jing's emotions suddenly shifted, a subtle wave of reluctance washing over him. This journey would take him far from home, and the prospect of reuniting with his family seemed a distant reality, perhaps a month or 2 away. He could only hope that during his absence, all would remain tranquil and well at home. Chapter 48. I, the traveler, walked the path. The small town today remained as bustling and lively as ever. Through the efforts of those with keen insight, news of the fierce battle that unfolded during the day spread rapidly, igniting yet another wave of excitement. Prior to this, Brother Yidao had mostly acted under the veil of night, his movements shrouded in secrecy, unseen during his moments of glory. However, the clash with the Wanjia brothers was witnessed by countless passers-by, creating a tumult that reverberated throughout the city. Some gasped in awe, marveling at Brother Yidao's formidable prowess, his terrifying strength sweeping through the city and vanquishing numerous malevolent spirits. Others harbored a quiet envy, imagining the boundless freedom that would accompany such extraordinary power. Moreover, many young women found their hearts stirred, captivated by his grand charisma. It was said that even the daughter of the Martial Arts Academy's master had been smitten, scouring the town daily in search of news about Brother Yidao. Amidst these tumultuous waves, Brother Yidao's reputation surged to unprecedented heights, reaching a pinnacle of fame that was truly remarkable. Yet, while the world marveled and gasped, Zhao Jing quietly embarked on a train bound for a distant land. On the tracks, a high-speed train thundered forward like a massive steel dragon, racing with breathtaking velocity. At one of its windows, Zhao Jing sat comfortably, his demeanor serene as he gazed out at the passing scenery. With a storage ring at his disposal, he needed no cumbersome luggage. Any trivial necessities could simply be stored within the ring, allowing him to travel with utmost ease. The journey on the train, however, soon turned mundane. While he could contentedly admire the landscape as he awaited their arrival, the passengers beside him grew restless, breaking the silence to engage in conversation. Their topic of discussion? Brother Yidao. Hey, have you heard about Brother Yidao? One exclaimed, staring at news on their phone, their expression one of astonishment. Can you believe it? Even the Tiandi Brotherhood fell before him. What a fearsome individual. It was said the scene of the fight resembled a celestial clash, with the concrete shattering beneath them. This sparked an immediate response from others. Of course, Brother Yidao is incredibly strong, seemingly invincible. Even among the elite practitioners across the nation, few could contend with him. I don't entirely agree. Another interjected, shaking his head in disagreement. From what I gather, those who possess superior cultivation methods are destined for greatness. Each one is an elite, a rarity. Although Brother Yidao's fame is currently soaring, he seems to pale in comparison to those who wield advanced techniques. Upon hearing this, the first speaker bristled with indignation. You can't say that. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Everyone can witness Brother Yidao's strength, But how many possess superior cultivation skills? Who knows their true power? What if Brother Yidao possesses one himself? It's simple, another countered. Just look at the national news. How many individuals with superior cultivation methods have emerged? Only a handful, really. Each of them enjoys exceptional treatment, fame, wealth, and every comfort. If Brother Yidao had such a method, why wouldn't he seek the government for benefits? Why hide away? Surely, in this modern society, he can't need nothing at all. Well, what if he simply prefers it this way? This isn't a matter of preference, it's about reality. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. Consider by Fachin, who just debuted. The state rewarded him with a luxurious villa, while several top actresses clamored for his attention. He received endless admiration. And what of that Zhang Yulong? Upon his emergence, major corporations vied for him with lucrative salaries and stock options, almost elevating him to divine status. Honestly, if you were Brother Yidao, could you endure such treatment? Well, you seem to have no counters left, he concluded. This suggests Brother Yidao has not obtained superior cultivation methods. If he had, he would have already made his presence known. The middle-aged man sighed softly, his gaze intense. I estimate that Brother Yidao possesses an exceptional cultivation method among the intermediate ones, which allows him to sweep away all opposition. The reason he remains hidden is likely due to feeling inferior to figures like Fachin, prompting him to continue accumulating strength, hoping for greater fortunes in the future. This theory resonated with those present, leading them to nod in silent agreement, unable to refute his claims. Yet Zhao Jing merely smiled, choosing not to voice a contradiction. How could they fathom his true thoughts? Now was not the time for indulgence in glory, but for relentless striving. What they perceived as wealth and status, as favorable treatment, were mere ephemeral illusions. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they could seize what they required in due time, without needing to rely on others. Those earlier practitioners, seemingly basking in glory and reverence, were often shallow beings, merely stepping stones for the true kings to advance. The middle-aged man continued his lengthy discourse, pausing only to sigh with a hint of regret. It's a pity that after the ancient temple descended, one can only receive a cultivation method once. Once we acquire our own, it seems we are destined to be left behind. Brother Yidao may have missed his opportunity, and so have we. This. The crowd fell silent. Who wouldn't desire to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, reveling in beauty and wielding the power of life and death? Who would willingly settle for mediocrity, living a life devoid of achievements? Heaven had once bestowed upon them a chance, yet most had squandered it, seemingly unable to reclaim it. Thus, they felt a deep sense of regret and contemplation, their emotions a tumultuous mix. However, had the opportunity truly been lost? Seated in his place, Zhao Jing's lips curled into a slight smile. Certainly not. While the ancient temple may grant a method only once, it did not imply that cultivation techniques could not evolve. From what he understood, as long as one dared to engage in diligent practice, never relenting, and bravely challenged oneself, through gradual accumulation and serendipitous encounters, it was possible for a cultivation method to undergo remarkable transformations, leading to transcendent breakthroughs. Inferior cultivation methods could ascend to intermediate or even superior levels. Likewise, superior methods could transcend their limits, morphing into divine techniques, granting one a mythical physique capable of dominating the heavens and surveying the mortal realm. And divine techniques were not the ultimate pinnacle. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, even such formidable skills could advance to unprecedented heights of power. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded by the heavens. The opportunity had always rested in his hands. It was merely a matter of whether he possessed the will and awareness to seize it. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing shifted his gaze once more to the window. Ultimately, cultivation methods were paths forged by those who came before. If the immortal powers could create their own methods, why couldn't practitioners like himself refine and even expand upon them to their utmost potential? The path of cultivation knows no bounds. I am but a traveler, journeying onward. Chapter 49. A surge in power. Of course, the evolution and metamorphosis of cultivation methods, transcending oneself, is often more easily said than done. The blood, sweat, and tears required are incalculable. It demands that practitioners engage in relentless study day after day, that they persist in their battles, and even that they navigate through the storms of life and death, seeking the slightest possibility of breakthrough. Furthermore, the higher the level of the cultivation method, the greater the challenges of ascension. If he were to possess a divine cultivation method, advancing further would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, no matter how daunting the task, one must endeavor to try. Zhao Jing continued to gaze out at the scenery, his mind swirling, retracing memories from his dreams, in the realm of human and divine. The number of prodigies was astonishing. The vast expanse of the cosmos, seemingly boundless, teemed with exceptional individuals akin to stars. Even those with mythical physiques were not uncommon, if one could not surpass oneself and foster the evolution of their techniques. They would hardly merit the title of an outstanding figure. Without effort, one cannot hope to succeed. Even possessing a divine cultivation method, being revered on this grand star, what significance does it hold, compared to the infinite universe? This remains but a small corner. He did not wish to find himself confronted by a mere passerby from the human-divine realm who could easily overpower him. Zhao Jing's fingers involuntarily twitched before he clenched his fist. Over an hour later, the train arrived at its destination. Zhao Jing promptly disembarked, retrieving his phone and route map, utilizing the map to confirm his objective, and then he darted away like a flash of lightning. Before arriving, he carefully deliberated and chose the Celestial Temple, which was either distant from the city center and crowds or conveniently located for easy access. Thus he harbored no fears of obstruction. Moments later, Zhao Jing reached the anticipated bronze Celestial Temple, surveyed the surroundings, donned his mask and casual attire, and stepped inside. Immediately, a tempest of fists arose, like waves crashing upon the shore. The fierce battle within the Celestial Temple erupted like a tidal wave, sending forth resounding shockwaves that reverberated through the AI. In an instant, the storm subsided. Zhao Jing stood tall, stepping out with confidence. His breath was slightly labored, evidently having expended some energy, yet after a few adjustments, he returned to a normal rhythm, while his spatial ring revealed several bottles of elixirs. Onward to the next one. 1 Celestial Temple, 2 Celestial Temples, 3 Celestial Temples. Zhao Jing surged forth like a fierce dragon, traversing all directions. Every ancient celestial temple he encountered was thoroughly explored, yielding numerous benefits. As he journeyed through the celestial temples, time flowed relentlessly, and his combat prowess grew with each passing day, his physical foundation becoming increasingly robust, as solid as iron. His skin underwent a subtle transformation, fair as jade, unmarred by blemishes, yet exuding an aura of resilience rather than fragility. Instead, he became extraordinarily strong and formidable, his physique embodying power, akin to steel or iron. With his eyes deepening like two endless abysses, concealing an indescribable essence. His speed and strength, under the enhancement of his growing prowess, soared like a rocket, ascending steadily on the third day of his journey. Zhao Jing's physical strength allowed him to lift 1.7 tons, his speed officially surpassing the 5-second mark for 100 meters. By the 8th day, he could wield 2 tons of massive weight, comfortably achieving a speed of 4.5 seconds. On the 14th day, his strength surged further, enabling him to swing 2.5 tons like a sword, with his speed reaching 4 seconds. This rapid amplification of power filled Zhao Jing with secret delight, his fervor boiling like fire, compelling him to press forward. Such commotion soon attracted public attention. If only 1 or 2 celestial temples had been entered, it might not have stirred significant waves, but Zhao Jing had traversed more than a dozen, a feat too conspicuous to go unnoticed. The world is never lacking in astute minds. Before long, someone noticed that it seemed as though this series of celestial temples had been activated by a single individual, instantly igniting a fervent uproar. An unbelievable scene. Someone has entered over 10 celestial temples. The celestial temples have been repeatedly breached. Who is this mysterious figure? A mysterious individual steps into the celestial temples. Who can fathom the extent of their gains? Countless news outlets, websites, and forums were ablaze with attention, their hearts racing with excitement. Who is it? Who has entered the celestial temple? It is well known that the celestial temples possess an intangible pressure, obstructing the prying eyes of external forces. 90% of the world cannot break through this barrier to enter, yet now someone has managed to do so, and not just once, but repeatedly across numerous temples. What kind of prodigy could accomplish such a feat? Confusion, suspicion. This haze of uncertainty did not linger long before it was unveiled. Someone from Yingbao City pointed out that this individual who had breached over a dozen celestial temples bore a striking resemblance to the elusive brother Dao. Once the news broke, it sparked an immediate uproar. This mysterious figure was, in fact, the ever-elusive brother Dao. How could this be? Those who can enter the celestial temples are far from ordinary. Only a practitioner of superior cultivation methods could achieve such a feat. Could it be that brother Dao possesses such methods? Is he truly capable of rivaling those formidable beings who have already emerged? Countless minds were stirred, speculating in hushed tones. This fervor in public discourse caught the attention of the media, prompting some to invest significant resources into hosting a special live broadcast, inviting practitioners of superior cultivation methods to comment on Brother Dao. Hello everyone, I am your host, Jiang Bai. During the live broadcast, a striking female host smiled demurely and began, as we know, the reputation of Brother Dao has surged recently, having entered over a dozen celestial temples. Some speculate that he might possess superior cultivation methods, giving him an edge over others, while others believe that Brother Dao is extraordinarily powerful, unmatched by anyone. Our program has specially invited the renowned Mr. Bai Feichin to provide insights on Brother Dao. At that moment, the camera shifted to Bai Feichin. Bai Feichin was handsome, refined, and exuded an air of elegance, greeting the audience with a gentle smile. Hello, everyone. I am Bai Feichin. First, I must correct a misconception. Entering a celestial temple does not necessarily imply possession of superior cultivation methods. Although the invisible resistance of the celestial temples is formidable, it is not insurmountable. Long ago, I breached one myself. It is not a remarkable feat. The key lies in whether one can pass the trials within. His tone seemed casual, yet it carried an undercurrent of arrogance, deliberately emphasizing his prior achievement. This statement caused the striking female host's eyes to sparkle, whispering in awe, "Wow, Mr. Bai has been inside before? Truly deserving of being a holder of superior cultivation methods. May I boldly inquire what lies within the celestial temple?" "I cannot disclose that, as it is a secret," Bai Feichin replied with a faint smile, his demeanor composed. "What I can say is that the trials within the celestial temple are exceedingly difficult. Even the simplest ones are perilous, potentially life-threatening. Even I, to pass once, must rest for several days. It is not something one can enter so swiftly." Here, Bai Feichin paused and added, "The reason Brother Dao frequents these temples, in my view, is likely for reconnaissance, to ascertain whether all ancient temples are the same. It does not prove he possesses superior cultivation methods." "So, you mean to say, Brother Dao likely does not possess superior cultivation methods?" "I did not state that, but by common reasoning, if he did, he would surely be here, engaging in conversation with me, rather than roaming about, concealing his identity. Oh, I see. Do you think he could stand as your opponent?" "Opponent? Host Jiang, you are overthinking it." Bai Feichin's gaze shifted, casting a brief glance at the host's striking features, his words imbued with an air of invincibility. "Only those with superior cultivation methods can contend with others of the same caliber. Beyond that, no one has the right to be my opponent." The reputation of superior cultivation methods had already led this practitioner to a state of hubris. Since rising to fame, everyone has lauded his strength and praised his cultivation, inflating Bai Feichin's ego to extremes, causing him to lose sight of himself. Nevertheless, he chose his words with some restraint, never outright claiming he could surpass Brother Dao. Instead, he emphasized that only those with superior cultivation methods could compete against one another, thereby proclaiming his strength while leaving some room for interpretation. After all, who does not fear the unexpected? Should it turn out that Brother Dao indeed possesses superior cultivation methods and unmatched power, he could later justify his words without losing face. This broadcast further ignited fervent discussions. Some expressed agreement, finding logic in Bai Feichin's assertions, while others shook their heads in disbelief, sensing something amiss. Those in agreement believed Bai Feichin, as a holder of superior cultivation methods, naturally spoke with credibility, suggesting Brother Dao was unlikely to possess such methods. Otherwise, he would have long since emerged to bask in glory rather than wait until now. Conversely, dissenters felt that Brother Dao's numerous accomplishments, suppressing the shadows of an entire city, indicated his terrifying combat power and likely possession of superior cultivation methods. Moreover, the rationale of probing the celestial temples seemed somewhat strained. Yet, regardless of their stance, both sides lacked sufficient visual evidence to substantiate their views. As the saying goes, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Without witnessing Brother Dao's prowess firsthand and confirming his strength, how could they ascertain his possession of superior cultivation legacies? Thus, they waited, awaiting Brother Dao to make his appearance and reveal himself. However, their anticipation was destined to be in vain, for Zhao Jing had never harbored such intentions. In his leisure, upon viewing the content of the broadcast on his phone, he could only offer one assessment. Bai Feichin had grown complacent. Indeed, he had grown complacent. With his physical form becoming increasingly formidable, his vision sharpened, allowing him to detect subtle changes easily. A mere glance at Bai Feichin revealed everything. It was evident that this holder of superior cultivation methods indeed possessed notable strength and vitality, Yet his muscular definition appeared somewhat lax, his gaze lacked sharpness, and his breathing was slightly irregular, emanating an unmistakable air of lethargy. This was a clear sign of insufficient training. One could surmise he had been blinded by the desires of the mundane world, neglecting his cultivation. Zhao Jing shook his head softly, sighing. Even with superior cultivation methods, one should not allow oneself to indulge, living in idleness and sloth. The rigorous and intense training regimen fortifies the physical body, grounding it as solidly as a towering mountain. Impervious to easy upheaval, however, should one indulge in a sporadic commitment. 3 days of diligence followed by 2 of idleness. The foundation of the flesh becomes insubstantial and feeble, leading to a gradual decline in the efficacy of cultivation. The path of self-discipline is akin to navigating upstream. Stagnation equates to regression. Faifei's current demeanor serves as a testament to his abandonment of regular physical conditioning, as he succumbs to the myriad temptations of the worldly realm. Becoming lost amidst the sea of desires, the myriad emotions and indulgences, the intoxicating allure of vibrant nightlife and beautiful maidens, persistently haunt him. Zhao Jing murmurs to himself, grappling with an inexplicable sentiment. How many can withstand such temptations? How many can turn a blind eye? To speak candidly, were it not for his foreknowledge of the future realm of humanity and the unseen adversarial forces lurking in the cosmos, he might also find it challenging to resist these seductive onslaughts. Potentially succumbing to them, one must steadfastly adhere to their core, never yielding to complacency. I shall take this individual as a cautionary example. Indulgence is simply unacceptable. Under the cloak of night, Zhao Jing gazes skyward. His eyes sharp as fire, his entire being brimming with potent energy. He resumes his practice of martial arts. Yet, the ripples ignited by his presence extend far beyond this. Several unseen cultivators, witnessing the tumultuous waves he creates, cannot help but experience a shift in their emotions. Unlike Faifei, who is blinded by vanity and desire, they maintain a composed perspective. Upon observing the frequent comings and goings of the Knife Brother at the Celestial Temple, they immediately sense something amiss. We too have ventured into that Celestial Temple, but the trials there are exceedingly arduous. Despite possessing superior martial arts techniques, I was unable to prevail. Why then does Knife Brother enter so often? Is it truly for reconnaissance? That reasoning seems unlikely, as we have all experienced that a celestial temple can only be entered once. To forego the opportunity for the sake of reconnaissance is illogical. In my estimation, he must possess the ability to easily pass the trials. Pass the trials? That is inconceivable. The lowest tier of trials within that celestial temple requires one to fend off 10 formidable opponents using one's own strength. Each adversary wields martial arts techniques, making victory exceedingly arduous. How could such a terrifying individual exist? I can only speculate. It is wiser to rely on direct observation. Let us investigate the vicinity of Knife Brother's appearances at the Celestial Temple and attempt to chance upon him. Such discussions proliferate in numerous cities, only to fade into silence. Thus, 2 to 3 days pass. On the 16th day of his travels, Zhao Jing awakens. His place of awakening is not within a luxurious city or an intriguing inn, but rather in a desolate wilderness. Scanning the area for miles, he finds no sign of human habitation. Before him lies a lush carpet of vibrant green grass, while ancient trees stand resolutely, their gnarled branches reaching outward. The gentle sounds of insects and the persistent croaking of frogs fill the air, while a few birds dart across the azure sky, calling to one another. Here, he is far removed from civilization. The 16 days of relentless pursuit have not only augmented Zhao Jing's prowess, but have also taken him across 6,000 miles, traversing mountains, rivers, and lakes, leading him into a remote mountainous region. Even though his physique can endure the journey, the constant traversing of rugged terrain brings a faint sense of fatigue to his spirit, compelling him to pause and rest momentarily. Yet, Zhao Jing does not relent. Almost instantaneously upon awakening, he flips to his feet and commences his training. He plants his feet firmly, adopts a stance, and lets out a powerful shout, erupting into action. His movements are as graceful as a butterfly, gliding over the grass with fervor, embodying the essence of the wind, while his hands engage in a whirlwind of transformations, palm, fist, claw, and hook, rising and falling in a stunning display of unpredictability. It is evident that many of his techniques stem from the martial arts he learned at the dojo. Through diligent contemplation and practice, coupled with the relentless sparring against formidable opponents from the Celestial Temple, he has seamlessly integrated these martial techniques into a cohesive whole. As Zhao Jing moves, the surrounding air churns violently, coalescing into a tempestuous gale that roars in all directions, creating a white torrent of energy that lifts the grass and swirls dust into a tumultuous storm. After a vigorous session, Zhao Jing unleashes a powerful punch. The force of his energy surges forth with the punch, roaring ahead in a cacophony of sound, shaking the earth. The tempest of his fist crashes against a centuries-old tree, sending leaves scattering and splintering the trunk from several meters away. This exemplifies the current might of his physical form. With sheer punching power, devoid of any reliance on his vital essence, he can unleash a tremendous gust of energy. Were that tree replaced with a common person, they would be struck down effortlessly. After delivering that punch, Zhao Jing feels invigorated, gradually exhaling. The air spirals into a white arc, shooting forth nearly 5 to 6 meters before dissipating. Reflecting on the techniques he has just demonstrated, he nods to himself with satisfaction. It must be said, the trials within the celestial temple yield remarkable results. Previously, the martial techniques he acquired were mere fragments of power, disordered and lacking coherence. Yet, under the relentless trials, they have been forged into a cohesive form, akin to tempered steel. Regularly practicing these martial arts not only revitalizes the body and strengthens the muscles, but also serves as a means of lethal force, enhancing one's combat capabilities. In today's world, many are ensnared by their circumstances, mistakenly believing that possessing martial techniques alone empowers them to vanquish all foes at will, neglecting the necessity of physical conditioning. This mindset is, in fact, remarkably superficial. What are martial techniques? Ultimately, they are methods for unleashing the body's vital essence, forceful, formidable, and fierce. Yet, such power cannot be sustained indefinitely. In typical engagements, one might conclude a skirmish within 2 or 3 exchanges. But should one become embroiled in a protracted conflict, no amount of vital essence will suffice. Even I cannot continuously utilize martial techniques day in and day out. Furthermore, these martial skills are foundational and represent one's depth of cultivation. Each incremental practice accumulates, eventually coalescing into a vast reservoir of strength. Thus, one must never grow complacent or neglect their training. Zhao Jing reflects deeply, contemplating his own growth. Over these days of training, his physical strength has surged significantly, allowing him to lift nearly 3 tons, with his speed nearing the threshold of 3 seconds per 100 meters. The golden essence within him swells like bubbling magma, vast and mysterious, radiating divine energy. Logically, he should feel elated by such progress, yet he shakes his head. The returns have been meager. In the past several days, he has entered numerous celestial temples, yet most have yielded only essence pills, with only a few rare special elixirs that hold little value for him. Is this due to his misfortune, or perhaps a consequence of taking shortcuts, leading to such limited benefits? He raises an eyebrow, pondering briefly, but ultimately shakes his head. Regardless, he resolves to investigate further today. With that thought, Zhao Jing moves with the agility of a nimble leopard, leaping through the forest. Within minutes, he spots the celestial temple. It stands majestically, entirely of bronze, towering upon the mountain peak, impervious to the winds, radiating divine light that illuminates the mountains and rivers. Upon seeing the ancient edifice, Zhao Jing feels a surge of excitement and hastens to enter. However, as his foot crosses the threshold of divine light, his gaze sharpens with sudden intensity. There are people within the temple. The massive bronze doors reveal discernible outlines, clearly indicating that there are individuals present. Who would venture into such a remote celestial temple? Are they here waiting specifically for him, or have they stumbled upon this place by chance? Zhao Jing's instincts heighten, and he expands his awareness to scan the surroundings. He understands that his current reputation is soaring, attracting curiosity from many, including those with malicious intent. The appearance of others here may indicate that someone lies in wait, plotting against him. After meticulously surveying the area multiple times, he finds no evidence of ambush or surveillance, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in relief. It seems they are merely fellow practitioners who have inadvertently wandered in. After all, the world is not devoid of clever individuals. Some may wish to quietly amass wealth by entering secluded celestial temples in search of fortune. Such behavior is entirely plausible, so, should he enter or refrain? Standing still, Zhao Jing contemplates for a few moments before ultimately deciding to proceed. Those who can enter the celestial temple must possess considerable strength and formidable combat prowess. He is eager to witness the current level of cultivation and the realms to which practitioners have ascended. Habitually donning his mask, Zhao Jing braves the oppressive aura of divine light and advances, pushing open the ancient temple doors. What greets his eyes is a scene of profound astonishment. a young man is surrounded by a throng of adversaries. Moving like a whirlwind, his martial techniques creating shockwaves that ripple outward with overwhelming force. This individual has chosen to engage in a trial against 30 opponents. As Zhao Jing knows, most practitioners are still in the foundational stages. With average combat capabilities, even elite cultivators typically dare only to confront 10 opponents. Yet this young man dares to face 30. What astounds Zhao Jing even more, however, is that this individual is disabled. His right arm was devoid of substance, severed at the shoulder, with the sleeve of his garment cruelly cut away. Yet, the absence of his limb seemed not to hinder the man's movements. He strode forth with remarkable swiftness, akin to a fierce tiger, moving even faster than those who were wholly in the oppressive atmosphere of martial prowess. He maneuvered effortlessly, fearlessly engaging in combat with dozens of shadows. Zhao Jing discerned that, in this trial of conflict, the one-armed youth had seized a commanding advantage, destined for victory. Who was this person? Zhao Jing's mind was tumultuous, akin to a surging tide, as he gazed in awe at the man's fervent battle. His soul trembling with astonishment, a one-armed youth, yet he could stand toe-to-toe with 30 of the most formidable mortals. Who would believe such a tale? Who would dare to accept it? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the one-armed youth had already sensed the presence of another, remaining unperturbed as he unleashed his martial prowess, coalescing an unmatched aura of murderous intent, akin to a ferocious dragon surging from the abyss. Subduing all in its path, minutes later, the remaining figures collapsed, transformed into a radiant light, vanishing into the distance. The one-armed youth retrieved the items strewn about, then turned his gaze towards the approaching figure. It was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an icy demeanor. He bore no mask and appeared to be in his late 20s, his countenance as resolute as iron, his eyes cold and filled with a fierce aura. Standing there like a resilient pine tree, steadfast and unyielding. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Jing's mask, his pupils constricted, and he hesitantly inquired, "You are Yi Dao Gu?" Zhao Jing's spirit stirred, his gaze sharpening as he felt an uncanny familiarity with this face. Exclaiming in surprise, "Have we met before?" "Certainly not, but I recognize Yi Dao Gu's mask," the young man replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with his remaining hand. "Besides, with all the remarkable deeds you've accomplished, who wouldn't he know you? I just didn't expect to encounter you here. It seems we've indeed crossed paths by chance." Zhao Jing acknowledged, his eyes drifting over the young man before he quietly asked, "Are you also here to undergo the trial?" "Of course. Otherwise, who would willingly venture into such desolate wilderness?" The one-armed youth chuckled heartily, discreetly stowing away the items in his embrace, his expression calm yet tinged with a hint of vigilance. Gazing at the youthful visage of the one-armed man, Zhao Jing felt an increasing sense of familiarity, memories surging within him, tracing back through time. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, his physical abilities had expanded significantly. Enhancing his memory as well that in this moment of recollection, he suddenly pinpointed the source of his familiarity. Zhao Jing's body jolted as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the one-armed youth's face intently. His voice low as he asked, "You are the national first-class model, Wang Xiaogua?" Chapter 52. A lesson learned first-class model. This is the highest honor bestowed by the nation upon heroic police officers, awarded solely to those who have risked their lives and made immense sacrifices. It is no exaggeration to say that the majority of those who receive such an honor have long since passed into the earth, leaving few alive to bear witness, rendering it a title almost exclusively granted posthumously. Yet, this exceedingly rare accolade belonged to the one-armed youth before him, Wang Xiaogua. Zhao Jing's thoughts surged, a fragment of a 2-year-old news article flitting through his mind. Wang Xiaogua, male, 26 years old, a police officer who had thwarted violent crimes on numerous occasions, achieving remarkable feats. During the capture of a terrorist, he could have remained unscathed, facing the situation with composure, yet he chose to protect innocent women and children, bravely stepping forward to shield them from a grenade, resulting in severe injury to his right arm, necessitating amputation and disfigurement of his face, for which he was awarded the title of first-class model. He recalled vividly that the news had featured a photo of his injuries, showing Wang Xiaogua's face charred black from the flames of battle, marred by shrapnel wounds, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a human visage. Upon comparing the photo to the man before him, he realized that their contours were identical. Hearing his inquiry, the one-armed youth's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he replied, "You actually recognized me? A hero such as yourself, how could I possibly forget?" Zhao Jing responded, lowering his gaze slightly, his words sincere and heartfelt. 2 years ago, in an era devoid of divine enlightenment, when no one had yet embarked upon the path of cultivation. Wang Zhaogua, as a police officer, understood that flesh and blood could not withstand the force of a grenade, yet he still stepped forward, protecting the innocent. Such heroism, such manly spirit, deserves unwavering respect. He paused, closely examining Wang Zhaogua's face. Noting that the scars from his past burns had vanished, leaving no trace, evidently a result of cultivation techniques that had restored his countenance. However, the lost arm remained unrepaired. Wang Zhaogua noticed Zhao Jing's gaze and, sensing the chill around him dissipate, smiled and said, "No need to stare. The arm is still gone. But it's of no matter in this changing era of cultivation. Perhaps I might encounter some miraculous elixir that could restore my right arm." Observing that Zhao Jing remained passive and considering Dao Ji's illustrious deeds, Wang Zhaogua understood that the other was not his enemy, thus softening his tone. "That is inevitable. With your opportunities, such a chance is certainly within your reach." Zhao Jing smiled, pondering a thought that piqued his curiosity. "May I ask you a question, Mr. Wang? From my perspective, it seems you have also acquired an excellent cultivation technique. Logically, given your remarkable past, if you were to reveal your cultivation method, you would undoubtedly receive great favor from the state and enthusiastic media attention. Why then do you choose to conceal it? A national first-class model, if the world were to discover that he possessed superior cultivation techniques, would bask in unparalleled glory, unrivaled by any. Yet, under such circumstances, he chose to keep his gains hidden. What could be the reason?" Wang Zhaogua pondered for several seconds, his gaze landing on Zhao Jing's mask. And he spoke, "I initially did not wish to discuss such matters, but your past actions and demeanor resonate with me, and I do not wish for you to misunderstand or think that the state has wronged me in any way. The truth is, I have grown weary of the life others speak of in terms of sacrifice and devotion." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression froze momentarily. "In the past 2 years, to be honest, after losing my arm, I still felt a twinge of discomfort. Countless people came to console me, praising my sacrifices. At first, it was fine, but as time passed, it grew increasingly burdensome. Their pitying gazes, the kind I despised the most, only served to irritate me. Some even cried, as if I had already passed on. Am I pitiable? Absolutely not. A man of honor, as long as he is true to himself, losing an arm or disfiguring one's face amounts to little. I wish to live with dignity, and the most loathsome thing is to have others gaze at me with pity, weeping and discussing sacrifice, as though I am the sole one who has made sacrifices. It is as if they are lecturing me. Sacrifice and devotion are not mere words to be spoken. They are actions to be taken." As he spoke, Wang Zhaogua seemed to recall the past. Exhaling softly, "I cannot speak for others, but I certainly do not appreciate those pitying glances. If I am thrust back into the spotlight, receiving accolades and praise, I truly cannot bear it. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine." Zhao Jing stood there, stunned, his lips twitching at first glance. This reasoning sounded rather peculiar. Yet upon deeper reflection, it was indeed true to Wang Zhaogua's character. After becoming a first-class model, both the media and society would cast a significant spotlight upon him. However, in the past 2 years, Wang Zhaogua had actively declined most interviews, and those that were unavoidable were short-lived. He was resolute and unyielding, indifferent to the loss of his appearance and arm, believing that a life well lived required no fanfare or accolades. Only a conscience free of guilt. At this point, Wang Zhaogua continued, "Of course, when the nation needs me, when the public calls upon me, I will still step forward. For now, however, there is no need for me to seek the limelight. Besides, being famous these days isn't necessarily a good thing. It only burdens me with notoriety, hindering my progress. And my friend, you will keep this secret for me, won't you?" Zhao Jing smiled slightly, replying, "Naturally, I will keep it safe. Mr. Wang, you will also safeguard my whereabouts, correct? Of course, you're no villain. What purpose would it serve to expose you? Why let fame and idle chatter encumber you? Sometimes, being low-key affords a greater sense of freedom." Wang Zhaogua mused quietly. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Jing stepped aside, preparing to take his leave. To be prudent, he chose not to undergo the trial in this divine realm, opting instead to abandon one sight in pursuit of another. Seeking greater fortune, as he moved, his thoughts swirled, recalling Baifeichun's visage. Wang Zhaogua and Baifeichun formed a striking contrast. A young man, having lost his right arm, willingly forsakes the allure of opulence to engage in arduous training in desolate wilderness. In contrast, another, with a sound physique yet possessing only superior techniques, wallows in the revelries of vice, abandoning the path of cultivation. The disparity in their strengths has become apparent. Henceforth, this chasm will only widen. Impervious to any fortunate turn of fate that might seek to bridge it, today's events have imparted a profound lesson upon me. The one-armed youth, endowed with unparalleled potential, can suppress 30 formidable adversaries. All masters of martial arts, while I, possessing divine techniques, have relied merely on a modicum of foresight to exploit opportunities for gain. What grounds do I have to expect my cultivation to evolve or to transcend to a higher realm? It is time to cultivate a resolute spirit and bravely embrace hardship. In the next battle, I shall boldly challenge 100 combatants, wielding the art of divine martial prowess. Chapter 53. Unity of Knowledge and Action. Ceasing at perfection, though I am acutely aware of how to grow stronger and transcend limitations, fear of adversity has rendered me hesitant to confront challenges. What purpose does this serve? The ancient sage Wang Yangming once stated, "Unity of knowledge and action culminates in the highest good." Having grasped this principle, I must boldly put it into practice. Otherwise, how can I hope to surpass my predecessors or myself? With fervent aspirations igniting within me, Zhao Jing, like a blazing fire, strides towards another celestial temple. Stepping inside to ignite the trial of 100 warriors, the ancient hall is illuminated by divine radiance, with ethereal light suffusing the air, as over 100 figures descend upon the earth. Gazing at the statuesque silhouettes, Zhao Jing wastes no time. His blood surges powerfully within him as he reaches forward, conjuring a formidable blade of chilling energy. Simultaneously, the multitude of figures roar in unison, charging forth, their mystical techniques resonating and intertwining in the air, coalescing into a tumultuous wave of chaotic energy that howls and dances. 100 martial arts techniques converge, suppressing and enveloping all in their path. Once a practitioner invokes martial arts techniques, they must not be underestimated, for their combat efficacy surges dramatically. The combined might of over 100 masters is akin to a surging tide, overwhelming and inescapable. The difficulty of the trial multiplies manifold. The tempest rages, divine energy erupts. Facing the roaring gale, Zhao Jing's expression hardens as he steps forward, bellowing, "Come and fight." After an extended period, Zhao Jing emerges, his battered body moving forth. His garments are tattered, blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, and a faint numbness lingers in his limbs. This marks the first time he has sustained injuries on his path of cultivation. Yet, his visage bears no trace of pain. Instead, it radiates joy. Indeed. Resorting to shortcuts carries its own pitfalls. This time, my all-out effort has yielded rewards incomparable to the past. He touches the ring on his finger and retrieves a small azure vial, intricately inscribed with characters that describe its contents, dust-clearing elixir. When the physical foundation reaches a certain threshold, this elixir may be consumed to awaken latent potential, endowing ordinary beings with extraordinary talents before they transcend. Truly, a bestowal from the divine. Within the realm of cultivation, only divine techniques can afford one the opportunity to possess extraordinary talent ahead of time. Yet this potion achieves a similar effect, indeed remarkable. Although I have already attained extraordinary talent and no longer require this, my parents still might benefit from it. I shall keep it for now until their strength increases further, at which point they may use it. Stowing the vial away, Zhao Jing's muscles ripple as golden energy dissipates in ethereal tendrils, alleviating his pain. He raises his head, gazing at the vast sky above. The path to the celestial temple continues. However, Zhao Jing will no longer resort to cunning. Instead, he embarks on a perilous journey, fraught with thorns and dangers. This choice catalyzes a transformation within his spirit and will. The successive 100-man battles wash over his soul like layers of frost and dew, honing his resolve, clearing away the dust, and gradually rendering him complete, stripping away the inessential. His spirit grows ever more resolute, as steadfast as a mighty mountain, unyielding. His combat experience burgeons, flowing like a gentle stream, enriching his foundation. The frailties of humanity's emotions are gradually polished away, dissolving into nothingness as a fearless warrior, undaunted by hardship, rises in earnest. This is a journey of transcendence, a journey that captivates the multitude. Although Zhao Jing prefers to remain low-key, deliberately selecting the remote celestial temple for his trials, this does not imply he is devoid of attention. The fame of the Blade Brother shines as brightly as the sun, illuminating the land, and many are observing him. Moreover, the sheer number of beings in the eastern lands, billions, ensures that his movements are widely known and scrutinized. Instantly, the winds of change stir, and the populace is agitated. Ha ha, the Blade Brother has arrived in our Night P city. So soon, just days ago, he was seen in the Yuling city. His speed seems unparalleled. I wonder if the Blade Brother has passed the trials within the Celestial Temple. I feel a bit anxious. Who knows? I remain hopeful. I've always believed the Blade Brother must possess superior cultivation techniques. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so formidable. The masses engage in fervent discussion, harboring an underlying sense of anticipation, in this era of great upheaval. As the tides of change sweep through, while the people rejoice, there lies a subtle undercurrent of unease, a yearning for a hero to emerge and safeguard the populace. The Blade Brother subtly embodies the image they hold in their hearts. Yet, their knowledge of him is scant, and their understanding of superior cultivation techniques is limited, which fuels their fervent hope that this masked youth possesses extraordinary prowess, capable of subduing all malevolence. Soon, their hopes are realized. By chance, someone captures a photograph of the Blade Brother emerging from the Celestial Temple, his attire tattered yet his body unscathed, standing amidst the resplendent divine light of the ancient hall. Like an immortal warrior, steadfast in this world. This photograph emerges like a star falling from the heavens, crashing into a lake and stirring up tumultuous waves. Even the less astute can discern the implications within this image. Tattered clothing yet an unharmed form. What does this signify? It implies that the Blade Brother has triumphed over the celestial trials. Otherwise, his garments would not have been torn. It suggests that the Blade Brother undoubtedly possesses superior cultivation techniques. For it would be impossible to emerge unscathed otherwise. The prolonged confusion among the populace dissipates in an instant, replaced by a tide of admiration and exclamations that sweep across the land. Most citizens exhale a sigh of relief, yet those possessing superior cultivation techniques sense something amiss. They, with their deeper understanding of the Celestial Temple, perceive far beyond what ordinary eyes can see. Since the Blade Brother has passed the trials unscathed, and given that he has been entering and exiting the ancient hall for the past several days without damaging his clothing, these phenomena converge to reveal a startling truth. This unassuming, silent masked youth can easily conquer the trial of 10 warriors. And it is highly probable that he is now undertaking the trial of 30 warriors. 30 warriors. The mere thought of this number sends shivers through countless souls and evokes a sense of dread. These are 30 peak mortal practitioners. In terms of strength classification, those 30 are nearly equivalent to 5 or 6 possessors of superior cultivation legacies, meaning he can single-handedly subdue 5 or 6 adversaries of the same tier. What a terrifying phenomenon this is. Should he continue to grow, who knows what might transpire? Realizing this, countless powerful individuals and factions are stirred, clandestinely scheming. Faced with such an extraordinary figure, they are left with 2 choices. 1. To cultivate a closer relationship. 2. To conspire against him. However, these individuals remain oblivious to the fact that since Zhao Jing entered the Celestial Temple, he has been engaged in the trials of 100 warriors. Chapter 54. Design and Ambush Fervor. An unparalleled fervor. With the confirmation that the Blade Brother possesses superior cultivation techniques, his fame has soared to unprecedented heights, blazing across the nation as if unrivaled. Whether it be the striking young screen idol or the exceptionally talented national icon, whether the previously emerged possessors of superior cultivation techniques or the newly showcased disciples, all are overshadowed by the Blade Brother. After all, they have not achieved the resounding accomplishments of suppressing an entire city, nor have they traversed the Celestial Temple with such swiftness. This whirlwind of public opinion, once ignited, draws an increasing number of gazes towards him. Some curious onlookers, idly passing the time, even begin to speculate on which Celestial Temple he will next reach, waiting preemptively at the location to witness his glory and post it online, drawing attention. This phenomenon has nearly become a trend. In the northwest, within the first-tier city of Shillong, stands the Zhang Corporation Tower. This renowned luxury edifice, towering several dozen stories high, is adorned opulently and boasts a bright style. Constructed by the illustrious Zhang Group. It is rumored that the Zhang Group possesses vast wealth, with assets exceeding billions and a formidable background, ranking among the most prominent corporate conglomerates both domestically and globally. On the top floor of this building, a young man stands quietly. He is strikingly handsome, his eyes as deep as the stars, his physique robust and upright, as he studies a map in silence. The map is dotted with numerous red points, each representing the location of a celestial temple, densely covering the entire map, while a red line connects dozens of these points. These points signify the celestial temples where Zhao Jing has previously appeared. This young man is indeed analyzing the trajectory of the Blade brothers' movements. As he quietly observed for a while, it seemed he discerned something. He picked up a pen and made special notations on several red dots. Turning away, he made a phone call and said, "Hello, Ma Junru. I have nearly calculated the location. It should be near the Xiantian Temple on Baimong Mountain. Brother Yidao might appear there, though it is merely a possibility." "Very well, thank you, General Zhang. For my estimations, this individual has traversed numerous Xiantian temples and undoubtedly harbors astonishing treasures. Should we succeed in eliminating him and seizing his fortune, rest assured, you shall receive your due share. Then I look forward to your good news." After hanging up, the smile on the young man's face gradually faded. His gaze turned as cold as the deadly sword of the underworld, dark and foreboding. With a slight pursing of his lips, he coldly chuckled, "To kill Brother Yidao. He is overly confident. Since Brother Yidao's emergence, no one has known the extent of his strength. Even if several of you possess superior cultivation techniques and are armed with firearms, the chances of success remain slim. You are merely my stepping stones. If I can kill him, that would be splendid, and I would gain much. If not, it bears no consequence to me. At the very least, I can gauge Brother Yidao's strength, aiding my subsequent plans, truly a double benefit." Baimong Mountain. This is an expansive mountain range, stretching for dozens of kilometers, with towering peaks, dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and exotic flora, creating a breathtaking landscape reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Currently, it is the off-peak season for tourism. Logically, the crowd should be sparse. Yet at this moment, many are trekking forward while murmuring among themselves, "Hey, do you think Brother Yidao will show up here? It's possible. I've researched the locations of his appearances at the Xiantian temples and feel he might indeed be seen here, though I cannot be certain. For goodness sake, are you reliable? I am a fervent fan of Brother Yidao and wish to witness him stepping into the Xiantian temple. Who knows? Even if we don't see him, it doesn't matter. We can consider it a climb for exercise, a cleansing for our spirits." The crowd laughed and chatted, their spirits high. Among them, a young man wearing a baseball cap overheard their words and could not help but smirk. This individual was none other than Zhao Jing, who had not been seen for several days. After more than a month of rigorous training, he had shed some of his youthful naivety and gained a sense of composure. His demeanor resembled an ancient sword sheathed, though it did not reveal its brilliance. It exuded a sharp, reined-in aura. His physical strength had skyrocketed to 3.5 tons, and his speed had firmly settled at 3 seconds for 100 meters. Yet despite his enhanced prowess and tempered will, he found himself in an amusingly helpless predicament at this moment. What to do? How should he handle this fervent wave of pursuit? If he were to alter his route each time he encountered them, it would hinder his training speed and slow his transformation. And no choice but to ignore them. Then, this wasn't the first time he had faced such a situation. It was not a major issue as long as it did not obstruct his entry into the Xiantian temple. After all, this was mountainous terrain. Even if they spotted him, they could not pursue his footsteps. With this thought, he steadied his mind, lifted his head, and gazed toward the distant Xiantian temple, silently vowing, "I am coming." The 47th one. Instinctively, he touched the storage ring on his finger, contemplating the myriad benefits soon to be within his grasp. Zhao Jing's spirit ignited with fervor, and he surged forward, ascending the mountain. The path up Baimong Mountain was treacherous. Winding like a serpent, difficult to traverse, however, for him, it posed no challenge. He climbed almost effortlessly, as if walking on flat ground. Observing this, the struggling crowd nearby couldn't help but voice their envy. "Hey, friend, your speed is impressive. Have you trained?" "Yes, I have," Zhao Jing casually responded, choosing not to elaborate. In just half an hour, he found himself standing atop the mountain peak. From this vantage point, the Xiantian temple lay before him, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away. Perched majestically atop a cliff, surrounded by ancient trees forming a dense forest. Beside it, a massive waterfall cascaded down, spanning dozens of meters, with countless droplets splashing in a grand display. After a moment of quiet observation, he did not rush into action but instead calmed his mind and surveyed his surroundings. Since gaining notoriety online, he had developed a habit of inspecting for ambushes or prying eyes upon inspection. Zhao Jing's brow furrowed tightly. Around the Xiantian temple, behind the layers of ancient trees, he discerned a dozen individuals lying in wait, silent as the grave. It was evident that these individuals were formidable. Their presence akin to a dormant volcano, filled with restrained bloodlust. At least 5 or 6 of them practiced superior cultivation techniques. Who are these people? Zhao Jing's heart sank, yet he remained composed as he continued his reconnaissance. His recent training had sharpened his senses, allowing him to perceive the mental states of others. A closer examination revealed a simmering murderous intent within them, merely awaiting ignition. Oh, so they come to kill me? It appears I have drawn too much attention lately, and some harbor ill will against my existence. Indeed, they possess audacity and ambition. His gaze turned icy, like an unmatched blade, as he fixed his eyes on the lurking figures before swiftly retreating to a concealed location. If they approached with benevolent intentions, I would simply abandon this ancient temple and depart. Alas, they have chosen to be my enemies. Since my emergence, no adversary has ever encountered me face to face and lived to tell the tale. Chapter 55. Turning to dodge bullets on the rugged mountain path, amidst the crowd of climbers, a striking young woman climbed while holding a selfie stick, smiling and introducing herself to the camera. Dear viewers, this is Baimong Mountain. It's highly likely that Brother Yidao will appear here. Her name is Lin Ruoyan, known by her stage name Yinhua Air, a rising star in the domestic live-streaming industry. At 18, she possesses striking looks and a melodious voice, with a charming speaking style that makes her an appealing host. Unfortunately, her streaming career had yet to gain significant traction. After half a year of broadcasting, her average viewership hovered only around 1 to 2,000. Such dismal popularity left Lin Ruoyan feeling somewhat disheartened yet unwilling to concede. Thus, she turned her attention toward Brother Yidao in the live-streaming industry. Novelty reigns supreme. Some attract attention through outdoor adventures, others by dancing on graves, while some garner immense popularity by leveraging a single yellow eel as a gimmick, soaring to fame overnight. However, such antics pale in comparison to the name Brother Yidao, which shines like a beacon against the night sky. Across the vast expanse of the East, who possesses greater renown and attention than Brother Yidao. Whenever news channels feature information about him, throngs of eyes are drawn in. On various online forums, the name Brother Yidao emerges as the most frequently mentioned and hottest topic. It is no exaggeration to say that riding this wave of popularity would undoubtedly catapult her to stardom, making her name resound throughout the land. Consequently, Lin Ruoyan diligently conducted her research, confirming that Baimong Mountain was likely to be a site of Brother Yidao's appearance, and thus decided to embark on an outdoor livestream. Reality proved her predictions correct. By merely invoking Brother Yidao's name on the streaming platform, her popularity surged dramatically, skyrocketing from a mere 1 or 2,000 viewers to an astonishing 20 to 30,000. With comments pouring in like a torrential downpour. Host, where is Brother Yidao? Where is Brother Yidao? Host, I've taken my pants off, and you're taking me to see mountains? As she beheld her soaring viewership, Lin Ruoyan felt a surge of joy, her smile blossoming more naturally and calmly. Everyone, don't rush. Let us first reach the Xianshan temple at the summit and wait to see. Engaging with her viewers to alleviate boredom, she continued her ascent, perspiring profusely. As time passed, her popularity grew even more fervent. Despite yet to catch a glimpse of Brother Yidao, her viewership skyrocketed to over 50 or 60,000. However, amidst this influx of viewers, very few admired her beauty or marveled at her velvety voice. Nearly all comments revolved around Brother Yidao, filled with laughter and banter. Brother Yidao, traverse the world. Who dares defy me? What can you, Brother Yidao, do? Zhao Ritian, fear nothing. The immortal army of Brother Yidao descends. The immortal army of Brother Yidao descends too. Observing this rapid surge in viewership, Lin Ruoyan's spirit ignited with fervor, akin to a roaring flame. Yet amidst the joy, a thread of resentment quietly surfaced. She couldn't claim to be breathtakingly beautiful or to outshine all others, but she considered herself quite attractive with a commendable figure. Yet, in her streaming room, among tens of thousands of viewers, hardly anyone acknowledged her presence. Everyone fixated on the fame of Brother Yidao, discussing whether he would appear, almost entirely overlooking her appearance. This was undeniably a heavy blow for Lin Ruoyan, who prided herself on her looks. Alas, one must bear the burdens that come with riding someone else's coattails. She mused to herself, attempting to dispel her frustrations, and continued her ascent. Moments later, amidst the throng of people, Lin Ruoyan finally reached the summit of the mountain. Just as she prepared to exhale a sigh of relief and gather her thoughts, her beautiful eyes swept across the landscape before her, and she suddenly froze in astonishment. In the direction her gaze fell, at a gray cliff, a young man emerged from around a corner. This man, wearing a mask and dressed in ordinary attire, stepped forward with a calm demeanor, exuding an indescribable grandeur akin to the majestic mountains pressing forward. Could it be Brother Yidao? Lin Ruoyan's mind buzzed, as if a colossal bell were ringing within her, and she hurriedly cried out, "Brother Dao has appeared." At her piercing shout, the audience was instantly electrified, urging her to turn the camera to capture the moment. Lin Ruoyan quickly redirected her lens towards the masked youth, and immediately, her popularity surged once more, with the spectators nearly going wild, as the barrage of comments cascaded like a torrential rain. "It truly is Brother Dao. I've finally seen him, my idol. Oh my, is this for real?" However, amidst the exclamations of awe, some voices of skepticism arose, questioning the uncanny coincidence of Brother Dao's appearance just as they arrived. "Isn't this too coincidental? Could it be scripted? The timing feels off. Is this all orchestrated?" Observing these streams of comments, Lin Ruoyan pouted, her cherry lips forming a delicate curve, her enchanting eyes rippling with layers of emotion, just as she was about to clarify. But at that very moment, standing before the cliff, Zhao Jing spoke in a calm voice. "Come out, what are you hiding?" His tone was steady, devoid of any turbulence, yet it rolled over the mountaintop like a mighty wind. This sudden sound left Lin Ruoyan momentarily stunned, rendering the crowd in attendance bewildered, and the viewers of the live stream equally puzzled. "Come out? What does that mean? Is someone lurking, or are they merely acting too convincingly?" Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a sudden and thunderous sound erupted. It resonated like the rumbling thunder from the heavens, sweeping across the earth, akin to a terrifying explosion that sent shockwaves through the air, unleashing an invisible sonic wave that enveloped an area of several thousand meters. A yellow metal bullet tore through the air, racing from the edge of the forest with blinding speed, piercing through the stillness. It was the sound of an anti-material sniper rifle. An anti-material sniper rifle, undoubtedly one of the most powerful firearms in human history. With bullets traveling at a terrifying speed of 800 to 900 meters per second, if struck by such a projectile, it could obliterate a significant portion of the human body, its power deemed utterly terrifying. Yet, Zhao Jing exhibited no sign of surprise at this sudden assault. He remained calm, standing his ground without flinching, merely tilting his neck with a nonchalant air. The bullet whizzed past his ear with a sharp, chilling sound. The cliff behind him trembled violently, rocks crumbling as the unmatched kinetic energy of the bullet cascaded downward, creating fissures that spanned 2 to 3 meters in diameter, with gray dust swirling and rising like chaotic clouds. Witnessing this scene, those present were rendered speechless, frozen in place. The viewers watching the live broadcast stared blankly, their eyes wide as saucers. After a prolonged moment, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, what did they just witness? Such terrifying bullet power, and he evaded it so effortlessly? Chapter 56. Fists erupting with might amidst the fiery sea, feet treading the mountain summit in the chaotic tide. Before today, everyone knew that Brother Dao possessed terrifying combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary beings, yet none had witnessed his combat in action, until now, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Just a slight tilt of his head allowed him to evade the suddenly incoming metal bullet. Is this a manifestation of Brother Dao's strength? Or perhaps a benefit derived from his cultivation? To achieve such astounding feats even in the realm of mortals is extraordinary, transcending humanity. If he were to ascend to become an immortal, indestructible being, what incredible abilities might he wield? The world was left in awe, hearts trembling, while Zhao Jing remained utterly unfazed. Having traversed numerous celestial halls, his experiences were profoundly rich, and by choosing to confront challenges head-on, he had tempered his spirit, rendering his will unyielding. In the past, he might have had to move swiftly to evade attacks, but now his mindset had shifted dramatically. He dismissed the need to step aside. Gazing down at the verdant forest concealing formidable foes, Zhao Jing took a step forward and calmly stated, "Very well, impressive weaponry. Do you have any other tricks? Bring them all out, and then allow me to send you all to your graves." As his words fell, the roar of firearms erupted once more. A metallic tide of bullets poured forth, crashing down like a storm, drowning out the very sounds of the world, even overshadowing the roaring waterfall nearby. The rockets screamed and whistled, tracing brilliant arcs as they descended in unison. In the realm between heaven and earth, a torrential rain of bullets and gunfire prevailed. Having failed their stealth attack, the concealed assailants abandoned their intent to remain hidden, unleashing their full force, determined to shred him with the might of their firearms. Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged as he advanced calmly, speaking with poise. "Your display is grand, but alas, oh, you truly think you can kill me?" Not nearly enough. With that, he channeled energy into his left leg and stomped down fiercely. The force of the impact was immense, a pressure beyond measure, akin to a colossal beast from the primal age in a furious rage. Causing the earth to quake and stones to fly, a wave of gray dust surged forth, forming a tidal mist that swept across the ground, while the winds gathered into a furious roar, sending leaves from the trees fluttering and trembling. The rain of bullets became ensnared within the dust cloud, falling silent. Even the rockets were rendered ineffective, lost in the chaos, as the dust storm began to rise. It was once again stirred, as if an ethereal dragon were writhing within, accompanied by a figure emerging from the fog, charging towards the hidden group of a dozen individuals. The swirling dust and mist surged forth in unison. From a distance, Lin Ruoyan beheld the figure as if an exalted deity had descended, engulfing the endless dust cloud, advancing over 100 meters in mere seconds. The concealed group, however, did not retreat. Instead, they braced for a confrontation, seemingly intent on engaging him directly. Just as Zhao Jing stepped into the thicket, one individual reached for their waist and without hesitation pressed a remote control. In an instant, the sound of explosions engulfed the earth. Beneath the layers of ancient forest, explosives that had long been buried detonated, shooting forth blinding flames, igniting a raging inferno that soared to the heavens. Each flicker of light carried immense destructive power. As soon as they materialized, they transformed into waves of overwhelming shockwaves, sweeping across the soil and earth. Under the fury of this cataclysmic storm, everything appeared fragile and impotent, as hundreds of sturdy old trees splintered, collapsing, their leaves consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Witnessing such a terrifying display, Zhao Jing did not flinch. Channeling his internal energy, his spine surged like a dragon. He thrust forward with a fist. Martial arts divine technique? Hammer fist. Seeing this scene, the onlookers in the distance were momentarily stunned. The spectacle was so horrifying that it left them breathless, their spirits taut, their minds blank. Has Brother Dao lost his mind? Faced with the explosive flames, why did he not choose to evade? How could he possibly confront such explosive force head-on? Some individuals parted their lips slightly, hearts racing, sensing they were about to witness a profoundly tragic scene. Meanwhile, the attackers felt a surge of ecstasy, secretly exclaiming triumph. Among them, a burly man laughed heartily, believing their scheme had succeeded. Aha! What can Brother Dao do? He cannot escape my trap, Ma Zhenru. They understood the terrifying strength of their target was beyond estimation. Thus, even with 6 strong individuals possessing superior cultivation methods, they had chosen not to confront him directly, instead feigning a willingness to engage, intending to lure him into their ambush and annihilate him. Now, it seemed their plan had borne fruit. Fixating on the raging flames, the burly man clenched his fist, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Ha! I used high-explosive bombs, specifically designed to shatter solid materials. Not even a steel tank can withstand this blast. No matter how strong you are, Brother Dao, I refuse to believe. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The roar of sound surged, and the wind swirled, as the brilliance of the flames was suddenly torn asunder. It was as if an unyielding force had struck, obliterating all in its path. The tempestuous tide of flames was violently rent, and the encroaching smoke was shattered. Even the shockwaves were crushed into nothingness, revealing a serene passage through the very inferno. In this passage, a torrent of wind and fire surged forth, fists shattering the tumultuous sea of flames, feet treading the chaotic tide atop the mountain. Martial arts divine technique, suppressing all light and waves, extinguishing defiance in the world. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jing exhaled slowly, his calm demeanor shifting slightly. These adversaries had indeed provided him with a modicum of delight. The anti-material sniper rifle, the rocket launchers, the high-explosive bombs. These weapons possessed immense destructive power, categorized as forbidden arms in civilian life, and could not be traded freely. Any one of these would be beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Yet this group wielded them all. When combined with the strength of these individuals, with 5 or 6 possessing superior cultivation methods, and the rest not lacking in prowess, it became evident that this group was anything but simple. They likely had significant backing that needed to be unearthed. A chilling intent surged within Zhao Jing. Unrelenting, he had set his sights on the celestial halls, yearning to acquire great fortune, and had no intention of engaging in unnecessary conflict. Yet, some individuals were unwilling to remain in the shadows, seeking to strike against him. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. If there truly exists someone orchestrating events from the shadows, then they should brace themselves for the consequences. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Zhao Jing's mind, causing his muscles and bones to ripple as he surged forward. His momentum was akin to that of a ferocious tiger or an invincible lion, shaking the fiery depths and the earth itself. His speed reached its zenith, resembling a wraith darting through the realm, almost rendering the human eye incapable of tracking him, making even aiming a futile endeavor. The dozen or so individuals initially froze for a brief moment before their internal energies surged, preparing to retaliate. Among them, 6 formidable warriors possessed exceptional legacies and wielded supreme martial techniques, emboldened by their collective strength. Unafraid of any adversary, even against the illustrious brother knife, they felt no trepidation. The burly man, in an attempt to amplify the intimidation, bellowed with fervor, "Come, let us engage in combat. Fight." "You overestimate yourselves," Zhao Jing replied coldly. With each step he advanced, his aura intensified, and by the time he approached the group, an overwhelming dominance enveloped him. "With just the few of you, you lack the qualification to contend with me." Chapter 57. Commanding the waterfall as a blade, his roar resonated like thunder, the winds swirling. Upon hearing his words, the fury within the hearts of the assembled surged like a volcano, filling their entire beings. Amongst the gathered, even the weakest possessed at least moderate cultivation techniques, capable of garnering immense respect and wealth upon stepping into the world, easily reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, at this moment, being so disdainfully dismissed by Brother Knife. How could they tolerate it? "You are too arrogant." One individual howled in rage, their voice echoing in all directions, their internal energy surging like a torrential flood, inciting a transformation. In an instant, the air rippled. The group of practitioners launched their assault simultaneously, their might shaking the mountain's peak, the currents within dozens of meters erupting chaotically. There were magnificent illusory fist prints that erupted like a storm. The wind of their strikes whipping up the dust, and bizarre entities formed from the air roared angrily, causing ancient trees to splinter and branches to shatter. Terrifying, violent weapon phantoms hovered ominously, their murderous intent palpable. Striking fear into the hearts of all, simultaneously, a dozen martial techniques converged, coalescing into unmatched divine power, hurtling towards Zhao Jing. The winds and earth trembled, light and shadow intertwined. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Zhao Jing's body sank, his steps suddenly shifting, his speed accelerating exponentially. Martial technique, instant shadow step. His speed, originally at 100 meters in 3 seconds, surged almost to double. His form became an elusive specter, darting across the battlefield. The terrifying fist prints passed harmlessly by him. The ferocious entities failed to inflict harm upon his flesh, and the menacing weapons could only strike his shadow. The might of these martial techniques was vast, yet none could touch his corporeal form. Witnessing this scene, the collective fury of the crowd was extinguished, replaced by a wave of astonishment. "How is this possible?" they gasped, with a dozen martial techniques unleashed simultaneously, nearly covering an expanse of space. How could anyone evade such an onslaught? Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Jing had endured the trials of numerous celestial temples, evolving through countless challenges, now capable of effortlessly countering over 100 martial techniques without sustaining a scratch. How could these mere dozen pose any threat to him? As the minds of the spectators reeled, Zhao Jing charged forward, closing the distance without employing his internal energy, merely unleashing a punch. Boom! The air erupted. Sonic waves detonating. This punch, akin to the execution of a martial technique, raised a tempest, tousling the hair of all present, their garments rustling violently. One individual, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the punch. The concentrated, formidable force penetrated his body, not dispersing, but rather piercing through, creating a gaping hole that obliterated his chest, reducing bones, flesh, and organs to pulp. Only then did the onlookers awaken from their stupor and rise up. These individuals were no weaklings. They would not be paralyzed by fear in the face of a fallen comrade. Their fighting spirits surged intensely, channeling their strength to eliminate the foe. Encircling Zhao Jing from the south, east, north, and west, they all struck simultaneously, their fists and feet colliding, the air rolling tumultuously, forming a prison to ensnare him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of encirclement, a colossal hand suddenly emerged. Veins bulged upon the hand. Resembling iron forged in fire, containing unimaginable might, it grasped one individual by the throat, snapping it like a mere chick, and then violently hurled him aside. That 100-plus-pound body was flung effortlessly. Zhao Jing reached out with another hand. Seizing the waist of the fallen warrior, wielding him as a weapon, sweeping wildly, as though possessed by madness. Boom. One man was struck in the face by this human projectile, blood spraying forth, his facial bones collapsing inward. Collapsing to the ground. Crack. Another was swept across the arm, unable to withstand such ferocity, skin torn, bones fractured. Snap. A third attempted to raise a firearm, only to have the weapon shattered by the human weapon's sweep. Fragments scattering. The encirclement shattered like darkness meeting the blazing sun. Winter snow encountering the warmth of spring, instantly dissolving under his indomitable spirit. Witnessing such power, some felt their hearts tremble, their internal energies surging. Preparing to unleash extraordinary strength once more, they had hesitated to employ martial techniques at such close range, fearing to harm their comrades, but now they could no longer afford to hesitate. Failure to act would mean succumbing to brother knife. Their energies surged rapidly, the air began to shift, as numerous martial techniques coalesced, ready to unleash their wrath. A tempestuous gale suddenly swept through, leaving all breathless. The wind comes, Zhao Jing uttered softly, yet his words altered the very essence of the atmosphere. Raging white phantoms of air surged like countless rivers converging into his outstretched arm, rapidly condensing into a blade of wind, emanating a divine golden radiance, transforming into a misty haze. Then, with a swift stroke, he unleashed the blade. Searing heat radiated outward, divine light illuminating the void. The yellow-gray earth blackened rapidly, emitting wisps of green smoke, wild grasses and leaves igniting and disintegrating into ash, and the bodies that lay strewn on the ground turned skeletal and desiccated. With this strike, a torrent of fervor surged forth, igniting the air and melting the earth. In an instant, all gazes narrowed to pinpricks. This was no mere human wielding a blade. It was clearly a deity exacting retribution upon the world. Some retreated hastily, attempting to evade, while others unleashed martial techniques to obstruct the onslaught. Yet the might of this strike was too terrifying, akin to divine wrath, overwhelming all. Garments ripped apart, bodies disintegrated and fell. Verdant trees instantly transformed into withered trunks, subsequently scattered by the shockwave. Within the radius of dozens of meters, anything caught within the blade's aura could not remain unscathed. Among the attackers, only 3 reacted swiftly, narrowly escaping the searing blade's tempest, retreating to the side. However, though they survived, their relief was non-existent. Instead, they were drenched in sweat, their eyes filled with panic, a tumult of fear and horror overwhelming their minds. Only then did they comprehend that Zhao Jing's words were not mere hubris. When it came to strength, they truly lacked the qualification to contend with him. Amidst the chaotic energy waves, Zhao Jing advanced. In this fierce battle, he had sustained no injuries, his condition pristine, his gaze sharp as he regarded the remaining individuals, speaking coldly, "I am quite intrigued by your identities. Tell me, what background do you have behind you?" The 3 exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they fled. These individuals were astute, aware that their speed could not match Zhao Jing's, thus they scattered, attempting to escape. Zhao Jing, however, shook his head in silence, charging forward. He was determined not to let a single one escape, utilizing the instant shadow step to accelerate to the utmost, swiftly closing in on 2, shattering their legs and leaving them behind, before turning his attention to the last. At that moment, the final individual had reached the waterfall at the mountain's peak, leaping into the cascading waters in a bid for escape, while Zhao Jing pursued relentlessly, arriving at the waterfall's edge. This pursuit caught the attention of bystanders. Previously, the fierce battle had unfolded deep within the dense woods, causing onlookers to hesitate and remain distant. But now, upon seeing him, they gasped in astonishment, with the broadcaster Lin Ruoyan seizing the moment to shift the camera towards Zhao Jing. Brother Knife has emerged. Oh, what is he reaching for at the waterfall? Wait. Everyone, look. The entire waterfall is suddenly shifting. Amidst the gasps of the gathered crowd, the magnificent waterfall roared to life. Countless droplets, previously succumbing to gravity, cascading downward, suddenly defied their fate, coalescing towards the direction of Zhao Jing's outstretched arm. The searing heat radiating through the water, boiling vast quantities and generating a dense white mist. Then, with a thunderous motion, Zhao Jing's palm erupted. It was as if an immortal deity was commanding the waterfall, the surging droplets, enveloped in mist, forming into a blade. This blade wielded immeasurable might, descending from above, crashing into the individual who had already landed in the water pool below. Instantly, the expansive pool erupted with colossal waves, tumultuous surges creating ripples, and beneath those ripples, a lifeless body rose to the surface. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhao Jing turned abruptly. He intended to interrogate the two survivors, seeking information about their background. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood frozen, their expressions blank, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 58. An extraordinary power, not to be insulted. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Ruoyan momentarily wore a vacant expression. Her lips slightly pursed, instinctively glancing at the soaring viewership of her live stream. In the next instant, her heart constricted painfully. Within this brief yet intense battle, her popularity surged dramatically, with the number of viewers reaching a staggering millions. While the barrage of comments flooded in like a tempest, overwhelming in its fervor. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Ruoyan's first thought was, she had become an internet sensation. Initially intending merely to ride the coattails of the trend and borrow some popularity, the reality unfolded in a manner so surreal that it was hard to believe. This single moment had propelled her into the heights of sought-after fame. Calm down. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Ruoyan pressed her hand against her chest, allowing her thoughts to settle as she discreetly strategized. This sudden surge in popularity was merely a result of Dao Gu's influence, not a reflection of her true viewership. To stabilize her newfound fame, she needed to leverage Dao Gu's momentum and devise ways to rapidly promote her video nationwide. If she could retain even a fraction of the audience, perhaps just 1/10, her life's trajectory would irrevocably change. With this thought, a hint of a beguiling smile graced Lin Ruoyan's lips as her imagination soared, envisioning a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing strode across the land, approaching the last two remaining individuals. These two, having suffered the agony of broken legs, were in a state of utter despair upon witnessing Dao Gu's approach. With their eyes shut tight, they contemplated taking their own lives. But a chilling remark carried on the wind made them halt abruptly. I advise you not to do anything rash. Otherwise, your relatives and friends will undoubtedly suffer unwarranted calamities. The moment those words were uttered, the two men trembled, their eyes snapping open. They beheld Zhao Jing standing beside them, arms clasped behind his back, his voice cold and chilling like the echo of a demon from the depths of hell, instilling terror in their hearts. Do not foolishly believe that death will resolve everything. I still require answers that you have yet to provide. As his voice fell, the two men's faces turned pale. And after a brief pause, they exclaimed, "This was our own choice. It has nothing to do with our families, nothing to do with them." At such a dire moment, how could one utter such foolishness? Zhao Jing's tone remained unchanged, his voice as chilling as a blade. I am not a villain of ill repute, nor do I harbor any grievances against you. Yet here you are, mobilizing forces to kill me, over a dozen practitioners, anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and even high-explosive bombs. Your families are innocent. Am I destined to be slaughtered without reason? These words silenced them instantly. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and continued, as the ancients say, calamity should not befall one's family. I can spare your families, but only on the condition that you honestly disclose your motives and the forces behind this plot. Do not mistake me for a fool. I grant you but a single opportunity. Should I detect any deceit in your words, I shall leave without hesitation. In this age of transparent information, locating your families will be no challenge. Do not harbor even the slightest hope of escaping unscathed. Speak. His command resonated like thunder, shattering their will to resist, and they began to speak. I am Ma Zhenru, and he is Lu Went. We, among others, acted against you for the treasures you possess. Your fame on the internet is well known, and everyone is aware of your numerous entries into divine sanctuaries. Thus, we speculated that you had garnered considerable benefits, prompting our approach. Where did those weapons come from? They were procured from Zhang Yunhua, the scion of the Zhang clan. Did he participate in today's ambush? Well, the robust man named Ma Zhenru hesitated, his mind racing. Before their arrival, those affiliated with the Zhang clan had repeatedly instructed him to keep their involvement a secret, warning that should they fail, he must not utter a single word about them. He had agreed without question. Yet now, his mindset had shifted entirely. If he were to meet such a fate today, the Zhang clan must bear a share of the blame. Zhang Yunhua had repeatedly incited us, claiming that Dao Gu possessed immense fortune that would facilitate our cultivation. That is what stirred my interest. Now, seeing Dao Gu's ferocity, should he sense any falsehood in my words, it would be disastrous. There's no choice left. I'll drag you down with me, clinging to a notion of revenge. He promptly replied, yes, he was involved, and we even discussed that if successful, we would share our gains with him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow but did not readily accept it. Do you have a mobile phone? Is it intact? Call him. You know what to say, Mei Jinru nodded with difficulty, retrieving his phone and dialing. Hello, is this Zhang, the heir of the Zhang clan? His words were laced with emphasis on the other S status. The response came promptly, yes, brother Ma, is everything all right on your end? All right. Things are dire here. Yi Daogu is too powerful. We're all going to die. I'm calling you while fleeing, and I fear my share is about to evaporate. What? At a time like this, don't even mention that. I'll see if I can come up with a solution. There is no hope. I am certain to perish today. Please look after my family. Rest assured, even in death, I want to expose you. Thank you, brother Ma. I will take good care of your family. That is good. No, wait. Yi Daogu is coming after me. I have to hang up with that. He ended the call, handing the phone to Zhao Jing, weakly asking, So, do you believe me now? Zhao Jing took the phone, glancing at the screen, his brow furrowing immediately. After 2 seconds of silence, he unleashed 2 punches, extinguishing the lives of the 2 men, then stood motionless for a long while. At that moment, his gaze flickered like a beacon, his thoughts swirling like a tempestuous tide, tumultuous and unpredictable. The Zhang clan, a prominent conglomerate with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, was undoubtedly a titan in the industry, possessing deep connections and reputedly untouchable. But what of it? Though I, Zhao Jing, have diligently pursued cultivation and sought to avoid conflict, I am no powerless caterpillar. How can I allow such contempt to go unchallenged? As his emotions churned, they gradually morphed into a violent intent to kill. Zhao Jing clenched his fist tightly, the air around him exploding with a resounding crack as he released his pent-up energy. If I do not eradicate this scion of the Zhang clan, countless assassination attempts may arise in the future. Other forces witnessing this scene might perceive me as weak and easily provoked. Very well, let this individual serve as an example. I shall demonstrate to the world that no matter how immense your wealth, how formidable your background, or how exalted your position, if you dare to strike against me, your demise is inevitable. An extraordinary warrior cannot be insulted. Chapter 59. Recruitment. The name of the powerful cannot be infringed upon. Had he not come to my doorstep today to eliminate the instigator, other forces would certainly grow complacent, believing me to be weak and easily deceived, prompting them to send forth more strongmen to stir trouble. At that point, though I would not cower, my path of cultivation would undoubtedly face severe disruption. Silently enduring would only embolden others, allowing their arrogance to flourish. Only through intimidation can these individuals learn to tread carefully and embrace silence. This principle had already been vividly demonstrated when he intimidated those bandits in Yingbao City. Moreover, armed with divine cultivation techniques and awakened extraordinary talents, I can easily crush anything, disregarding firearms and small-caliber weapons. As long as I do not encounter area of effect weapons, missiles, or nuclear arms, there is little that can instill fear in me. If you choose death, then I shall grant it. With his resolve solidified, Zhao Jing took a step toward the divine sanctuary. Those who must be slain will be dealt with, and the treasures he sought would be seized. With his current strength, passing the trials of the ancient divine palace would be effortless. Moments later, he emerged, swiftly departing amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers. Once Zhao Jing had left, someone immediately retreated to a distance, quietly making a phone call. Hello, is this Zhang from the Zhang clan? Yes, how is everything on your end? Zhang, I just saw Yi Daogu leave. Those who attacked him seem to have perished completely. I recorded a video and will send it to you shortly. Did you witness the battle? Or see those individuals die? Well, not everything. Their fight took place in a dense forest, so I couldn't see it all and didn't dare to approach. I later saw Yi Daogu return to the woods, but from a distance, I could vaguely see him capturing 2 individuals and interrogating them. All right, I'll send you 100,000 later. Remember, do not share this information with anyone. Thank you, Zhang. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, several others were also dialing their phones, informing others, on the top floor of the Zhang clan building in Longxi City. The handsome young man, Zhang Yunhua, sat upon a sleek black leather sofa, his demeanor serene as he fixated on the computer screen before him. The display showcased both Lin Ruoyan's live stream and video transmissions from an unidentified individual. With a furrowed brow, he observed for a while before shutting down the device, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether his identity had been compromised. When that individual had called him, had he been ensnared by the enigmatic brother Yi Dao? Deliberately probing him? After a moment of quiet reflection, Zhang Yunhua allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. What difference does it make whether I know or not? I stand alone against you. Wielding overwhelming power, do you dare to strike at my Zhang family consortium? Do you dare to challenge me, Zhang Yunhua? My family possesses a fortune in the billions, with a formidable background. I, Zhang Yunhua, am a renowned heir. My status exalted and unparalleled. Even amidst these tumultuous times, our family's standing remains as steadfast as ever, and brother Yi Dao would naturally not dare to act against me or oppose me. Zhang Yunhua exhaled deeply, exuding an air of extraordinary confidence. Indeed, brother Yi Dao is formidable, capable of single-handedly slaying 5 or 6 peers of comparable strength. Yet, my family boasts numerous powerful allies. Over 20 possess superior cultivation techniques. Alongside an array of lethal firearms, you may dispatch 5 or 6 practitioners of high caliber, but can you contend with such a multitude of subordinates and weaponry? Even if you discern my involvement, you can only suffer in silence, feigning ignorance. However, my plans must now be altered. He rose, his expression cold and his eyes glinting with an icy resolve. Originally, he had intended to ascertain brother Yi Dao's prowess and then seize the opportunity to invite him into the consortium, leveraging his influence, wealth, and allure of beautiful women to extract benefits from the immortal sanctuary gradually. Yet, given the shift in circumstances, such aspirations now seem improbable. It is imperative that I devise a means to eliminate him. Eradicating this potential threat. The speed at which this individual's capabilities have grown is alarming. With a single step, he can shake mountains and cause waterfalls to tremble. Not even high-explosive ordnance can bring him down. If I do not eliminate him now, the repercussions will be far greater. After all, he would not dare to kill me. I can choose how to eliminate you, and what can you do about it? After a moment of contemplation, he let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing was rapidly descending the mountain peak, preparing to retrieve his phone and ascertain the whereabouts of Zhang Yunhua. As he had previously mentioned, in this age of transparent information, tracking an individual's movements is not arduous, especially when that individual is the illustrious son of the Zhang family, making it all the more effortless. The only concern lies in whether the target's location is too remote, requiring considerable time to pursue, thus hindering his cultivation. However, this worry dissipated moments later. The screen of his phone indicated that Zhang Yunhua had not ventured out recently. He remained within the Zhang family mansion in Longxi City, a mere 100 kilometers from his own position, conveniently close to the immortal sanctuary he intended to visit. Killing him would not delay my path to cultivation. It seems fate is conspiring to have you perish. Zhao Jing's gaze burned with intensity as he clenched his fist. At that moment, his extraordinary senses detected the presence of another nearby. His expression abruptly turned cold, and he halted his steps, calling out, "Show yourself. There is no need to hide, I have seen you." His acute senses, capable of perceiving movements and sounds from afar, alerted him to someone lurking in the nearby woods. Just 2 or 3 seconds after his words fell, a melodic laughter echoed through the vast forest, sweet and enchanting, akin to a lark's song. Truly, brother Yi Dao possesses extraordinary prowess to detect my presence. I am utterly captivated by this alluring woman. As she spoke, a striking woman emerged. Her hair flowed like ink, her features were exquisite, clad in a resplendent chain-link gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her slender waist appearing almost delicate, exuding an enchanting allure. Taking a few steps forward, she smiled and said, "I am Lu Yuemei from the Lu Consortium. Brother Yi Dao, I come with good intentions. Please do not harm me." So, she is from the Lu Consortium. Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged, though his heart stirred slightly. He had heard of the Lu Consortium, renowned and powerful within the nation, a top-tier conglomerate that could rival the Zhang family. It seems she too has deduced my intentions, prompting her to seek me out. With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Lu Yuemei's smile was radiant, her charm palpable as she replied, "Brother Yi Dao, I come with benevolence. Do you not wish to know who orchestrated today's ordeal from behind the scenes?" Zhao Jing's expression remained impassive as he responded, "Oh, who might that be?" "It is Zhang Yunhua of the Zhang Group. He specifically arranged for this encounter." Lu Yuemei's enchanting eyes blinked, as if autumn waters danced within her irises. "He knows you have traversed the immortal sanctuary many times. Accruing significant benefits, he wishes to seize your gains, feeling you are isolated, hence orchestrating this scheme against you. Alas, that man is truly vile. Had you any connections to a major power, he would not have dared to plot so against you." "Oh, you speak with great insight. What are your thoughts on this?" Zhao Jing inquired, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Lu Yuemei chuckled softly, her voice enticing. "Oh, Brother Yi Dao, you know the answer. If you insist on me stating it outright, then I shall be direct. I am here to invite you to join our Lu family. Though you are powerful, you are but a solitary figure, making you vulnerable to schemes. If you were to align with a force, gaining a stronghold, you would undoubtedly be shielded, and none would dare to strike at you. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow in surprise, responding, "Is that so?" "Indeed. With the protection of a powerful faction, you would enjoy countless benefits, free from worry, with others safeguarding you. There are certain peculiar preferences that even the state cannot provide. Yet we can offer." To this point, Lu Yuemei paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, captivating and enchanting. Her words were indeed persuasive, stirring genuine interest, yet there must be some cost involved, no? Zhao Jing chuckled lightly, interjecting, for instance, regarding the benefits of the immortal sanctuary. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Lu Yuemei's smile faltered slightly. She hesitated, then replied, "Brother Dao, you are mistaken. What cost would there be?" Before she could finish, Zhao Jing interrupted, "Do not treat me like a child. I refuse to believe that one can join a faction, enjoy its protection and its benefits without any cost." "Ah, Brother Dao, you speak truthfully. It would not be quite like that." Lu Yuemei waved her hand, laughing again. "Our consortium harbors no ill intentions. We merely seek some specific information from you, such as certain details regarding the immortal sanctuary. This is a trivial matter for you, hardly qualifying as a cost, merely a simple favor." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing merely smiled and silenced. A trivial matter? It seems they would indeed seek to exploit him. In an era where all aspire to cultivate immortality, turbulence is bound to ensue. Lu Yuemei's words were honeyed, yet should he truly choose to join, the consequences could be dire. He might be coerced into relinquishing the benefits from the immortal sanctuary. After all, in a world where anyone can pursue longevity and ascend to divinity, why would they invest in nurturing an outsider, granting him abundant resources and advantages? The Zhang group harbors ill intent. The Lu consortium, equally formidable, could hardly be benevolent. Seeing Zhao Jing lost in thought, Lu Yuemei could not help but speak up, "Brother Dao, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Though you possess extraordinary strength, your cultivation methods are merely superior. You may prevail this time, but there will be more who harbor ill intentions towards you. There are many powerful conglomerates in this world. If you choose not to ally with anyone, who knows how many more will seek to challenge you." Chapter 60. "You have no idea how strong I truly am." Lu Yuemei's words were not mere bluster. A commoner may be blameless, yet possessing a precious gem incurs envy. Witnessing his countless entries into the immortal sanctuary, reaping unparalleled rewards, it is inevitable that others would harbor malicious thoughts, desiring to seize his gains. This risk remains, regardless of how discreetly he conducts himself or how much he conceals his tracks. The only way to avoid it is to either abandon cultivation entirely or, as Lu Yuemei suggested, align with another faction. Yet, everyone knows these 2 paths lead to ruin, akin to seeking death. Thus, he is left with but one course of action: to kill, to strike fear into the hearts of the powerful, to instill terror in the minds of all, making them understand that certain thoughts must remain unspoken. To dare to act upon them is to face dire consequences. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that these people believe I am not strong enough. Regardless of whether they are the powerful or the wealthy, all are convinced that the pinnacle of cultivation techniques is the supreme method. Consequently, they inevitably believe that those who possess these superior techniques are the strongest in the world, sweeping through all adversaries and rendering themselves invincible. Even when faced with opponents of equal strength, any disparity is perceived as negligible. This misconception has led some in positions of power to harbor greed, attempting to use their influence to suppress me. Yet, they remain unaware that I possess the divine cultivation method, transcending all others. In the early stages of acquiring this technique, I could endure and take a step back due to my insufficient power to resist. However, after 2 months of arduous training, I am now more than capable of overwhelming these individuals and have no reason to bow before them any longer. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. "You are quite right, but so what? Whoever dares to come forward, I will slay without hesitation." Hearing this, Lu Yuemei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing her mind. "Whoever dares to come forward, you will kill?" Does this brother truly believe himself invincible? As a member of a major conglomerate, she was well informed and aware of the figures the Zhang family had summoned to confront Zhao Jing. While acknowledging that Zhao Jing indeed possessed remarkable prowess, she felt that if his abilities were merely at this level, it was, to be frank, rather unimpressive. With 5 or 6 individuals wielding superior cultivation methods, they would not be his match. If a dozen were to swarm him, how could he hope to resist? All of them were cultivators of high caliber, with minimal differences in strength. Given sufficient numbers, killing him would be as easy as pie. However, such thoughts were too arrogant to voice aloud. Lu Yuemei smirked and said, "Brother Dao, your ambition is commendable. However, as far as I know, the Zhang family boasts at least 20 individuals possessing superior cultivation methods. Do you truly believe you can contend with such a force?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing smiled silently, his thoughts flowing freely. From the perspective of combat prowess, he classified himself into 3 distinct states. The first state required no martial arts techniques, relying solely on his physical strength. The second state involved activating his golden blood essence to utilize martial arts techniques. The third state allowed him to unleash his extraordinary talents and manifest all divine energy. Each state he activated exponentially increased his power and combat effectiveness. Presently, merely invoking his second state would suffice for him to effortlessly conquer the 100-man trial within the celestial god ancient temple, sweeping away all foes. How could a mere 20 individuals from the Zhang family possibly stand against him? Seeing Zhao Jing fall silent again, Lu Yuemei assumed he acknowledged the inferiority of facing such a number, her smile growing more pronounced as she urged, "Brother Dao, you should consider joining our conglomerate. At the very least, I can assure you of your survival, and you will lead a far happier life than most." This statement was tantamount to lifting the veil, essentially implying that if he chose to submit, he might yet live. Zhao Jing regarded her with a steady gaze and slowly shook his head. He parted his lips and said, "You believe that a conglomerate controls wealth and power, thinking it has the upper hand. Yet you remain oblivious to the vastness of this world and the depths of my strength." In response, Lu Yuemei could not help but chuckle lightly. Did H.S. a member of a family worth hundreds of billions? She had always exuded an air of arrogance, her presence formidable now. To speak so courteously, she felt that she had already lowered herself sufficiently. Yet, this brother Dao simply did not know his place at such a time. To utter such grandiose declarations, did he truly think he was someone of significance? Since that was the case, there was no need to waste further words. The truth would reveal itself in due time. The young woman awaited the moment when he would demonstrate his might. With a hint of sarcasm in her tone, Lu Yuemei uttered those words, feeling a flicker of impatience as she turned and made way. Zhao Jing let out a cold laugh, propelling himself down the mountain with fervor. He could not be bothered with verbal disputes. He wished only to let his fists speak for themselves. The more scornful the other party's attitude today, the greater the contrast would be in the future. Once he swept through the Zhang family, slaying indiscriminately, he was eager to see what expression Lu Yuemei would wear when facing him. Meanwhile, within the Zhang family building in Longxi, Zhang Yunhua was frantically dialing numbers to summon reinforcements. "Hello, Brother Tian? It's me, Zhang Yunhua, and I have something important to discuss. Please come to the building." "Hello, Brother Fei? It's me, Zhang Yunhua, and I have a major business opportunity that requires your assistance. Come to the building." "Hello, Brother Yu. It's me, Zhang Yunhua." The individuals he called were all descendants of the Zhang family, each possessing superior cultivation methods, their strength exceptionally formidable, capable of overpowering countless experts. Why would a single conglomerate family have so many individuals with impressive cultivation legacies? The answer was simple: wealth and power. They had extensive connections and cunning strategies, receiving information far more swiftly than the average person. Even at the moment the divine light descended, they had already learned of the mysteries of the Temple of Techniques through their channels, thus gaining an advantage and standing at the pinnacle of humanity. After making a series of calls, Zhang Yunhua calculated the numbers in his mind, growing increasingly confident. Including himself, he had summoned 14 individuals with superior cultivation methods. Now, he merely needed to contact all the external experts. With such a force, they were more than capable of eliminating Brother Dao. All that remained was to wait for everyone to arrive. As he anxiously awaited, time flew by. The sun set, and dusk fell. When the golden-hued clouds spread across the sky, bathing the earth in their glow, all the summoned individuals had gathered on the top floor of the building. Some lounged lazily, others stood upright, some reclined on the sofa, while others fiddled with their phones, awaiting Zhang Yunhua to explain the purpose of the gathering. "Brothers," Zhang Yunhua began, clearing his throat and clapping his hands once everyone had arrived. "I have a remarkable opportunity that could yield a significant bounty from the celestial god temple. I wonder if you all possess the courage to act?" As his voice echoed through the building, all heads turned, their gazes ablaze with fervor, fixated on Zhang Yunhua. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "I believe everyone is familiar with Brother Dao. My objective is none other than him. He has traversed dozens of celestial god temples, amassing countless treasures. If we can slay him, it will undoubtedly bring us immense profit. With these words, a moment of silence enveloped the room. Go kill Brother Dao? This seemed rather daunting, considering the uproar from the recent battle at Hundred Mang Mountain. The footage of that fight had circulated widely online, and they had all witnessed the formidable strength displayed by Brother Dao, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yunhua scoffed and asked, "What? Are you afraid? You all possess superior cultivation methods and are the backbone of our conglomerate. Why does the mere mention of Brother Dao silence you?" This provocation proved effective. As soon as he finished speaking, someone voiced, "Of course, it's not fear. It's just that Brother Dao is indeed quite capable. He might be a tough opponent, and taking him on directly could be troublesome." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this world, no benefits came without effort. Zhang Yunhua coldly remarked, "Haven't you all been to the Celestial God Temple? You toil for hours, yet only manage to pass a trial of 10 people at a time, requiring days of recuperation. How can you expect to cultivate efficiently this way? Meanwhile, Brother Dao can enter the Celestial God Temple once a day and even faces trials of 30 individuals. His gains are at least tenfold, if not dozens of times greater than ours. If we take him down, it will provide us all with a tremendous boon." To be frank, Brother Dao likely already knows that the individuals from Hundred Mang Mountain are from our Zhang family. We are now bound to a life-or-death struggle, and he is surely wary of our strength, hesitant to act first. This presents us with an opportunity. We should strike preemptively while he is still weak. By joining forces to eliminate him, we not only eradicate a future threat but also reap the rewards, a twofold benefit. Remember, we have over a dozen strong individuals here. If I employ substantial funds to hire a few more idle experts, with so many of us, can we truly fear a mere Brother Dao? This lengthy discourse left all present without a valid reason for refusal. They had long coveted the treasures that Brother Dao possessed. And with Zhang Yunhua elucidating the stakes, their minor concerns vanished entirely. With a life-or-death situation at hand, why hesitate? They would take action. Indeed, how could we not handle a mere Brother Dao? Someone exclaimed, rising to shout. One voice ignited the rest, as others echoed, "He is but one person. What have we to fear? To kill and seize treasures, to seek fortunes. Once we eliminate him, the Zhang family will soar to new heights, advancing rapidly on the path of cultivation." The reason Brother Dao had garnered so much attention was simply that the Zhang family had refrained from acting against him. Now that they intended to strike, his demise was imminent. The Zhang family was aflame with fervor, their spirits boiling over with excitement as they succumbed to the frenzy that precedes the hunt. They inspired one another. Atop a towering building opposite the Zhang's mansion, the target for their impending ambush had already emerged. Chapter 61. Extraordinary talent, awaken. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is merely a prelude to dusk. Standing on the rooftop, Zhao Jing, masked, gazed longingly at the brilliant setting sun. Murmuring softly to himself, he had traversed from the Hundred Mang Mountain to this very spot, sprinting over 100 kilometers without a trace of fatigue, still brimming with vitality and vigor. Exhaling deeply, his gaze shifted to the Zhang's mansion across the way. The edifice was entirely constructed of transparent glass. As the sun's rays cascaded upon it, the surface shimmered with a glistening brilliance, resplendent and dazzling. He disregarded the refracted light that obscured his view and, using his extraordinary spiritual perception, discerned the number of individuals within the building. What fortune! Upon arriving, I find there are 14 practitioners of high-grade cultivation here. Do you think one death is insufficient, and thus you present me with a grand gift to indulge my thirst for slaughter? Very well. I, too, believe that one death would not suffice to instill fear. If all these individuals were to perish here, it would surely be enough to instill terror. Zhao Jing rubbed his hands together, his mind racing as he began to devise his next course of action. Since this is a surprise attack, it must catch them unawares and be unexpected. Tio's storm through the lower levels of Zhang's mansion is clearly inadvisable. Not only would it alert them, but it would also cause chaos. The best strategy would be to leap directly from this high building, descending from the heavens. From my vantage point, the two structures are nearly equal in height, almost parallel, separated by a street approximately 20 to 30 meters wide. If I launch from this angle, it will be sufficient for me to soar over and deliver them a surprise. With this thought firmly in mind, Zhao Jing stepped back, taking a careful look at the towering transparent structure. His muscles tensed, and with a powerful push from his right foot, he launched himself from the rooftop with a resounding force. Boom! Dust and debris swirled like a hazy gray cloud, enveloping him as he accelerated. leaping forth like a great rock soaring through the skies. At that moment, within the building, the crowd's emotions settled. Their thoughts calmed as they began to contemplate how to subdue the elusive One-Blade Brother. It is well known that One-Blade Brother's identity remains concealed. No one knows his true appearance, nor can they ascertain his whereabouts, which are shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the benefits he reaped from the celestial palace are uncertain, leaving them in the dark as to what remains. Whether they seek to enact his demise or covet his fortune, a prerequisite exists. Zhang Yunhu lightly tapped the table and remarked, after today's battle, One-Blade Brother's whereabouts will surely become even more elusive. We must devise a plan to determine his location. His words prompted nods of agreement from all present. Facing such a clandestine presence, even satellite surveillance would prove futile. Locating him is indeed a daunting challenge. Where, precisely, is One-Blade Brother? One person murmured, voicing the doubts that plagued their mind. Just as his words fell into silence, a deafening explosion erupted from the adjacent building. A ferocious gale howled forth, sweeping across the area, as the exquisite yet rigid glass facade shattered into a myriad of transparent shards, tumbling amidst the storm, while a few rays of sunset illuminated the fragments, casting a glorious glow throughout the space. What is happening? Someone shouted in alarm, immediately on guard. All eyes turned toward a magnificent figure descending from the sky, crashing into the building, causing it to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Where the figure landed, the sturdy floor collapsed, forming a deep pit, causing objects to topple and float, all shattered by the violent tremors, as the rich hues of twilight cascaded down, bathing the newcomer in golden light. Like a deity descending to earth, sacred and formidable. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then gasped as they recognized the familiar mask adorning the visitor's face. It is One-Blade Brother. One-Blade Brother has arrived. To their astonishment, he had come here. Amidst the waves of shock, a hint of exhilaration surged. Heaven offers a path you choose not to tread, yet hell has no door and you come unbidden. Just as they pondered how to eliminate One-Blade Brother, he had delivered himself right to their doorstep. However, could it be that One-Blade Brother intends to ambush and slay me? Thoughts surged tumultuously within Zhang Yunhu. Excitement coursing through him, he had assumed he was alone, and thus rushed over to kill him, unaware of the throng gathered here. Ha! He had thought One-Blade Brother would know I was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. That he would dare not act, but instead, he has the audacity to come here. Yet, what does it matter? He is merely courting death, truly foolish. With this in mind, Zhang Yunhu believed he had unraveled the entirety of the situation and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to strike. Let us see if we can capture this man alive. After enduring so much in the celestial palace, he must possess some secrets of cultivation. We must find a way to seize him." Amidst the thunderous commotion, the dozen or so individuals present felt invigorated. Their vital energies surged, manifesting an invisible tempest in the external world, as everyone began to channel their martial arts, readying themselves to suppress their adversary. Just as they were about to unleash their attack, Zhao Jing merely shook his head with a light chuckle, igniting his vital energy. His physique, already robust and powerful, radiated an imposing presence, yet at that moment, his muscles swelled slightly, appearing as if forged from iron, unyieldingly firm. Simultaneously, a torrent of energy flowed from his skin, as scorching as fire, searing as the sun, the manifestation of awakened extraordinary talent. Faced with these dozen individuals, he did not even bother to test their strength. Instead, he unleashed all his potential, wielding his utmost power. Strategically, one may underestimate the enemy, yet tactically, one must remain vigilant. After all, there are still 10 or so formidable opponents here. Their strength not to be trifled with. If he relied solely on martial techniques without invoking his extraordinary talent, the risk of unforeseen consequences was not negligible. To ensure a successful kill, he must eliminate all these individuals with utmost swiftness. Moreover, he had yet to employ his extraordinary talent in real combat. Having trained for so long, it was time to showcase its might and discern its true power. Zhao Jing's gaze turned steely. His vital energy boiling within, divine energy surging wildly, elevating his essence, spirit, and mind to an unparalleled zenith, achieving a state beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. The temperature in the room escalated dramatically. The ground beneath him began to soften, exuding a faint burnt aroma, as if fierce flames were consuming and melting matter. Papers within the room rapidly turned yellow, igniting into sparks that danced amidst the swirling energy. Waves of fervor emanated from Zhao Jing, coalescing into scorching heat, howling toward all directions. The warm winds brushed against the faces of those around him, causing them to blanch at that moment. They felt as though they were not atop a skyscraper, but within the heart of a volcano, scorched by an invisible tempest and enveloped in searing heat. What power is one blade brother harnessing? They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, such a frenzied divine energy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are fortunate. Zhao Jing intoned, his gaze icy beneath the sunset's glow. You shall become the first batch of formidable individuals to fall beneath my strongest state. Chapter 62. One blade, one fist. With each word he uttered, waves of scorching air flowed from his mouth, further raising the temperature within the building, the heat surging. Once extraordinary talent is awakened, the effects are indeed this exaggerated. Even without deliberate intent, every movement and breath automatically imbues him with extraordinary force. Using martial techniques in this state amplifies their might exponentially, making them unstoppable, capable of subduing all foes. Hearing this, the assembled individuals erupted in fury, their vital energies surging violently as they launched their assault. Initially, they had intended to hold back, hoping to spare one life to glean insights into the mysteries of the celestial palace. Yet Zhao Jing's terrifying state, reminiscent of an immortal being, left them no choice but to exert their full strength and strike with relentless ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. 15 martial techniques erupted simultaneously. The air was filled with a tumultuous wave of energy, the sound roaring as over 10 individuals surged forth, as if to upheave the very heavens, their might immeasurable. Compressing the air into white torrents of energy that surged forward. One could visibly see the energy morphing into fierce dragon forms, terrifying serpents, elongated snakes, and imposing tigers, ever-shifting and oppressive, with illusory blades and swords swirling, almost crystallizing into substance, creating a thunderous roar. This phenomenon arose from the simultaneous activation of numerous martial techniques merging into one. Beneath this tempestuous energy, it seemed as though the very void would shatter. All things would disintegrate. The ceiling and floor trembled simultaneously, fissures spiraling outward, as everything within the floors crumbled, swept away by the raging winds. Witnessing this terrifying strike, Zhao Jing too sprang into action. Martial techniques, condensing into weapons, shaping the wind into blades. His arms bulged with sinewy strength, a powerful force surging forth as he grasped the void with a sudden motion, the frenzied energy rapidly coalescing, creating the illusion that even the twilight rays were being seized. In the blink of an eye, golden divine light solidified into a blade, and with a mighty swing, it cleaved forward. Boom! The momentum was grand, and the winds shifted dramatically from the place where the blade severed. The heavy, solidified rooftop was torn apart as if it were mere paper, shards exploding and dancing wildly in the air. The light from the sky cascaded down, luminous like threads, yet seemed distorted by the tremendous force of the strike. This blow was no ordinary swing of a weapon. It was the manifestation of a transcendent being wielding divine power. Although Zhao Jing had not yet ascended to the extraordinary realm, he possessed a formidable physical foundation. As solid as mountains and deep as abysses, having awakened extraordinary talents in advance, endowed with the strength of the sun and the might of the celestial dragon, nearly equivalent to a genuine extraordinary warrior. As he unleashed this strike, it drew in the surrounding air currents, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. The blade of chi he conjured was not long, yet the air condensed and amplified around it, extending its reach. Initially, it measured a little over a meter, but as the blade passed overhead, it transformed into a chilling arc of blade energy stretching 7 or 8 meters, annihilating everything in its path, shattering all like glass. It was as if a sword of light, a blade of the sun. Wherever the edge passed, the rooftop fractured and dissolved into nothingness, the radiant hues of the evening sky cascading down. While the formidable presence of the martial arts techniques converged was utterly obliterated upon contact, dissipating entirely, ultimately, these individuals remained within the realm of the ordinary. Despite their considerable power, despite their collective strength, and despite unleashing their proud martial arts techniques, all their efforts were in vain, unable to withstand this annihilating strike. The disparities were simply too vast. Physical form, blood vitality, strength, combat experience, and even extraordinary talents, all these differences accumulated to place Zhao Jing at an entirely different level. The gap in realms was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. How could a mere gathering of a dozen individuals hope to breach it? Unless every single one of them had received a fortuitous awakening of extraordinary talents. But alas, they had not. The might of this strike was akin to that of a hellish demon, directly overturning the entire rooftop of the building, reaping the souls of the world. Anyone remaining within the floors had no chance of survival. The bodies of the dozen cultivators were charred, their vitality extinguished, meeting a gruesome end. Yet, some with quick wits did not perish alongside the others. Long before Zhao Jing swung his blade, Zhang Yunhua had sensed the impending danger and promptly dashed to the edge of the rooftop. Leaping down, this was the top floor of the Zhang family mansion, a height of over 100 meters from the ground. For an ordinary person, jumping from such a height would be tantamount to seeking death. But as a cultivator, he was not bound by the limitations of the common folk. His body surged with extraordinary vigor, and even from 100 meters, he would not simply perish as he fell. He also mobilized his blood vitality, generating a counterforce to slow his descent, ensuring he would not suffer serious harm. Nonetheless, his heart remained tense, eyes fixated on the rooftop, recalling the moment Zhao Jing unleashed his blade. His innards trembling, hair standing on end. Something was amiss, by all rights, as practitioners of upper-tier cultivation techniques, even if their strengths varied greatly, there should be a limit. Why could this man wield such terrifying power, effortlessly slaying them all? Could it be that the Divine Temple harbored some great fortune? Yes, that must be it. The Divine Temple, being an embodiment of divine light, surely contained immense, heaven-defying fortunes, and no one knew what lay within. The fact that this man could frequently enter and exit the Divine Temple indicated he must have acquired some extraordinary boon. Otherwise, he could not have grown so powerful. As these thoughts surged, a fleeting regret flickered in Zhang Yunhua's heart. He had never intended to confront this man head-on. He had only meant to send others to probe, yet he had not anticipated that Ma would be so inept, resulting in death and betrayal. Now, having gauged the strength of this man, the cost was far too great. In the midst of his silent frustration, he suddenly spotted a familiar mask emerging atop the rooftop, sending a chill of terror through him. Before he could react, Zhao Jing stood on the rooftop, already launching a punch downward. Martial arts technique, hammer fist. The force of this punch was akin to the heavens themselves striking down upon the world. The roaring wind from the punch surged downward, causing the glass outside to warp and ripple, before being melted away by the intense heat. Wherever the gust reached, the glass would liquefy. This was no mere punch. It was as if molten magma had been unleashed. Zhang Yunhua had not yet fallen far when he was struck head-on by this tempestuous force, his bones shattering to dust, his skin turning to charred ash. As his body plummeted, his breath ceased, and his eyes lost their focus. From his elevated position, Zhao Jing cast a glance at the corpse below, surveying the surroundings to ensure no enemies remained before retracting his extraordinary talents. Returning to his normal state in that moment, he immediately sensed a significant depletion of his vitality. Though the fierce battle had only lasted a mere few dozen seconds, he had expended nearly 1/6 of his energy, the majority of which was due to maintaining his extraordinary abilities. While potent, such powers came with considerable consumption. If fully activated, he could sustain it for perhaps 7 or 8 minutes, but he needed to deepen his reserves further to wield it more adeptly. Having slain his foes and accomplished his objectives, it was unwise to linger here. He had pressing matters to attend to. Stretching his limbs, Zhao Jing soared into the air, leaping to another building, and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 63. You hold wealth, I command life and death. When one acts, it must be with resolve. This financial conglomerate was vast and deeply rooted. If he did not eradicate them thoroughly today, who knew how many troubles would arise in the future? It was better to seize the opportunity to obliterate their foundation and instill fear in the powerful forces of the world. As far as I know, Longxi is the ancestral home of the Zhang family. With numerous properties and corporate assets, I must act swiftly to locate these higher-ups and eradicate them completely, leaving not a single one behind. Zhao Jing's murderous intent surged, thoughts racing. On his way, he had utilized the internet to ascertain the locations of this financial tycoon's assets and key members. With his extraordinary perception, he could gauge the strength of his enemies and would sweep through them with lightning speed. 10 minutes later, at the Zhang family dock, Zhao Jing unleashed 2 punches, annihilating an upper-tier practitioner. Minutes later, within a luxurious villa in the city, he swept through, toppling 2 board members with ease. Over half an hour later, at a corporate branch, Zhao Jing unleashed his full might, choking several to death on the spot. Kill, kill, kill. His speed was astonishing, 100 meters in 3 seconds, swifter than a racing car, leaving ordinary people unable to keep up with his shadow, as if he were a ghost, rampaging through the city. leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Yet, despite the rampant slaughter, Zhao Jing adhered to his principles, ensuring not a single innocent was harmed. For him, grievances belonged to grievances, and killing belonged to killing. Injuring the innocent did not align with his moral compass. As he cut through the city, eradicating threats, he arrived at the final location, briefly surveying the area before soaring like a wild dragon. Longxi, Bijou Garden. This was a luxurious villa district within the city, where the architectural style was opulent and extravagant. Even the most ordinary villa was worth millions. Those who could afford to buy homes here were either rich or powerful. Zhang Yuejian, the head of the Zhang family, was among the owners of one such villa. At over 50 years of age, according to the natural cycle of life, he should be approaching the twilight of his prime. Slowly descending into decay, losing teeth, graying hair, and gradually deteriorating. However, the advent of cultivation techniques had breathed new life into him. Leveraging his power and wealth, this patriarch had gained access to upper-tier cultivation methods, allowing him to experience youth and strength anew. His gray hair faded, his body rejuvenated, his physique grew stronger, and his vitality surged. Such sensations brought him immense joy and relief. Yet, at this moment, seated within his lavish villa, there was no trace of a smile on his face. Instead, he bore a heavy and pained expression, like a storm cloud looming overhead. Just moments ago, he had received a flurry of phone calls. Numerous company employees informing him that all the upper echelons of the consortium had been assassinated, nearly wiped out, and the assailant appeared to be none other than the Blade Brother. My son Yunhua is dead? That Blade Brother, Zhang Yuejian murmured, his eyes filled with anguish, sorrow, discomfort, and fear. He understood the reason for this attack. It stemmed from the order he had issued as the Patriarch to send strong individuals to probe. Yet he had not anticipated the situation would change so rapidly, with the adversary daring to strike. The Zhang family consortium boasted 2 to 3 dozen practitioners of upper-tier cultivation techniques, holding a preeminent position in the domestic business world. Rarely rivaled. Why would this Blade Brother dare to act against the Zhang family? What gave him the audacity to make such a move? Zhang Yuejian's expression turned anxious, his fingers trembling. He had navigated the tumultuous business sea for decades, commanding respect and authority, having weathered countless storms. At this age, few things could unsettle him. Yet at this moment, an unprecedented panic gripped his heart, rendering him unable to steady even a cup in his hands. Though seated within the grandeur of his surroundings, he felt no sense of security. Fear gripped him like an invisible hand, clutching at his heart, leaving him increasingly distressed and unable to control himself. As he contemplated rising to flee this city, the grand entrance of the villa erupted with a thunderous explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, a young man strode in. Upon catching sight of the mask adorning the youth's face, Zhang Yuejian's pupils constricted, and he murmured, "Brother Dao, you actually found this place. Are you here to kill me?" Zhao Jing remained silent, advancing with a heavy silence. Faced with such perilous circumstances, Zhang Yuejian found an unexpected calmness. As a figure of authority, he naturally possessed the demeanor and dignity of a leader. His facial muscles relaxed, and he spoke in a deep tone. "Before you take my life, could you allow me a few words?" Zhao Jing did not respond, continuing his relentless approach. "Hear me out. Should you choose to slay me, there lies no advantage for you." The flicker of light in Zhang Yuejian's eyes dimmed and brightened as he struggled to muster the imposing presence of a powerful figure. Retorting, "I am the head of the Zhang Consortium, capable of mobilizing vast wealth and boundless resources. I have met with national leaders and have connections with influential figures. Should you take my life? It would undoubtedly provoke the ire and opposition of many." After a brief pause, he continued, "Between us, there exists no irreconcilable enmity. Admittedly, the conflict arose from my missteps in probing you, yet you stand here unscathed. Such probing has caused you no loss, and my family has already suffered considerable casualties, including my son at your hands. Is this not sufficient to compensate for your grievances?" He added, "Moreover, my family is willing to submit and assist you. With the wealth and manpower of the Zhang family, combined with your strength, we could achieve remarkable accomplishments. There is truly no need for you to kill me." At this juncture, courage surged within Zhang Yuejian. His posture straightened as he faced Zhao Jing with determination. His discourse seemed to possess a semblance of reason, persuading one to believe that perhaps he ought to be spared. Yet, as he uttered his final word, Zhao Jing stood directly before him. His figure loomed like an endless night, engulfing the once assertive leader, extinguishing the flicker of courage that Zhang Yuejian had mustered with ease. Your words are quite intriguing. But alas, they lack coherence. Zhao Jing intoned softly, each word piercing Zhang Yuejian's heart like a dagger. Why very presence here is testament enough that your so-called wealth is utterly meaningless, and your purported power is of no consequence. Today, I can obliterate your Zhang family, and in the future, I can likewise eradicate other conglomerates. Before overwhelming power, great forces can only cower in fear, never daring to confront a formidable adversary for the sake of a handful of corpses. Before you meet your end, allow me to impart 8 words. He extended his hand, simultaneously snapping Zhang Yuejian's neck. You wield power and wealth, yet I hold the keys to life and death, no matter how immense your riches, rivaling nations, or how boundless your influence. Standing before an invincible, extraordinary being, you shall prostrate yourself in submission. Chapter 64. A world in turmoil at this moment. The world online was still abuzz with fervor over the battle at Bema Mountain. It has been over 2 months since the ancient palace descended, and many practitioners had made some progress, acquiring a modicum of extraordinary power. Disturbances echoed across the globe as videos of powerful beings clashing surfaced and circulated online. However, these contests paled in comparison to the monumental battle that had transpired. Who has witnessed a human evade a counter-material sniper rifle's lethal strike merely by tilting their head? Who has seen a human's punch part the flames of an explosive inferno? Who has observed a human harnessing a waterfall into a sword with a mere grasp of their palm? Such spectacles left the populace in utter disbelief, their hearts shaken to the core. Amidst this fervent online discourse, another piece of news emerged. The Zhang Consortium, a commercial titan boasting assets in the hundreds of billions, collapsed in a single day. All senior executives executed, their forces entirely annihilated. And the perpetrator? None other than Brother Dao. The announcement sent shockwaves through millions, igniting a tidal wave of public opinion. There was no doubt the Zhang Consortium had provoked Brother Dao, else he would not have acted. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Brother Dao was at Bema Mountain at noon and by afternoon had sought out the Zhang Consortium in Longxi. What does this indicate? It suggests that those who ambushed Brother Dao were likely dispatched by the Zhang Consortium. Videos circulating online captured Brother Dao interrogating certain individuals, undoubtedly revealing the Zhang family's self-destructive path. Well done. The Zhang Consortium deserve to be eradicated. I am a local, unafraid to declare that the Zhang Consortium has committed countless misdeeds. And yet no one dared to challenge them, nearly becoming local despots. Brother Dao's actions against them have brought us immense joy. This wave of public sentiment overwhelmingly favored Brother Dao. The public's eyes are sharp. Since Brother Dao's emergence, he has consistently appeared as a protagonist, eradicating evil and suppressing darkness, never harming an innocent. Thus, the majority hold him in high regard, and amidst the myriad of opinions, not a single voice of condemnation could be found. In fact, many netizens expressed concern that Brother Dao's actions might attract government scrutiny, voluntarily leaving comments on government websites, urging them to treat Brother Dao kindly and refrain from interference. This scene can only be encapsulated in 8 words. What you sow is what you reap. Zhao Jing faced the public with benevolence, and in return, the populace offered their goodwill. In stark contrast to the public's cheers and applause, countless powerful entities felt a tremor of fear. With the amplification of wealth and influence, their information networks were far more astute than ordinary individuals, aware of the Zhang Consortium's formidable strength and solid foundations, capable of asserting dominance over a region. Yet their fate unfolded in such a dismal manner. With the demise of their strongest, previously, they believed Brother Dao, while powerful, could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers and suppressed by authority. However, this bloody reality shattered their perceptions. What good is a powerful practitioner within a household? The Zhang Consortium also boasted 20 to 30 practitioners, yet they were all obliterated, none spared. What use is astounding wealth that could procure formidable weaponry? Against such extraordinary beings, firearms become nearly useless, unless one resorts to weapons of mass destruction, such as missiles or nuclear arms, which are hardly within their grasp. Even if they could wield such power, when Brother Dao stealthily approaches, there would be no time to react, only the inevitability of death. Such formidable beings cannot be resisted, nor can they be countered. Realizing this, the sinister intentions of nearly all powerful entities quietly dissipated, and their attitudes underwent a dramatic shift. In a 5-star hotel room in Longxi, Lu Yuemei sat on the bed, her mind adrift. Clearly, she had just undergone a wash, clad only in a bathrobe, her hair cascading loosely to her waist, her bare skin as fair as snow, exuding an astonishing allure. Yet at this moment, her expression was one of dazed contemplation, her palms subtly perspiring. The external news was so shocking that it rendered her in a stupor, her thoughts a chaotic whirl, her mind a blank slate. She had once thought Brother Dao to be merely an individual, somewhat feeble in the face of the conglomerate's might, incapable of mounting any resistance. Yet the reality unfolded as Brother Dao single-handedly vanquished the conglomerate. Leaving no trace behind, Tio subdued a powerful conglomerate with the strength of a single person. What a display of ferocity, far beyond her imagination. After a prolonged period of stupor, her phone suddenly rang. Lu Yueme picked it up, her expression instantly sharpening. Head of the family, do you have new instructions? Nothing much, merely a change in plans. The voice on the other end was hoarse yet exuded a sense of resolute calmness. You should have already sensed the shifting tides outside. Continue your engagement with Brother Dao, approaching him with the utmost friendliness. Establish a good rapport. Even if unsuccessful, do not leave him with any negative impressions. Remember, not a single ounce of negativity should remain. Lu Yueme promptly acquiesced, pondering for a moment before inquiring, then, is there truly no one capable of restraining Brother Dao? What of the government's stance, for now? He is the king of freedom, roaming unrestrained, with no one daring to intervene. As for the government, let me give you a hint. The government is certainly adopting a friendly attitude. The hoarse voice paused. A hint of lamentation in its tone. In this chaotic era, with over 1 billion people simultaneously practicing cultivation methods, there are simply too many. The government is in disarray, and on the seas, vast ancient palaces remain. Unclaimed possessions. The government is entangled in negotiations with other nations, seeking to secure as many as possible. In the future, they might even have to rely on Brother Dao's strength to compete with foreign powers. Thus, the government can only extend a friendly approach, with no other intentions. Hearing this, Lu Yueme pursed her lips, somewhat dissatisfied, and asked, then what of the Zhang family? He has committed murder in a major city. And not just any murder, but that of the primary leaders of 100 billion conglomerate. A conglomerate? In such chaotic times, what significance does 100 billion conglomerate hold? The hoarse voice dismissed her concerns with a light sigh. In these days of turmoil, with daily casualties, the death of a few more board members from a conglomerate is hardly surprising. Moreover, it was the Zhang family that made the first move, and their actions were exceedingly excessive. They audaciously imported rocket launchers and high-explosive bombs into the country, a blatant violation of the government's taboos. Even in death, no one would speak on their behalf. Conversely, Dao Ji's actions were remarkably measured. He eliminated only the key figures, sparing the innocent from harm. The government's stance was notably lenient, showing no intent to pursue the matter. Before a formidable force, all laws and regulations must yield. Even the most heinous of criminals. Possessing such capabilities would prompt the government's primary inclination to subdue them. How much more so for a hero lauded and celebrated by the world? In this era, strength surpasses all, and even a grand entity like the Zhang family could collapse in a day. Their splendor dissipating. The reputation of $1 trillion conglomerate has lost its significance. Upon reaching this point, the speaker's hoarse voice bore a hint of lament. After a pause, he inquired, by the way, what is your impression of Dao Ge? The unexpected question rendered Lu Yume's expression somewhat awkward. With a woman's sensitive intuition, how could she fail to understand the underlying implications? After a few seconds of silence, she softly replied, Master, he wears a mask all day. I have no impression of him. Wearing a mask is inconsequential. This extraordinary cultivation method can remarkably enhance one's physical attributes and refine one's appearance. Undoubtedly, Dao Ge must be exceptionally handsome. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is but a thin veil apart. Sometimes it requires a proactive approach. Though this statement was delivered obliquely, its meaning was abundantly clear. Lu Yume felt an acute embarrassment surge within her, hastily responding, Master, I understand now. If there are no further instructions, I shall hang up. In her flustered haste to end the call, the enchanting woman suddenly realized that her cheeks were flushed with warmth, akin to two radiant rosy clouds appearing, vibrant and alluring. Dao Ge, she murmured softly. Her heart fluttering erratically, her thoughts entangled. That night, Lu Yume found no solace in slumber. Yet, as she steadied her emotions and suppressed all distracting thoughts to seek out Dao Ge, she was struck by a peculiar realization. Dao Ji's presence had utterly vanished. Chapter 65, Fusion, Martial Arts Divine Techniques. Originally, although no one knew Dao Ji's whereabouts, there were still traces to follow. One could deduce his next destination based on the divine palaces he had traversed. However, now his trail had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never graced this area. His evidence had vanished without a trace. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For several consecutive days, no signs could be found. Lu Yumei furrowed her brows, her mind racing with speculation about the man who had stirred countless storms. Besides her, countless others, driven by various motives, sought Yi Dao Gu. Yet all were met with nothing but futility. The reason for this was the dwindling population in the area. The eastern world is vast and populous, yet certain locales are uninhabitable, and some regions are sparsely populated. This was one such location. With only a few thousand residents scattered across several villages and towns within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Additionally, Zhao Jing had slightly altered the route map, further obscuring his movements and leaving no one the wiser. Some were unwilling to accept this and even offered substantial rewards in search of clues, but to no avail. Meanwhile, having detached himself from the mundane disputes, Zhao Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Diligently clearing land and expanding various divine palaces. 50 divine palaces, 60 divine palaces, 70 divine palaces. One after another, the divine palaces fell, and Zhao Jing's foundation and resources continued to grow, with the items in his storage ring multiplying to the point he could scarcely count them. After conquering the 87th divine palace, he resolved to pause and organize his acquisitions. Seeking a secluded and tranquil wilderness, he retrieved his storage ring and spread its contents across the ground. 40 vials of vital essence elixirs. This requires no further mention, as it is of utmost importance. 6 vials of dust-dispelling pills, each capable of unlocking potential and granting extraordinary talents. 2 of these will be for my parents, while the rest can be stored for now. 8 vials of healing potions, 3 for internal injuries, 2 for external wounds, 2 for bone injuries, and 1 for dispelling various ailments. Though they may not be immediately useful, retaining them poses no significant issue. Besides these, there was a plethora of miscellaneous elixirs, including cleansing and purifying ones, and even one that purportedly enhances length. Zhao Jing's eyes widened, and his lips twitched. Some divine beings surely possess an overly peculiar sense of humor to allow such items. Being supreme deities, they can whimsically include whatever they desire. For now, he decided to set these aside. After sorting through the numerous elixirs, Zhao Jing closed his eyes and delved into reflection. In addition to the special elixirs, he had also acquired several martial arts divine techniques from the divine palaces, each possessing terrifying power and representing the pinnacle of superior martial arts, immensely formidable and unrivaled. The only lamentable aspect was that these divine techniques could not all be cultivated simultaneously. Due to certain reasons, Zhao Jing carefully selected a few techniques that did not suit him and ultimately chose 2 martial arts divine techniques to diligently practice, which have begun to yield some results. After pondering for a few seconds, he felt the surge of energy within him, rushing into his chest like a mighty torrent, cascading from his throat upwards. Zhao Jing opened his mouth, unleashing a golden cloud of energy that coalesced into a vast sword qi, akin to lightning cleaving through the void, penetrating the darkness and stirring waves upon waves of turbulence. Martial arts divine technique, exploding cloud sword. In myth and legend, there are practitioners who cultivate the sword pill method, concealing the sword pill within their bodies, and when they wish to strike, they merely exhale, transforming the sword pill into a flying sword to slay foes across 100 yards. Though this exploding cloud sword is not a sword pill, it shares a similar essence, condensing 1's energy into a sharp sword qi that can be unleashed in an instant, striking unseen. After expelling a mouthful of sword qi, Zhao Jing gathered his focus, practicing the second martial arts divine technique. He clenched his fists tightly, merging the muscles of his body, with a slight descent of his frame. The air around him erupted with a thunderous roar, forming a chaotic tide of white energy. The airflow surged relentlessly, coalescing around him into the phantom of a colossal white elephant, towering 5 to 6 meters high. As if solidified, exuding an overpowering presence. Martial arts divine technique. Divine elephant energy fist. By harnessing the power of blood and energy, he conjured a magnificent image of a divine elephant, with each strike carrying the force of a colossal impact. Unleashing a tempest of energy that could shatter the heavens. Inhaling deeply, Zhao Jing swung his hand forward, throwing punches that echoed with the roars of furious elephants, an invisible energy surging forth. After several repetitions, he did not cease his practice. The golden energy within him erupted once more, initiating a different pathway of energy movement, the operational method of the martial arts divine technique. Hammer fist. As the energy coursed through his arm, the magnificent elephant phantom shifted, infused with a touch of golden radiance, acquiring an inexplicable and formidable dominance, growing ever more imposing and terrifying. With another punch, the elephant phantom lunged forward, as if wielding a colossal hammer, causing the void to tremble, whipping up clouds of dust and debris in a chaotic dance. This strike bore a hint of the essence of the martial arts divine technique, hammer fist. This is the nature of martial arts divine techniques. Zhao Jing mused inwardly, his gaze brightening. To my knowledge, these martial arts divine techniques are not eternally fixed and immutable. They can undergo transformation and growth. When the operational methods of energy flow do not conflict, they can be fused together, and the combined martial arts divine technique will yield significantly enhanced lethality, merging the powers of both. The hammer fist and divine elephant energy fist are evidently quite suitable for fusion. If they can be combined, they will complement each other, creating a result greater than the sum of its parts. With this thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Zhao Jing's lips. This was precisely why he had chosen to pursue martial arts divine techniques. What use is it to possess an abundance of individual techniques? Take the hammer fist and divine elephant energy fist for instance. If they can be fused into one, their lethality could reign supreme, eclipsing all other martial arts. No matter how many techniques one possesses or the variety they encompass, not even a dozen martial arts divine techniques could withstand the might of a single fused punch. The intricacies of cultivation are profoundly subtle and difficult for the ordinary person to comprehend. However, due to Zhao Jing's prior insights, he could save countless hours and proceed directly along the correct path. The path of cultivation requires not only learning but also critical thinking and innovation to transcend oneself and surpass predecessors. In this world, even those possessing divine cultivation methods, unaware of this crucial juncture, would likely veer off course, left far behind by him. Zhao Jing settled his mind, swinging his fists as he began to operate the two martial arts divine techniques, striving to merge them into one. Through the transformative power of the cultivation method, his innate talent was already extraordinary, and his comprehension and learning speed were remarkably rapid. In mere moments, the path to fusion became increasingly smooth, allowing the two techniques to flow together with greater naturalness, as if they could pierce through all obstacles. Immersed in his practice, he lost track of time, failing to notice that the human Tao divine domain had descended upon the world for nearly 3 months. Certain significant changes had already begun to unfold. In the heavens above, a crescent moon hung high, and the stars sparkled in abundance. On the horizon, an endless sea of clouds seemed to roll in, obscuring the starlight. Yet, between heaven and earth, there remained a brilliance. However, this light bore a peculiar hue. Upon witnessing the radiance, Zhao Jing's heart trembled violently. Raising his gaze to the sky, he was instantly struck with shock as he noticed that the boundless sea of clouds above was astonishingly golden. Chapter 66. The Great Transformation of Heaven and Earth, the awakening of the planet within the vast expanse of the sky. The rolling clouds surged and swirled, presenting a rich golden hue, akin to the sun in the heavens, casting down resplendent divine light. To the naked eye, the boundless golden radiance intertwined into strands, cascading downwards to the earth, transforming into countless brilliant particles that merged with all of creation. A peculiar sound suddenly emanated from the ground. A continuous, enchanting melody, as if a symphony was unfolding, resonant and captivating. Strangely, this sound did not arise from beneath the earth, but was sourced from the surrounding flora. The wild grasses on the ground grew wildly, distorting and mutating, their leaves adorned with a glistening luster, imbued with extraordinary vitality. The flowers bloomed vibrantly, exuding a rich, luscious fragrance, while the long-dead decaying wood around them revived, sprouting anew with delicate, verdant branches. In that moment, they seemed to possess life, softly singing praises of greatness. Countless patches of soil quivered gently, emanating a mysterious glow, at times faint and elusive. In the void, a certain enigmatic energy was dissipating, transforming into the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, merging into a vast, transcendent spirit, surging upwards and downwards, sweeping across the world. After enduring the long passage of time and slumber, the world finally awakened at this moment, radiating an unprecedented splendor. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Jing's thoughts sank and his heart became clear. The planet has awakened. Just half a year after the ancient palace descended upon the world, the mortal stars would awaken, transforming into extraordinary sanctity, possessing unfathomable power. Yet, the specific timing of this transformation was uncertain. It could be 5 or 6 months, or perhaps 3 or 4 months. I had thought it would come more slowly, but I never expected it to arrive so soon. His gaze hardened as he recalled the records in the human divine realm. It was noted that once the planet awakened, Everything would undergo a grand transformation. Ordinary medicinal herbs, such as ginseng and huangjing, would possess unexpectedly profound effects, capable of nurturing vital essence and replenishing blood energy, while grains and fruits, like rice and wheat, would transform into spiritual entities, enhancing physical constitution and altering one's corporeal form. Normal metallic substances would metamorphose into various extraordinary minerals, possessing indomitable strength, while mountains and rivers would likewise undergo changes, acquiring unimaginable powers. All that was mundane would fade away. The era of myth was on the verge of arrival. Moreover, according to Zhao Jing's knowledge, the more miraculous the star, the earlier its awakening, and the more terrifying the potential it would yield. The fact that the planet began to awaken within just 3 months surely foretold astounding transformations. Would it be a mythical creature capable of devouring the earth and slaying myriad beings, or an ultimate weapon that could annihilate the world and refine all things? Would it be a miraculous elixir that could transcend the limits of cultivation and grant eternal life? Or a supreme method that would enable one to achieve the status of emperor and sovereign? Or perhaps some other indescribable marvel? No one could say for certain. The most troubling aspect was that I could not determine where such transformations would occur. Reflecting upon this, Zhao Jing rubbed his temples, his mind in tumult. The planet's grand transformation was unfathomable and not subject to human will. Until the moment of manifestation, one could never know where such transformations would arise. Moreover, the enigmatic nature of these great star transformations was so alluring that even supreme deities coveted them, wishing to possess them. How could he not feel anxious? Steady yourself, steady yourself. Though the location of these transformations remained unknown. Generally speaking, early manifestations of earthly anomalies would not yield overly miraculous benefits. One would have to wait for some time before their effects gradually revealed themselves. During this interval, I must hasten to augment my own strength. With this thought, Zhao Jing's mood settled considerably. Those locations of transformation remained uncertain, their positions unknown, emerging from various corners of the world. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to traverse the realm and claim all those transformations. Furthermore, understanding these transformations far better than others granted a slight advantage, so there was no need to be overly anxious. He instinctively clenched his fist and took a deep breath. After this period of cultivation, I can now lift weights of 4.5 tons, and my normal speed has reached over 2 seconds per 100 meters. I must swiftly reach the pinnacle of ordinary beings and achieve the extraordinary. At that time, even nuclear weapons would not instill fear in me. With renewed determination, he continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, across the globe, anomalies unfolded. At the edge of the sea, the sound of the tides transformed into the majestic roar of sea beasts, echoing through the void and disturbing the shores. Atop the volcano, brilliant red light surged, soaring into the sky, constantly burning and dancing, creating strange phenomena. In the urban landscapes, certain areas were shrouded in layers of mist, coalescing into the ethereal forms of dragons and phoenixes, bizarre illusions drifting and lingering. Amidst these myriad anomalies, some ancient beings began to awaken, and unknown evolutions commenced. This night, the world was in shock. This night, the world was ablaze with excitement. As dawn arrived, changes in reality manifested, and more phenomena were reported, sparking yet another wave of fervor. Help! We have an additional layer of thick fog here, often morphing into ferocious beasts and apparitions, emerging unexpectedly to frighten us. It's truly terrifying. Calm down. No one has died. There's no need to be overly anxious. You know what happened in the southern melon fields. Some watermelons underwent incredible transformations, with some growing to the size of calves. Such enormous watermelons, my goodness, can one even consume that? I heard that in certain mines, some iron ores also transformed, so hard that they are terrifying. Even a cutting machine cannot slice through them. That seems relatively normal. I heard that in Dongguang, some seafood has also changed shape, looking just like aliens. Isn't that what the people of Dongguang have been hoping for? Years ago, they wanted to cook an alien for a taste. Now they finally have the chance. How dark-hearted of us Dongguang folks, to be honest. Some brave souls here have already tasted it. The flavor is indeed delightful and succulent. Amidst the exchanges and discussions, a profound confusion lingered among the populace. What exactly has transpired? Why has the world transformed into such an unfamiliar place? In response, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered, unaware of the extraordinary changes the world would undergo. While the government hastily dispatched personnel to conduct research, attempting to uncover the source of these anomalies. Amidst the external turmoil, Zhao Jing remained resolute. Traversing mountains, rivers, and seas, he pressed onward, collecting the benefits of various celestial and divine temples. While strengthening himself, he also honed his martial arts techniques, striving to merge the hammer fist with the divine aura fist into a singular form. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days after a continuous journey spanning 5 or 6 days. Expending countless efforts, he finally succeeded in merging the two martial arts techniques, creating an entirely new martial art. Chapter 67. Radiant Clouds, the Secrets of Heaven and Earth in the Wilds. This place lay 200 to 300 kilometers from the Qingdi Plateau and 5,800 kilometers from Yingbao City. Standing at the edge of a river, Zhao Jing stood alone, his eyes tightly shut as he contemplated deeply. After days of practice, he had already mastered the martial arts techniques, capable of wielding them with ease. At this moment, the myriad subtleties of the two martial arts techniques continuously evolved, ultimately coalescing into one. After a brief moment, Zhao Jing opened his eyes and exhaled softly. After days of rigorous training and reflection, this new martial art technique had finally succeeded. However, since an achievement had been made, it was time to put it to the test. Noticing a large river nearby, approximately 40 meters wide, with turbulent waters rushing violently, he pondered for a few seconds and decided to sequentially unleash several martial arts techniques to assess the extent of their enhanced power. Martial art technique, hammer fist, with a thunderous roar. A mighty explosion resounded, surging forth in all directions. The surface of the river erupted violently, waves churning and roiling, countless droplets rising like thousands of shards of silver, engulfing everything within a 20-meter radius. As the water was explosively shattered by a single punch, immediately, his vital energy surged, and the surrounding air currents roared, coalescing into the phantom of a white giant elephant, its bellow fierce and imposing. As if a true elephant had emerged from the ether. Martial art technique, divine aura fist. The giant elephant phantom surged forth, crashing down, the fist wind and aura fiercely sweeping across the waters, raising monstrous waves that approached nearly 30 meters in range. Undoubtedly, the martial arts technique derived from the Celestial Temple was indeed superior to that from the trial hall. The disparity in lethality was glaringly evident. Next came the most crucial step, the fusion of the two techniques. Golden vital energy surged like a torrent, instantly circulating throughout his body. The giant elephant phantom trembled violently, a ring of white air ripples expanding outward. Adding a touch of dominating might, Zhao Jing charged forward and struck with a punch. With a resounding bang, the 40-meter-wide river was instantly severed, pierced through by a single punch. The fist wind coalesced into a barrier, halting the mighty river's flow, the torrents unable to pass even a drop as they were blocked and cut off. Only when Zhao Jing retracted his fist's power did the river resume its flow. Continuing downstream, the combined might of the two martial arts techniques had indeed surged to such an extent. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing's heart brimmed with elation. With a brand new martial art technique at his disposal, my combat prowess has soared once more. Now, should I wish to pass the trials of the Celestial Temple, I merely need to mindlessly unleash a few punches, and I can effortlessly succeed. However, since this is a newly fused martial art technique, it requires a new name. Naming it after either the hammer fist or the divine aura fist feels rather inappropriate. Zhao Jing pondered momentarily, then thought to himself, why not call it the divine aura hammer elephant fist? This name encapsulates the characteristics of both martial arts techniques and is simple and memorable. He lazily settled on a name, gazing at the surging river, his mind in turmoil, always feeling that his display was somewhat lacking. In a mere ordinary state, the power of this martial divine technique could pierce through the river and explode its waters. But if he were to unleash his extraordinary talents and execute this punch, what magnitude of force would it reach? As he pondered, a sense of restlessness began to stir within him. Just then, a sudden roar of vehicles echoed in his ears, approaching from the distance, not far from where he stood. Zhao Jing furrowed his brow, instantly suppressing his thoughts. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of trucks sped into view. It was a fleet of heavy-duty trucks, numbering over a dozen, racing with incredible speed, almost akin to flight, swiftly heading towards the horizon. Just as Zhao Jing was about to try his hand at something, another convoy appeared, this one even larger than the last. How could there be so many vehicles? Gazing in disbelief, curiosity began to blossom within Zhao Jing. My path has been relatively remote, traversing desolate lands. In the past few days, I had seen no vehicles, let alone any human figures. How could there be so many trucks now? Taking a moment to calm his mind, he scrutinized the license plates of the vehicles, discovering they hailed from various regions, yet all seemed to be heading in a single direction. Qingdi Plateau. The Qingdi Plateau, renowned as the roof of the world, is grand and magnificent, boasting breathtaking landscapes and abundant mineral resources, along with an array of peculiar life forms and medicinal plants such as saffron, snow lotus, and red ginseng, making it a veritable treasure trove. The sight of so many vehicles racing towards that location sparked a thought. Had something extraordinary occurred there following the upheaval of the world? Without hesitation, Zhao Jing pulled out his phone to search online. The results sent his mind into a frenzy. The world had undergone dramatic changes. Several regions of the Qingdi Plateau experienced mutations in their medicinal herbs, radiating ethereal light and emitting exotic fragrances. Research indicated that substances like saffron and snow lotus had undergone shape alterations, and consumption would significantly enhance one's physical strength, akin to the effects of elixirs found in trial chambers. The prices of saffron, snow lotus, and other medicinal materials skyrocketed, sending merchants nationwide into a frenzy, igniting a rush towards the Qingdi Plateau. Such extraordinary transformations in the realm of medicinal herbs seemed entirely normal amidst the countless anomalies plaguing the world. Zhao Jing had read numerous reports on similar occurrences without feeling much. What truly stirred his spirit was a particular recent photograph within these news articles. The image depicted a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains. Gleaming in white point, one mountain radiated a dazzling light, surrounded by swirling clouds. To the untrained eye, it might seem the light was simply a refraction of sunlight. Yet Zhao Jing was certain that the radiance indicated the emergence of a rare treasure. Historical records within the realm of the divine spoke of a phenomenon where, upon the awakening of a great star, radiant clouds would form on the ground, often heralding the birth of extraordinary artifacts. Under normal circumstances, monumental changes in the world wouldn't immediately give rise to otherworldly phenomena. Mutations typically unfold gradually. However, certain exceptional places might yield extraordinary essences prematurely. While these essences may not compare to celestial transformations, they possess their own unique wonders, providing great benefits to practitioners. Contemplating this, Zhao Jing felt an overwhelming surge of determination. I must seize this opportunity. Having encountered this phenomenon, there was no reason to let it slip away. This transformation must be captured. Since I intend to act, I must do so swiftly. With the Qingdi Plateau still at least 200 to 300 kilometers away, and the snow-capped mountains situated high above the plateau difficult to locate, I cannot afford to dawdle. I must accelerate, lest someone else snatch it away, and that would be disastrous. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Jing cast aside any pretense of concealment, donned his mask, and exerted his legs in an instant. He erupted into a sprint at a speed of 100 meters in 2 seconds. Like a meteor, he surged across the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. His speed terrifyingly swift, soon catching up to the convoy he had previously passed and overtaking it. A truck driver, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes and called to his companion. Old Zhao, look outside. Outside? What is going on? Look quickly, someone is running outside, faster than we are driving, faster than a car. Is that for real? The driver's companion, half convinced, hastily glanced out the window. The next moment, a gasp escaped his throat. Oh my heavens, it's true. Chapter 68. A lead has arrived. How could a human's speed surpass that of a steel vehicle? Were they merely driving too slowly? The drivers instinctively glanced at their speedometers and then back at the figure rapidly receding into the distance. Their throats involuntarily swallowing, hearts racing with exhilaration. It wasn't that they were slow. It was simply that the figure moved with an unmatched swiftness, far beyond what any vehicle could achieve. Some stared wide-eyed, attempting to glimpse the individual's features, faintly recognizing the familiar mask of One Knife Brother. Instantly, their hearts raced, and they pulled out their phones to capture the moment, uploading the images online. The Qingdi Plateau. The environment was harsh, with extreme temperature fluctuations. It was once sparsely populated, but now, due to the mutations of various medicinal herbs, an influx of people had come to this area to procure them. Among them was Lu Yuemei, a member of the Lu family consortium. She was here to fulfill her duty to the family by acquiring herbs, yet at this moment, her thoughts were preoccupied with the whereabouts of One Knife Brother. The world had turned upside down, no longer as it once was, with many things having undergone incomprehensible changes. This unfamiliar transformation instilled a sense of confusion and panic within the entire consortium. In such times of upheaval, what value did immense wealth hold? What significance did connections and power have? Only strength could control the situation. Only strength could maintain everything. Currently, One Knife Brother was at the pinnacle of notoriety, exhibiting unparalleled power, and thus the consortium had fixated its ambitions on him, their desire to approach him more fervent than ever. Yet the pressing question remained. Where was One Knife Brother? In the past month and a half, Lu Yueme had expended significant resources and energy in search of him, but to no avail. Anxious and frustrated, she stood still, pondering once more, yet still found no clues. Once again, she took out her phone, hoping to uncover some leads. Upon checking, her heart jolted. Recently, someone had posted a photograph online, claiming that One Knife Brother was racing towards the Qingdi Plateau at a speed surpassing that of vehicles. Lu Yueme's fingers instinctively clenched. Her emotions surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming her, as she whispered to herself, "Ah, after all this time, I've finally found you." This time, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, at the Qingdi Plateau, aside from Lu Yueme, numerous other consortium members were also acquiring herbs, many of whom were similarly in pursuit of One Knife Brother. Whether prompted by news or alerts from above, they were all in motion, busily preparing. For them, this chance was equally precious, and they could not afford to miss it. In the wilderness, Zhao Jing sprinted relentlessly, moving at breakneck speed. His stamina was boundless and robust. After running over 100 kilometers, his speed showed no signs of diminishing, maintaining its peak velocity. Due to his continuous high-speed movement, the soles of his shoes could no longer withstand the strain, having completely disintegrated into tatters, leaving him nearly barefoot as he traversed the earth. Yet even so, Zhao Jing felt no discomfort. With the passage of time in his cultivation, his physique had grown increasingly resilient. Every inch of his skin remarkably tough and impervious to damage, and no matter how muddy or rugged the path, he simply stepped over it without a care. During his frantic run, Zhao Jing caught sight of several scattered celestial temples. But whether near or far, he did not pay them any mind, consumed by his relentless pace. The celestial temples could wait for another day. The earthly transformation was a singular opportunity. This point was crystal clear in Zhao Jing's mind, which prevented him from losing focus. However, as he continued, a perplexing thought arose, lingering in his mind. Which mountain was the one harboring the earthly treasure? The Qingdi Plateau featured a complex terrain, dotted with numerous snow-capped peaks, hundreds, if not thousands. He knew nothing about these mountains, not even their names. How then could he possibly seek them out? It seemed time to find an opportunity to inquire about their locations. Zhao Jing's thoughts were set, and he continued his rapid dash. Soon, he entered the bounds of the Qingdi Plateau. The number of vehicles increased, and pedestrians became more numerous. More and more people began to notice his presence, but Zhao Jing did not stop to ask for directions. He pressed on until he reached the heart of the plateau, passing through a small village, where he finally halted to seek guidance. Yet, just as he stopped, a sudden exclamation pierced the air, echoing like thunder. "Look, that person is wearing One Knife Brother's mask." A sudden exclamation erupted, and a cacophony of voices surged from all directions. Men and women of all ages, countless gazes converged upon a single individual, as if drawn by some magnetic force. "My goodness, is this for real? It must be true. I heard someone mention that Dao Gu has arrived here. It seems quite plausible. Everyone, come and see. Dao Gu is here." The air was filled with gasps of astonishment, and Zhao Jing furrowed his brow in silence, unfazed, as he intended to continue on his way. However, as he shifted his feet, he sensed someone approaching rapidly from a distance. That aura felt somewhat familiar. He turned to look, and his gaze fell upon a luxury vehicle speeding towards him, coming to a halt nearby. A stunning beauty gracefully emerged from the car. Upon catching sight of Zhao Jing, her eyes flickered with emotion, and she hurried over, her crimson lips parting slightly as she said, "Wait, don't go, Dao Gu. I've been searching for you for so long." Her voice was alluring and soft, imbued with an innate charm that captured the attention of numerous men around her. As they turned to gaze at her, many were left momentarily speechless. Dressed in a simple red long coat that did little to conceal her impressive figure, she wore jeans that accentuated the curvature and length of her legs. Her face bore no makeup yet radiated extraordinary beauty, captivating all who beheld her. What a breathtaking woman! What could possibly bring her here? The crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly stunned by her ethereal presence. Yet amidst the throng, Zhao Jing remained composed, his heart betraying no sign of turmoil. The moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her as Lu Yueme, whom he had encountered before. He had no desire to engage, intending to leave the scene. But then a thought struck him. Regarding that snow-capped mountain, There was no need to inquire of others. Was there not a straightforward path right before him? The exact location of the mountain was unknown to him, and outsiders might not possess that knowledge either. How much time and energy would he waste if he were to ask around? However, leveraging the influence of a consortium could yield results with ease. With this realization, Zhao Jing remained rooted in place, refraining from movement. Noticing Dao Ji's reaction, Lu Yuemei felt a slight easing of her tension. A smile creeping onto her lips as she approached him, softly stating, "I apologize for my previous demeanor. My manner of speaking was inappropriate. I sincerely wish to extend my apologies and hope that you can forgive my rudeness." Her voice was tender, her words gentle, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, evoking sympathy from onlookers who felt compelled to offer comfort. Nevertheless, Zhao Jing's response was a rather curt, indifferent, understood. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? A stunning beauty had approached him with a respectful apology, and Dao Gu remained so detached, so cold. Had it been them, they would have likely smiled and brushed it off. Lu Yuemei, undeterred by this frosty reception, maintained her radiant demeanor and replied, "I realize my previous behavior was excessive, leaving you with a poor impression. I wish to rectify that and earn your forgiveness." Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, regarding her with mild curiosity. "Oh? And how do you intend to accomplish that?" At his words, Lu Yuemei's cheeks flushed slightly. Whether from altitude sickness or her own emotional shift, she replied softly, Dao Gu, could we perhaps find a place to discuss this properly?" Just as her words trailed off, another voice interjected from nearby. "Wait, Dao Gu, please don't rush to agree with her." The speaker was yet another striking young woman. She appeared no older than 18 or 19, with a delicate visage and fair skin, though she wore rather ordinary leather pants. Yet, this did not diminish her unique allure. Her large, clear eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Upon her arrival, the bystanders' eyes lit up. This beauty exuded a charm distinct from Lu Yuemei's allure. She radiated like a playful deer, embodying the essence of nature's grace. With a bounce in her step, she approached and smiled, "Hello, Dao Gu. My name is Lu Feiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing her face, Zhao Jing's gaze shifted, and he inquired, "Are you from the Lu family consortium?" "Hee. I'm surprised you know my company, but it's just a small, unremarkable firm, nowhere near as wealthy as Lu Jia's Lu family consortium." Lu Feiyu replied with a light laugh, her eyes glancing knowingly at Lu Yuemei. At this revelation, the crowd fell momentarily silent. The Lu family consortium was renowned in this vast domain, one of the most prominent conglomerates in the nation. And here stood a daughter of that illustrious family. A young lady from a multi-billion-dollar consortium should be elevated and revered. Yet she had chosen to approach Dao Gu, creating a scene that left the onlookers in a state of disarray, unsure of how to articulate their emotions. After a brief pause, the crowd began to connect the dots, shifting their gaze back to Lu Yuemei. Wait, earlier, this girl from the Lu family referred to Lu Jia as her sister. Could it be that this enchanting beauty is indeed a daughter of the Lu family consortium? If so, two prominent heiresses had come to seek Dao Ji's attention simultaneously. Upon realizing this, some spectators felt their jaws tighten, uncertain of how to react to such a spectacle. Amidst the myriad of complex expressions, Lu Yuemei forced a smile and asked, "Feiyu, what brings you here?" "Of course, I'm here to support Lu Jia in her apology," Lu Feiyu replied, her bright eyes twinkling. "Lu Jia and I have been friends for years, so I naturally wanted to help her out. Moreover, I have admired Dao Gu for quite some time and would love the chance to get closer. Sister, this is a matter of your own making, and involving me might not sit well with Dao Gu," Lu Yuemei cautioned. "Don't worry, sister. Dao Gu is surely broad-minded enough not to take offense at this, sister. Just trust me and accept my goodwill," Lu Feiyu insisted. Their exchange seemed cordial on the surface, yet beneath it lay a subtle clash of intentions. While Dao Gu was formidable, he was but a solitary figure, and Lu Yuemei clearly wished to monopolize his attention. Conversely, Lu Feiyu understood the significance of Dao Gu and had come to stake her claim, leading to an inevitable verbal skirmish. This clash, however, remained veiled and unnoticed by most, with only Zhao Jing perceiving the underlying tension. He could hardly be bothered with the squabbles of women, opting instead to observe with indifference. Just as their silent battle unfolded, the sound of revving engines filled the air. Following the noise, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance as more than a dozen luxury vehicles approached, each from various prestigious brands. Upon arriving, they halted, and one by one, stunning women emerged. Recognizing the vehicles and their occupants, onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, That woman in red is from the Lizzie Group. They're $100 billion company. I can't believe they VE come too. That car seems to belong to the Baija Group. I remember seeing it in the news. That beautiful girl looks familiar. I think she is from some major conglomerate. The crowd was left dumbfounded, speechless. If only the offspring of the elite had arrived, it might have been manageable. But the fact remained that they were all beautiful women, with not a single man in sight. Each one radiated exceptional beauty and grace, like a dozen blossoming flowers converging for a singular individual, each possessing extraordinary wealth and status. How could this spectacle not incite envy? How could it not spark admiration? As Zhao Jing observed the throng of approaching women, a subtle smile graced his lips. It appeared they were aware of his gender and had dispatched lovely women to garner his favor. How considerate. Such was the small convenience afforded by possessing power. Those who wield authority will inevitably draw near, pursued by throngs seeking to curry favor and gain advantages, a truth as old as time. He reflected on this, his mind gradually settling into a state of tranquility, like a still pond. While he found serenity, both Lu Yuemei and Lu Feiyu felt a swell of anxiety. Undoubtedly, the fewer individuals vying for Yi Dao Ji's attention, the greater their chances of reaping benefits. With so many newcomers, allowing them to join would surely compromise their interests. After a moment of hesitation, both women reached a decision and quickly formed an unspoken agreement. Lu Yuemei spoke up. In that case, let us include Feiyu as well. Thank you for your understanding, sister, Lu Feiyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, she turned to Zhao Jing, asking, So, Yi Dao Gu, may I have the honor of inviting you for a brief chat? I can go. The initial response from Zhao Jing brought a moment of joy to both individuals, yet his subsequent remark caused their spirits to plummet. However, the journey ahead would not be undertaken by just the two of them. Do you mean that others should join as well? Lu Feiyu's expression momentarily faltered. After a brief pause, he smiled and suggested, Brother Yi Dao, I believe. That may not be necessary, right? With both myself and Sister Lu present? This display of sincerity should be sufficient. Wouldn't you agree? Not far off, a woman who had been listening to their conversation hurriedly approached and interjected, Not enough, not enough. We also wish to get to know Brother Yi Dao. And hope. She barely managed to finish her sentence before being silenced by a cold glare from Lu Yuemei. Indeed, while this woman came from a well-off family and held a respectable status, possibly boasting an inheritance worth billions, in the face of the Lu Corporation, a behemoth in its own right, she lacked even the qualification to speak. Observing this scene, Zhao Jing chuckled softly and followed suit. Acquaintances? Very well. Since everyone has come here, it is indeed fate. Let us meet then. With that, he strode forward, casually selecting a luxury car and stepping inside. Once settled, he slowly rolled down the window, his deep gaze sweeping over the two women as he coolly stated, Ladies, kindly lead the way. This utterance sent a jolt through Lu Yuemei and Lu Feiyu. They promptly contacted the other women to inform them of the meeting location, each hastily boarding their vehicles. Their hearts tumultuous as though caught in a tempest. They understood that although Brother Yi Dao had not explicitly stated his intentions, that glance as he lowered the window was laden with meaning. It was a clear signal of who truly held the reins of power, who was the arbiter of all matters, and that they should refrain from attempting to play petty games before him, or making decisions on his behalf. Seated in the car, Lu Feiyu's eyes flickered as she suppressed a bitter smile. All their schemes had proven futile. At this moment, she felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. From the very beginning of their meeting, she and Lu Yuemei had engaged in intricate calculations and myriad strategies, striving to extract the utmost benefit, yet at this juncture, their actions seemed utterly pointless. With just 2 sentences, Brother Yi Dao had dictated everything. The outcome was entirely at his discretion. Perhaps, this was the essence of the power possessed by the strong. Chapter 70. Confirming the location, extraordinary beings. The wheels rolled swiftly forward. After a brief while, the group arrived at a hotel and entered a conference room, where staff promptly served tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, calming the nerves and slightly easing the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuemei smiled and spoke first, Brother Yi Dao, in light of our previous unpleasant encounter, my Lu family is willing to make amends and erase any negative impressions. If you have any needs, as long as they fall within the capacity of my Lu family, I assure you I will fulfill them. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never speak so bluntly and directly, but with so many people present, she could no longer afford to engage in pleasantries and thus got straight to the point. Lu Yuemei wished to avoid prolonging the conversation, giving others the chance to respond, and Zhao Jing surely desired the same. As soon as she spoke, she struck a chord with him. He promptly replied, Since Miss Lu has said so, I shall not mince words. Indeed, I have a few minor troubles that require your assistance. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference hall shifted to one of gravity. First, Zhao Jing raised a finger. I need to know the precise locations of all medicinal herb sources in the Qingdi Plateau. Second, he raised a second finger. I require detailed information on the effects and specific uses of all medicinal herbs from the Qingdi Plateau. As these demands were voiced, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the attendees. It turned out to be merely trivial matters. Figures like Lu Yuemei and Luffy Yu exchanged knowing glances, a sense of understanding dawning upon them. Everyone was aware of Brother Yidao's style. He was typically low-key, avoiding crowds and preferring solitude. His sudden appearance here had initially sparked some confusion, but now it became apparent that it was for this very reason. After a brief pause, laughter filled the room as they readily agreed. For others, these requests might seem daunting and difficult to fulfill, but the individuals present were all scions of influential families, well-resourced and well-informed. Such matters posed no challenge at all, and could be resolved with a mere wave of the hand. Thank you all very much. Noticing the expressions of those present, Zhao Jing maintained his composure and suddenly remarked, by the way, something just came to mind. I happened to see a photograph in the news of a snow-capped mountain on the Qingdi Plateau that appeared quite picturesque. I would like to experience it firsthand. Could you assist me in locating it? As soon as he spoke, someone from the crowd collected their thoughts and asked, could you please specify which mountain you are referring to? Brother Yidao? Oh, I can't recall the exact details, but I believe it was mentioned in a report about medicinal herbs. A simple search should turn it up. Zhao Jing endeavored to keep his tone casual and unaffected, as if it were of little consequence. If it could not be found, so be it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits surged, so be it. How could that be? Everyone understood that Brother Yidao's two requests were easily within the capability of all present. And fulfilling such a request was no longer a matter of personal favor. If they wished to foster connections, this final little request was crucial. Almost simultaneously, everyone pulled out their phones, searching for the photograph, attempting to locate that snow-capped mountain. Among them, there were those who found the final request somewhat bizarre, yet the urgency of the moment left no room for contemplation. Everyone was engrossed in their search. The atmosphere taut with anticipation. After a brief while, someone finally unearthed that photograph of the snow-capped mountain and relayed it to their subordinates for inquiry. In a mere 15 minutes, the answer materialized. The mountain was called Meluo Snow Mountain, nestled among numerous peaks, its terrain treacherous and towering, and seldom visited. The moment he received this information, Zhao Jing let out a subtle sigh of relief. At last. He had the specific location. Had he relied solely on his own inquiries, it would have consumed an inordinate amount of precious time. This meeting had proven worthwhile. Yet, this alone felt insufficient. After all, the Snow Mountain's terrain was complex. And if he ventured there alone, even if he stumbled upon the hidden treasures, it would likely cost him a considerable amount of time. As he pondered this, those present were quicker to act than he had anticipated, proactively reaching out to arrange for a guide. However, during this outreach, many faces grew grim. What's the matter? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying issue. The woman forced a smile and replied, it's nothing. Just that it seems no one is willing to go as a guide. No one willing to go. Why is that? One of the women explained, her fair face tinged with frustration. I've heard that strange phenomena have been occurring near the Snow Mountain, with eerie roars echoing like dragons, lions, leopards, and bulls, and frequent avalanches making the area exceedingly perilous. No one dares to venture there, regardless of how much money is offered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression remained stoic. Yet internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves, a flood of emotions surging within him. Strange roars, like dragons and lions? This could only signify the emergence of extraordinary beings. Planetary changes can provoke mutations in matter, transformations in vegetation, and equally can awaken latent wisdom within living beings. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Snow Mountain, it was highly likely that some extraordinary entities were being catalyzed into existence. If it is such beings, I must hasten my journey. Once these beings awaken, they will possess profound intelligence and will inevitably seize the hidden treasures of the world for themselves. I must reach there swiftly and secure the benefits for myself. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing steadied his resolve and declared, roars? Fascinating. I intend to investigate what kind of anomalies are manifesting. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever can first assist me in finding a guide will be generously rewarded. At these words, the eyes of those present gleamed with excitement. It was common knowledge that Brother Yidao had traversed the realms of the celestial and the divine. amassing fortunes far exceeding that of ordinary folk. Any reward he casually offered was invaluable, exceedingly rare, and could not be exchanged for mere money, if one could acquire even a fraction. After a moment's astonishment, everyone resumed their frenzied calls, urging their subordinates into action. 18 minutes later, Luffy Yu received a phone call and smiled as she relayed, "Brother Idao, we found someone. If you wish to go, I can arrange it at any time." "Excellent, I am a man of my word and never take advantage of others. This is yours." Feigning to reach into his pocket, Zhao Jing retrieved a vial of elixir from his ring and tossed it over. Luffy Yu caught it. She was about to offer a personal favor, insisting it was her duty with no need for recompense, but upon glancing at the description on the vial, her heart raced like a war drum, leaving her momentarily speechless. This is a spirit essence condensation pill? Just one swallow, and its effects could rival ordinary pills by fivefold. Although Luffy Yu hails from a well-to-do family with numerous cultivators possessing superior training methods, the trials they have undergone are primarily limited to the 10-man battle of the Immortal Divine Hall, yielding only meager rewards. The best outcome from these encounters has been a slightly improved efficacy of ordinary elixirs. Never has he witnessed such astonishing potions with such remarkable effects. Grasping that vial of elixir tightly, Luffy Yu felt a surge of emotions, and the words he intended to speak involuntarily shifted. "Well then, I must thank you, Brother Idao." Chapter 71. Into the mountains. Upon hearing Luffy Yu's words, the women nearby couldn't help but be stirred. With their level of intellect, they understood when to speak and when to remain silent. It was evident that this was a golden opportunity for favor. So how could Luffy Yu be so foolish as to accept it without a second thought? Could it be due to that vial of elixir? With this thought, the others immediately turned their heads, casting a glance at the inscriptions adorning the jade bottle. Upon closer inspection, their expressions momentarily stiffened, and their myriad thoughts shattered like glass, leaving only one idea to emerge in the stillness. No wonder she chose to accept. It is worth noting that while the Immortal Divine Hall is ubiquitous, stretching across the wilderness, the trials they present are fraught with peril, deterring many. Some possess exceptional lineages, yet due to a lack of sufficient elixirs, they cannot swiftly enhance their strength. This vial of spirit essence condensing elixir strikes at the very heart of their needs. With an effect 5 times that of ordinary essence elixirs, it is a treasure coveted by the offspring of all great powers. Most of these women had come on behalf of their families, hoping to forge connections and witness the rumored depth of Brother Idao's capabilities. Now, with this casually tossed vial, a wave of shock rippled through them, causing their eyelids to flutter. In that moment, silence enveloped the group. Yet, for Zhao Jing, the vial of elixir evoked little feeling. Since he had chosen to engage fully in battle, enduring the 100-man trial of the Immortal Divine Hall, the quality of the elixirs he acquired had increased exponentially, reaching 10 times that of ordinary ones. This single vial was trivial. Whether gifted or not, it merely served to alleviate his inventory. His greater concern lay with the extraordinary creations born of the celestial essence, and he wished to delay not a moment in instructing Luffy Yu to notify the guide to prepare for departure. After a while, the women gradually regained their composure, their beautiful eyes shimmering as they expressed a desire for more contact with Zhao Jing. He pondered for a few seconds, gathering their contact details, knowing they might prove useful in the future. Once the various trivial matters were settled, and after accepting the materials related to the herbs sent by Luffy Yu, the guide finally arrived. However, upon seeing the guide for the first time, Zhao Jing fell silent. This guide was, astonishingly, a girl. She appeared quite young, perhaps 17 or 18, with a charming visage and a slender build, giving an impression of fragility that made one question whether she could withstand the extreme cold of the snowy mountains and the merciless chill of the wind. After a brief pause, he turned to Luffy Yu, furrowing his brow. "Are you mocking me? You sent a delicate girl over?" Luffy Yu immediately defended herself. "Brother Idao, I would never dare to jest in such matters. This guide is named Su Runing. She grew up along the fringes of that frost-laden land and is intimately familiar with it. Moreover, her father was a guide as well, making her a true legacy of experienced guides." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's mind settled slightly, though he still felt it inappropriate. "Is there truly no one else? Perhaps a burly man or someone similar? You must know," Luffy Yu continued, lowering her voice deliberately, "that region is currently rife with monstrous roars and avalanches. Aside from her, no one else dares venture there at this juncture." Luffy Yu lowered her voice further. "You see, her father met with an accident a few months ago and has been left in a vegetative state. She is desperate to save him, having exhausted her family's fortune to keep him alive in the hospital for the past few months. Since you are visiting that area, I promised her that I would support her father's life until its natural end, no matter the outcome of her journey. Hearing this, Zhao Jing's heart trembled involuntarily. He turned to glance at the fragile young girl, who stood silently, exuding an air of calm resilience, akin to a hardy wildflower thriving in an endless desert. Impervious to the winds and drought, an inexplicable sense of respect surged within him. Very well, let it be her. Half a day later, in the southern expanse of the Qingdi Plateau, majestic mountains stretched endlessly, cloaked in pristine white snow. Here, the peaks numbered in the hundreds, their uneven heights ranging from 6,000 to 7,000 meters, towering magnificently into the heavens, while the lower peaks stood at 1,000 or 2,000 meters, intertwining in a labyrinthine manner. Each summit was draped in a silver veil, and each valley lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, exuding an unparalleled tranquility and beauty. In the vastness of this realm, two figures were trudging forward through the snow, Zhao Jing and Su Runing. Due to the extreme cold of the snowy mountains, which could easily inflict frostbite on the human body, Su Runing was clad in specialized attire that enveloped her completely, shielding her from the biting chill. In contrast, Zhao Jing appeared remarkably at ease, donning only a simple outfit yet able to traverse this terrain with ease and grace. The path of cultivation transcends the mundane, embodying a state of liberation and freedom. Upon reaching a certain level, one becomes impervious to temperature extremes, untroubled by the cold. It is not merely a jest. Even while navigating the snowy mountains, Zhao Jing felt no discomfort, and his mind was free to wander and appreciate the surrounding scenery. As he gazed around, he could not help but marvel. The world had indeed transformed. In the sky above, he could distinctly see clusters of frozen clouds drifting slowly, crystalline and translucent, resembling icy rain falling from the weight of icebergs. The distant mountain's edge, rolling cold winds coalesced into tangible forms, manifesting as invisible icy blades, howling towards the horizon in a chaotic dance. This was a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Evidently, under the awakening of the celestial body, the environment of these snowy mountains had grown increasingly harsh. As time progressed, these changes intensified, ultimately rendering this land a realm of extreme cold, inaccessible to mortals. The so-called awakening of the celestial body signifies a cataclysmic transformation, heralding a complete overhaul and change. While observing, Zhao Jing also remained vigilant for any signs of unusual life forms. However, there was no movement in the vicinity. It seemed that this soil was devoid of any other beings aside from themselves, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Yet, despite this, Zhao Jing did not lower his guard in the slightest. It is reasonable to conclude that during such a grand upheaval, the transformation of living beings would occur gradually, requiring time to evolve and rise. Nevertheless, certain beings might experience unexpected rapid growth, akin to the hidden treasures born of the earth, bestowing unforeseen surprises. One must not entertain the slightest notion of underestimating them. After observing for a while without detecting any presence of life, Zhao Jing furrowed his brows and inquired, "Guide, where are the areas experiencing those monstrous roars and avalanches? When did they begin?" As soon as he spoke, Su Runing raised her delicate hand, pointing towards the southeast. "It is approximately in that direction, about 170 kilometers from us, and it began around 3 days ago." This girl was remarkably composed, elegant as an orchid, speaking little. Yet when asked, she would promptly provide answers, exuding an air of experience. Upon noting the direction Su Runing indicated, Zhao Jing furrowed his brows once more and asked, "And where is the Meluo snow mountain we intend to visit?" Su Runing slightly adjusted her finger, changing the direction to due south. "It is roughly in that area, about 220 kilometers from us." Calculating the distance in his mind, Zhao Jing felt a sinking sensation. The monstrous roars and the Meluo snow mountain, harboring the treasures of the earth, were separated by a mere few dozen kilometers. Chapter 72. Extraordinary Beings, a distance of a few dozen kilometers. This length is neither particularly short nor exceedingly long. If those beings possess intelligence, they might seek out the earthly treasures. Zhao Jing pondered silently, furrowing his brow as he continued to advance. After several more hours of trekking, near the Meluo snow mountain, an unexpected change erupted. Roar! A primal roar of a beast reverberated through the air, shaking the very heavens. The sound was a deep rumble, echoing like a sudden clap of thunder, piercing the sky, as though an ancient being had awakened and was bellowing with grandeur. The vast sound waves radiated outward, shaking mountains and rivers, triggering a tremendous avalanche in the distant snowy peaks, where countless snowflakes cascaded down in a colossal torrent, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was the roar of an extraordinary being. Zhao Jing's heart raced, and his eyes narrowed instinctively. The roar, like thunder, swept across the mountains and the earth. Such force could only be wielded by beings beyond the ordinary. Extraordinary beings, in essence, are entities that transcend the mundane. They are inherently endowed with exceptional abilities, their innate talents formidable, possessing powers that, if fully developed, could rival the strength of human transcendence. Typically, after the awakening of a celestial body, some beings indeed evolve and transform into extraordinary beings. Yet he had not anticipated such rapid emergence, catching him somewhat off guard. It seemed that this expedition to the snowy mountains would necessitate a fierce confrontation. Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and clenched his fists. At that moment, Su Runing stepped forward and softly inquired, Brother Dao, do you still wish to proceed? Let us continue forward, Zhao Jing replied, glancing at the calm expression on the fragile girl's face, noting that she showed no signs of agitation whatsoever. She'd surprisingly unafraid? The roar of that extraordinary being reverberates through the mountains and rivers, capable of triggering avalanches. Were an ordinary person here, they would be rendered speechless with terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Su Runing remains remarkably composed, betraying not a trace of fear. After a brief pause, Zhao Jing could not help but inquire, aren't you afraid? Su Runing's gaze is calm, her delicate face tinged with a hint of purple from the biting cold. With a gentle smile, she replies, in truth, there is nothing to fear. Before coming to the snow-capped mountains, I had already prepared myself mentally. Her voice, light and airy, carries an implicit resolve towards death, as a guide in the snow-capped mountains. She fully comprehends the perilous nature of their journey and the slim odds of survival. Yet, for the sake of her father, who lies unconscious on a hospital bed, she bravely disregards her own life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing gazes deeply at her, clearly observing that Su Runing has not practiced any high-level cultivation techniques, her strength exceedingly ordinary, almost negligible. Yet, this seemingly fragile young woman dares to face death for her father. Rarity in modern society. Touched by her spirit, he raises an eyebrow and states softly, as long as I am here, you shall not perish. To his words, Su Runing's eyes flicker with a hint of emotion, yet she refrains from responding. Continuing to lead the way, during this time, roar echoes from afar. Unlike the earlier majestic bellows, this sound is piercingly sharp, almost deafening, as if it could pierce the very clouds, its intensity capable of rending stone. Clearly, this is another extraordinary creature's thunderous roar. Beneath the sound, an avalanche rumbles, its might overwhelming, as if the earth itself is fracturing. Before the echoes cease, another creature's roar follows, howling through the snow-capped mountains and ravines, stirring up colossal sound waves. It appears that there are at least 7 or 8 extraordinary beings over there. Sensing this, Zhao Jing instantly regains his composure, in an instant, his previously restless emotions calm. And his thoughts flow steadily. He can vaguely sense that the creatures over there are not at peace, seemingly in conflict, their roars laced with underlying warnings and apprehension. It seems that these extraordinary beings have fallen into discord. This is understandable. The treasures of heaven and earth are exceedingly precious, greatly aiding in the evolution of beings. Given their inherently selfish nature, how could they possibly wish to share with others? With that in mind, there is no need for undue haste. Observing the situation, it is clear that the treasures will remain. The priority is to navigate carefully and assess the circumstances with caution. With this thought, his pace slows, becoming composed and unhurried as he continues forward. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Under Su Runing's guidance, Zhao Jing expertly evades various hidden natural traps, advancing swiftly amidst the continuous roars of beasts, as if traversing flat ground. As they approach, the majestic Meluo snow mountain finally comes into view, towering at approximately 3,000 meters, surrounded by other peaks, its grandeur overwhelming. At its midsection, a vast cloud of mist rises, coalescing into an enormous, ethereal formation, spanning hundreds of meters, resembling mist that refuses to disperse. Simultaneously, from the snowy peaks within that cloud, an extraordinary fragrance wafts through the air, spreading for miles. This scent is remarkably enchanting, almost tangible, subtly invigorating Zhao Jing's blood, hastening its flow and relaxing his muscles. Upon sensing this, his pupils suddenly brighten. This treasure of heaven and earth must be related to enhancing one's cultivation and strength. Excellent. I had felt my progress was somewhat sluggish. And now this treasure presents itself, precisely what I urgently need. Furthermore, if fortune favors me, those extraordinary beings may also provide a significant opportunity. Zhao Jing's spirit stirs, his gaze alight with excitement. Just as he prepares to beckon the guide to move forward, he turns to find Su Runing in an alarming state. Her complexion is deathly pale, a layer of frost covering her garments, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, her stamina evidently depleted, reaching the limits of human endurance. Initially, Zhao Jing felt puzzled, uncertain why Su Runing had succumbed to such a condition, but after a moment's reflection, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How careless of him! He had been dashing ahead, but Su Runing, frail in stature, could not possibly keep pace, especially in such frigid conditions. Yet, despite this, she remained silent, resolutely enduring without a single complaint, merely following along. When she notices Zhao Jing's gaze upon her, she fears she has become a burden, weakly apologizing. I'm sorry for holding you back. No, you have nothing to apologize for. This is my fault, Zhao Jing replies, arching an eyebrow. I should have been more considerate. Come here, I will carry you. Upon hearing this, Su Runing's expression falters, a hint of color returning to her pale cheeks. To be carried by a man? In her life, apart from her father, no other man has ever borne her. Seeing her hesitation, Zhao Jing bends down and urges, hurry, we cannot afford to waste any more time. Moreover, in your current state, you cannot continue. If you push yourself further, you may collapse, so it is best if I carry you. With that, Su Runing bites her lip slightly and climbs onto his back, and in that instant, boom! Chapter 73. The swallowing of the Yuan red spirit herb, the Meluo snow mountain undergoes a cataclysmic upheaval. Trembling violently, as if the peaks themselves are on the verge of collapse. Years of accumulated snow rises into the air, transforming into a billowing cloud of dust, obscuring the sun and moon. The mountain shakes violently, snow surging like a torrent, as if the gods themselves are enraged, ready to overturn the world. Concurrently, the furious roars of terrifying beasts resonate, pounding against the eardrums, as a fierce windstorm surges forth, creating an invisible wave that sweeps across the land, causing the very earth to tremble. The scene is so astonishing that Su Runing's delicate frame quivers, her pupils constricting. Although she had come with a mindset of certain death, encountering such a spectacle still stirs her heart. Her grip tightening instinctively around Zhao Jing as she clings to him. Feeling the weight of another on his back, Zhao Jing steadies his mind, glancing at the tumultuous activity on the snow mountain. His expression grave as he softly commands, prepare to guide me. With his voice, he leaps forward. Racing downwards, he surmises that the extraordinary beings, having faced off for too long, can no longer restrain themselves and have begun to fight, thus provoking such chaos. They must reach the scene swiftly and catch up to this deadly feast. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate again. Like a streak of light, he dashes across the snow, his feet kicking up a flurry of white powder that swirls around him. Enveloping the surroundings, clinging to Zhao Jing's back, Su Runing casts aside her modesty, braving the biting wind as she strains her eyes to guide him through the winding paths of the snow-capped mountains. The snow ahead is thin, it should be hollow. The path to the left is a dead end, possibly a cliff. We cannot go that way. The ice on the right is too fragile to walk on. With her whispered directions, Zhao Jing charges ahead, and within mere minutes, they cover an impressive distance, drawing near to their destination. However, just as they are about to reach it, he suddenly halts, seeking a spot to gently set Su Runing down. His eyes scan her pale, weakened visage, and he hands her a restorative pill, instructing, stay here and do not approach, I will take a look. Without Su Runing's guidance, he could never have arrived so swiftly. Out of both empathy and obligation, he ensures her safety with the pill. Moreover, he is still somewhat unsure of the snow mountain's terrain. If anything were to happen to her here, where would he search for her on the return journey? Once he has secured the guide, Zhao Jing suppresses his aura and cautiously makes his way forward in no time. He reaches the source of the roars. There, he encounters several terrifying creatures he has never seen before. To the left, a massive beast stands tall, measuring 5 to 6 meters, with the head of a leopard and the body of a tiger. Its entire form is white as frost, surrounded by a hazy mist that swirls like a torrent. Exuding an imposing aura, to the right, a ferocious dragon mastiff growls lowly, its body covered in scaled armor, streaked with white patterns. With each breath, waves of mist rise and settle upon the snow, melting everything in its wake. To the south, a gigantic snow ape gazes sideways, towering at 3 meters, its eyes a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie aura that sends snow dust swirling in chaotic winds, judging by their presence alone. All three beings are extraordinary. They have only recently awakened and are still in their juvenile phase of growth, thus not particularly formidable. Yet, even so, the innate powers they possess are terrifying enough to sweep through swathes of life. In modern society, only weapons of mass destruction might stand a chance against them. In the midst of the snow where these three extraordinary beings stand, a peculiar crimson herb, no larger than a palm, blooms with 3 buds, radiating a gentle fragrance that coalesces into a vast ethereal cloud suspended in the heavens. Undoubtedly, this is the treasure of heaven and earth birthed by the great star. Zhao Jing surveys the scene, his brow furrowing slightly. Something feels amiss. Under normal circumstances, after a prolonged struggle, the clash of such beings would undoubtedly result in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed, yet the ground bore no traces of blood. Observing the surroundings more closely, one would notice several colossal skeletal remains of extraordinary beasts, their surfaces pristine and gleaming, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, suggesting their remarkable nature. Upon further inspection, one could discern strands of crimson essence flowing from the bones, resembling delicate rivulets coalescing and dispersing, ultimately merging into the buds of an unusual herb, causing the flower buds to quiver gently, on the verge of blooming. This sight indicated that several extraordinary creatures had perished here, their lifeblood drawn forth, yet the essence had been absorbed by this herb. What sort of miraculous plant is this? It possesses the ability to absorb the life essence of extraordinary beings. Zhao Jing's gaze narrowed. Memories swirling in his mind, his heart suddenly shaken. This is the swallowing yuan red spirit grass. Such divine herbs are exceptionally profound, capable of devouring the vital essence of life from all around, producing wondrous flowers and fruits with extraordinary effects. Consuming even a single flower or fruit can significantly enhance one's physical foundation and accelerate the ascension of one's realm. These spiritual herbs are quite popular in the human divine realm due to their suitability for foundational cultivation and lack of side effects, resulting in many prodigies utilizing them, thus he could easily recognize it. However, most swallowing yuan red spirit grasses only yield a single bud, yet this particular specimen boasts 3, as far as I know. To produce fruit, the swallowing yuan red spirit grass requires the essence of some living being's flesh and blood. Consuming one flower can increase physical strength by approximately half a ton, and this exceptional herb possesses 3 buds. Having absorbed the life essence of several extraordinary beings without yet bearing fruit, indicating its effects far exceed those of ordinary spiritual herbs, if I could consume it, my power would undoubtedly surge. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing took a deep breath and stepped forward. Judging by their strength, though these extraordinary beings possessed some power, they were not his match and thus, he need not harbor any fears. He could unleash his extraordinary talents and eliminate them all. After taking just a few steps, the expressions of the 3 creatures shifted dramatically. Extraordinary beings possess remarkable instincts, and merely a few steps into his approach, they sensed his presence, casting their gazes towards him, roaring in warning and apparent hostility. Observing their reactions, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and smiled in response. "Dear non-human friends, I come in goodwill, seeking to make your acquaintance. May I inquire about your thoughts on this?" As he spoke, his spirit surged. The golden energy and blood within him surged violently, akin to a tidal wave. The mysterious energy derived from his vitality swiftly extended through his muscular frame, causing his form to expand rapidly, the sun god insignia upon his forehead gradually becoming visible, while torrents of searing heat flowed over his skin, stirring the atmosphere. The frigid temperature suddenly escalated. The snow beneath his feet melted rapidly. With each step he took forward, his momentum soared, and with each advance, the violent flow of heat intensified, roaring across the heavens and earth, dissipating the centuries-old chill of the snow-capped mountains into nothingness. In response, the 3 extraordinary beings reacted swiftly, uniting in a simultaneous charge towards him. These creatures, endowed with human-like intellect, sensed the impending threat and without hesitation, chose to band together, attempting to obliterate him. The air trembled with swirling snow and boundless mist. Their ferocity unmatched, capable of shattering the very earth and annihilating all living beings. Gazing upon their fierce advance, Zhao Jing's gaze sharpened, and he shook his head slightly. "I came with good intentions, yet I did not anticipate such hostility from my friends. In that case, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you all." As the words fell, he stepped forward. With that step, It felt as if a colossal divine force descended, causing the entire mountaintop to tremble. Waves of heat surging forth, and torrents of snow and mist swirling violently. Chapter 74. Divine hammer symbol fist the wind, a fierce wind, a torrent of searing heat carried an unbearable temperature, whipping up a terrifying storm. Its sound so overwhelming that it melted the snow on the ground into misty droplets, scattering into the surroundings. Zhao Jing extended his hand, grasping at the swirling mist. Martial arts divine technique, condensing soldier law. Water vapor and air fused together, transforming into golden sword energy, crashing forward with a resounding strike, causing the air within 100 meters to surge dramatically, creating towering waves. Almost simultaneously, the three extraordinary beings unleashed their own abilities. The leopard-headed creature roared in fury, the white mist surrounding it undulating and suddenly coalescing into a colossal wave of dust, crashing forward. This dust was extraordinarily eerie, infused with an extreme chill, frosting all it touched. The dragon hound opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, layers of gray mist gathering to form a vast, ethereal ribbon, erupting forth like lightning. This ribbon possessed immense corrosive properties, hissing as it passed through the air. And if it struck the ground, it would nearly dissolve it. Meanwhile, the savage snow ape's eyes widened, its crimson pupils shifting dramatically, conjuring two beams of brilliant divine light, resembling twin blood swords cleaving through the void. Dust, ribbons, divine light. These were innate supernatural abilities of the three beings, their power terrifying, destructive force astonishing, and as they unleashed them, waves of energy churned, snow swirling, the spectacle grand and boundless. In the next instant, the myriad divine forces collided. Boom! The sound waves reverberated through the void, like thunderous roars. Snow disappeared at a visible pace, dissolved into dust by the tempest, mist scattering, and the solid ice hidden beneath the snow shattered into fragments. Disintegrating into nothingness, the residual waves tilting, melting into the black soil, still rapidly vanishing. Within 100 meters, countless entities crumbled into chaos. Around the peaks, immense snowdrifts were shaken by the force of the collision. Beginning to float at it was as if the heavens were pouring down a waterfall, endless white snow cascading from the mountaintop, roaring like a myriad of snow dragons unleashing their might, their ferocity unmatched, seemingly compelling all living beings to learn fear and bow down. Yet, Zhao Jing paid no heed. The three extraordinary beings also remained unfazed. The torrent of snow cascaded down, yet it bore no lethal force. The snow stream barely approached before being shattered into dust by the invisible energy wave, unable to touch him, let alone the swallowing Yuan red spirit grass, which was swept into a frenzy amidst the tumultuous energy waves. Swirling chaotically. Within this cloud of mist, Zhao Jing's battle intent blazed, his momentum vast as the ocean, and he surged forth once more. Channeling the energy and blood within, he wielded the energy blade with the strength of a celestial dragon. Summoning waves of heat, each strike unleashing a thunderous force, radiating brilliant golden light that illuminated the earth. The three extraordinary beings did not yield, invoking their innate abilities to conjure dust, ribbons, and divine light. Countering the might of the martial arts divine technique, in an instant, the dust surged and divine light descended. This spectacle was fearsome beyond compare, as if even the heavy icy clouds above could not resist the allure. Slowly drifting closer to witness the battle, with a second strike, enticing these beings to utilize their innate talents to counter, Zhao Jing seized the opportunity, opening his mouth wide. Martial arts divine technique, energy blast cloud rainbow sword. A beam of golden sword energy howled forth, its brilliance exceedingly radiant, dazzling to the extreme. Its speed akin to a meteor's assault, flashing past. Even though these beings possessed remarkable innate abilities and extraordinary strength, innate talent remained merely that. Without the cultivation heritage or specialized methods for utilizing their talents, how could they possibly withstand the sudden onslaught of martial arts divine technique? With a resounding bang, the dragon hound, unable to evade, was pierced by the sword energy. Its resilient scales crumbled like parchment, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Witnessing this scene, it became panicked, its body leaping in an attempt to flee. However, having reached this juncture, how could Zhao Jing allow it that opportunity? He opened his mouth once more, unleashing a chilling golden sword energy that pierced the sky, and with a single scorching breath, he severed its head, the first extraordinary being perished on the spot. With that initial strike, Zhao Jing did not relent, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, preparing to eliminate the remaining two beings. Yet, to his surprise, he discovered that the two creatures, without a moment's thought, turned to flee die in their flight. Both beings simultaneously erupted, hammering the mountainside with their divine energy, infusing it with immense force. Crack, 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 the snow peak, having endured considerable conflict, was already battered and weak, and now, subjected to such deliberate assault, fissures erupted across the surface. Half a second later, rocks cascaded down, dust swirling, the mountain swaying perilously, on the verge of collapse. These two extraordinary beings displayed remarkable intelligence, realizing that merely fleeing might result in pursuit. Thus, they unleashed their force to cause the mountain to partially collapse, posing a threat to the swallowing Yuan red spirit grass, compelling Zhao Jing to abandon his pursuit for the sake of safeguarding the herb. One must admit, this strategy was quite astute. Yet, regrettably for them, they were no match for my speed. Witnessing the multitude of entities descending, Zhao Jing's resolve solidified, his gaze shifting, igniting the energy and blood within him. Martial arts divine technique, instant shadow step. In the blink of an eye, his speed reached its zenith, as if he had leaped hundreds of meters in mere steps, swiftly closing the distance to the two beings, unleashing the energy blast cloud rainbow sword and wielding the soldier law to summon a torrential flow, slashing down upon the two extraordinary beings. Subsequently, he moved again, positioning himself before the spiritual herb, his gaze resolute, directly facing the collapsing rocks. At this moment, countless entities from the towering peak surged towards him, a vast expanse of gray dust swirling chaotically. Wild flurries of snow, colossal stones as large as grinding wheels, and scattered fragments of rock, all creating a fearsome spectacle that seemed capable of engulfing the earth and shattering mountains. Should he wish to evade, it would pose no challenge. His speed was sufficient, and his reflexes sharp enough to ensure that not a single fragment could harm him. Yet, why should he retreat? He had long desired to test the effects of his martial arts under the state of awakened extraordinary talent, but had not found an opportune moment until now. Let him witness the true might of this fused martial divine technique. Thoughts surged through his mind as Zhao Jing raised his head, his spirit igniting. In the next instant, the air surrounding him erupted violently. The intangible air coalesced forcefully, transforming into visible currents of grayish energy, numbering in the hundreds, amalgamating into a terrifying phantom of a divine elephant. Appearing almost corporeal, with golden vitality roiling and surging, causing the divine elephant's silhouette to mutate and radiate brilliant divine light. Half a second later, an overwhelming aura emanated from the phantom, intensifying its formidable shape. Grand and majestic, as if a deity had descended upon the world, awe-inspiring and solemn. At this moment, the colossal mountain erupted with a thunderous roar, cascading downwards. Rocks, frost, snow, and soil, a multitude of entities collapsed from above, forming an immense shadow that enveloped Zhao Jing's form, obscuring the spirit herb as well. Gazing at the layered shadows, Zhao Jing let out a hearty laugh, launching a thunderous assault. The martial divine technique, the divine force hammer elephant fist. As this punch was unleashed, it felt as though heaven and earth were toppling, the very ground quaking beneath him. Chapter 75. The mythical beings in the sky. In the snow, Su Runing gently exhaled, her pale complexion gradually gaining a rosy hue as vitality returned. Moments ago, she had consumed a vitality pill, its potent essence permeating her body, generating warmth that restored some of her strength. She lowered her bright eyes to the small jade vial in her hand, displaying no desire to hoard it, merely holding it before hastily lifting her gaze towards the Meluo snow mountain with trepidation. At this moment, a portion of the mountain had already collapsed, the earth trembling and clouds of dust billowing like doomsday. A truly terrifying sight. As she observed, Su Runing's red lips pressed together, a flicker of concern washing over her. Brother Dao, could he be in peril? Though it was merely their first encounter, she had heard of this man's illustrious deeds from the news, leaving a positive impression, and she did not wish for him to face misfortune here. Just as her brow furrowed in worry, a golden divine radiance erupted violently, shooting into the heavens like a torrential flow, its brilliance blindingly intense. That was a golden fist imprint. The imprint traversed the void, unmatched in ferocity, seemingly capable of obliterating all, as wherever it passed, clouds of dust and endless debris dissolved into nothingness. Su Runing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, rendered as still as a statue, frozen in place. She stared in awe as the fist imprint ascended, penetrating a distance of 100 to 200 meters before gradually dissipating, her heart racing like tumultuous waves, unable to calm. Was this the method employed by Brother Edao? How terrifying it was! After several seconds of stupor, she suddenly felt a strain in her neck, about to retract her gaze, when at that moment, she glimpsed the icy clouds suspended silently in the sky. Instantly, her pupils constricted, a shiver running through her delicate frame, as if witnessing something dreadful, her thoughts racing, her mind blank, unable to rein in her emotions. That was, atop Meiluo Snow Mountain. Zhao Jing slowly withdrew his fist. Exhaling gently, his form quickly reverted, the surging heat dissipating, all powers returned to within him. He was exceedingly satisfied with the effects of this punch. Its might was astonishing, the explosive force nearly doubled, a true testament to the fusion of two martial divine techniques. Once this expedition concluded, he could also experiment with the fusion of the Chi Burst Cloud Rainbow Sword and the weapon condensation technique. If successful, he would acquire yet another means of infliction. A smirk graced his lips as he turned to regard the herbs behind him, preparing to gather them and the snow. The Tongyuan Qi Ling herb remained unscathed, its leaves a fiery red, with 3 vividly colored buds, one of which even showed signs of blooming. Upon closer inspection, the blood and flesh of the 3 recently deceased extraordinary beings were rapidly dissolving, transforming into droplets of crimson essence, absorbed by the spirit herb. Zhao Jing immediately halted, deciding to pause. The flowering and fruiting of this spirit herb was akin to a woman's pregnancy. One must not act recklessly, it was best to wait patiently nearby. However, with the essence of extraordinary beings' blood and flesh, it seemed only capable of nurturing a single bud to bloom. He found himself somewhat eager to see what effects this blossom would yield. Zhao Jing's spirit stirred as he gazed intently. Under the nourishment of the essences from the 3 beings, the bud trembled gently, its petals unfurling. With a melodious chime akin to a guzheng being plucked, the sound was enchanting and clear, resonating deeply within the soul. This was an anomaly only possible with extraordinary spirit entities. A flower blooming with sound. Simultaneously, the clouds of sunset gathered and descended, forming strands of luminous light that fell upon the petals, rendering them even more translucent, exuding a captivating sheen. After several seconds, the bud finally blossomed, transforming into 36 petals, about the size of a palm, at the center of which lay a crimson fruit, fiery red and radiating a faint glow. Undoubtedly, this fruit was the essence of the extraordinary herb. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing's spirit surged. Just as he prepared to reach out and pluck it, he suddenly sensed a powerful being observing him. His spirit instantly invigorated as he lifted his gaze towards the source of this presence. That was the sky. More precisely, the frost-laden sea of clouds above. Due to the planet's anomalies, the floating billowing clouds had frozen into icy formations, resembling an ocean of ice, vast and magnificent, obscuring the sun, tranquil yet beautiful. Yet amidst this grand icy cloud, a singular, enormous eye appeared. It was a deep, icy blue eye, akin to a cold moon, residing at the heart of the clouds. Immense and enigmatic, radiating a divine azure light as if an immortal deity gazed down upon the vast world. What creature's eye was this? How could it appear amidst the boundless sea of clouds? Zhao Jing's heart raced, his gaze shifting, scanning the area around the great eye, where the thick icy clouds continuously enveloped the nearby form, rendering it elusive. Yet within the endless sea of clouds, he could vaguely discern some crystalline blue wings, flawless and translucent. Upon closer inspection, layers of icy clouds continued to emerge around the wings, as if this frigid cloudscape existed because of it, and this vast expanse of clouds was its domain. It descended from the heavens, untouched by the mortal realm, traversing the void, commanding the clouds to bow before it, reigning supreme over all. Locking eyes with this being from afar, Zhao Jing's gaze intensified, his spirit shaken. This was the juvenile form of a mythical creature. Only the progeny of such beings could possess such overwhelming presence. Mythical beings are terrifying entities, endowed with supreme powers, capable of transcending heaven and earth, obliterating all in an instant, traversing the land unchallenged, rendering extraordinary beings as insignificant as ants, utterly inconsequential. Yet, why had such a being manifested here? According to records from the human path divine domain, the awakening of countless stars and the evolution of beings into mythical creatures require vast stretches of time. Why had one appeared now? Zhao Jing's thoughts surged, desperately seeking a rational explanation. In a fleeting moment of clarity, something struck him. No, I had assumed too much. I believed that after observing the human path divine domain for over a decade, witnessing the anomalies of several stars, all planets underwent similar transformations, entirely forgetting a fundamental principle. The transformations of planets are unpredictable. Earth is not like those celestial bodies. The outcomes of their transformations vary greatly. Even immortal deities cannot ascertain what will manifest. Anything is possible. Thus, there is no need for me to be overly anxious. With this realization, his spirit suddenly calmed. He gazed quietly at the mythical creature in the heavens, faintly sensing its overwhelming aura, and Zhao Jing took a deep breath, unleashing a resounding roar that echoed through the sky. "Do you wish to perish here before your emergence, or are you merely passing through? Tell me your choice." Chapter 76. Prospects for the Future. The sound of his roar reverberated through the heavens, startling the surroundings, soaring into the clouds, causing the layers of icy clouds to tremble slightly, shedding a few shards of ice. The intimidation within that roar caused the ethereal blue eye to subtly shift, the enormous pupil exhibiting a slight ripple, as if contemplating. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing remained rooted, his vitality surging within, not moving an inch, merely gazing at the sky. Beside him, the Tongyuan Qi Ling fruit had borne fruit, emanating a rich and sweet aroma that beckoned to Zhao Jing's spirit, yet he could not reach for it. For the mythical creature had not yet departed. Should he dare to turn away and pluck the spirit herb, he might very well fall prey to a sneak attack by this mythical being. Until he could drive it away, he could only remain standing. The situation had reached a stalemate. In the midst of their mutual gaze, the temperature in the four corners of the realm began to plummet. The biting north wind swept through, making this land increasingly frigid, as if one had been transported to the icy expanse of the Arctic. This was the unique divine power of mythical beings. Merely by being present, their innate might could influence the surroundings, altering the very fabric of heaven and earth, and shifting the winds and clouds. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. A full minute elapsed before that enigmatic great eye finally closed slowly, its brilliance dimming, as the endless sea of clouds gradually flowed away into the distance. In that fleeting moment of its departure, Zhao Jing swiftly turned around, carefully plucking an entire spirit herb and placing it within his storage ring, before dashing quickly towards Su Runing's direction. Upon finding the guide, he hoisted her onto his back, briefly uttering a request for directions, and then began to race through the snow-capped mountains at a frantic pace, eager to distance himself. Zhao Jing was not driven by fear of that mythical creature. Even though such beings possessed terrifying strength and unfathomable divine powers, reigning as kings among myriad life forms, it ultimately remained an immature entity, not yet fully developed. With his mastery of divine cultivation techniques and various methods at his disposal, he held confidence that, should a confrontation arise, he could secure the upper hand. However, confidence was one thing. Engaging in battle was another matter entirely. For the sake of caution, it was prudent to make a hasty retreat. Burdened with thoughts, he sprinted forward, leaping over several peaks of snow. When Su Runing, who had remained silent thus far, finally broke her silence, "Brothery Dao, what exactly was that great eye? What kind of being is it?" Her shy nature had kept her from asking questions along the way. But at this moment, she could no longer suppress the tremors within her heart. That creature was too terrifying. Just a single eye exuded an unfathomable pressure that instilled fear and suffocation. If it were to unleash its full power, how dreadful and violent would it truly be? Hearing her query, Zhao Jing shook his head in response. "I do not know. Mythical beings are of countless races, and it is difficult to categorize them definitively. However, from the few feathers that were faintly visible, it might be a mythical giant bird in its growth phase. But it is also possible that possessing feathers does not necessarily indicate it is a bird." After a brief silence, Su Runing inquired further, "It seems to harbor hostility towards us?" Zhao Jing nodded in affirmation. "There is certainly animosity. Humanity has dominated the earth for millennia, standing atop the pinnacle and suppressing all other species. Whether they be mythical or extraordinary beings, most have evolved from these species, and having been repressed for so long, how could they not harbor resentment? Does that mean humanity will face extinction?" The moment this question was posed, Zhao Jing fell into a deep silence. Merely one mythical creature alone could not bring about humanity's annihilation, but he could not be certain whether other equally formidable beings lurked nearby, for the icy clouds above were not limited to just that one. Furthermore, although the upheaval of the planet was unpredictable, some rules remained constant. For instance, if mythical beings were now emerging, then it followed that similar creatures could be birthed elsewhere simultaneously. Beneath the ocean depths, within volcanoes, in the unfathomable abyss, beneath the surface of the earth, and in countless unknown territories of humanity, even around the cities, how many mythical beings awaited their growth and transformation? He did not know. Just one mythical being was enough to fill him with trepidation. What if dozens or even hundreds more were to appear in the future? In such a scenario, how could he boldly claim that humanity would persist and pass down its legacy? It was truly a headache. He had been worrying about hostile forces descending upon the world to eradicate humankind, and now, even before they made a move, another crisis had emerged. Zhao Jing furrowed his brow in frustration, feeling disoriented. The awakening of the planet and the transformation of the world were, in essence, positive developments, fostering the proliferation of spiritual energy and spirit herbs, providing fertile ground for cultivation. Yet, this seemingly favorable situation had escalated to an alarming degree, threatening to evolve into a catastrophe that could obliterate the human path. Noticing his prolonged silence, Su Runing refrained from speaking further, simply handing him the vial of elixir. "This is your elixir, Brother Dao." Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "You should keep it. You witnessed that creature too. The world is likely to undergo significant changes ahead, so it would be wise to hold on to it." Su Runing shook her head, her lovely visage reflecting a blend of emotions, revealing a hint of stubbornness. "I truly appreciate your assistance, but this item is exceedingly precious. I have already received benefits from the Liu family upon my arrival. I cannot accept your generosity a second time. This is my principle, and I ask that you accept it if I truly desire it. I will strive to obtain it myself. As for the impending changes in the world." At this point, Su Runing paused, then continued, "The apocalypse has not yet arrived. I will continue to live and strive forward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing felt as if a light had dawned upon him. Indeed, the apocalypse had not come. What was there to fear? Furthermore, when it came to danger, these mythical beings paled in comparison to the immortal strongholds of those hostile forces. The opposing faction loomed in the cosmos, instilling awe throughout history, and such entities could not shatter his spirit or resolve. What could these mythical beings possibly amount to? With this thought, Zhao Jing's mood lightened considerably. He casually stowed away the vial and began to calmly assess the situation, seeking to identify the weaknesses of those mythical beings. After a period of quiet contemplation, he pinpointed 3 significant flaws. First, they lacked cultivation techniques. The beings birthed from the upheaval of the planet were wild creatures, devoid of any lineage in cultivation or divine arts. The absence of such means implied that their combat capabilities were inherently limited. Second, they required growth. No mythical being was born fully matured, capable of sweeping the world and reigning supreme. The creature he had encountered today was merely in its juvenile stage, necessitating considerable time to develop, thus granting him an opportunity for growth. Third, there were racial differences among beings of the same race. Humans often engaged in mutual slaughter and endless disputes. He could not believe that all mythical beings were of the same kind, sharing the same disposition, and would resolutely confront humanity. Identifying these 3 flaws brought Zhao Jing a sense of relief. Allowing his mind to settle, regardless of the circumstances, strength remained paramount. At present, he still held a slight advantage. As long as he could cultivate swiftly enough to maintain this edge, he would strike down anyone who dared to rise against him. Chapter 77. Land of Spiritual Fortune? Even with the analysis revealing a slight advantage, he could not afford to relax. It must be understood that all mythical beings were inherently extraordinary, their innate talents nearly equivalent to divine cultivation techniques. If he did not swiftly master the power to suppress them, a misstep could result in dire consequences. Under the guide's direction, he flew at top speed over the snow-capped mountains, covering hundreds of kilometers without once looking back. Upon reaching the mountain's edge and catching sight of distant objects, Zhao Jing's heart stirred. The fish-like figure awaited him at the base of the mountain. She was clad in a thick, warm down coat, the layers of clothing accentuating her graceful figure, which still appeared poised and elegant. Upon noticing his arrival, she smiled and spoke, "Brother Dao, you've come down so quickly? I thought I would have to wait for a long time." Her mesmerizing, elegant smile, coupled with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, and her flawless, exquisite face, would cause any man to instinctively soften his demeanor and respond with a smile. However, Zhao Jing's reply was rather curt. Just took a look around and returned," he responded in an exceedingly bland tone, setting Su Runing down and raising an eyebrow. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to know if you have any further needs." "I will do my utmost to fulfill them," Lu Feiyu replied, her face radiant with a smile. "Oh, not for now. Contact me when you have the time," Zhao Jing said casually, choosing not to elaborate further. With a sudden burst of energy, he moved like a swift leopard, soaring into the distance. Lu Feiyu's expression momentarily froze, and by the time she regained her senses, Zhao Jing had already vanished from sight. Leaving her utterly bewildered, the air grew suddenly quiet, resulting in an awkward silence. Standing there, Lu Feiyu's lips curled slightly, her mind a tumultuous sea of emotions, grappling with the inexplicable. Did he just leave? With a flick of his sleeve. Without a trace of lingering presence. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she let out a sigh, the reason for which eluding her understanding. She stiffly turned her neck to gaze at Su Runing, her deep, mysterious eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. Miss Su, could you tell me what transpired on the mountain? Why was Brother Yidao carrying you down? That. Under the clear sky, Zhao Jing raced across countless kilometers, finally halting in an uninhabited expanse. Scanning the surroundings to confirm the absence of any beings, he then retrieved the spirit herb from his storage ring, examining it closely. Due to being plucked, the Tun Yuan Qi Ling Chao no longer radiated its vibrant glow, dissolving into a mist of ethereal light. Yet, its fragrance remained unchanged. The two flower buds remained tightly closed, as if they still required vital essence to bloom, while the one that had opened revealed a crimson blossom. After scrutinizing it, Zhao Jing contemplated for a moment, yet did not immediately consume it. Although the swallowing spirit red grass is indeed wondrous and possesses remarkable effects, it necessitates a corporeal foundation of considerable strength to absorb its essence. Should one attempt to forcibly ingest it with an inadequate foundation, the result would merely be a squandered opportunity. Furthermore, this spiritual herb is an exotic product born from the great upheaval of the heavens and the earth. Thus its effects are bound to be extraordinary. If the potency is overly intense, it could inflict harm upon the body, which is hardly worthwhile. It is prudent to proceed with caution and refrain from immediate use. I shall first ensure that I thoroughly scour the celestial shrines in the highlands before making any decisions. With a determined mindset, Zhao Jing's thoughts surged, and he promptly set forth, embarking on a frenzied rampage. This time, he harbored no reservations. The Qingdi Highlands represented the final destination of his journey, and there was no need to contemplate future paths. Consequently, he unleashed a relentless tide of harvesting. Once he had completed the last celestial shrine, he retrieved his phone and dialed home. Hello, Dad, I'm coming back. Understood. Please be cautious on your journey, but before you return, I need to ask you something. What is it? Well, I heard there was quite a commotion over in the Qingdi Highlands. What is going on? Commotion? What sort of commotion? Do you truly believe I am unaware? The internet is abuzz with rumors, claiming you are quite the philanderer. Just a few days ago, you were seen entering a restaurant with a dozen girls from major corporations, and you only emerged after quite some time. Could it be at this juncture? Zhao's father's voice faltered, while Zhao Jing's lips twitched in disbelief. The rumors are rather outrageous, aren't they? The last time he had simply made a request, which led to his decision to enter the inn with that group of women. He had never anticipated that the online comments would escalate to such absurdity, leaving him momentarily speechless. Dad, let me explain. Explain what? Rest assured, I am not naive enough to believe such nonsense. Just remember to be mindful of your public image. Your current reputation is not the same as before, so be cautious of those who might seek to tarnish it. Understood, Dad. Good. And by the way, if you happen to have someone you fancy, it wouldn't hurt to get to know her better. After all, you are no longer a child, and it is about time you interacted with young women. Engaging with one or two is perfectly acceptable, but remember, if you become involved, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, Dad, I'm not in that mindset right now. Zhao Jing forced a smile, his brows furrowing in a bittersweet manner. Indeed, prior to the arrival of the human Dao divine realm, he had yearned for love, fantasizing about encounters with beautiful women. He had diligently practiced the 5 Dragons Embrace Pillar technique for 2 to 3 years without fail. Yet now, as time passed and hearts changed, he was no longer the person he once was. Well, if you're unwilling, I shall refrain from saying more. I look forward to your return. All right, Dad. After responding, Zhao Jing suddenly recalled something and inquired. By the way, has there been any significant change in our hometown due to the recent upheaval? Indeed, there are some peculiar changes. What kind of peculiar changes? Recently, the wild grasses in the city have been growing at an astonishing rate, sprouting in thick clusters that cannot be cut down. Many trees have shot up considerably, becoming remarkably resilient. Even a knife struggles to cut through them. Vines have begun to sprout on buildings, and several areas of concrete have cracked open, spewing forth clear spring water that appears drinkable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's expression turned grave, prompting him to ask urgently, are there any other changes? Well, the cats and dogs on the streets seem to have developed a certain Sentience die in any case. The city has undergone significant transformations, yet it is difficult to articulate. We can discuss it more when you come home. Okay, Dad, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Zhao Jing's gaze fell, and he remained silent for a long while. According to his father's description, could it be that his city had transformed into the legendary spirit soil blessed land? Chapter 78. The method of convergence. The spirit soil blessed land, as the name implies, is a realm abundant with spiritual soil and blessings. In the face of celestial upheaval, spiritual entities will flourish, and the mundane world will transcend into the extraordinary. However, within this extraordinary world, certain unique regions possess even more marvels, where the spiritual energy is more potent, giving rise to rare spiritual herbs and exotic flowers, cascading springs, and wondrous phenomena beyond imagination. Based on Zhao's father's account, it is highly plausible that Yingbao City has evolved into such a spiritual land. It is still too early to determine. Zhao Jing lowered his head, lost in thought. While his father's description bore some resemblance to reality, it could not be definitively concluded. After all, some anomalies are merely superficial phenomena and do not represent substantial changes. One must witness it firsthand. I should hasten my return. With a resolute thought, Zhao Jing promptly stowed his phone away, raised his gaze to the horizon, and embarked on his journey homeward. Several days later, in front of the city of Yingbao, where he had resided for over a decade, Zhao Jing's expression froze, feeling an unexpected sense of estrangement. The once narrow streets were now adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers and exotic grasses, radiating a fragrant symphony of colors. Towering vines intertwined with the buildings, casting shadows under the blazing sun. While in the distance, the concrete ground had inexplicably cracked open, releasing a gentle spring that shimmered like a rainbow, its waters crystal clear. Some trees had grown lush and verdant, as if rejuvenated, robust and unyielding. What astonished him even more was the spiritual energy that permeated the air. Although the world had transformed and spiritual energy had begun to manifest, most regions he had traversed still exhibited relatively sparse spiritual energy, often imperceptible unless one paid close attention. Yet here, the essence of heaven and earth was unexpectedly dense, almost materializing into a delicate mist that wafted through the void. Zhao Jing inhaled lightly, and the spiritual energy flowed into his chest, invigorating his spirit and invigorating his blood. Indeed, this is truly a spirit soil blessed land. Such a blessed land is extraordinary, providing immense benefits to practitioners, accelerating their cultivation without any adverse effects. Even ordinary individuals residing here gain significant advantages, enjoying robust health and prolonged life without the need for cultivation. Judging by the timeline, this spirit soil blessed land has not existed for long, hence its effects may not yet be maximized. As time progresses, these changes will become even more remarkable, enabling the spontaneous emergence of extraordinary spiritual fruits and rare herbs, even without the planting of seeds. What good fortune! This spirit soil arises spontaneously and is not fixed. I had initially planned to venture out to search for it elsewhere. However, with this development, I have saved myself some effort. With this thought, Zhao Jing felt a surge of joy, quickening his pace while listening to the discussions of passers-by, eager to glean their perspectives. To his surprise, he found the expressions of the majority of pedestrians rather peculiar. They seemed unfazed. Their laughter was light, their voices airy, and they appeared completely at ease, as if they were entirely accustomed to this scene, displaying no hint of astonishment whatsoever. This is rather intriguing. After all, the entire world is undergoing transformation, with anomalies arising frequently. In this context, even if Yingbao City has experienced some bizarre changes, they may not seem particularly extraordinary. After spending more than 10 days witnessing such phenomena, it would become commonplace. As he continued to listen to the conversations of those around him and mentally catalog the myriad changes, Zhao Jing hurriedly made his way home. Upon knocking on his family's door, his mother's gentle face lit up with joy at the sight of him, a smile blooming on her lips. Jinger, you've returned? Yes, I'm back. Beneath the seemingly casual exchange lay a torrent of warm and eager inquiries. It must have been difficult out there for over a month. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Not at all. I've had a wonderful time, traveling through the mountains and enjoying the scenery. It felt just like a vacation, truly delightful. And how was the food? I imagine the cuisine out there might be hard to get used to. I managed quite well. I sampled everything along the way, delicacies from various regions, enjoying every bit of it. Zhao Jing laughed heartily, appearing carefree and natural. However, in truth, this journey across countless miles, in pursuit of power and fortune, had left him with little respite. He had traversed the wilds, seldom pausing to rest, and had remained vigilant throughout. Striving to make the most of his time while keeping a low profile, he had become accustomed to roughing it, forgoing even basic comforts, let alone indulging in culinary delights. Yet, in front of his family, he wished to conceal any signs of weakness and avoid causing them concern. In the midst of his feigned lightheartedness, Zhao Jing's father coughed softly, suddenly interjecting with 4 words. "You are too young." Zhao Jing's expression faltered momentarily. Sitting at the dining table, his father casually held a newspaper, glancing over with an ease that belied the sharpness of his gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything. It was clear that he was not naive. He understood the true challenges of being out in the world. Maturity is commendable, but learning to deceive one's parents is not. Clearing his throat, Zhao Jing replied, I'm telling the truth, Dotto? Is that so?" His father's gentle questioning instantly placed Zhao Jing in an awkward position. "Alas, I have been subdued once again, despite my unrestrained dominance in the outside world. Ruthlessly suppressing any adversaries, I find myself compelled to temper my imposing aura in the presence of my family, trembling silently." After a brief silence, Zhao's father waved his hand, signaling for the elder to relent. "Enough of this talk, let us sit down to dine." "Very well," Zhao Jing replied eagerly, hastening forward to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Each mouthful of the warm and familiar dishes was like the sun breaking through after a rainstorm, illuminating his heart and washing away the weariness of the outside world, allowing him to truly savor the essence of home. After relishing the long-awaited family banquet, he presented several valuable elixirs to his parents and promptly retreated to his own quarters. Taking a deep breath, it was time to contemplate the integration of the condensation weapon technique and the explosive cloud rainbow sword. Even during his journey, Zhao Jing had been pondering the intricacies of these 2 martial arts. And now, at last, he had gleaned some results. Standing in silence for a considerable while, he suddenly extended his hand. Martial arts divine technique, condensation weapon technique. In an instant, the air surged with energy. The surrounding currents swirled violently, coalescing into an ethereal blade of energy, radiating divine light, its edge as fierce as a tidal wave. Logically, this should represent the perfected state of the condensation weapon technique, one that would not undergo significant changes. Yet, in the next moment, the energy blade underwent another transformation. The roaring heat surged, the golden waves of energy churned and rolled, and the blade morphed into an illusory sword shadow, its energy sharp and overwhelming. In the subsequent moment, that sword shadow astonishingly shifted once more. Halberd, tower, bell, hammer. As the currents continued to churn, a myriad of forms emerged. The condensation weapon technique had transformed into a multitude of shapes. Chapter 79. The chorus of birds. The so-called condensation weapon technique is, in essence, a martial arts divine technique that condenses gas and liquid into weapons. It can take the form of a blade, and naturally, it can also metamorphose into a sword, an axe, or a shield. Its versatility is boundless and incalculable. When Zhao Jing first acquired this martial arts divine technique, he had envisioned such transformations, but at that time, his understanding and control were limited, preventing him from recklessly creating new forms. It was only after obtaining the explosive cloud rainbow sword that he grasped the crucial essence. Enabling him to achieve this, the air surged and flowed, as if ignited. The crackling sounds resonated loudly, yet Zhao Jing remained unfazed, diligently channeling his vitality through his arm muscles and meridians, reaching his palms, allowing the condensation weapon technique to evolve until it could evolve no more, before reverting to that energy blade, its shimmering light undulating. Despite such transformations, he felt little excitement, shaking his head instead. The power felt inferior to the divine hammer and elephant fist. Ultimately, martial arts divine techniques rely on the operation of vitality to unleash their might, while the hammer fist and divine phenomenon fist are inherently compatible due to their shared methodologies, allowing their destructive capabilities to easily combine and amplify. In contrast, the condensation weapon technique and the explosive cloud rainbow sword differ fundamentally. One emanates power from the palm, while the other releases it through the mouth. Though there are some similarities, their respective vitality trajectories diverge, rendering an amalgamation of power impossible. However, this was still commendable. Imagining a blade piercing through a living being only to suddenly transform into a mighty hammer was a spectacle to anticipate. The image of that scene flickered in his mind. Zhao Jing's spirit surged, invigorated as if sparked by adrenaline, leading him to practice fervently. This newly forged condensation weapon technique had just been created, and numerous imperfections awaited rectification. He aspired to master it swiftly and enhance his prowess. Condensation weapon technique, capture the wind as a blade. ZZZZ. Condensation weapon technique, capture the wind as a hammer. ZZZZ. Condensation weapon technique, capture the wind as a brick. ZZZZ. After practicing the condensation weapon technique for quite some time, Zhao Jing only emerged from his room when his mother called for dinner. Gazing at the steaming dishes on the table, he fell into a moment of silence, feeling a deep sense of appreciation. Indeed, dining outdoors, enduring hunger and feasting in turns, could never compare to the comfort of home. After exchanging smiles and greetings with his parents, he promptly took his seat and began to feast heartily. As he focused intently on his meal, the television blared on, broadcasting the latest news. According to the latest reports, numerous cities had recently witnessed inexplicable phenomena suddenly dissipating, reverting to their original states. The mist that had shrouded them for days vanished without reason. And experts were investigating. Investigating? It seems the reasons may remain elusive. In this transformed world, the myriad of phenomena does not always signify substantial meaning. They are merely illusions. Some linger for days before dissipating, while others remain, evolving into landscapes. Among these extraordinary sights, it remains unclear which are mere illusions and which harbor deeper truths. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Zhao Jing's expression remained unchanged as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare rib and placed it into his mouth. The latest report stated that last night, fateful, who had just attended a banquet, was ambushed by an unknown assailant and severely injured, requiring hospitalization. Medical examinations revealed extensive soft tissue injuries and 8 fractured ribs. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Jing paused momentarily, recalling who this individual was. It was him. The one with superior cultivation methods, the first to break away from the norm. A few days prior, he had been quite prominent in society, basking in glory and admiration, yet now, an unknown adversary had emerged to shatter his ribs with mere 2 strikes. In this scenario, one could only describe it with 4 words. As expected, in this world. Fateful is not the sole possessor of exceptional cultivation methods, yet he is the most flamboyant, indulging in indulgence while others toil in obscurity. Observing his lifestyle, it is only natural that others harbor feelings of resentment. Oh, we all possess superior cultivation methods, yet while I toil in silence, you revel in luxury, and your strength pales in comparison to mine. If I do not teach you a lesson, do you believe I am a fool? The seeds one sows determine the fruits one reaps. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Zhao Jing took a sip of tomato egg soup, casting aside such thoughts. Shockingly, a terrifying shadow emerged from the depths of the ocean, approximately 300 meters long. According to reconnaissance, it likely belonged to an unknown life form. Strangely, the creature appeared for only a brief moment before vanishing without a trace, and experts were conducting research on this. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible tremor coursed through Zhao Jing's fingers before he regained his composure. His concerns seemed to materialize. In this world, there existed not only the mythological creatures of icy clouds, but also other formidable beings lying in wait, yet to reveal themselves. They were biding their time, perhaps observing the strong, and when the moment was ripe, they would unleash their formidable presence upon the world. As his apprehensions surged like a tide, Zhao Jing furrowed his brow, taking a few more bites. He was about to clear his plate and return to his training when, in that instant, his brow furrowed slightly. Zhao Jing's gaze abruptly shifted, looking out the window. Through the transparent glass, he spotted a flock of birds perched on the railing of the opposite building, chirping incessantly. The birds were quite peculiar. Some were pure white, untouched by dust, while others had feathers of fiery red, resembling flames, and some displayed a myriad of colors, like a flowing rainbow, each more exquisite than the last. As time passed, more birds continued to arrive. Alighting upon the railing, Zhao Jing could not help but wonder, when did so many birds appear in Baocheng? He approached the window, opening it wide, and as he gazed outside, his dark and profound pupils suddenly constricted. The sky had darkened, and in the distant expanse of the once clear sky, countless birds soared gracefully, descending from afar. Egrets, sparrows, red-crowned cranes, known and unknown avian species swept across the vast expanse, nearly blocking out the sun. Descending upon the world in droves, perching upon branches, buildings, and the grass, as if something in this place beckoned them. Upon finding their resting places, all the birds began to chirp joyously, their cacophony enveloping the earth. A chorus of birds. Even though Zhao Jing had witnessed numerous extraordinary sights, he felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment at this moment. What was happening? Chapter 80. The nation's attention. The oriole sang sweetly, and the birds chirped softly. They seemed to be in great spirits, singing joyously, their melodious low notes blending with the wind, resonating throughout the city. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Jing furrowed his brow. Peering closely, the multitude of birds that had arrived appeared vast and chaotic, yet their landing sites were notably concentrated, primarily in areas where spiritual energy gathered. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the greater the number of birds. Like an overwhelming mist that could not be dispelled at all. So they were drawn here by the allure of the spiritual land. Zhao Jing mused, his gaze lowered as thoughts flowed freely in such spiritually rich terrains. Life forms were more likely to evolve and awaken their intelligence, and these myriad birds must have sensed the extraordinary nature of this place, compelling them to traverse the skies and arrive here. Just then, Zhao Jing's mother raised her head, also noticing the avian visitors outside, and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed the birds of the sky point. One cannot help but wonder why, of late, there seems to be an increasing number of animals appearing within the city, each appearing more astute, much like children." This thought, Zhao Jing's mind stirred, recalling a previous conversation with his father, wherein they had touched upon this very subject. Could this phenomenon be deemed a misfortune? Not quite. The universe is imbued with spirit, nurturing vitality. The gathering of living beings is a blessing. From a certain perspective, the proliferation of spiritual entities within the city augurs well for the land's sanctity. However, if these are merely ordinary spirits, it might be tolerable. Yet, should some extraordinary or even mythical beings be drawn here? Thoughts raced through Zhao Jing's mind, causing his gaze to lower. He promptly turned and returned to his chamber. Accessing the internet to ascertain how many locales had transformed into spiritual sanctuaries. Moments later, a soft sigh escaped him. Domestically, there were approximately 12 such spiritual sanctuaries, excluding Yingbao City, that left 11, 5 of which lay within human urban areas, while the remaining 6 were in desolate regions, uninhabited. Should those extraordinary beings wish to inhabit spiritual soil, they would likely gravitate towards these unoccupied lands, yet it seemed an insufficient number. Despite humanity's current dominion over Earth, these beings are by no means ordinary. It is quite possible that they may clash with humans over these spiritual sanctuaries, potentially leading to bloodshed, even war. The tranquility would not endure for long. His fist clenched suddenly, causing the air to tremble and resonate with a thunderous echo. It was imperative to bolster his strength swiftly. He resolved to remain at home for a few days, to fortify his physical foundation, to consume that fruit, enhance himself, and then prepare to embark on the second path in search of the divine temple. Compared to the first route he had traversed, this second path was of paramount importance. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, granting him access to the true supreme secret arts, cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. For several consecutive days, Zhao Jing immersed himself in the path of cultivation, becoming utterly absorbed, with ample elixirs providing vitality and sufficient time to hone his physique. His strength surged at an astonishing pace, akin to a torrential flood, advancing at a remarkable speed. Concurrently, as he feverishly augmented his foundational prowess, he also observed the unfolding events in the world through the internet. The presence of extraordinary beings in this world was burgeoning. Through news reports, it became evident that bizarre creatures and rare avian species had emerged across the globe, diverse in race and form, yet all exuded an aura of terrifying, inexplicable power that left one breathless with trepidation. In the country, near those 6 wild spiritual sanctuaries, countless extraordinary beings congregated, their roars echoing day and night, resonating through the starry heavens. Such ferocity was terrifying. Even from dozens of kilometers away, it could silence a child's cries. While this was profoundly shocking, it also piqued the curiosity of the national government, prompting them to dispatch personnel to investigate the phenomenon. In just a few days, they arrived at a preliminary conclusion. In the capital, within a luxuriously adorned, elegant courtyard, an elder sat in a rocking chair, holding a paper report, engrossed in its contents. His hair was a silvery white, reminiscent of the stark winter snow, signifying that he was no longer in his prime, yet his face bore no trace of aging. There were no signs of wrinkled years or scars of old age, resembling a vigorous middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, full of vitality and spirit. Clearly, he had mastered the art of cultivation at an exceptionally high level, for it was inconceivable that he could rejuvenate to such a state without it. Beside him stood several robust men, their expressions grave, exuding an aura of iron and steel, evidently elite military personnel, imposing and formidable. After a period of silent reading, the elder spoke in a calm tone. Are you certain that this soil is more suitable for human cultivation or habitation? His seemingly casual inquiry struck like thunder in a silent room, carrying an air of great authority that caused the surrounding men to shudder. Yes, leader, the research report confirms that the life force in such places is highly concentrated, making them more conducive to habitation and cultivation than ordinary locales. Oh? Is that so? The elder articulated slowly, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, as if recalling something. He inquired further. I believe there is a location in the city where Brother Edao resides that is of a similar nature? Yes. The man beside him nodded slightly, responding in a hushed tone. We have already investigated. This city is very likely Brother Edao's hometown, Ingbao City, as it was the place where he first gained prominence and where he has spent the most time. We are currently conducting a census, but due to social unrest, many records are missing, and it will take some time. The elder acknowledged, rising slowly and seemingly casually asked, what level has Brother Edao's strength reached? Is there a specific figure, leader, that is rather difficult to ascertain? A hint of bitterness crossed the man's face as he replied, the exact power of Brother Edao remains unknown. No one is aware of his capabilities, nor his limits of lethality. However, based on our simulations, the greatest likelihood of subduing such a formidable being would require nuclear weaponry. Even with the use of nuclear arms, can we guarantee 100% certainty of his demise? The elder's question plunged the man into silence, rendering him speechless. The might of nuclear weaponry is well known, yet we are no longer in a technological era. In this realm of cultivation and fantasy, who can assure that a nuclear bomb would necessarily result in death? Such uncertainties can only be validated through real-world evidence. Moreover, should the situation escalate to that point, if he were to survive, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. There is no need for such tension. Our relationship need not be so adversarial. In the midst of the silence, the elder smiled gently. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, a faint glimmer of insight reflecting in the lenses. After all, we all exist within the same soil. There is no need to turn kin into foes. Chapter 81. Devouring. Upon hearing these words, the man fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded gently, responding, you are correct. He understood that the elder's many words were not an indication of intent to confront Brother Edao, but rather a cautionary reminder to harbor no hostility towards him. Among the populace, Brother Edao had cultivated an excellent reputation and had contributed significantly to maintaining stability. Should one act recklessly, public sentiment would surely rise in revolt. Most crucially, that individual was undeniably powerful. While the government housed its share of true cultivators, particularly among the iron-blooded military elite, the first to encounter the ancient temple, these warriors were paragons of will and personal strength, unrivaled among their peers. Yet, even these exceptional figures paled in comparison to Brother Edao, unable to match his prowess. The devastation of the Zhang family building, the piercing of snow-capped peaks, such terrifying lethality was unprecedented, capable of instilling fear and submission in all. Such a powerful individual poses great danger. It is best to soothe and nurture rather than provoke. It would be wise to pursue conciliatory measures instead. Fortunately, Brother Edao had garnered a commendable reputation and exhibited discretion in his dealings. Should they devise a means to integrate him into the government S-fold, it would undoubtedly be a boon. The only dilemma lay in how to initiate contact with him, he mused internally, furrowing his brow. Given the government's overly stern image, which could easily incite discord, even though he had been aware of Brother Edao's whereabouts, he had refrained from direct contact, instead subtly signaling various corporations to make overtures. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Brother Edao was exceedingly cautious, providing no opportunity for engagement. Even with a group of alluring, youthful women, there had been no substantial progress, leading to considerable frustration. What to do? What strategies could be employed to establish a connection without provoking future repercussions? As the man pondered, the elder cleared his throat and spoke again. Those corporate heirs were arranged by you to seek out that individual. Correct? The man nodded in acknowledgement, replying, yes, but Brother Edao is highly wary, seemingly disinclined to engage with them, and no deep connections have formed. You are still too young. The elder sighed lightly, saying, everyone understands that in the Eastern world, the government stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, controlling all. Corporations are merely pawns in the government's grasp. What right do such pawns have to earn his trust and respect? Moreover, the personal interests of these corporations are too pronounced. Lacking the finesse required for such delicate matters, this move was poorly executed. You are correct. I am indeed still rather inexperienced in your presence. The man slightly bowed, expressing his respect. Once the investigation results are in, Let the government directly seek contact without pretense or artifice. Utilize genuine offerings. Genuine offerings? Do you mean? Find individuals who genuinely resonate with Brother Dao to approach him. As he spoke, the elder reclined back in his chair, softly reflecting, in this era of transformation, the influence of wealth and power is no longer as paramount as it once was. Attempting to exert control through external means pales in comparison to the sincerity of genuine emotions. Do not attempt to deceive with falsehoods. Instead, cultivate authentic feelings to garner the most genuine trust. Upon hearing these words, the man felt a profound tremor coursing through his body. Truly, the elder was remarkable. Such a mode of thinking surpassed his own by an immeasurable degree. He silently praised, eager to respond, yet the elder spoke again. Regarding the regions suitable for human cultivation, aside from Yingbao City, do not disturb them. Let the fastest group of soldiers occupy the other regions. Recently, various strange beasts have emerged, and I have a foreboding sense that great turmoil may soon ensue. Yes, the man replied, suddenly recalling something and asked, by the way, leader, how should we arrange matters concerning the Zhang family? Which Zhang family? The one that clashed with Brother Dao not long ago, the Zhang Consortium, which currently holds a poor reputation in the market. Some high officials have had past connections with them, so they wish to clear their name. Oh, is that so? The elder smiled gently, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, and spoke in a calm tone. Has there ever been a Zhang family in this world? I have not heard of such a thing. His voice was warm and placid, like a gentle breeze, yet it caused the man's heart to sink, rendering him hesitant to speak further. He slightly bowed and replied, I understand. I will arrange for others to handle it in Yingbao City. Within a secluded little apartment, a soft murmur echoed. That should suffice. Standing in the center of the room, Zhao Jing stretched his arms, exhaling gently. After days of relentless training, his strength had once again surged, reaching a new pinnacle. The power concealed between his arms allowed him to effortlessly lift 6.5 tons, and his speed had increased yet again, attaining a non-human velocity of 100 meters per second. Twisting his joints and moving his body, he generated a roaring wind that howled through the air. Zhao Jing felt the sensation keenly, nodding to himself. This level of physicality should be sufficient to endure the effects of that anomalous spiritual fruit. With a thought, he promptly retrieved the fruit of the Tun Yuan Qi Ling Chao. After examining it closely for a moment, Zhao Jing calmed his mind and placed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a series of 10 seconds passed without any anomaly in his body, Zhao Jing couldn't help but frown. Could it be that due to the mutation, it had no effect on his body? Surely, he could not be this unfortunate. Just as he held this vague suspicion, a surge of extraordinary energy erupted. This energy resembled the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, yet it was far more viscous and substantial, akin to a vast primordial essence, but infinitely more mysterious. Transforming into radiant rays that penetrated his flesh and bones, in the next moment, his vital energy surged. Under the infusion of this radiance, the rich golden essence of his blood surged exponentially, coalescing into a turbulent stream that pulsated with mystical energy. In the following instant, his muscles trembled. The surface of his flesh quivered, as if innumerable dragons were swimming beneath his skin, each muscle undergoing a peculiar transformation, twisting and writhing incessantly. Simultaneously, his internal organs subtly shifted, growing immensely vibrant, brimming with vitality, while his blood flowed ceaselessly, continuously aggregating spiritual energy within. As he meticulously sensed this transformation, Zhao Jing's heart was shaken. What astonishing divine energy was this? As he had suspected, the effects of the Tun Yuan Qi Ling Chao had mutated. Normally, while the Tun Yuan Qi Ling Chao had exceptional effects, it still possessed limitations and could not possibly induce such a profound transformation. He could clearly feel that under the radiance of this brilliant light, his combat prowess was rapidly expanding, his organs and bones resonating, his vital energy and muscles vibrating in harmony, stimulated by the radiance. The muscles on his surface were rippling, his skin subtly shifting, every sinew and bone undergoing enhancement. Even his currently resilient physique felt as if it might not withstand the strain, a tearing pain emerging. Fortunately, I prepared in advance, waiting a few days before using it. Otherwise, it would have been a serious issue. If I had injured myself due to reckless consumption of this substance, it would have been quite the joke. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Zhao Jing reined in his emotions, calming his heart in an instant. His mindset descended into tranquility, resembling a still lake, undisturbed by any ripples, allowing the extraordinary radiance to surge within him. transforming his sinews and blood, his organs and flesh. After a considerable time, the radiance subsided. Zhao Jing opened his eyes. Within his pupils, golden divine light emanated, shimmering like a rainbow of crystal, while the essence of his blood surged like rolling waves. Flowing with enigmatic energy, every muscle of his body had become as resilient as steel, robust and solid, as if true dragons and colossal elephants lay dormant within him. This power, sensing his transformation, Zhao Jing's brows furrowed, and he tentatively clenched his fist. Bang! The air exploded with a resounding crack. This seemingly simple and effortless action appeared to seize the very air within the room, unleashing a tempest of wind and a torrent of sound waves. His raw physical strength had increased by approximately a ton. Now, I should be able to easily lift 7.5 tons. Zhao Jing's eyes glimmered as he murmured to himself. He shifted his legs slightly, feeling his speed surge once more, now reaching 100 meters per second, akin to moving like the wind, so fast that it was unfathomable. This enhancement exceeded my expectations. With this speed, even if a nuclear bomb were to descend from the sky, I could evade the epicenter of the explosion at the fastest possible pace, minimizing the damage. Zhao Jing's mind stirred as he exhaled slowly, considering that there were still 2 unopened buds on the Tun Yuan Qi Ling Chao. His spirit flickered with enthusiasm, akin to a roaring blaze. If only another opportunity arose to obtain the spiritual fruits from the remaining buds, his power would undoubtedly experience a significant boost. However, it would be prudent not to rush this matter just yet. I must first master this surging power in the blink of an eye. Such an immense increase in strength necessitated that he familiarize himself with his body quickly to avoid potential hazards. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jing bid farewell to his parents and stepped outside. The sky in September was ablaze with sunlight. The scorching rays cascaded through the clouds like a torrential downpour. The temperature boiling, seemingly capable of vaporizing all things into mist and nothingness. Yet, Zhao Jing felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if immersed in a soothing hot spring. This was part of the divine cultivation method's efficacy. The De Ri Tian Long Gong was inherently a vigorous and pure yang method, wielding the supreme energy of the blazing sun. The intense heat posed no obstacle to him. Rather, it served as a boon. Though his realm was still shallow, ordinary flames and high temperatures no longer posed any threat to him. Once he reached his peak state, let alone fire, even standing amidst the blazing sun would inflict no harm. Enjoying the warm sunlight, he cast a sidelong glance at his surroundings. Having not ventured out for several days, the changes in this spiritual land had become even more pronounced. The surrounding spiritual energy had grown increasingly abundant, coalescing into milky white mist, dissipating throughout the heavens and earth. The ground was covered in lush grass and vibrant flowers, teeming with life, infused with ethereal essence. Moreover, what caught his attention were the creatures idling by the roadside. To his surprise, on the left side by the public restrooms, there were a dozen or so cats and dogs standing in formation, entering the various restrooms in an orderly manner. Have they gained sentience? Zhao Jing's lips twitched slightly, then he shifted his gaze eastward. At the top of a nearby building, numerous vines intertwined with steel, where 2 to 3 dozen birds were arranged in sequence, singing melodies of varied tones, their voices rising and falling, creating enchanting harmonies. His gaze swept towards the west, where a charming yellow dog stealthily approached a fashionable young woman, tilting its head to sneak a glance beneath her skirt. Zhao Jing's eyes twitched imperceptibly. This lecherous dog, truly outrageous. Just as he silently criticized, the young woman seemed to sense something, noticing the yellow dog. Instead of shooing it away, she tenderly reached out, stroking the dog's head, and then pulled it into her embrace. With a beautiful woman holding it in such an intimate manner, the yellow dog grinned widely, its eyes squinting in delight, instinctively resting its head against her ample bosom, one paw casually draping over it, exuding a natural charm. Zhao Jing's expression darkened, as if overshadowed by countless storm clouds in this world. It truly seemed that dogs were treated better than humans. Who knows how many times this yellow dog has been embraced? Its technique was remarkably adept, and the girl likely had no idea she was being taken advantage of, probably reveling in the moment. Having walked by the river so often, how could one avoid getting wet? Wishing this lecherous dog the best in encountering a dog-loving individual who would peel its skin and stew it into a dog meat hot pot, Zhao Jing harbored a small curse in his heart as he continued on his way. Surveying his surroundings in this observation, he could clearly discern that the beings here possessed remarkable intelligence, becoming astute and clever, displaying an intelligence that was remarkable. Yet they had not engaged in conflict with humans, instead existing in a delicate state of balance. The coexistence of humans and beasts was evidently the scene he wished to witness. However, he couldn't help but wonder how long this tranquility would last. With this thought, Zhao Jing lowered his gaze, a shadow passing through his heart. In that news report, the once pristine sanctuaries of the wilderness have been overrun by malevolent creatures, frequently erupting in thunderous roars that reverberate across mountains and plains, signaling that a crisis is imminent. These sanctified lands are ultimately finite, and the number of beings they can accommodate is limited. The mere few sacred grounds available will undoubtedly fall short of satisfying the needs of all life forms. It is quite possible that some extraordinary beings have already set their sights on this place. Zhao Jing pondered silently, his fists clenching tightly. If they have indeed taken notice, then a death knell shall be sounded for you. This is a city of humanity, my city, my territory. I shall not permit your audacity. As he was engulfed in murderous intent, a voice suddenly called out beside him. Hey, Zhao Jing, long time no see. Chapter 83. Who is making a ruckus? Zhao Jing's hearing was remarkably acute. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the call, he turned his head toward the source of the voice and beheld its owner 50 meters to his left, beneath the intertwining shade of several verdant old trees. Sun Zhongbai stood there, laughing heartily and waving in greeting. Beside him were two stunning young women, one clad in a red dress, her figure alluring like a captivating fairy, and the other in flowing white attire, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to a pristine lotus untouched by mud. They were none other than his former high school classmates, Shuya and Zhou Ruajin. Where in life do we not encounter one another? Who would have thought I would unexpectedly run into old classmates? Feeling a slight stir in his heart, Zhao Jing maintained a calm and composed demeanor, a slight polite smile gracing his lips as he waved back. Long time no see, everyone. Haha, it has indeed been a while. Sun Zhongbai chuckled heartily, striding closer and casting a careful glance over Zhao Jing, momentarily taken aback. TSK, Deition Dao friend, after more than a month, why do I feel like you've become even more handsome? Ahem, you flatter me, Sun Dao friend, that I am but an ordinary visage. No need for such praise. To be fair, it is you, Sun Dao friend, who possesses true charm and elegance, far beyond what mere mortals like us can aspire to, Zhao Jing replied, placing a hand over his heart and sighing lightly, as if feeling a sense of inadequacy. In the presence of friends with whom he shared a good rapport, he did not wish to appear overly aloof or distant. Instead, he adopted a friendly tone to jest and draw closer. Deition Dao friend need not be so humble. In my humble opinion, among all the talented individuals under heaven, none shine brighter than you, Deition Dao friend, with boundless magical prowess. Sun Dao friend is far too courteous. I am but a flickering candle. How could I compare to your resplendent moonlight? The two exchanged playful banter back and forth for several rounds until, ultimately, Sun Zhongbai found himself at a loss for words. He cleared his throat twice, shifting the topic. Ahem, enough of the pleasantries. Let us discuss something substantial. Deition Dao friend, where have you been since our high school graduation gathering? I haven't heard from you in a while. Oh, I've just been cooped up at home, feeling a bit bored, and have only recently returned after wandering about, Zhao Jing offered with a smile, casually concocting an excuse. So you've only just returned as well? It seems Deition Dao friend is not too familiar with the changes in our hometown. Why don't we explore together? The changes in Yingbao City are quite significant. It's easy to get lost without a first-hand look. Upon hearing his classmate's invitation, Zhao Jing paused to contemplate for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. He had chosen to walk around to familiarize himself with his newfound strength, and having friends to chat with along the way would certainly make the experience less tedious. As they walked forward, engaging in lively conversation, Zhao Jing felt a subtle stirring within his body. With each step he took, he began to acclimate to the surging power within him, shedding a layer of awkwardness. With every few meters traversed, a sense of ease enveloped him, and he experienced a profound sensation of liberation. Gradually mastering his strength and reuniting with friends brought Zhao Jing an undeniable joy, causing him to engage more fervently in conversation with Sun Zhongbai. Amidst their light-hearted exchanges, he seemed to forget something might being forgotten, and Shuya and Zhou Ruajin exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring one another's surprise. As exceptionally beautiful women with outstanding grace, they had never endured such treatment, being sidelined by two men. In their recollections of past encounters, whenever they entered a public space, they were always the focus of attention, garnering admiration and flattery from numerous suitors. If a man were fortunate enough to accompany them, he would shower them with care and concern. Yet now, What was this situation? They had walked alongside the two men for quite some time, and not a single word had been directed towards them. The two were wholly engrossed in their own conversation. Reflecting on the past graduation gathering, they recalled how they had mustered the courage to extend invitations, only to be met with Zhao Jing's ironclad refusal. Their numerous experiences had instilled in them a sense of confidence and pride regarding their appearances, but in Zhao Jing's presence, that once icebound self-assurance shattered instantaneously, leaving behind a subtle sense of defeat. This man clearly did not comprehend the concept of cherishing beauty. With a soft sigh, the two women's thoughts began to wander. Well, even if we do not engage, what of it? There are countless flowers in the world. Why should we linger over a single tree? Such noble women inherently possessed a degree of pride. How could they not be affected by such cold treatment? Previously, while they harbored some fondness towards Zhao Jing and hoped for further interaction, that affection had merely been a fleeting sentiment. Now, witnessing his indifferent demeanor, those thoughts dissipated entirely. In hindsight, there were certainly individuals at the university who surpassed Zhao Jing in excellence. Attractive young men were not a rarity, and there was no need to dwell too heavily on this one instance. Anne Shuya's thoughts flowed as her bright starry eyes flickered slightly, sending ripples through her heart. Let it be cold, it matters not. There are plenty of handsome seniors at the university. Let it fade. It could be a choice in itself. Zhou Ruozhen gently brushed her delicate hand over her lips, dispelling the lingering thoughts in her heart. As the two contemplated their emotions, they had already arrived at the pet market. This pet market spanned several thousand meters, serving as a hub for the sale of various adorable creatures, cats, dogs, rabbits, guinea pigs, and countless others. These beings were as common as dirt, but with the recent celestial upheaval, many had awakened with newfound sentience, becoming ever more charming, thus drawing numerous visitors eager to purchase them. Initially, these creatures remained tranquil, mostly stationary. However, at that moment, as Zhao Jing approached, all beings suddenly erupted in a frenzy of emotion. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The guinea pig in its cage emitted terrified shrieks, curling into a ball and rolling about frantically. Meow. Various breeds of cats unsheathed their claws, fur bristling, releasing low, guttural yowls. Woof, woof, woof. Numerous dogs bared their teeth, eyes bloodshot, seemingly paralyzed by fear as they barked incessantly at Zhao Jing. In an instant, the pet market was engulfed in a cacophony of animal cries. An uproar that reverberated in every direction, plunging the scene into chaos. They had sensed the arrival of their natural enemy. Cats and dogs are inherently astute. Their senses are exquisitely refined, allowing them to detect the unknown and unpredictable dangers. Coupled with Zhao Jing's recently inflated combat prowess and his still rough mastery over his own aura, a trace of fear emanated from him, precipitating this sudden uproar. The din of creatures surged like a raging tide, drowning out all echoes, creating a tempest that left everyone present momentarily stunned, bringing an abrupt halt to Sun Zhengbai's animated conversation. He exclaimed in alarm, "What is going on? Why has it suddenly turned chaotic?" And Shuya widened her beautiful eyes, scanning the surroundings. Huh? Why are all the pets crying out? They seem to be in fear. Zhou Ruozhen clenched her fists, glancing around in a daze, clearly shaken by the scene unfolding before her. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Jing furrowed his brow. The peaceful moment had been disrupted once more. Naturally forceful, he despised being subjected to the raucous cries of any creature. Instinctively, he took a deep breath, releasing a hint of the murderous intent accumulated through countless slaughters, manifesting as a whisper that swept across the surroundings. Who is making a ruckus? As the words escaped his lips, the world fell into silence. The land lay still, enveloped in profound quietude. Not a single pet dared to utter a sound. All fell silent, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. His soft utterance resonated with the authority of a supreme being issuing a decree, compelling countless creatures to bow in submission. Chapter 84. Denial in Words. Obedience in body. A chilling wind swept through, sharp as a blade. That aura, formless and intangible, was difficult to discern. Yet it exuded an unfathomable terror, suppressing the caged pets while causing the onlookers nearby to feel their hearts constrict suddenly. Their bodies turning cold as ice, their throats parched. This was the unique aura of an extraordinary powerhouse, capable of subduing the wicked and instilling fear in all living beings. However, this sensation did not linger long. It existed for but a fleeting moment before dissipating quietly, melting into the invisible wind. The crowd immediately returned to normalcy, exchanging bewildered glances. What just happened? I felt suddenly paralyzed. What was that? Could it have been an illusion? It seemed like an illusion, yet it also felt like something occurred. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices mingling in confusion. Due to the vast disparity in strength, bystanders were utterly oblivious to the source of the wind. Nor did they ever come to know who exuded the murderous intent, thus falling into a state of bewilderment, attempting to seek answers from others. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Jing extended his palm, retracting all traces of his aura. Having journeyed through countless battles to this day, he had cultivated a dominating demeanor, accustomed to suppressing the cries and hostility of living beings with overwhelming force. Now that the hostility had dissipated, it was only natural for him to withdraw his pressure. With a slight twist of his body, Zhao Jing turned to his companion beside him and smiled. "Let us find another place to stroll." After uttering these words, he took the lead, stepping away into the distance. "Oh, we are coming." Sun Zhengbai and the others were momentarily taken aback but quickly responded and hurriedly followed. Though they continued to walk, their mental state had already shifted from what it had been moments ago. The chorus of beasts echoed like thunder, the scene too extraordinary, shaking the hearts of men. Even after leaving the pet market, the perturbation in the hearts of the three lingered, casting a shadow over their minds. What had caused those pets to shriek and roar? And what had rendered those beings silent and trembling? Layers of uncertainty enveloped them like a bottomless mire, drawing the trio deeper into contemplation. Unable to contain themselves, they began to converse, seeking an answer, while Zhao Jing merely listened, engrossed in familiarizing himself with his muscles and controlling his vital energy. After a lengthy discussion, Zhou Ruojian inevitably felt a pang of thirst and lifted her gaze in search of a shop along the way. Upon glancing around, her expression slightly startled. She suddenly realized something. Within a radius of 100 meters centered around the three of them, only pedestrians meandered aimlessly. Not a single non-human creature was in sight. Not even a bird dared to fly overhead. This was impossible. Recently, in Yingbao City, animals were everywhere. How could this be? Her mind trembled, emotions surging violently, her bright eyes gazing into the distance. Upon closer inspection, she was met with a wave of tumultuous thoughts. The creatures in the distance were actively retreating. Whether it be the birds soaring overhead or the beasts roaming below, as soon as they approached, they swiftly took flight, hastily retreating as if they had encountered a formidable foe. Not daring to utter a single sound, that explains it. I felt something was off on the road earlier, as if something was missing. It must be that someone among us instills fear in all living beings, leading to the bizarre phenomenon we just witnessed. The pets' panic and cries stemmed from being trapped in their cages, with nowhere to escape. Zhou Ruojian murmured to herself, a sudden clarity washing over her. But who was the source of these peculiar occurrences, the initiator of all these changes? Her star-like pupils shimmered with waves of emotion, a torrent of chaotic thoughts swirling within her. Her gaze shifted to the three beside her. "And Shuya?" She subtly shook her head, feeling it unlikely. "Sun Zhengbai?" She pursed her lips slightly, dismissing the notion again. Her eyes roamed over the group, finally landing on Zhao Jing, ripples of intrigue dancing in her beautiful gaze. Her fingers, pale as snow, intertwining nervously. "It must be him. I know Shuya well. She could not possibly be the cause of such a transformation. Sun Zhengbai appears quite natural, seemingly unchanged. Only he has the potential to be the one who triggered these anomalies." "But how could that be?" Zhou Ruojian's thoughts spiraled, her emotions tumultuous, her breathing momentarily faltering. She conceded that Zhao Jing had indeed undergone significant changes recently, both in demeanor and appearance, as if he had been reborn. Yet to suggest he had grown strong enough to command the reverence of all living beings, to the point of inducing fear, seemed fantastical. As memories of the past surged in her mind, she recalled the Zhao Jing she once knew, ordinary, unremarkable, a mere speck among the multitude of existence, devoid of any distinctiveness. How could he have transformed into what he was now? Unbeknownst to her, her perception of Zhao Jing had subtly shifted once more. Meanwhile, amidst the elegant lady's contemplations, Shuya and Sun Zhengbai were equally entranced, casting their gazes towards Zhao Jing, their eyes filled with skepticism. Clearly, they too sensed something amiss, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him. Zhao Jing simply continued forward, remaining unresponsive. He was still engaged in stretching his muscles, acclimating to the drastic changes in his physique. After some time, he felt it was sufficient and smiled, saying, "Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The three were momentarily stunned before quickly responding, "All right, see you later. Let us catch up again sometime." "Farewell, fellow friends," he quipped lightly, stepping away, his figure flowing like a fish, swiftly merging into the unending tide of humanity, disappearing from view. Once his silhouette had completely vanished, Sun Zhongbai stroked his chin, murmuring thoughtfully, "It appears that our friend Zhao Jing harbors certain secrets." Indeed, and Shuya concurred, unable to restrain herself from adding, "By the way, Sun Jingbai, since you are so familiar with Zhao Jing, could you inquire about it specifically?" She was eager to uncover something, but their relationship as classmates was rather ordinary, and given Zhao Jing's reticence, she had hesitated to ask. "Ask? What would I ask?" Sun Zhongbai chuckled lightly, waving his hand with a carefree demeanor. "Everyone has their own secrets. Probing too deeply will only disrupt the relationship. It's better to feign ignorance and maintain the status quo. In life, it's rare to find clarity. The way you say that makes it sound as if you've truly attained enlightenment, as though you've ascended," Zhou Ruojin teased, rolling her eyes at him. Yet regardless, she acknowledged that Zhao Jing's cultivation method was certainly noteworthy, at the very least of moderate caliber. Otherwise, it would not have produced such phenomena. "I agree with that," and Shuya nodded gently in affirmation. Yet in the next moment, she recalled Zhao Jing's earlier aloof demeanor, her brows knitting together as she stubbornly asserted, "But I feel he cannot compare to brother Yi Dao." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruojin's gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but laugh. "Shuya, your words are quite obvious. Aren't they? Someone like brother Yi Dao shines far too brightly. In the entire Eastern world, no, even globally, few can rival him. There is simply no comparison." Hearing this, Sun Zhongbai merely smiled, choosing not to counter. The two women spoke thusly, not due to any deep-seated beliefs, but rather because they had felt somewhat slighted earlier. Their emotions were slightly intricate, yet there was no need to take it too seriously. Moreover, it was, after all, the truth. Brother Yi Dao, he repeated the name, a figure materializing in his mind. That figure was tall and robust, wearing a mask, embodying an indomitable presence. Merely conjuring it in his mind evoked a sense of overwhelming dominance that gazed down upon humanity. It was someone who could not be chased after, only revered. And as he pondered this, two voices suddenly called out from beside him. "Hey, Sun Jingbai, I need to talk to you about something. I have something to discuss with you too." The two women's cheeks flushed, seemingly a bit shy, as they hesitated in their speech. "Huh? What advice do you have, fellow ladies? Could you give me Zhao Jing's phone number? I suddenly realized that having been classmates for so long, I still don't have his contact information, which feels a bit awkward." Me too. Sun Jingbai was momentarily speechless, then found it somewhat amusing. Just moments ago, these two had been acting all proudly aloof. And now they were eagerly seeking his number, perhaps hoping for future interactions. Was this perhaps the legendary phenomenon of not admitting defeat verbally, yet being quite earnest in action? Chapter 85. Thank you all for coming to meet. Your end strength is nearly under control. Upon returning home, Zhao Jing took a deep breath, suddenly clenching his hand. The muscular contours of his arms twisted, veins prominently standing out, intertwining like a dragon coiling, the power within feeling as solid as iron. Seemingly capable of crushing everything, a slight movement of his mind sent a surge of golden vitality roaring through his body, manifesting mysterious energy that transformed the surrounding air into a tumultuous torrent, swirling like a raging river, as scorching as an invisible flame. This was the power he now possessed. Beneath the illumination of the fruit's radiant glow, Zhao Jing's vitality surged dramatically, his combat prowess heightened. Even the slightest motion could stir the air into chaos, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yet, at this moment, he felt little joy. His expression was profoundly calm as he reflected on the events that had transpired. The might of the strong, like a tree standing tall in the forest, could intimidate all around, and it was only natural for living beings to take notice. However, how many among them were genuinely fearful and submissive? And how many were merely cautious, concealing their malice? Those not of my kin may harbor different intentions. If ordinary beings could be overlooked, what if a supernatural creature had stealthily infiltrated? That would surely lead to chaos. Zhao Jing spoke in a low voice, his gaze sharp as ice. Supernatural beings differed from mythical creatures. Some were small and agile, and if they took refuge silently in the city, it could prove quite troublesome. In the stillness of his room, after pondering for a while, Zhao Jing suddenly furrowed his brow and approached the balcony, scanning the outside world. On the surface, everything appeared serene and tranquil, but through his extraordinary perception, he could see through all manner of facades to the eaves of a white apartment, situated 30 meters away. A few small birds quietly perched, their feathers as pristine as snow, and their talons a muted ochre. With glossy black eyes, they gazed in this direction, seemingly scrutinizing. Meanwhile, at the edge of the road, 45 meters distant, several mice stood silently in a concealed, shadowy corner, adopting a shrewd demeanor as they stealthily observed. Opposite, outside a transparent window, a black cat sat serenely, delicately licking its paws, its movements languid and graceful, while its yellow-brown slit pupils stealthily darted toward him. In that fleeting moment, numerous creatures from the surroundings cast their gazes in his direction. After a brief pause, Zhao Jing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he softly uttered 3 words, quite intriguing. Undoubtedly, these beings had gathered due to his presence. Under normal circumstances, ordinary creatures would fear his power and dare not approach, let alone observe him closely. Yet, the gathering of so many beings, undeterred by the threat of death, implied. Was there an extraordinary entity exerting forceful command? Thoughts surged within Zhao Jing, his brow furrowing as a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head with a light chuckle, extending his hands to draw the curtains, as if to veil the world itself, completely obscuring the external gaze. As time elapsed, the daylight waned. In the dim gray heavens, myriad stars sparkled, casting down strands of luminous flow, their ethereal light dancing in harmony with spiritual essence, coalescing into a delicate fog that enveloped the vast earth. It was now deep into the night. At this hour, Yingbao City should have succumbed to tranquility, with all things lying in silence. Yet, amidst the thin, rising mist, faint sounds began to emerge on the ground, in the corridors, beneath the earth, and in the skies. In realms imperceptible to ordinary folk, beings moved with fervor, racing incessantly. They had long lurked within Yingbao City, enjoying the blessings of the spiritual soil, rarely stirring. However, today, under the shroud of mist, they surged forth in unison. Racing toward a singular target, the apartment where Zhao Jing resided. Within the shifting mist, a peculiar being spoke in a deep voice, surprisingly articulating in human language. Is this the dwelling of that human during the day? Its tone was piercing, akin to glass scraping against a blackboard, resonating swiftly through the air. Shortly after, another voice echoed, booming like a thunderous bell, stirring up a tempest. Indeed, there were subordinates keeping watch during the day. It must be there. This human is rather extraordinary. We ought to exercise caution. Not to worry, merely a single human, hardly a match for us. Another voice chimed in, its tone cold and indifferent, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. We have already assessed the situation. In this city, the individual prowess of humans is not formidable. Their abilities are rather average and should fall short of our innate superiority. Even if a sudden strong figure appears, it poses no threat. We can eliminate them with ease. In this domain, no human power is permitted to exist, save for our own. Naturally so, it ought to be so. Several voices responded in low tones, brimming with confidence. This was the unwavering assurance of extraordinary beings. They were innately exceptional, possessing extraordinary abilities, and having resided here for a considerable time. They believed that by relying on their own strength, they could suppress all formidable foes. In a casual exchange, the initial speaker snorted disdainfully and remarked, "Humph, some beings are overly cautious, knowing full well the advantages here yet refraining from entering, claiming this is human territory and that they should not tread lightly. But now, look at us. Are we not settled and quite comfortably? What trouble could there possibly be? Their cowardice is truly remarkable. Indeed, those beings were simply frightened, which has worked in our favor. They are too busy scrambling for territory in the wilds to enjoy the comforts of our domain." Another added, "Exactly. The fewer humans there are, the better for us. To us, they are non-existent, allowing us to reclaim vast spaces." Precisely. Numerous beings voiced their agreement, their tones tinged with dissatisfaction. In the realm of Earth, humanity had reigned supreme for millennia, subjugating all creatures, the oppressed. The resentment of these beings was akin to an unfathomable abyss, vast and boundless. They refrained from retaliating solely because of the long-standing power of humanity, instilling fear within them. Once they matured and attained tremendous strength, significant upheaval was inevitable. "It won't be long before this place ceases to belong to humanity," the first speaker coldly declared, maintaining a nonchalant tone as it divulged a significant revelation. "To my knowledge, there exists a being that surpasses us, showing interest in this locale. In a few days, they shall arrive to investigate. By then, this place will undoubtedly undergo a drastic transformation, leaving no human survivor." "A being that surpasses us?" the mice pondered. "Could you possibly be referring to—" "Knowing is sufficient. There is no need to elaborate. Let us first suppress that human, In the midst of their banter, countless beings raced swiftly, converging upon the vicinity of Zhao Jing's apartment. Utilizing the mist as cover, they approached silently, swiftly encircling their target without making a sound. Suddenly, all beings came to a halt. They stood as if ensnared by an unseen force. Motionless, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated upon a rooftop. On that very rooftop, under the watchful eyes of countless beings, Zhao Jing stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Sensing the arrival of these myriad beings, he lowered his eyelids. Casting a casual glance around, and spoke softly, "Thank you all for delivering yourselves to your demise." As his words fell, he extended a hand, lightly pressing toward the void. Bang! A violent gale erupted with a deafening roar, sweeping across the surroundings, scattering the ethereal mist that enveloped the earth. Chapter 86. Please maintain silence. The tempestuous wind howled, enveloping a radius of 100 meters, creating ripples across the spiritual mist that cloaked the ground, dispersing the void and revealing the true forms of various beings, mice. Zhao Jing cast his gaze downward, observing the left side of the concrete gutter. Amidst the interplay of light and darkness, at the corner's edge, dozens of mice stood frozen, their expressions vacant. The leaders were two silver-furred mice, each about 2 meters in size, floating amidst a hazy gray mist, resembling smoke and dust. Birds. He then lowered his voice, directing his gaze upward. In the direction he focused upon, beneath the starlit sky, dozens of sparrows hovered in midair, gently flapping their wings, with 3 larks at the forefront, their feathers as pure as snow, untouched by grime. Wild cats. Turning his head again, he looked toward the ground. On a nearby rooftop, a line of wild cats stood, brimming with vitality. Leading the group was a particularly large lynx, its coat as dark as ink, its golden slit pupils wide as it stared intently. These beings exuded an extraordinary aura, their presence formidable, akin to an expansive ocean, grand and impervious. Were they to venture into the outside world, they would undoubtedly instill fear in the hearts of most practitioners, who would hesitate to confront them. However, in Zhao Jing's eyes, how disappointing. We have awaited for so long, only to be met with such inconsequential beings. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, exhaling lightly. Zhao Jing had been anticipating this moment since the day creatures had spied upon him, yet he had not expected the adversaries to be so feeble, almost laughable. Though extraordinary beings were innately powerful, there existed a spectrum of strength among them, and these creatures before him were far too mediocre, barely stronger than those possessing mid-level cultivation techniques. It was to be expected. Beings of true strength were likely adventuring in the wilds, seeking opportunities, rather than skulking secretively in a human city. I have overestimated you all. He placed a finger to his brow, sighing softly. The moment these words escaped his lips, the assembled beings erupted in fury. Ever since awakening their extraordinary potential, they had grown excessively inflated with pride, viewing the world with disdain, and could not tolerate such mockery. Though this individual appeared somewhat enigmatic and seemingly extraordinary, he was ultimately insignificant. They could simply unite their forces and eliminate him. The leading lark immediately flapped its wings, conjuring a roaring gale, shrieking, "How could a mere human possibly?" Before its words could fully escape, a tempest of furious wind surged forth. The wind, howling with intensity, resembled an onslaught of invisible blades, icy and terrifying, drowning out all sound and sweeping across the earth and sky, silencing the cacophony of noise and rendering the lark's voice completely mute. The numerous beings trembled in unison. "Oh, it can actually speak human language?" Zhao Jing remarked lightly, casting a sidelong glance at the lark. Indeed, extraordinary beings were innately intelligent and quick to learn. Mastering human language was no great feat. However, this is my territory. Without my permission, you have no right to speak. As his words resonated, Zhao Jing's aura surged explosively, unleashing a chaotic tide. The surrounding air erupted with a resounding crack, forming a white ripple that coalesced into overwhelming pressure, permeating the surroundings and soaring into the heavens. In the sky, the birds were jolted by the oppressive force, their bodies rigid as if celestial bodies plummeting to the earth. Between the buildings, the wild cats were shaken by the shockwave. Losing their balance and tumbling down, upon the ground, the mice lay prostrate, their entire bodies pressed flat against the earth, resembling mere stickers almost embedded into the cement. The world fell into an eerie silence. Whether they were extraordinary beings or the aberrant creatures that accompanied them, they were all overwhelmed by this tumultuous aura, reduced to a state of immobility on the ground. With a faint crunch, A human descended from the rooftop, possessing an exquisite mastery of control, and with the pulsations of his vitality reverberating through the air, he landed soundlessly, like a phantom gliding forward. As he advanced, the atmospheric pressure emanating from him expanded, not disturbing the streets or buildings, but instead creating waves that crushed all living beings beneath its weight. Every creature that touched the ground trembled violently, akin to the convulsions of epilepsy, their fur ruffled by the howling winds. Swirling chaotically, their minds plummeting into an abyss of despair from which there was no escape. This is not right. They had clearly detected that formidable humans were exceedingly rare here, and that cultivators were hardly a threat. Which is why they dared to encircle and attack. How could such an overwhelmingly powerful presence exist? Who, exactly, is this individual? Fear, trepidation, and dread surged forth like tumultuous waves, engulfing the spirits of all beings and obliterating their pride without a trace. Just as their consciousness quivered, Zhao Jing arrived, his gaze cast down upon them as he spoke softly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a trivial question that I wish to resolve with your assistance. My patience is finite, so please respond promptly. Therefore, I ask for your cooperation. I will pose the questions, and you will provide the answers. As his words fell, he slightly retracted his aura, granting the creatures a modicum of space to move. Yet, in that very instant of his aura receding, a sonic boom erupted. At that precise moment, 3 types of beings made the same choice, channeling their vast energies, unleashing their full might, and without a second thought, they fled wildly into the distance. The claws of the cats darted, the paws of the mice flailed, and the wings of the birds flapped in a fervent display of their sheer terror. It was utterly horrifying. In the presence of such a powerful being, they could scarcely muster the courage to fight back, let alone confront him directly. All aspirations of power and the hope for the collapse of the human era dissipated into the ether, leaving only the primal desire for survival, overwhelming all other emotions as they sought to escape this place and live on. However, before they had traversed even a few meters, Zhao Jing's voice resonated once more. I have stated that this is my territory. Did I permit you to leave? His voice, though light and calm, carried an inexplicable aura of dominance, like a true dragon exerting its might, enveloping the creatures in a fierce gale that pressed them down to the ground. The path of escape was effortlessly severed. Upon witnessing this, some terrified cats and mice were overcome with despair, wailing for mercy. Squeak, meow. At the sound of their cries, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to grasp, and any creature that uttered a sound was swiftly captured and effortlessly silenced. I have made it clear that I am the master here. Please remain silent until I have posed my inquiries. Chapter 87. The mythical collision approaches oppressive, silent. The air was tranquil and devoid of sound, with no disturbance in the winds, only the surging tide of fear spreading like a tempest. The beings present never anticipated that their self-proclaimed strength would render them so utterly powerless. Akin to mere ants, that human didn't even need to lift a finger to subdue them all. The disparity in power was like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to bridge. Once the difference in combat prowess became too vast, no amount of beings could make a difference. Tap, tap, tap. The monotonous sound of footsteps echoed in the wind, fading away after a few repetitions as Zhao Jing drew closer, looming over the beings on the ground. Now, I shall pose my question. Besides yourselves, are there any other extraordinary beings in this city? No sooner had his words left his lips than a multitude of creatures hurriedly responded. None, none at all. Squeak. Those who could speak human language shouted, while those who could not squeaked in a chaotic uproar. The cacophony was disordered and lacked cohesion, yet it assured Zhao Jing in his heart. This place should be secure. The immediate responses of these beings, devoid of pattern, served as proof of their sincerity rather than a premeditated deception. Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of unease and continued to inquire. Are there any other notable beings intending to come here? At this query, the creatures' hearts quivered, lifting their heads to exchange glances, seemingly attempting to reach a consensus through silent communication. The moment this subtle gesture emerged, Zhao Jing keenly detected it, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand. Crack! The head of a lark was effortlessly crushed. Time is of the essence, and I do not wish to waste a moment. I hope you will calm yourselves and refrain from any furtive movements. His voice was low and calm, his gaze as cold as steel, remaining unchanged. Silence. Once again, there was a deathly silence. This method was excessively brutal, like dark clouds looming ominously overhead, weighing down their thoughts like a tangle of countless musings. akin to volcanic magma surging forth. Anxiety, fear, resentment, terror emotions surged wildly, and the last vestiges of hope vanished entirely. They were now acutely aware of the fate that awaited them in the midst of this stillness. An extraordinary being could no longer endure the pressure and let out a roar. Human, who do you think you are? This was a silver-furred mouse, its bristling fur standing on end, resisting the immense aura pressing down upon it. Its body nearly bleeding from the strain. Even if you can trample upon us, what of it? We are but insignificant pawns, and I am not afraid to tell you that a great being far beyond us is en route to this place. It shall reveal to you what true power entails. Indeed, you are formidable, easily crushing us, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings, but your strength is ultimately limited. Before that great being, you are but a speck of dust, an ant, utterly inconsequential. The fear you have instilled in us will one day return to haunt you. I await that day as this extraordinary being bellowed its heart's truth. It stood defiant, having cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jing's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be? According to the mouse's words, a mythical creature was soon to descend. Thoughts surged within him, yet he maintained an impassive facade, deliberately provoking, "Oh, from your tone, it seems you have great faith in this being. It must possess some divine power. Then, I find it hard to believe it's much different from you. Human, do not be so self-assured." A cat's voice erupted in fury. No longer concerned with life or death, as it spoke with a low growl, "Do not presume that because you possess some strength, you are invincible. That great being is a thunder mosquito, born to wield the might of thunder. Capable of commanding winds and storms, soaring through the skies, far surpassing you as it is an entity beyond your comprehension. It will envelop the clouds, bringing countless offspring to this place, declaring the end of the human era, liberating the countless beings of earth and crushing weaklings like you into dust." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's judgment was solidified, and he feigned disdain. "I do not believe it. It will merely come to deliver a meal to me. Just like you. You're all just blowing hot air. It will be easy to puncture your claims. When it arrives, I will surely slay it. Humans are ultimately just humans." "How foolish!" The lark sneered coldly, its expression one of utter contempt. "You think that with a modicum of cultivation, you can contend with the supreme beings nurtured by the heavens. That being is the king of all creatures, destined to become an invincible myth. I shall not hesitate to tell you that in 3 days, it will grace this place. At that time, the heavens will shatter and humanity will be extinguished. I will watch your demise from the depths of the netherworld." They understood their fate was sealed, having relinquished all thoughts of life and death, eager to indulge in mockery. Zhao Jing, upon hearing this, merely smiled. "Thank you." These words caught the beings off guard, leaving them puzzled. "Thank you. Thank you for what?" "Thank you for imparting to me the specific details regarding that great being. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to counter it." "Counter it? Ha! What a delusion." The silver mouse laughed heartily, its body trembling from mirth, its eyes betraying a glimmer of pity. "With your intellect, it is unlikely you can comprehend the might of such a being, is it? To still harbor thoughts of resistance is truly pathetic." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing shook his head, his mind stirring as he retrieved the swallowing yuan red spirit grass from his storage ring. "Forgive my candor, but you do not grasp the power humanity possesses. Nor do you understand my combat prowess, nor do you comprehend what that being shall face. Your current confidence is merely a product of your ignorance and arrogance. However, I am a compassionate person. I cannot bear to see you die in such ignorance, so before you perish, allow me to show you the true world." As his words fell, Zhao Jing extended his palm, his mind subtly shifting. Golden life essence surged forth from the palms, akin to molten lava erupting with fervor, resembling undulating waves that ceaselessly churned. The temperature in the vicinity escalated abruptly, causing the air to swirl with intense heat. In an instant, the expressions of all beings present transformed dramatically. "What is this? Have they discerned something?" "Alas, it is too late." As the words fell, Zhao Jing raised a finger, and immediately, a torrent of energy surged. The life essence boiling, causing the bodies of all beings present to explode. Their robust and supple forms shattered into fragments, crimson blood gushing in all directions, reminiscent of frenzied fireworks dancing wildly, bursting forth with a thunderous roar. Only to be drawn by some unseen force, coalescing into delicate strands of blood that merged into the spiritual herbs. countless droplets of blood converged and flowed into the spiritual herb in his hand. Zhao Jing gazed quietly, murmuring softly, a mythical creature, at last, a worthy adversary. Chapter 88. The Descent of Myth. Since his journey of cultivation began, Zhao Jing had been nearly invincible, effortlessly crushing his foes. Though such a life appeared joyous and unrestrained, it held little significance for his personal growth. The path of cultivation necessitated combat with formidable opponents, engaging in fierce battles with the strong to undergo self-transformation, for merely overpowering insignificant foes would never lead to the attainment of immortality or supremacy over all beings. And this mythical creature was precisely in alignment with his desires. Yet upon reflection, he felt that this mythical being was somewhat reckless. According to the intelligence just received, it was merely a thunder mosquito, with some descendants, yet it dared to assault a city. Was this a test, or did it truly believe itself unparalleled in the world, existing in solitary supremacy? Or was it merely a facade of bluster? Calming his mind and contemplating for a few moments, Zhao Jing shook his head. Regardless of its intentions, as long as it dared to approach, I shall strike it down. After enduring prolonged hardships, I aim to slay a mythical creature to prove my strength. With his resolve solidified, he waited until the spiritual herb had completely absorbed the essence of the being's blood, then swiftly turned and departed. In the ensuing 2 days, life was remarkably tranquil. Zhao Jing immersed himself in his cultivation. Although he harbored complete confidence in his ability to suppress any intruders, self-assurance must be tempered with diligence. He had no desire to fall into the abyss of defeat due to arrogance. The divine force hammer, the newly formed weapon technique, the explosive cloud rainbow sword, various martial arts techniques were meticulously examined and practiced until they became increasingly profound and natural. In the midst of this cultivation, time flew by, and the 3rd day soon arrived. It was a rather gloomy morning. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, devoid of the blazing sun, imparting an impression of lingering night, as if rain were imminent, leaving one inexplicably unmotivated. Yet, Zhao Jing remained undeterred by the weather, rising early to brush his teeth and wash his face. After tidying up, he opened the door, just as he was about to step out for exercise, when he heard a rhythmic knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding knocks, Zhao's mother, who had risen early, stepped forward to open the door. "Who is it? Why are you here so early?" A melodious female voice emanated from outside, crisp as a lark, enchanting in its intonation. "Hello, I am here to find Brother Dao." Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother paused, while Zhao's father, who had been watching television, lifted his gaze with a solemn expression. This visitor specifically inquired about Brother Dao. Had his identity been compromised? Zhao Jing contemplated for a few seconds, expanding his spiritual awareness to sense the surroundings. Confirming there was no danger, he nodded at his mother, signaling that all was well. Relieved by the absence of threat, Zhao's mother exhaled and inquired, "Who are you? Please state your identity." My name is Ruosu, and I am with the government. I have come specifically to find Brother Dao. The woman outside spoke with a gentle, calm, and unpretentious tone. Government personnel? Zhao Jing couldn't help but pause, lightly clicking his tongue. Truly, the government was formidable. Despite his best efforts to keep information confidential, they had still come knocking. However, he felt no need for concern. It was evident that the woman named Ruosu bore no ill intentions. Furthermore, with his current strength, he was more than capable of weathering any storm. With this thought, Zhao Jing grew increasingly composed and approached the door to open it. Before him stood a woman of exceptional grace and beauty. Her brows were like slender willows, her eyes shimmered like apricots, and her flowing black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin resembled the pristine frost of the moon, untouched by any blemish. Clad in a simple white shirt and fitted trousers, her attire was unremarkable and even plain. Yet on her, it radiated an aura of purity and charm. Upon seeing Zhao Jing open the door, Ruosu's delicate lips curled into a subtle smile, her body slightly bowing. "Hello, Brother Dao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope I leave a favorable impression." Zhao Jing nodded politely, responding with a smile. "Oh, you know me. Did you recognize me at a glance?" "Not quite," and Ruosu quickly waved her hand in denial. "Your appearance has changed significantly over the past few months. Comparing your photograph to your current visage reveals an entirely different person. I merely remembered your physique and height, which is how I recognized you now." As she spoke, her captivating eyes sparkled, and a faint blush crept across her exquisite features, suggesting a hint of shyness. Observing her demeanor stirred something in Zhao Jing's heart. and he was about to utter a response when, suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. Crash! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens. The deep rumble surged from afar, engulfing half the city, and within the sound of thunder lay a terrifying power, unsettling the very souls of those who heard it. Upon hearing the thunder, Zhao Jing's gaze turned serious as he glanced outside. In the far-off horizon, a dark sea of clouds surged toward the city, its immense presence obscuring the sun, while within the black clouds, azure lightning intertwined like countless serpents, dazzling and radiant. This heralded the arrival of the mythical creature. All mythical beings manifest extraordinary phenomena. Wherever they appear, they can alter the weather and change the colors of the heavens. This boundless dark cloud and the vast lightning surely signified the approach of the thunder mosquito. What a wicked beast! It truly dares to come. Casting a steady glance at the cloud sea, Zhao Jing's spirit surged as he turned to look at Enruosu. Today is indeed fortuitous. Not only does a mythical creature descend upon the city with overwhelming power, but government personnel also arrive seeking contact. The convergence of these two events presents an unexpected delight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jing suggested, "Since the house is small, let us go outside and talk while we walk." Enruosu blinked her almond-shaped eyes and gently replied, "Of course, whatever you say, I shall follow your lead." Noticing Zhao Jing's intent to discuss matters with the government representative, Zhao's mother expressed concern, saying, "Jinger, do not worry." "Mother." Zhao Jing waved his hand reassuringly, turning to give her a comforting smile. "We are merely stepping out for a stroll. Nothing will happen." With that, he and Enruosu stepped down the stairs together. At this moment, the distant dark clouds pressed into the city, an endless expanse of tumultuous clouds roiling like a vast ocean, surging and swirling with fury. The azure lightning flickered, illuminating the boundless sky. While amidst the dark clouds and lightning, countless extraordinary beings flapped their wings and soared forward. They were thousands of tiny black mosquitoes. Chapter 89. The Fist emerges. Walking alongside Zhao Jing, Enruosu's gaze fell. Her spirit soaring on the eastern land, the name Brother Edao shone like a brilliant star, known far and wide. Countless individuals yearned to draw near and forge connections. When government officials learned of Brother Edao's background just 2 days prior, a significant portion of the higher-ups was shaken, eager to dispatch their aides to approach him. Yet, ultimately, it was she who had been designated. She understood her purpose, feeling a profound sense of mission while reveling in her fortune. "Ah, I have encountered my idol. What to do? Should I ask for an autograph? Perhaps take a photo? No, no, no. Enruosu, do not forget what you are here for. Refrain from engaging in such fan-like behavior." Her thoughts surged chaotically, akin to countless waves crashing, almost leading to internal conflict. Yet on the surface, she remained entirely composed, as tranquil as an orchid. After walking a few steps, Zhao Jing suddenly inquired, "I am quite curious, Missin. Why did the government send only you? I had expected a more grandiose delegation, perhaps with many individuals arriving." Upon hearing the question, Enruosu's internal musings came to an abrupt halt. She softly replied, "Well, the government did consider sending a more formal delegation to welcome you, but after careful consideration, they felt it would not be appropriate. After all, such matters require your consent. If you prefer to remain low-key and the government acted ostentatiously, it could leave you feeling displeased." Hearing this, Zhao Jing smiled without speaking. Were it not for his extraordinary martial prowess, which commanded respect and caution from the world, he would likely not have garnered the esteem of the powerful. Seeing Zhao Jing remain silent, Enruosu spoke again, "Brother Edao, the world is undergoing tremendous changes, with numerous unknown dangers lurking in the shadows. No one can predict what the future holds, and the government genuinely requires your assistance." Casting a glance at Enruosu, Zhao Jing continued onward without uttering a word. Enruosu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently parted her crimson lips once more. "With your wisdom, you surely understand the power that the national government wields. In such times of upheaval, their support could significantly benefit your path of cultivation, allowing for a more unobstructed journey." Zhao Jing remained silent, not breaking his quietude. Enruosu, pressing her lips together, continued, "I am aware of your formidable strength. Even the government's capabilities cannot fully gauge the extent of your power. However, I believe that with your aspirations, you must desire to grow even stronger, and the nation can provide you with a platform for mutual benefit. You should truly consider this." Zhao Jing took another step forward without responding. Deep down, he recognized the truth in Enruosu's words. There was no falsehood in them. He understood that the government sought to coexist peacefully. enticing him with benefits. Yet, he was utterly unfamiliar with the inner workings of the government. To plunge into such a situation recklessly could easily lead to deception. The vast resources of the government indeed tempted him, and he genuinely needed their informational capabilities to comprehend the changes in the world. However, the seasoned officials, with decades of scheming, were deeply cunning and could easily manipulate him, turning him into a mere pawn, something he could not tolerate. A thought flickered through his mind as he raised his head to gaze at the horizon. The city's edge. A dense sea of dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a mighty shadow and drawing uncomfortably close to Yingbao City. On the verge of descending. Perhaps this confrontation would serve to demonstrate my might. Some words, though not spoken directly, could be expressed through actions. Through this battle, I intend to warn certain individuals against harboring foolish thoughts. With this resolve, Zhao Jing finally spoke. Missin, do you have your phone? Taken aback for a moment, and Ruosu quickly replied, Yes, I do. Is there something you need? Nothing much, just open your phone and capture the scene that follows. Then upload it for your superiors to see. With a smile, Zhao Jing retrieved a mask from his storage ring, slowly donned it, and in an instant, his body surged forth like a specter, exploding into action. And Ruosu stood stunned for 2 to 3 seconds before instinctively pulling out her phone to capture Zhao Jing's figure. What incredible speed! This was her immediate thought. Yet, after several seconds, her focus shifted involuntarily, her beautiful eyes widening with shimmering brilliance, her lips parting in astonishment. There were racing through the streets. Zhao Jing, without hesitation, channeled his energy and activated his extraordinary gifts. Boom! The air erupted violently, waves of sound crashing forth. His physique suddenly expanded slightly, standing tall like a mountain, as the energy within him ignited, creating a terrifying torrent of searing heat that surged like a roaring tide. With each step he took, the air around him thickened, and with every meter he advanced, his oppressive presence intensified. Wherever he tread, the ground, be it concrete or soil, melted under the extreme heat, transforming into a viscous liquid, while the surrounding flora was reduced to ashes. Dancing in the wind, in an instant, he shot forth 5 or 6 kilometers, the air around him coalescing into a towering golden divine elephant, majestic and enigmatic. Simultaneously, the dark clouds also spread ominously, though its pace seemed slow. In reality, it was extraordinarily swift, engulfing the sky in mere moments, akin to a celestial silkworm devouring the light and plunging the world into darkness. The originally overcast sky darkened further, as if the world had reverted to primordial chaos. Devoid of light, shrouded in gloom, with only azure lightning flickering amidst the clouds. That moment, a series of peculiar buzzing sounds descended from the sky, igniting a sense of unease. What is that sound? Why does it feel so strange? It resembles the sound of mosquitoes, but surely they couldn't be that loud. Many passers-by looked up, murmuring in confusion and alarm, amidst the clamor and chaos of the darkness. A thunderous roar from the divine elephant resounded, shaking buildings and stirring fierce winds. Roar. Zhao Jing suddenly propelled himself upwards, soaring like a dragon, landing atop a tall building. Merging his spirit, energy, and mind, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the sea of black clouds. Martial arts divine technique, the divine elephant fist. A golden fist imprint cleaved through the void. With this strike, every current of air converged into unity, fused into a single entity, carrying a terrifying heat capable of melting all, shattering the floating dust and piercing through the cloud sea. Chapter 90. The cloud sea erupted, thick clouds collapsing. It was as if an immortal deity had struck fiercely, a single punch dispersing the heavens. The dense cloud layers fracturing, creating a vast opening through which even the lightning was shattered into nothingness. Watching Zhao Jing unleash his blow, and Ruosu trembled, her breath quickening. What a terrifying punch, from her perspective. Brother Yidao was at least 200 meters away from the clouds, a distance that would leave countless people in awe. Yet this man could directly pierce the cloud layer with a single punch. Just how formidable is he? A sense of dryness gripped her throat, her mind adrift like a small boat in a vast ocean, tossed and turned relentlessly. In the next instant, her emotions surged once more. Experiencing a violent upheaval, the center of her vision, amidst the vast black clouds, several black insect wings flickered into view, slowly rising and falling. Those wings were long and blade-like, enormous, spanning over 10 meters. With a gentle flutter, they crackled with azure lightning, entwined like dragons and snakes, shimmering with divine light. What are those creatures? How did they appear in the cloud sea? And Ruosu's spirit quaked, her fist clenched tightly, her breath quickening. Although she was aware that the world had changed dramatically, giving birth to countless strange beings, she could not fathom that there existed creatures capable of harnessing lightning and summoning clouds that obscure the sky. As her heart trembled, the cloud sea began to roil, suddenly resonating with a shrill insect cry, squeak. With that sound, the cloud sea surged. Countless black threads descended from the clouds, resembling a cascade of waterfalls spilling into the world. Their forms twisting grotesquely like serpents, they then exploded, transforming into black mist, cascading down upon Zhao Jing. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not mere mists but thousands of black mosquitoes. These creatures were minuscule, smaller than a fingernail, yet remarkably fierce, their mandibles crackling with fierce lightning, dazzling beyond compare, capable of electrocuting a mortal with the slightest touch. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow. Realizing, so that I was curious why these mythical creatures dared to approach alone. It turns out these mosquitoes are all extraordinary beings. Though not particularly strong, they carry the might of thunder. No wonder they have such audacity. Unfortunately for them, they have crossed paths with me. With this thought, the solar symbol on his forehead suddenly glimmered. The energy within him surged like a torrent, flooding into his limbs. He sank slightly, gathering strength. Boom! With the infusion of immense power, the entire floor erupted, the solid concrete shattering, dust swirling chaotically. Riding the turbulent mist, Zhao Jing soared several dozen meters into the sky, enveloped in a frenzy of air currents. Upon witnessing this, the cloud of mosquitoes surged forward, emitting arcs of lightning. Divine radiance shone brightly, electric sparks raced, and thunder roared from all directions. The sky was awash in light, instantly engulfed by lightning, creating a scene of unparalleled splendor. However, before the seemingly terrifying electric light could reach him, it was dispersed by the currents surrounding Zhao Jing, dissipating into nothingness, and no matter how swift the light or how fierce the thunder, they could not penetrate the heat waves. Evaporating under the scorching air. Extraordinary powers vary in strength. Zhao Jing's extraordinary gifts, derived from divine cultivation methods, transcended countless beings. How could these creatures possibly contend with him? As his gaze swept across the surrounding dark clouds, Zhao Jing's physique continually heightened. He gathered force in his arm and swung a punch. He did not employ martial arts divine techniques, but relied solely on raw physical strength. Yet the shockwaves erupted, sending sound waves rippling, compressing the air within dozens of meters, stirring up a tempest that howled in all directions. Had he been on the ground, this punch would have been sufficient to penetrate buildings and crush steel structures. However, those mosquitoes were exceedingly nimble, darting up and down, evading his attack entirely. Zhao Jing's pupils immediately constricted. At that moment, the thick black clouds suddenly parted. A menacing insect wing emerged from the clouds, interwoven with lightning. Divine radiance swirling chaotically, and unfathomable, mysterious power rapidly coalesced, as countless arcs of electricity danced wildly, forming a cascading waterfall of lightning that surged like an ocean, crashing down. This mythical creature had finally made its move. When it struck, it was akin to divine retribution, overwhelming the world. The vast thunder roared, boundless divine light danced chaotically, and the resonating thunder echoed through the heavens, stirring up tumultuous waves. Zhao Jing's muscles tensed immediately, as the air behind him coalesced thunderously, instantaneously transforming into the phantom of a divine elephant, punching upwards. In that moment, the divine elephant roared. The golden fist imprint pierced through the air, flowing like searing lava. Its might immeasurable, penetrating the heavens. The resounding roar of thunder, coupled with the fierce bellow of a divine elephant, converged in an instant, colliding and unleashing a terrifying force that tore through the air, transforming into a frenzied tempest that swept across the heavens and the earth. On the ground, many passers-by were left in a daze. They heard the resounding explosions from the sky, their curiosity piqued, and instinctively they wished to look up, but the brilliance above was too dazzling, akin to the scorching rays of the sun, rendering it impossible to gaze directly. What was happening? What could possibly be unfolding? Confusion, curiosity, and trepidation welled within them, stirring their hearts and making it impossible to remain calm. Among the crowd, only Ruosu managed to think with some clarity. Much like the others, she could not directly behold the battle in the sky, and could only clumsily hold her phone, striving to capture the moment as she filmed. Her heart quaked. Was this what a true battle of the strong looked like? Without sufficient power, one didn't even have the right to witness the spectacle. In the sky, turmoil raged, sweeping like a tide. Amidst the surging winds, countless mosquitoes buzzed, their formidable presence howling as they prepared to unleash bolts of lightning. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow. His blood surged with fervor as he opened his right hand and grasped at the void, conjuring a golden energy blade. The martial arts technique, the art of weapon manifestation, capturing the wind to form a blade. How infuriating, he muttered darkly to himself, sweeping his blade through the air, causing the temperature around him to spike suddenly. Like a great sun emitting divine radiance, the golden blade light cascading forth, its aura unmatched. In that moment, the swarm of mosquitoes scattered. Their speed was so swift, their bodies so diminutive, that even the martial arts technique seemed unable to touch them. Slipping right through the blade's light, however, Zhao Jing felt no disappointment. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips. The martial arts technique, the art of weapon manifestation, transforming into a hammer. The fierce energy blade morphed, the slender blade dissolving into a planar hammer as large as a flood, its volume increasing exponentially, radiating boundless heat in all directions. In an instant, the terrifying heat spread forth, saturating the space, too swiftly for the countless black mosquitoes to evade, dissolving them into dust. Chapter 91. Thunder and Fire. The searing winds surged like boiling flames, spreading through the void, the mosquito swarm instantly melting into ashes. Undoubtedly, although these creatures were incredibly fast and deadly, their physical forms were their Achilles' heel, utterly incapable of withstanding the intense energy of martial arts. With a single strike, Zhao Jing's body plummeted rapidly. Leveraging the force of his leap, he soared into the sky. His body now succumbing to gravity, beginning to descend to the exact moment. A tremendous roar echoed through the layers of clouds. The sound was vast and boundless, as if an ancient being had awakened and unleashed a furious roar. Dark clouds swirling violently, waves of wind surging, arcs of lightning flashing brilliantly, like swords arrayed, momentarily obscuring the entire sky. Before their very eyes, witnessing the demise of countless descendants, how could this mythical creature endure? The clouds surged like the tides of a tempestuous sea, ceaselessly churning, the blinding radiance coalescing into bolts of lightning, the overwhelming divine energy transforming into electric brilliance, the sound of thunder resonating throughout heaven and earth. Shaking the air, within a radius of several hundred meters, streaks of lightning danced freely, illuminating the mountains and rivers. This display was exceptionally terrifying, as if it could shake the very foundations of the earth, obliterating cities, yet it failed to sway Zhao Jing's resolve in the slightest. His pupils reflected the lightning in the sky as he silently shook his head, murmuring to himself, "The power is too dispersed." Subsequently, Zhao Jing's muscles tightened, channeling immense strength, his fists clenched, blood surging with vigor. The martial arts technique, the divine hammer fist. Golden energy surged forth like a roaring divine spring, coalescing into a majestic illusion of a giant elephant. Zhao Jing's aura skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of might. In an instant, 100 punches. His fists became mere afterimages, the searing energy radiating brilliance, swirling wildly as the surrounding air was crushed into a vast gale of fists. Every ounce of power converging into one, colliding thunderously with the descending lightning. In that fleeting moment, a radiant explosion erupted, the light dancing furiously. The moment they made contact, a wild wave of energy burst forth. Sweeping in all directions, the tumultuous waves of light surging like ripples, and in an instant, the fist wind gained a crushing advantage, overwhelming everything, scattering the innumerable bolts of lightning with the golden divine light, causing them to explode in succession. The black clouds hesitated momentarily, revealing signs of disturbance. Clearly, this mythical creature had not anticipated that its thunderous strike would lead to such an outcome. It did not comprehend that while mythical beings are indeed extraordinary, born with unmatched prowess, even the most remarkable otherworldly power could be limited if extraordinary secret techniques to unlock their potential were absent. The endless thunder seemed tyrannical, yet in truth, its power was scattered. Lacking focus, while the divine hammer fist could concentrate its destructive force, merging the fist winds into one. In comparison, they were simply not in the same league. If you possessed secret techniques to unleash your talent, this battle would undoubtedly be challenging for me, but alas, you do not. Zhao Jing mused within, crashing down to the ground. He shattered the concrete into a crater, pausing for a moment, yet his body remained unscathed. Leaping once again dozens of meters upward, piercing through the cloud layer. The fist winds surged anew. The black clouds hesitated for an instant, but soon sprang into action, the black mosquito swarm erupting forth. The formidable lightning striking down once more. This time, Zhao Jing paid it no heed. Through the earlier engagement, he had gauged the strength of these abilities, and with the overwhelming fist winds, he shattered everything. His entire being radiating brilliant light, like a great sun rising, piercing the cloud layers. Half a second later, the giant elephant roared violently. This roar was ferociously intense, relentless fury, as if a divine elephant was raging. Standing tall in the world, unleashing its terrifying power, tearing apart all clouds and light. Wherever the fist winds surged, the clouds would disintegrate. What thunder, what mosquitoes, all reduced to nothingness under the searing heat. The vast sea of clouds directly ripped apart by this overwhelming punch, dividing it in two, as if the firmament itself were rent asunder. The fist winds roared fiercely, splitting the heavens and shattering the clouds. Under this punch, the mythical creature finally revealed its true form. It was a thunder mosquito, exceedingly large, measuring around 50 to 60 meters in length, its body covered in a dark exoskeleton, with 6 wings and 6 legs, glaring at him with compound eyes, surrounded by crackling lightning. Fluid and serpentine. Upon seeing Zhao Jing not far below, this mythical creature's emotions fluctuated, seemingly enraged, its 6 insect wings quivering simultaneously. With a screech, its 6 wings unfurled, fanning forward, immediately generating arcs of lightning from the surrounding clouds, transforming into dozens of immense lightning rivers, surging forth from the void, rolling and crashing down. Zhao Jing struck again, his fist winds raging, obliterating the lightning, dispersing all bolts, while his gaze remained fixed on the thunder mosquito's movements. This mythical creature was exceptionally remarkable, its physical form immensely valuable, containing vast amounts of mysterious essence. If he could slay it, it would undoubtedly allow the Yuan Qi Ling grass to blossom a second bud. With this thought, his spirit ignited with fervor, as if ablaze, reaching into the void. This simple action caused the very fabric of reality to tremble, as if he grasped the space itself. The martial arts technique, the art of weapon manifestation, capturing the wind to form a blade. In an instant, torrents of air surged, blood boiling. A blade of energy materialized, with the might of a celestial dragon surging through his arm. Zhao Jing wielded the energy blade, wildly slashing in a single breath. He unleashed dozens of strikes, overwhelming the thunder mosquito, each slash stirring the air into a frenzy, scorching the void. The thunder mosquito trembled, lightly fluttering its wings, evading with astonishing speed, moving like a phantom, its velocity so incredible it seemed unreal, leaping through the heated winds, as if it were not of this world, the blade light unable to strike true. Witnessing this, Zhao Jing's gaze sharpened, his hands slicing through the air, striking down vehemently. The energy blade transformed abruptly, its sharp form expanding wildly, morphing into a formidable hammer, directly crashing into the thunder mosquito's leg which had failed to evade in time. With a crisp crack, the thunder mosquito's leg was shattered, its exoskeleton splintering into dust, black ichor spraying forth, scattering into the sky. After delivering this blow, Zhao Jing's body plummeted once more, slowly descending, disappearing beneath the clouds. The moment his figure vanished, the thunder mosquito flapped its wings, furiously pursuing. Its fury had reached a boiling point. Since its inception, relying on the power of mythical beings, it had looked down upon foes, sweeping them aside. When had it ever suffered such a setback? This indignation must be avenged. Utilizing its incredible speed, the thunder mosquito quickly spotted the falling figure, charging forward, declaring its first speech in the human tongue of the day. "Human, I admire your courage and respect your strength. But alas, I am sorry, I can fly." With the poise of a victor, it uttered these words, its form shifting continuously, lightning radiating from its body, brilliance surging, preparing to unleash its might once more. It felt confident, assured of its safety, for it possessed 6 wings, with extraordinary speed, certain that no issues would arise, as the lightning enveloped its form, reaching a zenith akin to the stars shining. The corners of Zhao Jing's mouth curled slightly. The martial arts technique, the explosive cloud rainbow sword. Chapter 92. The discussion. Among the many secret techniques Zhao Jing had mastered, none surpassed the speed of the explosive cloud rainbow sword. Its execution was silent, nearly imperceptible, and its activation was as swift as lightning, reaching an extreme velocity. If used for a surprise attack, it was undoubtedly an exceptional choice. Yet, in this battle, Zhao Jing had refrained from employing it. He clearly discerned that this mythical creature moved at an extraordinary pace, and if he missed his strike, it could easily escape. Thus, he had been patient, waiting for the opportune moment, and now, that opportunity had finally arrived. The thunderous mosquito misjudged his speed, believing that with sufficient caution, it could evade numerous tactics, unaware that the very essence of the encounter was to induce such a miscalculation, awakening its innate perception. It locked onto the colossal form of the mythic creature, seizing the opportune moment to channel its vital energy and exhale. A brilliant golden thread surged forth like a comet. This thread coalesced into a sword-like shape, searing hot as molten lava, undulating into resplendent sword light, as if it were a tangible entity, slicing through the void at lightning speed, narrowly missing one of the creature's insect legs. Mere seconds later, a soft sound echoed. The seemingly impenetrable black carapace split open, swiftly tearing apart, disintegrating into fragments, while dark blood gushed forth like a chaotic spring, staining the heavens. "What is this?" the thunderous mosquito bellowed in pain. Crackling with electric fury, its body writhing uncontrollably. Just as its roar pierced the air, it was drowned out by the explosive sounds surrounding it, as the golden sword chi traversed in all directions. Howling relentlessly, swish, 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 like flowing light, akin to shadows of gold, beams of radiant golden light erupted wildly, scattering everywhere, leaving behind trails of dazzling luminescence that illuminated the expanse. Momentarily stunned, the thunderous mosquito quickly regained composure. Flapping its 6 wings to evade frantically, however, it was already too late, as the third wave of sword chi sliced through the sky. A portion of its insect wing was pierced, creating a circular hole. By the time the 6th wave swept through, its body was brutally severed, blood erupting forth in a relentless torrent. When the 10th wave flew past, one of its legs was cleanly severed, a segment of its limb plummeting to the ground. In the face of this sudden onslaught, it was left drenched in blood, grievously wounded, with more than half of one leg severed. Humanity, the thunderous mosquito's murderous intent surged, its gaze cast downward. In the next moment, its emotions jolted in shock. Before its eyes, that human had actually produced a spirit flower. It could faintly sense that this flower was extraordinary, possessing remarkable powers. But to summon a spiritual object amidst battle, what was this practitioner truly intending to accomplish? Just as it was engulfed in confusion, the flower bud in Zhao Jing's hand suddenly transformed, blooming with strands of divine light. The brilliance was radiant as silk, splendid as dawn, enveloping the surroundings, while the blood and severed limbs in the sky rapidly dissolved, morphing into crimson threads that coalesced towards the flower bud. The thunderous mosquito was momentarily dazed, but then its emotions erupted furiously. This human was indeed audacious. Before it, using a spirit flower to absorb its bodily blood, such an act was utterly brazen, a blatant disregard for its existence. In that instant, Zhao Jing raised the flower, as if toasting to it, and softly smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." The wrath of lightning surged chaotically, dazzling arcs of electricity rampaging wildly. The thunderous mosquito's fury soared to unprecedented heights, its heart akin to 1,000 wild stallions roaring and galloping in turmoil, instinctively yearning to unleash a storm of thunderbolts upon its foe. Yet its body ascended, soaring into the stormy clouds of electric light. Despite the tumult of murderous thoughts and violent impulses swirling within, it could only restrain itself. It had sustained considerable injuries, and persisting in battle would yield no advantage. It was prudent to retreat. "However, humanity, I shall remember you." With a resentful utterance, the mythic creature vanished into the clouds, engulfed in vast billows of mist, swiftly departing. Zhao Jing cast a glance at it, yet felt helpless. Such a being, endowed with celestial gifts and immense powers, even if he unleashed all his might, could not secure a swift victory. Should he pursue recklessly, he might suffer unforeseen setbacks, and thus, he had no choice but to relinquish the chase. Without truly supreme secret techniques, it was exceedingly challenging to slay mythic beings. No, I require more potent secret arts, more domineering methods. I must ascend to a higher echelon of the celestial and divine ancient palace, he whispered to himself, his gaze descending to the spirit herb in his hand, a smile unconsciously surfacing. Yet this battle was not without its rewards. Stowing the spirit herb into his storage ring, Zhao Jing burst into laughter as he descended to the ground. Boom! From a distance, Enruosu breathed heavily, her heart pounding like a drum. Although the battle had been too dazzling for her to witness firsthand, The incessant roars of thunder and the swirling tempest of fury caused her body to tremble. Her emotions surging uncontrollably. Is this the true essence of a formidable being? Had she not witnessed today, she could hardly have imagined that human power could be so terrifying. Standing still, momentarily dazed, Enruosu finally snapped back to reality, pressing the recording button on her phone and hastily transmitting it to the higher-ups. Ever since the emergence of Blade Brother, the government had sought to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess. And today's engagement provided them with this opportunity. If they were to see this video, surely they would find it difficult to bear. Enruosu mused to herself, her watery gaze subtly shifting. Stirring ripples of emotion, at that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence beside her. Has it been sent? Enruosu jolted in surprise, turning to find Zhao Jing standing beside her, his body unscathed, not a single injury upon him. Your speed is truly remarkable, yet you were so preoccupied with your task that you failed to notice my presence, Zhao Jing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the phone screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that the trivial matters have been resolved, let us return to more pressing issues. Very well, Enruosu stammered, her breath quickening as she endeavored to calm her racing heart, her lips moving. Yet no words emerged. This exquisitely poised woman was utterly stunned, her mind in disarray, unsure of what to articulate. Far away in the capital city, at that very moment, a highly secretive conference room convened an important meeting. Glancing around, there were barely more than 20 participants, a small number. Yet each one held a position of considerable stature and influence. In this moment, their expressions were grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. They were deliberating on the appropriate treatment for Blade Brother. In the past few days, they had uncovered his identity and dispatched contacts to engage with him. Yet certain matters remained unsettled and required careful consideration. How should we approach Blade Brother? The elder, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was the first to speak, declaring the meeting officially commenced. Chapter 93. A second look inside the conference room, silence reigned. Following the elder's words, no one immediately responded. All seemed to be deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged man with a square face finally spoke, each word deliberate. In my personal view, if we are to approach Blade Brother, aka Zhao Jing, we must do so gradually, without excessive urgency, to avoid inciting undue animosity. We must attentively listen to his perspectives and grant him a degree of autonomy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Clearly supportive. Indeed, while Zhao Jing had taken many lives, those incidents paled in comparison to the power he had displayed. Across the vast expanse of the world, among humanity, Zhao Jing stood unparalleled, with few rivals. Even the nation's top practitioners fell far short, an immense disparity. If such power were not afforded preferential treatment, it would be a grave oversight. However, the question remained. What kind of preferential treatment would be deemed appropriate? A man spoke in a deep voice, adding, "We must consider what level of privilege to extend." His hair was slightly grizzled, and he exuded a steady presence, imbued with a sense of ironclad resolve. His gaze was sharp and serious. Indeed, this young man possessed extraordinary strength, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Yet was it truly necessary to concede excessively? The government must retain its authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the attention of those present shifted towards him, including the elder, who also directed his gaze in that direction. The speaker was a high-ranking military official named Wang, a general known for his domineering nature and assertive demeanor. Observing the attention on him, he remained composed, responding coolly, "If we speak of strength, our military is not without its own, boasting hundreds who possess superior cultivation techniques and thousands with intermediate skills. Though they may not rival Zhao Jing's might, each is a steadfast warrior, and given time, they may well surpass him. Furthermore, allow me to caution everyone," he continued, rising to his feet, soaring like a dragon in the heavens. "Today, Zhao Jing may be ahead, but will he maintain that status tomorrow? What about the day after? The future is vast and uncertain. We should focus our attention on the military rather than a single individual. In my view, resources can be allocated, but sparingly, and if possible, we should ensure he accepts government directives." His words resonated clearly, prompting quiet admiration among the attendees. As government leaders, none were without their own ambitions. They were all astute and shrewd, accustomed to wielding authority. Even in their pursuit of Zhao Jing, their primary instinct was to retain control, rather than relinquish it easily. In their habitual mindset, a suddenly ascendant practitioner paled in comparison to a disciplined military force. "Old Wang, I do not oppose your perspective," a middle-aged man immediately responded, expressing his agreement. This statement prompted a chorus of nods from the assembly, with many voicing their support. Indeed, this viewpoint aligns well with reality. I concur that I share your sentiments. Although Zhao Jing is formidable, he is ultimately just one individual. This world is not devoid of practitioners, and given sufficient time, the military may very well produce an equally powerful figure. I concur, let us cast a vote. Amidst the tumult, the perspectives of the crowd gradually converged, reaching a consensus at that moment. An unexpected visitor arrived from outside. Report, there is an urgent video transmission from Enruosu. An urgent video? At the mention of this, everyone became alert. It is common knowledge that Enruosu is currently situated beside Zhao Jing. The arrival of a video could signify a fortuitous development. With a sense of eager anticipation, the assembly commanded the personnel to activate the projector and display the footage. However, as the video commenced, every countenance shifted dramatically. Their gazes seemed to freeze, fixated on the screen. As their blood began to boil and emotions surged within them, in the conference room, the sound of rapid breaths harmonized into a chorus. Could this truly be real and not merely a special effect or a cinematic fabrication? What manner of creature lurked within the dark clouds, capable of wielding endless seas of clouds and commanding the very forces of nature? Even these titans, who commanded great influence within the nation, found themselves unable to quell the tumult within, engulfed by an indescribable shiver. Was that figure in the footage truly human? Before long, the video concluded, leaving the assembly enveloped in silence. After an extended pause, a senior military figure named Wang exhaled deeply, shattering the quietude. His voice was parched, reminiscent of one who had long been deprived of water, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. Let us replay that day in the city of Yingbao, the verdant grass flourished and flowers bloomed vibrantly. The recent battle had erupted in the skies, sparing the city from significant damage. Thus, the locale remained imbued with ethereal energy. Resembling a celestial paradise, Zhao Jing walked alongside her, and Ruosu was in a state of palpable tension. The thunderous roars of the tempest and the sweeping winds of the battle had been so grandiose that she was still struggling to regain her composure. Her mind ensnared in the aftermath of the conflict. After some time had passed, and as she began to gather her thoughts, a sudden heaviness descended upon her heart. This was not good. Something was amiss. It was evident that Yi Dao Ji's strength far surpassed her expectations,